My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 79 to 79, The Game Day. 2. Father. Seeing the child in the gothic dress, he displayed a gentle smile. Hello, Ophis. He stroked the little girl's head. Victor leans her head on his chest and closes his eyes. He. Father. She shook her head from side to side. She looked like a spoiled child who found her father and wanted a hug. Father. Violet. Ruby. And Sasha almost choked. Kaka. Scathach was laughing like crazy. Hey. What are you doing? Get off him. Violet's jealousy didn't discriminate between gender or age, in a way. Violet's jealousy was true gender equality. Stop. Violet. Don't touch her. Scathach suddenly stops laughing and warns Violet with a serious look. But Violet ignored Scathach's warning and held onto Ophis's body. Suddenly Violet stops moving. And her eyes go blank as if she were dead. Violet. Ruby and Sasha spoke at the same time. Sigh. Stupid girl. I warned you. Victor's eyes glittered dangerously when he saw Violet's state. He looked at Ophis. Seeing the little girl's apologetic face, he sighed. He patted the little girl's head. And looked at Scathach. What is this? She'll be fine soon. Don't worry. Scathach first soothed Victor's emotions. Then she continued. That's what happens when Ophis is touched. She was born with a special condition that charms everyone who touches her. And she also sees the memories of the people who touch her. Victor strokes the little girl's head. Now he understands why she lived isolated. For a child, it is difficult to see the memories of vampires who live for many years. Are you okay? Father memory. Good. She leans her face against Victor's chest again. Suddenly, Violet's face distorted into anger. And she breaks the spell. Oh. It was faster than normal. Scathach spoke with curiosity. Violet looks at the girl with angry eyes. Don't look at her like that. She's not to blame. You're the one who didn't listen to me. Scathach spoke. Violet closes her hands and opens them several times. Soon, she lets out a long breath. Sigh. Okay. Why is this little girl here again? She asked in a neutral tone. Are you okay, honey? Victor asked. Ophis's body trembled slightly when she heard the way Victor called Violet. Yes, I am. Why is she here? She asked again. I don't know. She just came out of the blue. Victor replied. He understood that Violet's mood was not good. Are you okay, darling? She asked with apprehensive eyes. After all, she personally felt the powers of Ophis. Yeah, I don't feel anything. Victor spoke honestly. He didn't feel anything. And he also didn't feel like someone was reading his memories. Though he wasn't sure what kind of feeling it would be if someone read his memories. Everyone except Victor, who was looking at Ophis, looked to Scathach for answers. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Seeing the innocent smile on Scathach's face, everyone didn't believe her. This, Violet's eyes were glowing blood red when she saw the position Ophis was in. But even so, she didn't move. People who had known Violet for a long time were shocked by this display of control. They thought she wouldn't be able to stand it. Ruby and Sasha could tell from their connection that Violet was angry. But it was silent anger. It was anger mixed with possessive jealousy. Suddenly the door opens. And soon everyone can see a woman with long black hair and violet eyes. Violet turns her face. She looks at the woman. The woman looks into Violet's violet eyes. And, noticing Violet's obvious features, the woman could understand that she was someone from Clan Snow. And only one woman from Clan Snow had violet eyes. Who are you, bitch? Sigh. Everyone except Victor and Scathach sighed when they heard what Violet said. What a rude person. Who are you? She already knew who Violet was. But for some reason, she didn't want to lose this dispute. I asked first. The woman didn't want to answer. Princess. Are you sure she's here? We must not enter this place in such a rude way. The guard was terrified. Why are you afraid? Kaka. You're as clueless as ever. Elizabeth. Scathach. The woman stuttered. Now she understood why the guard was scared. How's that old man doing? Scathach spoke. He's the king. You know. Do I have the face of someone who cares? Elizabeth was speechless. She knew that the only person who could speak those words so casually was Scathach. And for the sole reason that she was strong. Elizabeth ignores everyone and looks at the second ice throne. She walks a little to the left. And soon she sees Ophis lying on Victor's chest. Again. Did she find him because of the mark? She glanced at Victor, who was sitting on an ice throne. And then she looked around again. And seeing several women of high social standing, Elizabeth's curiosity was flickering frantically. She even tried to use the king's shadows to find information on Victor. But they didn't find anything. Actually, they haven't returned yet. And she didn't think too much about why they haven't. They have been eliminated. Or are being tortured, she thought. She knew Scathach's personality well. And if someone broke into her house, that was the fate of fools who tried to break into her home. Just who are you? Victor looked at Elizabeth and flashed a small smile. My name is Victor. Didn't I say? Elizabeth wanted to hit the ground in frustration now. Bitch. Don't look at him. You're going to infect him with some kind of dangerous disease. Violet spoke. Hua. Veins began to pop in Elizabeth's head. She was a noble person and could ignore some insults. But she was not a saint who would take insults in silence. Why don't you go away and take this child with you? Violet didn't want to insult a child since even she knew it was something horrible. Though. The little girl didn't do anything. Shoo. Shoo. She spoke as if she were talking to a dog. I'm still a princess. You know. She commented with a fake smile. I can make you disappear. She couldn't finish her words. She suddenly felt very heavy. And an overwhelming feeling engulfed her entire body. Her body broke out in a cold sweat. And slowly, she turned her face away. When she looked into Victor's blood-red eyes that were visible even through the glasses he was wearing, her whole world seemed to go colorless. Repeat what you said. Victor spoke with a cold tone that sent shivers down Elizabeth's spine. He could ignore arguments. After all, his wives did that constantly. He thinks it's a woman thing. But threats, those he did not tolerate. Aye, princess. The guards ran. But suddenly a much greater pressure than Victor fell on them. Quickly. They stopped walking and looked at Scathach. Good. If you took one more step, I would have to hand your heads over to the king. She flashed a crazy smile. Then, she snaps her fingers. And thorns of ice begin to hover over all the guards. They gulped and didn't dare move. Although they had a duty to protect the princess. They didn't want to lose their lives uselessly. They knew that if Scathach killed them, nothing would happen to her. Disappointing. She hoped they would fight. Then, at least she would have an excuse to kill them all. Soon she lost interest in the guards and looked at Victor. She was interested in what he was going to do. I'm waiting. He slowly tapped the ice throne with his finger. Like he was counting. The sound of his finger touching the ice made the situation even more terrifying for Elizabeth. Elizabeth tried to ignore the fear in her heart and slowly began to gather her powers. Then, her eyes changed to blood red. And an overwhelming pressure began to leave her body. Oh. Confidence restored. Elizabeth displays a cold smile. I'm still a princess. And I can make her disappear at any time. No matter if she's a daughter of Clan Snow or not. She repeated what she said and added the ending as if it were an absolute truth. Victor's eyes glowed brighter. And his pressure began to build. Everyone was expecting a fight to start at any moment. But something happened that left everyone with no reaction. Victor's pressure disappeared as if it had never existed. He started laughing like crazy. And slowly he began to clap his hands. Good. Good. That's the spirit. If not, I would be disappointed. Huh. Elizabeth did not expect this. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha didn't know how to react. And that applied to all the women in this room. So they just watched everything in silence. Scathach just displayed a big smile on her face. She looked pleased with something. Believe me, princess. Victor's image began to blur. Before you can touch a strand of my wife's hair, you would die. Victor appeared behind Elizabeth and spoke in a low voice in her ear. Elizabeth's whole body froze in fear when she heard what Victor said. She couldn't even react to his speed. And she could also see that crazy woman was smiling as if supporting what Victor said. She couldn't move. She didn't even dare turn back now. She feared that if she turned around now, she might die. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 80-80. Everything is connected. Victor disappears behind Elizabeth and appears sitting on the ice throne he created. Fast. Ha 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 ha. Did you like it, Ophis? She nodded. Is different. She pointed to herself. Yeah. What I did is something different than what you do. Different. Ophis seemed to be thinking deeply about something. But actually, she was just enjoying Victor's caresses. She seems attached to you. Victor. Scathach spoke. Yeah. But I don't care. She's cute. Victor displayed a gentle smile. Realizing that Victor wasn't doing anything else, Elizabeth began to slowly calm down. Not just her. Everyone started to calm down. Foo-ah. Pepper lets out all the trapped air she's been holding. That was intense. I thought they would fight any second. She spoke in a low voice. Really? I really can't understand Victor anymore. He's becoming too unpredictable. This is bad for my heart. Lacus spoke in a joking tone to alleviate the situation. It's our mother's fault. It's all her fault. Sienna said. The 3 sisters agreed. I'm glad nothing happened. Yuki's heart was beating very fast. She didn't want to fight the king's family. That was just suicide. But, as a vampire, she liked Victor's attitude. But that's something she'll never say out loud. What are you doing, Maria? Luna asked curiously. Nothing. Maria replied. She made a gesture with her hand. And soon, all the wires she had spread around the room began to be collected. She acted on instinct. But internally, she didn't know why she did it. Why was my first reaction was to try to protect that man? Is it because of the master's order? But the master didn't order me to protect Victor. Darling, Violet had a silly smile on her face. She wanted to hug Victor. But that child was stealing her place. Violet. We need to talk. Ruby spoke seriously. Hey. Violet didn't understand. Come here. We need to talk about something. Sasha grabbed Violet's right arm. Hua. Ruby approaches Violet and grabs her left arm. Then the 2 women drag Violet to the corner of the room. Wait. My darling. Shut up. We need to talk. Ruby spoke in a deadly serious tone. Violet was speechless. She had never seen that expression on Ruby. Soon the 2 wives started to lecture Violet. Calling the king's daughter a bitch was something above the level of disrespect. She needs to be more self-aware of her status. What if, because of her words, a political war broke out? Lots of vampires were going to die because of her decision. That was Sasha and Ruby's concern. As Ruby, Sasha, and Violet talked, Victor spoke. Princess. Have you ever heard a Chinese proverb that said, because of a nail, the shoe was lost? Because of the horse, the message was lost. Because of the message, the war was lost. I've never heard of it. Elizabeth continued to speak as her eyes slowly turned to Violet. The lesson this proverb teaches is quite simple to understand. As he stroked Ophis' head, Victor looked up at Elizabeth with a small innocent smile on his face. Because of a mistake made by someone, an entire war was lost. Everything is connected. So remember, it only takes one small mistake for an entire empire to fall to ruin. Elizabeth felt her whole body go cold when she heard Victor's words. Is this a threat? Threat. PFFF. That's just advice coming from someone who learned from the best teacher in the world. Scathach exhibited a small smile when she heard Victor's words. She didn't have time to teach Victor much. Still, one thing she made sure to teach was the mentality of a warrior who goes to war. After 6 months of intense torture and with a disciple willing to learn, can work miracles. Elizabeth was silent. I see. I will remember this. Then she turns her face away and looks at Scathach. Ruby. And Sasha. What is your relationship with them? They are my wives. He replied. WWH. She thought for a moment that she was deaf. He pointed to Scathach. She's my mother-in-law and my teacher. Hi. I'm his mother-in-law, she spoke with a gentle smile as she waved her hand. Elizabeth didn't know how to react when she saw Scathach playing. He pointed to the 3 sisters. Those are my friends over there. Oh. You can exclude Sienna. She's not my friend at all. PFFT. Pepper almost started to laugh but stopped when she saw Sienna's gaze. Lacus shook her head when she saw her sister's attitude. That one is my maid. He pointed at Yuki. Yuki made a simple gesture of respect. He looked at Maria and flashed a small smile as if he understood something. She's Sasha's maid. Maria repeated Yuki's gesture. Victor looks at the guards, who still have ice spikes at their throats, and ignores the men. T3. Elizabeth tries to process everything she has heard. He is married to 2 heiresses of houses with the title of Count, and a former heir to the title of Count. And he is the disciple of Scathach. Elizabeth was speechless. If he were just Scathach's disciple, she wouldn't mind. After all, the millennia-old woman has many disciples. But he's married to this crazy woman's heiress too. Kakakaka. She broke completely. Scathach chuckled when he saw Elizabeth's expression. Are you sure about telling the princess about your relationship with these women? Do I look like I care? It's not like it's a secret. Kakakaka. You're right. Remembering something, he wanted to talk to her. Victor said. Scathach. Don't overdo it. What do you mean? Don't eliminate the rats. Just torture them. Oh. Do you know? Victor just pointed to his eyes. This is a very convenient skill. Indeed. Why don't you want me to eliminate the rats? It's a waste. Waste. Yeah, if they're dead, we can't fight them. Why didn't you kidnap them and use them as a training puppet for your daughters? After all, they are strong. Scathach looked at Victor as if she were looking at a genius. Fuck. Why didn't I ever think about it? She puts her hand to her forehead in disbelief. You're very overprotective. I love that about you. But you need to let your daughters train a little. Victor commented casually. He also wanted to fight those men she eliminated. Scathach looked at Victor with a neutral expression. Did he really not understand what he just said? Victor looked at his chest. Did she sleep? I think you will become a good father in the future. Scathach commented. And for a few seconds, her green eyes sparkled a little. She was clearly planning something. Elizabeth stops thinking bullshit and looks at Ophis. And, seeing Ophis sleeping peacefully on a stranger's chest, the only thing she can think of seeing Ophis' current state is, I hope the father doesn't see this. He's going to freak out. Ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly everyone heard the voice of the advertiser. The game between Clan Rider and Clan Horseman is about to begin. Finally. Victor said he hoped to see something interesting. Hearing the advertiser's voice, the women stopped what they were doing and looked out into the arena. Everyone, including the audience, was soon able to see 4 individuals walking towards the middle of the arena. That's my aunt. Oh. Victor looked at the woman who was walking towards the middle of the arena. He could feel that this was the same woman who was in the VIP room a little way away from him. The woman had long blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a long elegant black dress. She had a gentle smile on her face as she walked towards the center. Victor examines the woman up and down and then looks at Sasha. Then, seeing the obvious differences in the chest, legs, and ass areas, he asked with genuine curiosity. Is she really your aunt? He couldn't help asking that question. The woman was just very different from Sasha. And the only things alike were her hair and blue eyes. Yeah. She's a lot like my mom as usual. Sasha replied as she looked at her aunt. Victor was speechless. Genes are an unfair thing sometimes. He spoke in a low voice. What are you looking at? Darling. Ruby asked with narrowed eyes. I was just admiring how beautiful my wives are. He smiled. Ruby was a little embarrassed. But she was getting used to her husband's charm. She won't fall so easy. Victor flashed a small smile and snapped his fingers. And then soon, 3 more ice thrones were created beside him. Feel free. He pointed to the thrones. Sasha, who was closest to Victor, sat next to him. Violet sat next to Sasha. And Ruby sat next to Violet. Kakakaka. They complained so much. And in the end, they did the same thing. Scathach laughed. Victor exhibited a small smile and stroked Ophis' hair, who was sleeping on his chest. Then he looked at the arena again. He saw that a rather tall man was heading towards the center of the arena. The game was starting. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 81 to 81, Sly Fox. A man wearing noble garb, looking like he came out of a medieval movie, entered the arena. He looked like he was 190 cm in height. A muscular body that can even be seen through the clothes he is wearing. What stood out most about this man who had just entered the arena was his cold dead eyes. The phrase, "The eyes are the window of the soul," couldn't be more correct in talking about this man. Looking into the man's lifeless eyes, everyone could immediately think he was dead inside. Looking into the eyes of the man who had just entered, Victor flashed a small smile. "Oh, you can tell." Scathach displayed a small satisfied smile. "Yeah. At first glance, it might appear that he is a man bored with everything. A dead man. But that couldn't be more incorrect." Victor's eyes gleamed a little through the glasses he was wearing. "Ha ha ha. Foxes always know how to deceive someone. For these animals, deceiving people is like second nature. That man. He's a fox." She laughed in amusement, looking pleased with Victor's opinion. "Is he strong?" Violet asked. "Yeah. Of course. He's strong. But the question you should be asking is, how strong is he?" Scathach replied. Violet looked at the man again. She seemed to be examining the man. "I feel that my mother is stronger than him." PFFT. HAHAHAHAHA. Scathach started laughing as if she heard the funniest joke in the world. Violet looked at Scathach with an emotionless look. "Girl. A woman who relies only on her powers isn't qualified enough to be called strong. Do you know why?" Scathach bared all her teeth as she laughed. Violet waited for Scathach's following words. "Because when someone takes that power from her, she will become useless." This. Violet wasn't able to argue anything against Scathach's words. After all, she also knew that her mother had never trained anything in her life other than her power. Is she strong? Yes. Of course. She is. She has mastered the control of her power. But, without that power, she becomes useless. It's like a wizard that if he loses his magic, he will become an ordinary person. And she didn't even bother to train the vampire's basic powers. Scathach continues, this time in a teacher's tone of voice. Remember, a hunter must always have several weapons in his arsenal at his disposal. He must always have different ways to kill a creature stronger than himself. If you can't use your innate vampire powers, use martial arts and force close-range combat. If you can't use martial arts, get a weapon. If a weapon is not available, take a stone. Use the environment to your advantage. Use everything you can to kill your enemy. That's what a hunter does. And that's what I taught Victor. I get it. Violet took this as a learning lesson. She thought she should ask Victor to teach her something in the future. Ruby, Lacus, Sienna, and Eleanor didn't know how to react to these words. But as former students, they decided to take notes on Scathach's words. But they were wondering something internally. Why didn't she teach this to us too? The four women unconsciously looked at Victor, feeling the eyes of the women on him. Victor, who was looking at the man who arrived at the center of the arena, said, "Let's go back to watching. Before that, give me my sister," Elizabeth demanded. Victor looks back and sees Elizabeth standing behind him. "It's not like I'm holding her here. You can take her off if you want." Victor stopped petting Ophis and opened his arms. Elizabeth walked in front of Victor. But before she could do anything, she took a pair of black gloves from her pocket. Victor looked at the glove and saw several magic symbols engraved on the glove. "Protection." "Yes," she answered. Soon she started to move her hand towards Ophis. Everyone looked at this scene with curious eyes. When Elizabeth's hands touch Ophis's arm, the little girl suddenly opens her eyes. Ophis's blood-red eyes were emitting a dangerous light. She gripped Victor's clothes tighter and looked at her sister. Elizabeth's body visibly trembled. But she remained calm and said, "We need to go back." "Ophis, stop." Elizabeth's body suddenly stopped moving as if paralyzed. But this only lasted a few seconds. Then she was able to regain control of her body. "Ophis." She smiled gently and tried to convince Ophis. But before she could say anything more, "I will not go." The little girl refused to listen. Tisk. Violet was waiting for her to accept. Violet. Sasha and Ruby looked at Violet. Do you remember our conversation? Ruby says. She didn't like that either. But she's conscientious enough not to seek a fight with the king's family. Yeah. I won't do anything. Violet turned her face away. The two did not trust her words. Victor exhibited a small smile. He closed his arms and strokes Ophis' hair. Let her do what she wants. Seeing Ophis' satisfied expression. Sigh. Elizabeth sighed and turned away from Ophis. She walked to a chair next to Eleanor and sat down. Princess. Countess Eleanor. The two exchanged little greetings. Soon the whole group looked towards the arena, which began to create a dome around the two individuals. And suddenly a golden scroll appeared floating in the middle of the dome. Count Niklaus Horseman. Thank you so much for bringing the countship for me today. You are very confident. The man spoke in an emotionless tone. Of course I'm confident. I'm not my sister who would lose something so important to someone insignificant like you. I see. He looked at the audience with a bored look. Victoria was a little annoyed internally. She wanted to tease him a little to try to learn a little more about the man's personality. But he didn't react as she expected. He looked back at her. How are we going to decide this? A fight? A dance? A board game? If you choose a board game, I suggest chess. Oh, but. He exhibited a small cold smile. Chess can be a difficult thing for you, considering you don't seem to have much intellectual capacity. Victoria opened her eyes a little. She didn't expect this coming from someone like him. But she wasn't someone who would let this little insult disturb her emotions. I want a fight. Something simple. With that, you will have no excuses if you lose. And we need to entertain this entire audience. Right. A game of chess would be tedious. She smiled gently. A fight is fine with me. Niklaus agreed. How many rounds? How many competitors? And what are the rules? Niklaus cracked his neck a little. 1 round is enough. The rules are simple. We fight until the other side has lost their heart or gives up on their own. As vampires, they are immortal. But it is not true immortality. If the vampire has their head completely destroyed, they will die. And if the vampire suffers an attack with their mortal weaknesses, they will die too. Because of that, she proposed a rule: if the vampire loses their heart, they will lose the game. After all, this type of injury can be easily healed with vampire regeneration. I heard from a little bird that your twin sons are geniuses. Put one of them to fight. Then, I will select a trusted warrior to fight him. She continued with a gentle smile on her face. It was quite clear that she had confidence in the warrior she had chosen. What a coincidence. I also learned from a little bird that was a color very similar to yours that you had a child. And to my surprise, that child was an oriental vampire. I wonder if the clan Fulgur knows that. Niklaus flashed a cold little smile. Victoria's eyes changed to blood red for a moment. And she took on a cold expression. Where are you going? Count Niklaus. Victoria didn't like it. She's pretty sure she hid her son's information from the fangs of these old vampires. They weren't supposed to know about her son. Use your son to fight. If you choose your child, I will accept these terms. That fox, Victoria knew that if she didn't accept it, the next news the entire vampire world would know was that she had a child by a foreign vampire. And she knows that the first person who would knock on her door upon learning of this information would be her sister. Normally this would not be a problem. But as her son was born with the lightning power she did not inherit, her sister will demand that her son be turned over to Clan Fulgur. He cornered me. She knew that if her son fought, the chance of him using his lightning powers was high. You can give up. You know. Victoria clenches her fist tightly. She can't give up. She's come too far to give up now. I accept. He will fight. I accept the terms. Niklaus looked at the parchment. And, seeing that everything was correct, he turned away. Victoria watched the man's back for a long time. But soon she turned to and walked out of the arena. It's okay. My son inherited his father's talent. He can win without using lightning. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 82-82. The match is starting. After the events that took place in the arena, the 2 clan leaders split up and returned to their respective VIP rooms. Inside a VIP room very similar to the one Victor was in, 3 people were present. A blonde woman wearing a long elegant black dress was sitting on a sofa. And beside her was a woman wearing a purple dress with some white accents. Unlike Victoria, where the dress was more noble, this woman's dress was more modern. Tatsuya, I'm counting on you, and remember not to use lightning. You can win with only your father's talent. I believe in you. Take care, my son. Victoria spoke with a gentle expression on her face as she looked at her son. A tall man at 185 centimeters in height. Pale skin. Long dark blonde hair. And dark black eyes. He was wearing a black yukata with gold accents. Yes, mother. The man exhibited a small, gentle smile as he walked towards the exit of the room and walked towards the arena. The moment Tatsuya left the room, Victoria looked at the woman beside her with a serious look different from what she was showing before. How can they know about Tatsuya? I'm paying you billions of dollars every month. So that doesn't happen. She spoke in a cold tone. Believe me, Victoria, I do not know either. The woman spoke with a small sigh. Even for a witch like you. You don't know. Victoria's eyes changed to blood red. Sigh. The woman sighed after watching Victoria for a while. Yes. I don't know. But I do have a hunch. What? One of that woman's daughters has the clairvoyant ability. Maybe your son showed up at some important event in the future. And she knew about it. But that wouldn't explain why the Horseman clan knows about it. Victoria was not satisfied. Hecate. I'm paying you a dear price every month for you to hide my son's existence and protect him. She assumed a cold smile. From the moment that old man discovered my son's existence. You failed your job. I will lower your pay. The witch opened her eyes wider. And her face darkened a little. Wait. His existence hasn't been discovered by everyone yet. And that doesn't break the contract rule. Victoria ignored what Hecate said. If you don't want to lose money, hurry up and find out what happened. Yes, I will. Hecate sighed a little relieved. She didn't want to miss her golden goose. Being hired by a woman with a net worth of trillions of dollars like Victoria was every witch's dream. So, who will fight? My older brother or me? Maybe my little sister? Einar Horseman asked. And, as always, he had that crazy grin on his face. Niklas, who was standing watching the arena through the glass, spoke without looking back. Your older brother cannot fight. And I will not entrust such an important matter to my daughter. You will fight. Oh, thanks. Father, Einar continued to laugh. This is your last chance, don't fail me like you failed to capture that alpha wolf. This time, the opponent is someone of your level. And he won't be using all of his power. You shouldn't have excuses if you lose to that woman's son. Niklas was very disappointed. He gave his son a simple mission and even sent someone strong enough to capture an alpha wolf. But even so, the two failed because of their arrogance. Einar kept showing his smile as he looked at his father seriously. He knew he had disappointed his father. And that is something that shouldn't be repeated. I will not fail, father. He spoke with absolute confidence. He had no confidence in fighting an alpha wolf. But a vampire. That's easy. Good. Now, go. Yes. Einar got up from the couch and walked towards the exit of the VIP room. Zwei and Jessica just fell silent. How is the boy's condition? Niklas asked. Dying. Sick. Zwei responded neutrally. And then he continued. He doesn't have time. Niklas started to think a little before speaking. That's a problem. It's very difficult to create a hybrid. We can't lose it until we complete our goal. What shall we do with those individuals my brothers have brought? Jessica asked. She was curious about what her father was going to do with Lucy and his subordinates. Nothing. Karen is keeping an eye on them. I don't trust Karen. Jessica said. She couldn't trust Karen. She felt that this woman would betray them at any moment. My daughter. Niklas looked at his daughter with the same bored eyes he always has. It doesn't matter whether you trust her or not. She's doing her job and giving information. That's all that matters. But, Jessica wanted to say something. But her father continued. If she becomes useless and doesn't do her job, she should just be eliminated. He looked back at the arena. Asking for a vampire's trust is sheer nonsense. Jessica was silent. She didn't know what to say to her father because, in the end, she knew he was correct. Vampires will always act in their own best interest. A man wearing a red and black suit walked into the middle of the arena. He was a tall man and was wearing a smiling mask on his face. The man raised his hands in the air and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the two clans have decided the rule of the game today." His voice strangely traveled to all corners of the arena. "Look at this." He pointed into the air. And soon everyone could see a giant hologram showing. Chosen games. A 1 version 1 duel. Rounds. 1. Rules. If the participant has their heart destroyed, they lose. If the participant surrenders, they lose. Time limit. No limit. Clan Horseman bets. Vampire count title. Clan Rider bets. The Rider conglomerate. Attention. The game starts in 10 minutes. Oh. The crowd started clapping and cheering. "It's a fight. A fight." A man shouted excitedly. "Would we be able to see 2 count level vampires fighting?" A woman spoke with a big smile on her face. She looked excited. "This is a great opportunity." A man across the arena spoke. "Finally. Something interesting is happening." A bored-looking man spoke. "I wouldn't be so optimistic." A pessimistic-looking woman commented. The vampires who were present in the arena started to debate who would fight whom. They looked very impatient. But it wasn't just them. Victor's group was also impatient. Tisk. Mainly Victor. "Father." Ophis looks up and sees Victor's annoyed face. Victor looked at Ophis and smiled gently. Then he began to stroke her head. "It's nothing, Ophis." She exhibited a small smile and closed her eyes as if enjoying his caresses. "Haha. Be patient, Victor. These things take time to get done." Scathach commented. Victor didn't say anything and just remained silent. My aunt seemed to get annoyed for a moment. Sasha, who was beside Victor, spoke. "Oh. Did you notice?" "Yes." Sasha nodded. It was only for a few seconds. But her emotions seemed to intensify. Ruby commented. "That man must have done something." Elizabeth, who was a little far away, spoke. "You seem to know him." Princess. Victor looked at Elizabeth. Nothing escapes the king's eyes. Elizabeth smiled. "Ha ha ha." Scathach laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Elizabeth's face became neutral. Nothing escapes the king's eyes. Except for Countess Scathach. She rephrased her sentence. "Hey. Glad you understand, Princess." Elizabeth turned her face away and ignored Scathach. When she turned her face away, she could see her guards, who were still standing with thorns of ice hovering around them. "Can you let my guards go?" "Oh. I forgot about them." Scathach snaps her fingers. "And soon the ice is gone." "Thanks, Princess." The guards spoke. And soon they broke away from the group and stood guard near the door. Sigh. Elizabeth sighed. For some reason, she just wanted to get out of this place. She couldn't handle Scathach. "You seem to be having a rough time, Princess." Eleanor spoke. Elizabeth looked at Eleanor with a neutral gaze and nodded. "Don't worry. We all understand your feeling." Everyone in the room except Victor, Sasha, Ruby, Violet, and Scathach, who were talking to each other, nodded. "My mom is a very difficult person to deal with. Especially now that she's, having fun." Sienna spoke. Elizabeth looked at Sienna with a neutral expression. Sienna's eyes darkened a little. "But don't worry. You'll get used to it soon. And look. She found someone like her. We have 2 Scathach now. Bloody hell. I want to get out of here." She really wanted to get out of that room right now. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 83-83. Let the games begin. 10 minutes had passed. And the game was about to start. The hologram of the arena suddenly changed. And soon everyone could see the participants' faces, their age, and their names. Einar Horseman, heir to the Horseman clan. Age 105. Tatsuya, hired mercenary. Age 90. When the audience saw that they were 2 children, their reaction was mixed. Tisk. 2 kids. Some didn't like it. It's better than nothing. Some just didn't care anymore. They're cute. Some thought they were both attractive. Boring. Some lost interest. I wanted to see the 2 leaders fight. Some were honest with their thoughts. Despite having different reactions, there was something they all had in common. They were bored. But there wasn't much better to do. So they were going to watch anyway. So it's him. Tatsuya. Victor's smile grew when he finally got to know the name of the person who had a strong presence. He had seen a strong presence some time ago near the VIP room where he was. And he finally got to know who this individual was. An Einer Horseman. Victor's eyes lit up a little when he saw the name, Horseman. So he's the heir. Huh. He thought with an indecipherable little smile. Do you want me to investigate it? Master. Victor suddenly heard Kagaya's voice in his head. He stroked Ophi's head and thought for a moment. No need. The reason he refused was simple. He didn't want to put Kagaya at risk. When Victor looked at the leader of Clan Horsemen, he could tell what kind of person he was. And with Skathich's words a few minutes ago, he knew that man was someone careful. Despite having a convenient power that can help her escape from any situation, Victor doesn't want to risk putting his favorite mate in danger. Okay, Master. But if you need anything, talk to me. I'm feeling useless just being in your shadow. Haha. I'll talk to you if I need anything. He replied in a low voice. Ophis looks up and stares at Victor. Shadow. Victor displays a gentle smile and puts his finger to his mouth in a gesture of silence. Soon she lays her head on his chest. Hey. She hid his last name. Huh. Skathich exhibited a small smile. He looks familiar somehow. Sasha spoke as she stared at the image. Violet didn't care about the contestants. She was just staring at Ophis with a death glare. Despite ignoring it for a few minutes, she still felt jealous and envious of the little girl. And Violet was thinking of doing something. Stop. Ruby spoke. But I haven't done anything yet. Violet looked at Ruby in disbelief. Yes. You haven't done anything yet. Ruby looked at Violet with a look that completely understood Violet's actions. Violet was wondering when she became so predictable. Sigh. Ruby sighed. Don't do anything now. Okay. I'm also jealous. And I also want to do something about it. But, despite my feelings about this situation, this little girl is still the king's daughter. So though my mother wouldn't mind it, and our husband wouldn't either, we must not get into conflict with the king. Tisk. Violet turned her face away. Ladies and gentlemen. Hearing the announcer's voice, the girls looked towards the arena, where they saw two men walking towards the arena. A man with long golden hair was walking calmly towards the middle of the arena. He was wearing a black yukata with black details. And he also had a small katana around his waist. The feeling he gave was that of a sharp but gentle warrior. A very opposite feeling from the other competitor. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and black jeans. The man had a big, distorted smile on his face. And his crazed eyes gave away what kind of personality he seemed to have. Upon reaching the middle of the arena, the two fighters faced each other. Despite being opposites in personality, the audience didn't have a favorite fighter. They didn't care for the gentle-looking fighter. And they also didn't care for the crazy appearance of the other fighter. Instead, they just wanted to see something interesting. The announcer knew that, and because of that, he didn't speak more than necessary. He approached the participants and spoke out loud so that everyone could hear. Everyone present here knows the rule. But I will repeat it. Permanent death is not allowed. If any of the fighters break this rule, severe consequences will happen to the clan the fighter is representing. The masked referee looked at the two. Did I make myself clear? They both felt a shiver down their spine as they looked through the small space of the masked man's mask. Yes. The two replied. Good. Let the game begin. The referee disappeared. The moment they heard the referee's words, the two participants seemed to disappear from view. And soon they appeared in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya was holding his katana. And Einer was holding a completely black rapier. The two swords collided in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya looked at the rapier with appraising eyes. He wondered when this weapon appeared in the man's hand. He knew his opponent didn't enter the arena with this weapon in hand. But he didn't have much time to think when he felt something trying to pierce his back. Realizing the danger, Tatsuya decided to flee from this situation. Calm down. Don't run away. Tatsuya looked down and saw that his feet were trapped in the ground by some kind of black slime. Tatsuya's body started to crackle with lightning for a few seconds but soon stopped. Instinctively, Tatsuya would use his lightning bolts. But remembering his mother's words, he managed to control himself. With no choices, he decided to do whatever was necessary not to lose the game from the start. So he uses a parry technique and deflects Einar's blade. In doing so, he managed to knock the blade away from Einar. Realizing his chance, he makes a decision and cuts off his legs. With his body falling towards the ground, Tatsuya supports himself with his hand and moves away. He looked at the place where he was and saw a kind of blackthorn piercing the air. What is that? With a calm face, he tried to understand the enemy's power. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the public knows what's going on. Scathach laughed in amusement. Suddenly everyone could feel a sensation that made the spines of their bodies shiver. And everyone in the VIP room looked at Victor. Hey. As expected. You didn't disappoint me again. Scathach's smile grew. Victor's hair seemed to be floating like it was defying gravity. His eyes were glowing a dangerous red. And he had a huge smile that showed all the sharp teeth in his mouth. Father. Ophis called him. But Victor seemed to be in a trance. And he didn't hear her. Ophis looked at Victor. Her big eyes shining cutely. She didn't understand why Victor didn't talk to her. That feeling is scary. Pepper muttered a little. Did he get like this just seeing those two fight? Everyone in the room except Violet, Ruby, Sasha, Scathach, and Ophis, who were more concerned about looking at Victor, agreed with Pepper. Seeing the face she considered an excited face of her disciple, Scathach started to think of a few things. She looked back to the arena. Aren't you going to attack me? Just because I'm in this condition? Are you underestimating me? Tatsuya asked in a cold voice. He. I don't need to move to attack you. Suddenly a blackthorn pierces Tatsuya's heart. Tatsuya, my son. Why didn't you finish the fight? Victoria didn't seem worried about her son. In fact, she looked impatient. Tisk. This is boring. Someone in the audience complained. As a 450-year-old vampire, this kind of fight wasn't surprising to him. That same feeling was shared by the other vampires who were similar in age to that man and were watching the fight. For them, it was just a child's fight. Do you have fun when you see two kids fighting? Of course not. What are you waiting for? Boy. Finish the opponent. And end this farce soon. A man from the audience shouted towards Einar. HMM. Einar seemed to be singing a song and totally ignored the man in the audience. Then his red eyes started to glow. I feel weird. Einar started to think of a few things. And soon he made a move that left everyone speechless. He takes the rapier he created and pierces his own heart. An uncomfortable silence descended on the arena. Nobody understood what happened. Silence remains for 30 seconds. Then everyone hears the sound of breaking glass. The sky is cracking. Someone spoke in disbelief. The sky suddenly broke. And soon everyone woke up in a stupor. Vampires under 500 years of age looked at the arena in shock. Huh. Are you both okay? What happened? The audience was freaking out. An older vampire in the audience said. Children these days are too weak to fall for this simple trick. He shook his head in disappointment. Unexpected. I thought this would be easy. Tatsuya spoke in a cold voice. He was still standing in the same spot the game had started and was about to finish the fight when he realized that Einar had fallen into his power. But his instincts warned him not to get closer now. Einar's smile grew disproportionately. I see. We didn't know about this power. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 84-84, Tatsuya vs Einar. What just happened? Violet rubbed her eyes. This power is dangerous. I didn't even feel like I was in an illusion. Sasha spoke in a serious voice. She felt uncomfortable as she imagined she could be in an illusion at any time. Illusion. Violet looked at Sasha. Yes. I don't know how it works. But that is the power he just used. Right. Since she wasn't sure what she was talking about, she looked to Scathach for answers. Sasha was internally surprised. Is his power so strong that it could affect several young vampires present in the arena simultaneously? seeing what Sasha was doing. Violet also looked at Scathach. Sensing Sasha and Violet's gaze, Scathach looked at them and flashed a small, unreadable smile. You're correct that his power is an illusion. But that's not all. Then she looked back at the arena. Sasha and Violet nodded. They understood why the woman spoke so mysteriously. She was basically saying, use your brains. The problem is right in front of you. That power. When was it activated? I don't remember looking him in the eye. Ruby commented. Indeed. He doesn't have an emo attitude either. Pepper, who got up and approached Ruby, added. Violet and Sasha looked at their sisters. What are you talking about? Violet asked as she raised her eyebrow. Nothing. The two spoke at the same time. Tatsuya looked at Einar with a cold look on his face. Tell me. Do you think your reality that you see is really real? Then, his eyes changing to blood red, he started walking towards Einar. I don't know. And I don't care either. Einar looked to his right side and ignored what Tatsuya was saying. I see. Tatsuya's image disappeared from the arena. If the act of observing reality is what determines what is real, then Tatsuya appears beside Einar and attacks him. Black thorns suddenly grow from the ground and cross Tatsuya. And Tatsuya's blood splashed in Einar's face. For just a small moment, Einar's face displayed a tiny bit of pleasure. He thought he had it right this time. But soon a strange sensation like the one he'd felt the first time hit him. What am I to you? A reality? Or an illusion? The image of Tatsuya being pierced by the black thorns disappears like a mirage. And a katana blade appears behind Einar and cuts him vertically. Fuck. Einar tries to dodge the attack. But he can barely manage. He had to sacrifice his arm. His arm fell to the ground. And he felt the pain. He backed away quickly and looked at his arm. And again he felt that nagging feeling in his heart. This isn't real. The moment he identified what was real, his arm disappeared from the ground and returned to his body. If you can't understand me, you can't fight me since you can't fight what you don't understand. A katana suddenly pierces Einar's chest. Cough. Einar coughed up blood on the floor. This time, he felt that this wound was real. He creates black thorns behind him and attacks Tatsuya. Tell me. The wound you just received. Does it exist? Tisk. Hearing Tatsuya's voice, Einar's face for the first time showed an annoyed expression. Fuck off. Several thorns appear around Einar. Where are you? Show yourself. The audience was silent. They couldn't understand what was happening right in front of them. But, of course, this only applied to the younger vampires. The older vampires knew what was going on. And the only thing that crossed the mind of the older vampires was, where did the leader of Clan Rider find this man with such exotic power? The eyes of the older vampires looked at Tatsuya with a look of limitless curiosity. For them, who were bored, Tatsuya was a perfect existence to kill their boredom. Ha ha ha. That kid must be having a hard time right now. Scathach chuckled. She looked at Victor, who seemed to have all of his senses focused on the fight. Do you seem to understand what's going on, Victor? She exhibited a small smile. Hearing Scathach's question, everyone looked at Victor. Yeah, look. Tatsuya is going to cut his legs off now. And just like Victor said, Tatsuya's katana appears on Einar's legs and cuts diagonally. Einar was going through a difficult time. He understood what was going on. But despite understanding the enemy's power, he couldn't do anything to counteract that power. It's useless. He heard Tatsuya's voice again. As long as you don't understand my existence, you can't fight me. The katana appears again in front of Einar and tries to cut off his head. Einar quickly creates a thorn shield in front of him and jumps back using his hands. When Tatsuya's katana touches the thorn shield, the katana disappears like mist. Victor's group was surprised again. This is a tough fight for me. Eleanor was honest. She was primarily a fighter who used strength to overcome everything. Indeed. This man is like an eel. He is very slippery. And that power is irritating to fight back against. Elizabeth spoke. How do you fight someone who can confuse all your senses? He has the advantage. Lacus spoke. You are thinking wrong. Victor and Scathach's voices were heard at the same time. The group was silent again. For the first time, Victor stops watching the fight and looks at Scathach. Then he exhibits a small smile. Do you explain? Or do I explain? She smiled. You explain. She wanted to know Victor's thoughts. Victor gets up with Ophis in his arms and says something in Ophis' ear. The girl nodded in agreement. He decided to demonstrate. After all, is better than explaining. Watch. He places his hand in front of Ophis and descends slowly. The group started to watch the movement of Victor's hands. Victor's hands began to glow with the power of lightning. And it caught the girl's attention even more. He looked like he was going to do something big. Suddenly he said, "Now, where is Ophis?" Huh. The women looked up and saw that Ophis had disappeared. She disappeared. Elizabeth screamed and got up from her chair. She couldn't lose her sister again. Ruby, Sasha, and Violet look around. And soon they see Ophis sitting on Victor's ice throne. But since the throne was so big, it looked like she had disappeared. She's on the throne. The three spoke. Elizabeth walks close to the throne and sighs with relief when she sees Ophis sitting in a cute fashion. What I just did is simple. I focused your attention on my hands. And you didn't see Ophis come down from my arms. A simple attention shifting trick. That's basically what he's doing to deceive Einar. Of course. He's not using this simple magic trick. He must be using his power to make it work on a large scale. Ha 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 ha. Good. You get it. But you missed something. Idiot disciple. Oh. Victor and the group looked at Scathach. That man. He is not trying to deceive the boy of Clan Horseman. He is deceiving his very existence. She exhibited a teacher's smile. By becoming a difficult creature to be observed. The brain cannot understand what it is observing. So it looks like he is using a form of illusion. He said it. Right. You can't fight what you don't understand. That's basically a tip he left. I see. Victor's smile grew a little. Father. Ophis raised her hand up in a gesture that told Victor to hold her. What a spoiled girl. Victor smiled kindly and picked up Ophis again. Then sat on the ice throne he created. Better. Elizabeth didn't know what to say or think seeing her sister like this. Crack. Violet's grip was so strong that she broke the ice throne she was sitting on a little. In an attempt to ignore what she was seeing, she said, "He is hiding his very existence. And by doing so, he manages to fool his opponent." Her brain was spinning to try to understand what she just heard. That doesn't make any sense. Ruby said. His power is quite unusual in our community. I think he must be a foreign vampire. Sienna commented. As an older vampire, she could understand the battle and the power of man. But even for her, his power was something interesting and curious. The power of the vampires out there shouldn't be that strong. Elizabeth continued. His power is not strong. Eleanor explained. It's the way he uses his power that makes it look like his power is strong. Suddenly everyone could feel a dark pressure. They quickly look into the arena and see Einar's body covered in a distorted black aura. Annoying. Annoying. Your power is irritating. Your existence is irritating. He had a distorted expression on his face and seemed very upset. I don't need to understand you to defeat you. A pillar of black energy came out of Einar's body. Slowly. Einar's skin began to change to a dark black. He started to grow in height. His ears grew. And black wings made of pure power grew up behind him. His hair lifted as if defying gravity. His eyes took on a deeper shade of red. His teeth sharpened. That's. Victor's smile grew distorted. And everyone could see the big smile Victor had on his face. The vampire count form. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 85-85, Tatsuya vs Einar. 2. This power, the audience was speechless. Especially the younger vampires. How did he achieve this form despite being so young? It's impossible. Some were unbelievers. Oh. That's what I wanted to see. Now it's interesting. The most bored vampires didn't care. They just wanted to have fun. Hey blonde boy. Show me something interesting too. The two fighters ignored the voices of vampires from the audience and focused their attention on each other. Father, Zui spoke in a neutral voice. But one that held a sense of warning. I know. It's all right. It's not like it's rare for the sons of vampire counts to take that form. Niklas didn't look worried. Jessica looked intently at the arena. Although this was a power she still hadn't quite grasped. She hoped that by watching her brother do it, she might understand something. Lady Victoria. Hecate looked worried. It's okay, my son can win. But, after seeing the form her son's opponent took, she thought, these damn geniuses. How old is he? Only 105. And even though he's so young, can he take that form? She was really starting to get worried about her son. Even though her son is a full-fledged genius, he hasn't released this transformation yet. She knows it's foolish to just let him fight without using all of his powers. But despite knowing this, she's still a mother. She wants the best for her son and doesn't want to involve her son in Clan Fulgur's schemes. Hecate. If things get bad, send him a message telling him to use all his powers. What about the Fulgur clan? I'll deal with those bastards later. But first, we must win this game. But despite being a mother who wants the best for her child, she was an ambitious woman. A contradiction of ambition, desire, and a mother's affection. I see. I will get the message across if something happens. Crack, crack. Sounds of breaking glass can be heard. It felt like reality was breaking. This reality will decay in the face of my power. He raised his hands, and his power seemed to cover all the space around him. The moment he raised his hand, the world around him began to rot. And slowly, the illusion disappeared and showed Tatsuya, who had a surprised expression on his cold face. Einar broke Tatsuya's power with sheer brute force. And to think you surpassed my power with pure strength. And there's also this transformation. Do you call it vampire count form? Are you scared now? Don't be. We've just started. Einar's smile grew. Wrong, I'm not scared. I just realized that I still have a lot to improve. That's a good thing. Tatsuya braced himself. I see. Einar didn't care. Einar's wings of power seemed to grow. And, as soon as he rose into the air, he spread his wings. Black thorns began to grow inside the wings. And soon a shower of thorns flew towards Tatsuya. Using a foot movement that would be the envy of any martial artist, Tatsuya dodged all the thorns. He seemed to be dancing in the middle of the arena and avoided all attacks with as little effort as possible. The thorns hitting the arena seemed to be causing a decaying effect. And the ground was becoming unstable. But for Tatsuya, it wasn't a bother. He just realized that he shouldn't let those thorns touch his katana. His footwork is awesome. I want this technique. Scathach and Victor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As two beings who were always wanting to get stronger, seeing a new technique was something that made them very interested. Scathach. Does this look like a Japanese martial art? But it seems that whoever invented this martial art adapted it for use by vampires. As a 2,000-year-old vampire, she could already understand the technique with just a glance. And it took less than 10 seconds for her to understand that this technique was useless for her. After all, she had something like that. And the technique Tatsuya used was created specifically for katana users. But she thought it didn't hurt to learn. And, because of that, she just watched the boy fight. By doing that, she could learn faster since, as a master of all martial arts, it was something simple for her to do. Interesting. It's very similar to the technique I use, but it's more refined. Lacus was interested in the match now. The vampire count form and Tatsuya's footwork caught her attention. Sasha had the same feeling as Lacus. But she didn't want the speed. She wanted that calm that man has. Even being in danger, his emotions were never altered. She wanted that. And this thought was shared by Violet. She knows that one of her weaknesses is that she loses control of her emotions too easily. Tisk. Seeing that he wasn't making any progress, Einar decided to change his strategy. Cocoon. He whispered in a low voice. Soon several black thorns came out from under the arena and formed a black cocoon. Hey, I can't see the fight that way. The audience complained. Yes. Do something. It was just starting to get interesting. You motherfucker. Do not worry. The referee acted quickly. Then used a magical observation device. And soon their fight could be seen through the giant hologram that was floating above the arena. Using the cocoon as a means of using his powers, Einar was throwing several thorns at Tatsuya. A simple overpowering tactic. This is getting complicated, Tatsuya whispered while dodging the black thorns. Then, realizing he was getting cornered with each passing minute, I don't have any choice. He decided to do something. His eyes began to glow blood red, and golden energy began to shine in his katana. I'm sorry, Mother. I will be rebellious today. He suddenly stopped moving and assumed an Iijutsu stance. I got you. Einar yelled excitedly. He was finally going to kill this slippery eel. He completely forgot that he shouldn't kill opponents. Ryujin. Tatsuya whispered in a low voice as a colossal pressure started to come out of his body. And that pressure crushed all the black thorns. He drew the katana from its scabbard. And everyone could see only the wake of the katana attacking the air. Hakai no Sora. ROOOOOAAAAAAR. The image of an oriental dragon with blue eyes and golden scales that appeared to be covered in lightning seemed to come out of Tatsuya's sword. And it flew towards Einar. What? Einar quickly fled from Tatsuya's attack. He was not foolish enough to try to defend against that attack. The dragon destroyed the cocoon easily and continued to fly towards the dark skies of Nightingale. That is. Sasha rose from her throne and looked at the dragon in shock. He has the power of my clan. A moment of silence descended throughout the arena. Oh. This time everyone was impressed. That was amazing. Blonde boy. Incredible. Do it again. The audience looked like excited children now. Tatsuya. Maybe it's better this way. Hecate spoke to Victoria. That's not what I'm surprised at. Oh. He disobeyed you. Huh. Yes. He was always an obedient boy. Victoria wasn't angry. She was just surprised that Tatsuya disobeyed her. Einar continued watching the dragon until it disappeared completely. Then, he looked at Tatsuya, his eyes glowing for a few seconds. After that, he descended from the heavens, took his transformation off, and created a rapier with his powers. He positions rapier in front of him and takes a fighting stance. Oh. Tatsuya was curious. I'm just wasting energy uselessly. You're too fast. And my powers won't hit you. He looked completely different. Even his voice became more serious. This is the most efficient tactic. He understood that he couldn't overcome Tatsuya with raw power. And he also could only assume that form for a few minutes before he was completely exhausted. He didn't want to risk losing because of that. I wonder if this is a good idea. How are you going to hit me if you don't understand me? Tatsuya exhibited a small smile. You're wrong. Einar disappeared and moved in front of Tatsuya. Soon the two blades collide in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya tried to use his powers to deceive the opponent. Created a mirage of himself. Then backed off. But he was surprised when Einar ignored his mirage and ran towards him. Again the two blades collide. Now. I understand you. He displayed a small neutral smile. Tatsuya exhibited a slight smile. I wonder about that. Soon the two collide again and begin to fight. Crack, crack. Broken ice sounds can be heard. Everyone looks at Victor and sees him squeezing the armrest of the ice throne as if holding on to keep from jumping into the arena and fighting. A frightening pressure began to leave Victor's body. And his smile only grew and grew. But, this time, the pressure felt more terrifying. And it seemed to be affecting everything around. Some places in the room seemed to be hot like the desert. Some places seemed to be cold like the North Pole. Some places in the room were making small sounds of electricity crackling. Eleanor, Sienna, Lacus, and Pepper quickly left the part that was too hot and went to the part that was cold. Hey, Scathach flashed a small smile. She completely understood how Victor was feeling. Victor. Stop. Pepper tried to talk to Victor. But she couldn't. She quickly fled behind her sister. She knew the place near Victor's wives was the safest. Monster. Eleanor and Elizabeth spoke at the same time when they realized that this was being caused by Victor. Elizabeth was the most shocked. That man has the powers of the three strongest clans. What in the seven hells is going on? She felt that she needed to find out what was going on. As a princess, she started to think that the three clans came together and decided to create a monster. And the result of that is Victor. Victor let the air out of his lungs. The air seemed to be very hot. And while keeping his smile, Ha 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 ha. He started laughing madly. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 86 to 86. How can I not be excited? An opponent, a strong opponent, was in front of me. I want to fight. Fuck these policies. Fuck everything. I want to fight. And I know someone who can give me that opportunity. Someone who doesn't care about the consequences of breaking the game of 2 large families. Finally, Victor couldn't hold back his desire any longer. Scathach Scarlet. Victor's voice resonated throughout the VIP room. The princess's guards and the princess herself were surprised as Victor called Scathach. They were hoping that woman would get angry. I know. I knew this would happen. So I prepared everything. Wait for me here. She smiled as she rose from her ice throne. She didn't do anything. What the fuck? They were freaking out. Sigh. As she walked towards the exit of the VIP room, she sighed. What don't I do for my stupid disciples? She looked pretty tired. That's what it looked like if you ignored the big smile on her face. She seemed to be enjoying the whole situation. The guards, realizing that that monster was walking towards them, quickly backed away from the door. Luna. Scathach spoke up. Yes. Come with me. Yes. What just happened? Did they have some kind of telepathy? Elizabeth asked honestly as Scathach left the VIP room. Probably. Lacus replied. Knowing my mother, she must be planning something. Sienna continued, visibly upset. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha were pouting annoyed. They didn't like it. It seems Scathach understood Victor more than they did. The one most affected by it was Violet. She was about to freak out. I wasn't supposed to let Scathach train. My darling. I should have asked for war. Her thoughts were running wild. Sensing the turbulent emotions of his wives, Victor's desire to battle calmed a little. And he said, calm down, girls. I am fine. And don't think about nonsense. Huh, Ruby, Violet, and Sasha looked at Victor. My wish is simple. Victor's eyes sparkled intensely. I want to fight. For 6 months, I was beaten by my master. And she said I got better. I want to know. I need to know how much better I got. Fighting my master isn't enough. She's just too strong. Oh. The 3 spoke at the same time. 2 possible strong opponents are in front of me, how can I not get excited? How can I contain my desire? It's impossible. I've always been honest with myself. And now that I'm a vampire, that urge has gotten stronger. Now that I'm a vampire. Huh. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. She understood what that phrase implied. I see. Ruby nodded. She finally understood Victor's thoughts. Wait. Isn't that the same thought process as my mother? Violet puts her finger on her face. Darling just wants to have fun. Do you want to fight them now? What about the game? Sasha asked curiously. It's not possible that he wants to fight the 2 of them now. Right. Probably. He was talking about fighting them later. Though Sasha thought that was very unlikely. I don't know. And I don't care. Victor was honest. He would only care about something if it was related to his wives. And he knows this game has nothing to do with Sasha. That woman may be Sasha's aunt. But she's something of a distant aunt or an aunt that Sasha doesn't have much contact with. Soon he looked back at the arena and saw a referee in the middle of the arena. It looked like something had happened. And he hadn't noticed. I will entrust this matter to Scathach. My master must be planning something. And I know it won't negatively affect me. Victor spoke honestly. He knows that Scathach would only throw him to the lions in an attempt to make him stronger. And he didn't mind that attitude. In fact, he actually liked it. Everyone was silent and surprised at how much confidence Victor had in his master. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. But this game will be stalled for a few minutes. The referee suddenly spoke. Hua. The audience felt like a child who had just had their favorite candy stolen. Hey. Someone from the audience there complained. But the referee just looked at that individual and said, be patient. His cold voice sent shivers down the vampire's spine. Oh okay. He sat back. Huh. Why was the game stopped? Victoria didn't know what was going on. Knock knock. Lady Victoria Ryder. Please come to the administration room. Victoria heard the voice of the arena worker. Victoria looked at the door. What's going on? A new clan has joined the wager. The official spoke. Hua. But isn't that against the rules? We know that. But we can't ignore the person who placed the order. It's just impossible. Feeling a little fear in the employee's voice, Victoria was curious. Can I at least know who the clan is that got involved? Clan Scarlet. Hey. Countess Scathach Scarlet. Victoria swallowed her saliva. What did that monster want with her? She was just a helpless woman. Yes. Fuck. A somewhat similar scene was taking place on the side of Clan Horseman. Knock knock. Come in. Nikla's cold voice was heard by the clerk. The employee enters and immediately starts talking. Count Niklaus Horseman, a new clan, has decided to play the game. Please head to the administration room. Niklaus nodded coldly. He knew this was against the rules. So his curiosity was piqued. May I know who the new bettor is? He asked as he walked towards the exit of the VIP room. Countess Scathach Scarlet. He suddenly stopped walking. A small hint of surprise appeared on his face. But it soon disappeared as if it didn't exist. Okay. Wait here. Yes. Father. Jessica spoke up. Zwei nodded. Victoria and Niklaus meet at the door to the administration room. The two looked at each other in silence for some time. Oldest first. Niklaus spoke with a knightly gesture. Oh. A vein popped in Victoria's head. She flashed a neutral smile and said, "Why don't you go first? After all, you are someone of high status." That's true. He nodded. Then opened the door. When Niklaus opened the door, they saw a woman with long red hair standing next to an old man. They seemed to be chatting amiably. Oh. Scathach's smile grew. You arrived. Good. Come in. Come in. The two were wondering if they could refuse this offer. But remembering what was at stake, they entered. They sat on opposite sides. And as they sat down, they heard Scathach's voice. I don't want to waste a lot of time with useless conversations. So my proposal is simple. I want my disciple to fight your two heirs. My bet is simple. Whoever defeats my disciple, I will support 100% of whatever goal you have. Victoria and Nikla's eyes seemed to glow. With the same smile on her face, Scathach continued. Do you want to take the king's throne? I will support it. Do you want me to teach your children? I will do it. Do you want to destroy the human world? That is a simple job. Do you want a war against the wolves? I would love to participate. The period of my support is 1 year. She flashed a cold smile. How about? It's a good deal. Right. Yes. It was a great deal. In exchange for winning the fight against a vampire who is this woman's disciple, they would have the full support of the strongest female vampire. Just by having Scathach's name in whatever plans they had, that plan would carry more weight than usual. It just goes to show how much weight that woman's name has for all vampires. But they know that there is no free lunch in this world. If this woman trusts her disciple so much, then he must be very strong. But it was hard to know. After all, it's known to everyone that Scathach has enough disciples scattered around the world. And many of them weren't so strong that they could fight two geniuses alone. What do you want if your disciple wins? Niklaus was faster than Victoria to speak. For him, that was a good deal. And he trusted his son. Considering his son had that which no vampire had. You don't have much that is useful for my disciple and me. Oh. How about this? My disciple is allowed to come to your house at any time to use your heirs for training. And he can learn anything that is not a secret for your clan. This was a rather strange condition even for the two vampires. Explain to me in more detail about your bet. As a businesswoman, Victoria wanted to be sure what she was getting into. After all, a bet with Scathach shouldn't be simple. Right. Haven't I already explained? Are you stupid? She made a confused face. A vein snapped in Victoria's head. She thought she must be being cursed to find two people she couldn't offend on the same day. Soon, they started arguing about this matter. Victoria wanted the title of Count. Niklaus wanted to protect his title. And he also wanted the resources he could only gain from Victoria. But with Scathach's intervention, things had to change. And they didn't have many choices in this matter. After all, the bet was just too good. the support of the strongest female vampire in the world. 30 minutes later, an announcement was heard. A new player has joined the game. Hey. This was the reaction from everyone in the arena. They know it's against the rules. Soon Victor's image appeared on the screen. Victor Walker, Snow. Fulgur. Scarlet. Disciple of Scathach Scarlet. Age. 21. What? All vampires were shocked. What the fuck is Walker, Snow? Fulgur. Scarlet. What is his relationship to these three clans? Wait. He has the same last name as that woman. Disciple of Scathach. Another one. He is young. A baby. He has the same name as that woman. So they're families. Is that why he is her disciple? Hua. The audience was going crazy with lots of questions. But one thing was for sure. They were curious now. DD darling. Violet stutter. HH husband. Sasha couldn't believe what she was seeing. She did this. Ruby looked very tired. PFFFT. Victor was laughing a lot now. Father. Having fun. Ophis spoke. Scathach enters the VIP room. Hearing Victor chuckle, she showed a small satisfied smile. Victor. Victor stops laughing and looks at Scathach. Go have fun. My stupid disciple. But, remember. Don't lose. If you lose or demonstrate a pathetic fight to me, prepare for your punishment. Her eyes glowed blood red as she flashed a sultry smile. This time, you will spend 10 years training with me in isolation. Scathach would not allow a weak disciple. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 87-87, Victor vs Tatsuya and Einar. This time, you will spend 10 years training with me in isolation. Scathach would not allow a disciple of hers to be weak. The 3 wives reacted strongly to Scathach's words. Wait. Mother. Ruby said. You cannot do that. Violet growled angrily. Yes. He just got out of training. Sasha agreed with Violet. I think that would be a reward for him. Pepper whispered. Lacus and Eleanor looked at Pepper. What? Pepper asked with an innocent face. Nothing. Lacus replied. Scathach ignored everyone and continued to look at Victor. Victor exhibited a small smile as he rose from the ice throne while holding Ophis like a princess and placing her where he was sitting. As he made these movements, Victor's shadow grew. And soon Kagaya stepped out of his shadow. Realizing she couldn't stay in Victor's shadow during the game, Kagaya stepped out of his shadow and walked towards Luna, Maria, and Yuki. Ophis turned her face away in confusion. Victor removes his glasses and places them beside the ice throne. He looks into Scathach's eyes and displays a gentle smile. Thank you, Scathach. Scathach felt a strange sensation in her heart when she heard those words. It felt warm and sweet. But it wasn't bad. Girl. I'll be back soon. I'm going to play for a bit, he spoke in a playful voice as he had a small sadistic smile on his face. He looked like a kid who was going to leave home to play with his school friends. Although, the smile he had on his face at that moment was not the smile of someone who would play with friends. Then he turned and looked at the glass. And lightly touching the glass, the magic symbols of his white gloves began to glow blood red. And then a scene that left some people shocked happened. Victor's hand began to pass through the glass. What? Sasha, who was closest, was shocked. Slowly, Victor's entire body passed through the glass. And soon he was standing there floating outside the arena. How is this possible? Violet was shocked. She knew what it was. But how did he ever learn it? Did he learn that too? Ruby was surprised. Didn't I tell you? Scathach walked towards her throne. Hearing Scathach's voice, everyone looked at her. I trained his basics. That means he's mastered what I consider the basics of a noble vampire. She spoke with a slight smile on her face as she sat on her throne. She crossed her legs elegantly and continued. If he couldn't do it, I would be disappointed. Everyone was speechless. They were wondering something. How high is Scathach's standard? They know that this technique is basically a fusion of bat transformation abilities with the vampire's fogwalk ability. An advanced technique. And she considers it basic. Scathach's disciples were wondering if this was why she always had a bored face when she taught them. Was it because they didn't meet her standard? Don't be so surprised. My foolish disciple hides more secrets. She laughed a little. After all, I personally taught him that in a fight, you should have 2 or 3 hidden cards to surprise your opponent. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Luna, who was carrying several documents while accompanying Scathach, only sighed when she saw that she was forgotten. Soon she walked towards Sienna and handed all these documents to her. Take it, Lady Sienna. Huh. Sienna was taken aback by the amount of documents she received. What is that? Work. Eh? But it's my day off. Luna didn't say anything. She just walked away from Sienna and stood beside the maids, Einar and Tatsuya, who were informed that the game was changed by their respective clan leaders. Looked at Victor, who was floating in midair as he descended towards the arena. That smile. I don't like it. Einar no longer liked Victor. Tatsuya's opinion was neutral, but internally, he didn't like that smile from Victor either. Oh, that boy. Has he mastered it? An older vampire in the audience spoke in curiosity when he saw Victor floating. As expected of that woman's disciple. I think. Victor descended smoothly in the middle of the 2 participants. And the moment his feet touched the arena floor, the entire surface was turned to ice. Einar and Tatsuya quickly jumped. This power, a man in the audience was shocked. It's from that woman's clan. Is that why he has the last name Scarlet? Is he her son or something? Idiot. Didn't you see the other last names too? So who is he? I do not know. Shish. Shut up. Things are starting to get interesting. Victor's smile grew. A smile that showed all his sharp teeth was shown to the audience. He inhaled a little of the air around him. And when he let the air out of his lungs, Einar Horseman, his voice echoed throughout the arena. It was a heavy voice. A strong voice. Tatsuya. Let's have fun. Start. The referee spoke as if following Victor. Wasting no time, Einar ran towards Victor. He felt an instinctive desire to want to wipe that smile off Victor's face. He didn't like it. Creating a rapier with his powers, he tried to pierce Victor's face. He wanted to pierce his head and wipe that smile off his face. Die. The thrilling scene he'd been hoping for didn't happen. Covering his fingers with pure ice, Victor stopped Einar's attack with just 1 finger. Bang. Everyone heard the sound of 2 blades colliding. Wah. Before he could react to the scene that happened before him, he felt his face being hit by something invisible. At the same time, Victor made a move. He positioned himself with a simple martial arts pose and punched the air. Fush. A blast of air flew towards Einar. He was unable to dodge. The gust of wind hit him with violent force. Boom. An explosion happened when Einar hit the wall. Cough. Einar coughed up blood on the floor. But the attack wasn't over yet. The effects of Victor's attack began to show up in Einar's body. His body slowly starting to freeze. What? The audience didn't know how to react. They just couldn't understand what just happened in front of them. Is that the power of a vampire baby? The older vampire opened his eyes in shock. He felt like he was seeing the power of a 500-year-old vampire. The only thing he was thinking now was, that monster created another little monster. Good. Scathach would look pleased. Mother. You overreacted. Again. Pepper could only say that she had seen this attack before. And she knows how devastating this attack is. Yes. He did it. I hope that guy is alive. Lacus. He's a vampire. He won't die that easy. I think, Ruby. Darling, Violet is a little red in the face. Lady Victoria. Hecate didn't know what to say when she saw Victoria's glare. That woman created a monster. Hecate can't help nodding her head instinctively. So she goes back to looking at the arena with curious eyes. Victor looked at Tatsuya. You use katanas, right? He flashed a small smile. Let's make things a little fairer. Tatsuya remained silent. His eyes were very serious. And he simply understood that the man in front of him shouldn't be underestimated. Victor snaps his fingers. And slowly a greatsword of pure ice is created in front of him. And then he takes the greatsword and places it on his shoulder as he displayed a provocative smile on his face. Now the fight is fair. The audience was speechless. Is that fair? You are carrying a sword over 2 meters long. Bullshit. Victor raises his hand. And with a provoking gesture, He says. Come. Tatsuya didn't move. And he just held his scabbard and positioned himself. Slowly. Tatsuya's image began to fade. Hey. You won't come. In that case. Victor's body began to crackle with lightning. And soon he disappeared and left only a trail of golden light behind. Tatsuya's eyes opened in shock. Wah. Rumble. The sound of lightning hitting something was heard. Soon everyone could see Tatsuya flying towards the sky. He seemed unconscious. With a big smile on his face. Victor lifted his finger. And a sphere of fire began to be created. And slowly. This sphere started to grow. What? Am I dreaming? Someone from the audience asked in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes. What is this? What is this being? No. What is this monster? When the sphere of fire grew enough to be called a miniature sun. Burn. The sphere flew towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya. Doge now. Victoria screamed in horror. She feared for her son's safety. Hearing his mother's voice. Tatsuya's eyes opened. His eyes seemed to glow golden for a few seconds. His body was enveloped in lightning. And soon he disappeared from the sky. The fireball flew towards the dark nightingale sky and exploded. The effect of the explosion so big that all the clouds around the city were gone. For the first time in many years. Everyone could see the capital's sky clear without a cloud. An uncomfortable silence descended on everyone in the arena. The audience was speechless again. They didn't know how to react to what they had just seen. It was just too unbelievable. That man. No. That monster just used the 3 powers of the Count clans. Despite having lost the title of Vampire Count, Clan Fulgur was still considered by the public to be a Count's family. After all, they held the title for a long time. Victoria sighed in relief when she saw her son safe. But, Scathach. She spoke in a low voice as her body began to shake. And, slowly, a feeling of anger rose inside her. Her eyes glowed blood red. She squeezed the chair she was sitting in so hard that the chair cracked under her strength. Scathach Scarlet. Just what kind of monster did you create? Victoria's voice echoed throughout the silent arena. And soon, everyone could hear the wild laughter of the strongest female vampire in the world. Ha 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 ha. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 88-88, A little monster was created. Father, Zui spoke in a neutral tone. I know. I didn't expect this result either. Niklas spoke with a serious face. Very different from what he'd shown before. Hearing Scathach Scarlet's laugh, the man clenched his fist a little harder. He felt cheated. Now he understood why that woman was so confident. But soon his expression became serene since he remembered that even if his son lost to Victor, he wouldn't lose the Count title. He would just lose Scathach's support. That woman. Did she do all this just to show off her disciple? Niklas thought it was very unlikely. She didn't seem like that kind of woman. Niklas looked at Victor. What kind of monster are you? His curiosity started to grow. For him, a vampire who could use 3 completely opposite powers was something quite interesting. Is he an experiment organized by the 3 clans? Are they in an alliance? Niklas thought that an abnormal vampire like Victor couldn't be born suddenly overnight. Someone must have created him. Jessica looked at Victor and then looked at her father. He really didn't recognize him. Is he getting senile? She thought inwardly. Jessica looks at Victor again. Although, he has changed a lot compared to his old appearance. Violet Snow. The heiress of Clan Snow. She's spent her entire growth phase in the human world. And that would obviously arouse a little curiosity from the other clans. What is Clan Snow's heiress doing in the human world? That was their curiosity at the time. And to satiate their curiosity, they sent someone to investigate. And the result disappointed most of them. Oh. So she's just obsessed with new food. That's what the older vampires thought. And they completely forgot about that subject. They would never imagine that this food would become what it is today. Victor's smile grew. Come on. Come on. Get up. What are you waiting for? I know you weren't defeated by that alone. I trust you. Don't disappoint me. Rumble. The sound of lightning was heard. Hearing this, Victor's smile only grew more distorted. Good. Soon Tatsuya appeared in front of Victor. His appearance was immaculate as always. but some parts of his yukata were completely destroyed. I don't know how it feels to know you trust me. He spoke in a neutral tone as he stretched his body a little. That hurt. Boom. An explosion is heard by everyone. And soon Einar appears beside Tatsuya. Motherfucker. Einar's expression was not good. Ha ha ha. Slap. Slap. Victor started to laugh out loud as he clapped his hands. Good. Good. That's how it has to be. If that weren't so, it wouldn't be fun. I almost died. Tatsuya muttered with a neutral expression. Tatsuya was wondering if this man had forgotten the rules. Victor looked at Tatsuya. Don't lie to me. I knew you would survive that attack. Tatsuya remained silent since he didn't want to deny or confirm Victor's words. And you? He pointed to Einar. I knew you would survive that small slap I gave. Small slap? That one. I almost died. Einar was quite annoyed. Now, let's continue. With a small thrust of his arms, Victor threw his greatsword towards them both. The two quickly dodged the attack. Boom. Like a missile hitting the ground. The sword was destroyed and created a massive explosion of pure ice. Looking at this scene, Einar and Tatsuya look at each other for a few seconds and nod. They seem to have come to a common understanding. Einar pulled away from Tatsuya. His body slowly grew. His skin turned dark. And long black wings appeared behind him. Oh. Victor's smile only widened as he saw Einar step into vampire count form. Tatsuya's body began to crackle. And, gradually, his body was covered in lightning. And soon he disappeared in a flash of golden light. Ha ha ha. Victor creates another ice greatsword and defends against Tatsuya's attack. Bang. The sound of swords clashing was heard by everyone. Have you finally decided to use all your power? Tatsuya didn't answer. He didn't need to. He just concentrated on using the lightning power more. He uses his power to increase his speed. And soon he disappears in front of Victor. Suddenly a large black thorn came out of the ground, pierced Victor's stomach, and lifted him into the air. Die. Einar threw black thorns from his wings. Ha 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 ha. Despite having a massive wound in his stomach, Victor never stopped laughing. Darling, husband, Ruby, Violet, and Sasha exclaimed at the same time. Are you really vampires? That wound is nothing. Watch. Scathach spoke. Victor snaps his fingers. And a large ice pillar is created that destroys the black thorn. Then he stood on top of the pillar and created an ice shield in front of him. The thorns thrown by Einar hit the ice shield and do not leave a scratch. Tisk. Not wanting to give up, he continued to throw the thorns into the ice shield. Slowly, the shield began to crack. But just when Einar thought it would be destroyed, the ice shield suddenly regenerated. Fuck. Die. Die. Ha ha ha. Victor chuckled in amusement. He liked seeing Einar's angry expression. A few seconds passed. And a scene happened that left all the younger vampires gaping. Victor's stomach regenerated at an abnormal speed. And his clothing was also intact. It was like he went back in time. And it was in less than 7 seconds. What is this guy? They kept being surprised to see Victor's abilities. See. Scathach smiled. Sasha, Violet, and Ruby knew this. But they were still worried. Tatsuya suddenly appears behind Victor. He was floating in the air with his body covered in lightning as he positioned himself in an Iijutsu pose. Oh. Are you going to use the technique? Victor's smile grew. Ryujin. Hakai no Sora. He unsheathed his katana at an almost invisible speed. ROOOOAAAAAAR. Just like the last time. A blue-eyed oriental dragon with golden scales covered in lightning flew toward Victor. Ooh. The audience was excited when they saw that Eastern dragon again. And the audience wasn't the only one. Victor was too. Ah. It's so beautiful. Victor wore a satisfied smile as if he were enjoying a piece of art. But Victor raises his hand in front of him. The magic circle on his glove starts to glow brightly. It's a shame it's so weak. He waits for the dragon to touch his hand. And a vision that all young vampires and Tatsuya won't forget happens. The dragon became a sculpture of ice. How is this possible? He froze the lightning. It makes no sense. Tatsuya was speechless. Victor clenched his fist a little. And soon the entire ice sculpture was destroyed. Then he looked at Tatsuya with his eyes glowing red. It's my turn. Tatsuya unconsciously took a step back when he saw Victor's gaze. And upon realizing what he had done, it made him very angry with himself. Me scared. Me. Unforgivable. He was very strict with himself. When you meet something you don't know, you feel scared. He suddenly heard Victor's voice beside him. He quickly turned around in an attempt to react. But it was useless. And Victor grabs Tatsuya by the neck. Apparently. You feel it too. Let go of me. Tatsuya started to struggle. He tried to cut Victor's arm. But Victor's arm was covered in pure ice. And Tatsuya's katana couldn't cut the ice from his arm. Okay. I will. Victor showed an innocent smile. While holding Tatsuya's neck, Victor rolled a little in the air and threw him towards Einar. Seeing Tatsuya flying towards him, Einar flashed a smile. He thought it was a good idea to submit Tatsuya now. But thinking that he would have to face Victor alone later, he changed his mind. He decided to help Tatsuya. He flies towards Tatsuya and catches him in the air. Stop playing around. Let's defeat this monster soon. What do you think I'm trying to do? Tatsuya spoke in a serious tone as he covered his body with lightning. The giant ice shield that Victor created melted. And Victor began to control the water towards the sky. Today's weather forecast is ice thorns. Take care of the children. He displayed an innocent smile. This fucker. Einar's eyes flashed with anger. Soon a shower of icy thorns began to fall towards the two men. Tatsuya managed to dodge the attacks using his lightning power. However, a very different situation was happening with Einar. As he didn't have much mobility in the air, he decided to use his thorns as a defense. Victor seemed to be tuning his voice. Then he spoke with an innocent smile on his face. Attention. Please. We have just received information that intense lightning showers are on the way. Rumble. Rumble. Sounds of thundering lightning could be heard in the sky. Motherfucker. This time even Tatsuya insulted Victor. And as Victor spoke, an intense rain of lightning began to fall towards Tatsuya and Einar. Fuck. Lightning broke through Einar's defense and hit him. The same happened with Tatsuya. Despite having the power of lightning, Tatsuya was not immune to it. Why? Fire. The audience was speechless when they saw that wherever the lightning struck, a few seconds later, that same area caught fire. And it was quite obvious that this occurrence was unnatural. Can that monster merge his power? Someone in the audience screamed. Ha 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 ha. Victor laughed a lot. He looks like he's having fun. Ruby flashed a small smile. Yeah. Sasha also displayed a small smile. Darling. Violet's eyes looked quite dangerous now. Narrowly surviving the rain of lightning and icy thorns. The two looked at Victor with an annoyed look. Good. Good. Victor started clapping again with a big smile on his face. But as if by magic, his smile changed to an innocent smile. And he said, But, what are you going to do with this one? He pointed to the sky. Einar and Tatsuya, even the audience, looked up at the sky. And the first thing they saw was a giant spike of ice that could easily cover the entire arena. Fuck. The two spoke at the same time. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 89-89, Teamwork. Kid. Do you want to destroy the arena? An older vampire in the audience yelled. The vampire knew most of the arena was safe, considering it had been equipped with various defensive enchantments created by the witches. But an attack of this magnitude will destroy these enchantments. Victor looks at the oldest vampire in the audience and flashes a small smile. Do I look like I care? The audience was speechless. Scathach was having a great time. Mother. Stop laughing. This is serious. If he unleashes an attack of that size, the entire arena will be destroyed. Ruby spoke. And not only that. What will happen to us? Lacus spoke. Awawawawa. We are going to die. Pepper was running around while freaking out. Sienna looks at the giant ice spike that was approaching and thinks. That's my technique. She didn't know how it felt to see that her mother taught her technique to someone. But one thing she was sure of. My mother created a monster just like her. Do you underestimate witch technology so much? If the arena were destroyed by such an attack, the arena wouldn't have lasted for millennia. Elizabeth said. As a princess, she was the one who came into contact with witches the most. And because of that, she knew how reliable witch technology was. Even though they were expensive. The sisters were silent. But inwardly they were calmer. Fuck. He really attacked. Suddenly everyone heard the scream of someone from the audience. As they quickly looked up to the sky and saw the gigantic ice spike falling towards the arena. Pepper's face darkened. And with the speed that surprised everyone, she made a decision. I'll run away. Just as she started to run, she was caught by her shirt collar by Sasha. Yuya. Pepper made a strange noise. Phew. Let me go. I will run away. Calm down. It's my husband we're talking about. He wouldn't put us in danger. Sasha looks at Ruby. You as his wife should know about his personality. Ruby nodded in agreement with Sasha's words. She knew what kind of man Victor was. But she was taken aback by his sudden personality change. But when she thought more calmly, she found he hadn't changed much. Like her mother, he would always put the safety of his family first. Indeed. Darling. Doesn't play with our safety. Violet flashed a loving smile. She and Sasha weren't worried. Father trustworthy. Ophis spoke. Violet. Ruby. And Sasha looked at Ophis blankly. They didn't know how to feel to hear this little princess talking so confidently about Victor. Elizabeth was feeling the same feeling they were. Hey. What are we going to do? Tatsuya asked with a blank face while looking at the spike of ice approaching the arena as he started to prepare himself. Do I look like someone who knows? Einar responded with an expressionless look as he prepared himself as well. If things got too much worse, I still have it. I won't lose so easily. My father will not accept another failure. Tatsuya covered his body with the power of lightning. And he looked towards the spike of ice with sharp eyes. I will cut it. Einar didn't believe what he heard. That's not normal ice. You know that, right? Of course I know. The strongest female vampire's powers are well known. But I doubt that man is on that woman's level. He spoke with confidence. Einar nodded in agreement with Tatsuya's words. Have you finished planning? Tatsuya and Einar felt very strange now. Was he waiting for us? That's what they thought. Good. Good. Victor waved several times. Let's make things more interesting. Soon. He raised his finger to the sky. A small bolt of lightning shot out of Victor's finger and flew towards the ice. What is he doing? Someone from the audience asked curiously. Even though they knew they were in danger, they didn't care that much. They know the arena is safe. And if things go too far, the referee will intervene. After all, he must protect the audience. And it's not like they can't protect themselves. They're vampires. And most of the vampires present are over 300 years old. Only a few vampires were younger than that. When the little lightning bolt touched the ice spike, the entire ice spike was covered in lightning. The image of a giant ice spike covered by lightning was seen by all. The audience was silent. Bloody hell. He's overreacting. Someone from the audience screamed. And everyone couldn't help but agree with that person. Victor exhibited a small smile and created a small ball of fire, which he threw on the ice spike. And the previous scene was repeated. Foosh. Soon the entire ice spike was covered with the three elements. The image of a giant spike covered with lightning and fire that was the weakness of vampires was a rather intimidating sight. The referee looked up at the sky. And the eyes behind his mask seemed to glow for a moment. It's not time yet. Soon his eyes returned to normal color. He made the decision to wait. His thought was that he would step in if things got too far. But this kind of power was still acceptable by his standards. This is excessive. Even Violet was feeling it now. Good. Good. But that's still not enough. Scathach's eyes glowed a dangerous red. She seemed to be thinking about something profound. Is that still not enough? Everyone in the VIP room had no reaction at hearing Scathach's words. Mother. Ruby looked at her mother. A little worried. She knew that expression. And from her own experience, she knew that this was not a good thing. Can you cut that? Einar said as he was covered in a cold sweat. I'll try. Tatsuya didn't look very confident. Victor's smile grew unnaturally. His eyes glowed blood red. And Victor's image seemed to get distorted. And now, what are you going to do? The attack is coming. That crazy son of a bitch. Einar muttered angrily. Tatsuya nodded in agreement with Einar's words. Tisk. We have no choices. Let's destroy this thing. Einar points his hand to Tatsuya. A dark power came out of Einar's hand and covered Tatsuya's body. Rumble. Rumble. Tatsuya's lightning changed to black lightning. Tatsuya didn't understand what Einar did. But he felt stronger. Oh. What is this? Victor noticed it too. And knowing that his opponent got stronger made the smile on his face grow. He seemed to be enjoying it a lot. This will help protect you from the fire and will increase your strength a little. Einar didn't explain too deeply. What is that? My power. Now get ready. Tatsuya nods and doesn't question it anymore. He understood that Einar didn't want to talk about it. In the end, he needed to use that. Niklas's eyes sparkled a little when he saw Einar's attitude. He doesn't have a choice. Zwei responded neutrally. Either he uses it, or he loses. Jessica spoke up. I will try to hold off the attack as long as possible. You must destroy it, Einar said. Okay. Tatsuya assumes the position of Iijutsu. Rumble. Rumble. The surrounding black lightning was building in power. Einar raises his hand towards the ice spike. I didn't want to use so much energy. But I don't have a choice. His eyes began to glow more intensely. Everyone in the arena feels the ground shake as if there's an earthquake. What is happening? Pepper asked. Something is coming from under the earth. Eleanor, who was more sensitive, spoke. Soon several giant thorns rose towards the sky. The thorns began to rotate and seemed to be merging. Slowly. The two powers were closing in on each other until, boom. The two attacks collided. An incredible explosion of power took place. Einar's thorn and Victor's ice spike seemed to be struggling to see what power would lose first. Einar felt the recoil of the attack. He felt his whole body damaged. But he ignored it and looked at Tatsuya. Do it. Tatsuya nodded slightly. Bang. Suddenly everyone heard the sound of lightning hitting something. So they took their attention away from the clash of powers and looked at the arena. Soon they could see Tatsuya covered in lightning. His hair was up like he was defying gravity. His eyes were glowing gold. And the skin on his hand was completely black with tiny sparks crackling. It was like his hand was bathed in lightning. One hit. One kill. He muttered. And then he was gone. Exceeding the speed he showed before. He flew towards the ice spike. Einar seizes this chance and removes his thorns. Losing the only thing holding it back from falling. The spike of ice that Victor created began to fall again towards Tatsuya and Einar. Tatsuya at this moment appears in front of the gigantic spike. Raryu no Zangeki. This time. The speed with which he drew the katana from its scabbard was so fast that few could see what he did. A moment of silence in the arena. But that silence was broken by Victor's voice. He spoke in a solemn voice. Ah. That was amazing. Yes. Indeed. That really was a wonderful performance. He seemed to be enjoying something as he looked at the spike he created. Crack. Suddenly everyone could hear the sound of something breaking. They quickly looked up at the sky and opened their mouths in shock. He cut that attack. Someone in the audience screamed. And, as if in sync with this man in the audience, the spike of ice began to snap in half. Oh. They did it. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 90-90, the end. And the beginning. Chapter 90, the end. And the beginning. The audience was cheering excitedly. The show of power. Along with Tatsuya and Einar overcoming Victor's almost invincible power, was great entertainment for everyone. But not everyone was enjoying it. The ice debris were still falling towards the arena. The arena will not be destroyed. But the damage to the city will be enormous. The referee realized this. And he wanted to intervene since he couldn't let a part of the city be destroyed. Don't worry, old man. The referee heard Victor's voice. He heard a snapping of fingers. And soon all the ice debris created by Victor turned to water and then turned to ice again. But this time, it was just hail. Soon a small hailstorm occurred in the arena. The referee looked at Victor. And, seeing the satisfied smile on his face, the referee felt awkward. Why does he look so pleased? Why is his skin glowing? Does he look prettier? What the fuck? The referee had a lot of doubts in his head now. But before asking something, he wanted to refute something. I'm not old. What is your age? Victor asked. 1794. I'm still an adult. The referee responded. You're older than the man at the store I knew. You're an old man. I'm not. The referee didn't want to give up. He felt a bad feeling when he was called old. He didn't like it. Yes, you are. But don't worry. You can still find a wife. But she won't be as pretty as my wives. A vein popped in the referee's head. But because he was wearing a mask, his face was not seen by Victor. Are you going to continue the match? The referee asked, changing the subject. I wanted to. But unfortunately. Victor looked at Einar and Tatsuya, who were on the ground breathing deeply. They looked quite tired. They are like this. Sigh. Victor released a long, disappointed sigh. That's really a shame. I was having so much fun. But unfortunately, they got tired. The referee remained neutral and didn't comment on this. But internally, he was thinking the same thing as Victor. The fight was a lot of fun for him too. I haven't lost the fight yet, Einar said. He looked quite tired. And his transformation had already been undone. Tatsuya leaned on his katana and got up too. The two looked at Victor with the intention of continuing the fight. Oh. Victor's eyes gleamed in admiration. And he displayed a small satisfied smile. Then, slowly, that smile grew. And he spoke with a big happy smile. I like both of you. Tatsuya and Einar didn't understand. Huh. The audience didn't get it either. What? Ruby, Sasha, and Violet were freaking out. PFFT. HAHAHAHAHAHA. Skathich was laughing a lot. She somehow remembered her past. She remembers doing the same thing when she was younger. It's a unique feeling when you meet a strong warrior. Wrong. The correct word would be a rival. Although, these two boys are still far from my disciples' level. But they have talent. Mainly that boy from Clan Horseman. Skathich judged the two to be gifted vampires. Tatsuya has a very peculiar katana-based martial art. And he has a strange power of illusion. Not to mention that he also has the powers of Clan Fulgur. Einar, despite being young, could already access the vampire count form and even seemed to have a lot of control over his power in this form. Although he still has stamina issues. Realizing what he said, Victor corrected himself. Oh. Don't look at me like that. I like women. And I'm married too. What? This time it was the female vampires in the audience who screamed. A young vampire so strong and with excellent connections. It's the dream of every female vampire who doesn't have much status. Not to mention that Victor is a baby. These women's Shota instincts were screaming to eat him. This bitches. Violet's eyes weren't pretty now. Sasha and Ruby shared the same sentiment. Even Skathich felt a little annoyed when he heard the female vampires in the audience talking about Victor. They think they can do whatever they want with my disciple. Haha. Looks like some female vampires are going to disappear today. 5 killing intents began to leak from the VIP room towards the audience. And it made the female vampires scream in fear. Wait. 5. Father. Is mine. No one knew how to react to Ophis' words except Violet. Bit. Kid. Go grow up first. You are too young. Violet was going to insult Ophis. But realizing it was inappropriate to say that to a child, she quickly changed what she was going to say. A small vein popped in Ophis' head. Is mine. Hua. Violet's eyes glowed blood red. Elizabeth again was in disbelief when she sensed a feeling of anger coming from Ophis. She is usually so apathetic. Oh. Tatsuya and Einar sighed a little when they heard Victor's words. Although I really want to continue our fight. They were surprised to hear Victor's voice beside them. You are in no condition to fight. And I won't have fun like that. Victor brings both of his hands towards Tatsuya and Einar's forehead. See you in the future. Einar. And Tatsuya. Wah. Soon he finger flicked their foreheads. Boom. A small explosion happened. And the two flew towards the wall completely unconscious. The referee appeared beside the two and assessed them. Then, seeing that the two were not in a position to continue, he raises his hand and says, "The winner is Victor Walker." Oh. The audience roared excitedly as they clapped their hands. A few hours later, in a meeting room, Countess Scathach Scarlet, Victoria Ryder, and Count Niklaus Horseman were present. Next to them was the director of the arena. "Then, what happens to our game?" Victoria asked with a neutral look. "My disciple won. So our reward is what I said at the previous meeting." "I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my game against this old man." She pointed to Niklaus, who was a little way off. "Oh. That's your problem." Scathach exhibited a small smile. Victoria's face shook a little. Scathach elaborated a little. "From the beginning, I had made it clear. The fight that will take place against my disciple is another completely separate game. The fight against my disciple has nothing to do with your game. You're the one who didn't pay attention. So, this fight was futile." Victoria spoke. "For you guys, yes. But for my disciple, of course not. Since he can finally loosen up a bit." Victoria was feeling cheated now. But she knew Scathach was right. From the start, she never said she would meddle in their game. What happened was basically her interfering in the fight between two clans just so her disciple could let go a little. They fought for nothing. Irrational. This woman is very irrational. She just casually interfered with the fighting of other clans just for her disciple to have fun. Hateful woman. Victoria was freaking out internally. But she didn't dare say it out loud. Niklaus was thinking a little differently. Not everything was useless. My son learned from this fight. It was a shame he failed. But unlike before, this situation was not in his control. He wasn't an irrational man. He was just very strict. And they were able to discover the existence of Victor. Which in itself changes a lot. Are we done? I have to go now. Enjoy the game. Scathach got up and walked towards the exit. Countess Scathach Scarlet. Niklaus looked at Scathach. Scathach turned and looked at the man. "Who is that boy?" Scathach exhibited a small smile. "He's my son-in-law." "What?" Victoria opened her mouth in shock. She never thought she would live long enough to hear those words from Scathach's mouth. After all, she knows this woman's stories. She knows she wouldn't accept an ordinary man to be her daughter's husband. "And my disciple." She laughed a little. "He's a lot of things. But it's up to you to find that out. Considering he'll be coming to your house in the near future." "I see." Niklaus nodded. Ending the conversation, Scathach soon left the room. A moment of silence fell in the room. The two clan leaders were thinking about their next move. But before that, they needed to resolve this situation. "Are you going to continue the bet?" "No." Victoria replied after thinking for a moment. "The situation has changed." She gets up and walks towards the exit. "So we decided this is a tie." "Yes. It's fine by me." She spoke as soon as she opened the door and left the room. Victoria didn't give up on her ambitions. She just backed off. Victor's existence and his connection to the three great vampire clans can bring about many changes. And she doesn't want to make another rash decision like she did now. Niklaus looked at the arena director for a few seconds. But soon he got up and left the arena too. The arena director displayed a small smile as the guests left his room. "Did you send it to the king?" "Yes." A man wearing an all-black outfit with a mask on his face appeared behind the director. "Good. I wonder what his reaction was." The man smiled a little. "If I may say so." "Oh. The king is angry. This is rare. He rarely displays emotions even to his subordinates." "Was he angry with the fight?" "It didn't look like he was angry about the fight." Something that might annoy the king. "His daughters. I think. I do not know. I'm just his eyes and ears. Soon he disappears." "I know." The man exhibited a smile. "My 3 wives are beautiful vampires." Chapter 91 to 91, Wife Time. And became famous. One day after the events of the game between Clan Horseman and Clan Rider, a pale-skinned woman with long white hair, wearing only a black nightgown, was sleeping in a king-size bed. The bed was completely messed up, as if several people were sleeping in it. The woman turns her body to the side and touches the bed as if looking for someone. Violet slowly opens her eyes. Darling. Realizing that Victor wasn't in bed, she quickly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. The first thing she heard when she sat up in bed was Countess Scathach Scarlet surprised everyone yesterday when she introduced her new disciple. Suddenly the voice changed to that of a woman. What kind of connection does this man have with the three? Tisk. She hears Ruby's annoyed voice. And soon the woman's voice is completely silenced. They're still talking about it. Sasha spoke in a sleepy voice. They're going to talk about it for a long time. And it's only been a day. Ruby said. One day is a long time. They should have forgotten already. But Sasha knew she was asking the impossible. After all, vampires wouldn't forget so easily. Our husband caused chaos yesterday. The existence of a vampire who can use all three powers has shaken the entire vampire community. I think it's still not a good idea that he's demonstrated his capabilities. Sasha continued. It's not like he would listen to us. Ruby rolled her eyes. Indeed. He's surprisingly proud. Sasha grumbled a little. Well, he's a vampire. Ruby spoke. Although his pride is only in matters involving fights. Sasha seemed to be thinking of something. That's true. Ruby nodded. Violet looks toward the two women. Ruby and Sasha were sitting on a spacious sofa. And, just like Violet, they were just wearing a nightgown. Ruby was wearing a very comfortable and provocative red nightgown, while Sasha was wearing a white nightgown that looked quite noble and innocent. The two women were watching TV. The news channel from the vampire world. Despite being called the news channel, the entire vampire community knew that these news channels were gossip channels. As a society that has been around for a long time, they have several companies that provide entertainment for these bored vampires. And gossip channels are the most popular. Everyone wants to know what the famous are doing. Right. Although some find this type of channel a waste of time, at the end of the day, they will watch these channels if they are interested in a famous figure currently being discussed. Because of this, gossip channels are quite popular in the vampire world. After the fight that took place yesterday, the channels kept talking about Victor, Scathach's new disciple, and his possible connection to the three great clans of vampire counts. The vampire world community was dying to know who this man was. They were hunting for any information about this man. But it proved quite difficult despite his efforts to get any information about him. Since anything related to Scathach was deeply hidden. And no one dared to provoke the wrath of that madwoman. After all, they don't know if at any moment that woman is going to knock on their door and cause mass destruction. Suddenly everyone hears the sound of a phone ringing. Tisk. Violet heard Sasha's annoyed voice. Are they still calling? Ruby asked. Yes. I don't want to answer and hear my mom's bullshit. Sasha was quite annoyed. I think she was surprised to find out about your relationship with Victor. Especially since she wasn't informed. Right. It's not like she cares either. She only cares about her image. And probably, she's just curious like all vampires. Considering, in that game, Victor was using our family's last names. The two women were silent for a long time. Their eyes opened completely. They seemed to have discovered something. Sigh. Ruby sighed. My mom did it on purpose. Right. Yes. Sasha nodded. I wonder what she's thinking. Sasha continued. She's probably just bored. And she's looking for some entertainment. And shaking up the whole vampire society seemed like something she'd like to do. Sasha started to think deeply. Where is my darling? Violet finally asked. He said he was going to visit his new friends. Ruby spoke. She wasn't surprised to hear Violet's voice. She had already realized that the woman had already woken up. Violet was silent. She seemed to be thinking of something. Aren't you going to get ready? Sasha asked. Violet didn't understand. You forgot. Ruby looked at Violet with a face of disbelief. Violet puts her hand to her chin and starts to think. But in the end, she couldn't remember. She could only think about Victor's blood that she'd sucked last night. Today is that day. Sasha illuminated Violet knowingly. Oh. Are you okay? I thought you would be more excited. Sasha continued, finding Violet's reaction strange. Normally, she was supposed to be screaming around excited. Did she eat something bad? I'm excited. But I also wanted to just stay in bed with my darling, and drink his blood. Maybe do this and that. Hey. She lay back on the bed and grabbed the pillow. And began to laugh with a perverted smile. She sniffed the pillow. Ah, darling. Ruby and Sasha rolled their eyes when they saw Violet's attitude. But, actually, I think this is a good idea since we haven't had a lot of time with our husband these days. Ruby spoke after thinking about it a bit. Soon we will be returning to the human world. Our husband misses his family. And we can spend a lot of time with him. Sasha spoke. That's true. It's been 6 months since Victor arrived in this world. Our husband's mother must be worried. Ruby nodded. I have some unfinished business in the human world too. Sasha's eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. Don't do anything stupid. Indeed. Darling would be sad if you did something like that. Violet suddenly sat up in bed and looked at Sasha. I know. I will ask for your help when the time comes. You will help me. Right. Sasha smiled. Ruby and Violet were a little shocked when they heard Sasha's words. But soon they both flashed a small smile and spoke at the same time. Of course. Victoria Ryder Mansion. A man wearing an all-black suit was walking calmly through the corridors of Victoria's mansion. Strangely, despite passing by several vampires, these vampires could not feel this man. The image of this man seemed to be blurry. And no one could feel his presence. Tick. Tock. I arrived, bitches. Victor suddenly opens the door. He came to this place to visit his new friend. Who was his friend? Tatsuya Ryder. Of course. After the fight, Victor felt like fighting his new friends. And because of that, he went to visit. Oh. Upon entering the room, the image of a blonde man did not appear in his vision. And instead, Victoria looked at Victor with a neutral gaze. She was in the middle of changing clothes. Pale skin. Slim body. B-cup breasts with little pink nipples. A small pert ass. Victoria's appearance was what you expected from a noblewoman. Victor looks Victoria up and down. Then he nods. As expected. Genes are an unfair thing sometimes. Hey, a vein pops in Victoria's head. I wonder what you mean by that. Her eyes changed to blood red. I was comparing you to my wife Sasha. Victor was brutally honest as usual. Victoria's eyes seemed to sharpen. By Sasha. Are you talking about my niece? Sasha Fulger. She wouldn't let this information go unnoticed. And she wasn't a little girl either who would scream when a man saw her naked body. As a woman of high status, she would usually order this man killed. Or, she would personally kill the man who saw her naked body without permission. But that is impossible to do with this man. Who else would it be? Victor replied. And soon he lost interest in Victoria. He started walking around the room while looking around like he was looking for something. And his eyes seemed to be glowing a little red. Victoria nodded. She learned something new. So that's why he has the surname of Clan Fulger. Wait. What about the other clans? Don't tell me he's married to members of the other clans. Scathach has confirmed that he is her son-in-law. So which daughter is he married to? Ruby. Lacus. Sienna. Maybe it's Pepper. What about the Snow clan? Her head was spinning too fast in an attempt to absorb the information she just learned. She even forgot to wear her clothes. Tatsuya. Tatsuya. Where are you? Victor looked like a child who was looking for his childhood friend. Victoria was speechless when she saw Victor's reaction. She was actually doubting her appearance now. Why didn't he react to me? Am I not cute? That's what she thought. As a woman, she was proud of her appearance and seeing someone so insensitive. It bothered her a little. He is gay. But that's impossible, he's married. Victoria couldn't accept the fact that she didn't attract a man's attention. It hurt her pride a little. What she didn't know was that Victor has no interest in women who don't have the quality he likes best. And he was also too loyal to his wives to try to look out for other women. Victor's eyes suddenly stop in front of a wall. I found you. Victor's smile grew unnaturally. Victor gently touched the wall and soon, the magic circles on his glove began to glow. These symbols. As a woman who had always had hired witches around, She knew a little bit of magic. And it took only a glance to understand the incantation. Restriction. Victoria's face darkened a little when she realized that Victor was holding back in the fight with Tatsuya and Einar. Suddenly Victor's image began to distort. And soon he was through the wall. Once again, Victoria was surprised. Monster. That was the only thing that crossed her mind. Since she knows how difficult it is to do what Victor just did. And he did it so naturally, like it was too easy. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 92 to 92, Tatsuya gained a friend. Tatsuya's personal room. A man with long blonde hair was lying on a bed. And beside this man was a woman. Specifically speaking, a witch. The woman had short brown hair that came to the shoulder and green eyes. She was wearing a white outfit with violet accents and a witch hat on her head. The man and woman were looking at a tall man who was standing in front of them with a big, dangerous smile on his face. So, are we going to fight? I'm in recovery. Tatsuya spoke in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. Victor laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you want to kid? You are a vampire. You are already recovered. Let's fight. Seeing Victor's crazy eyes. Tatsuya moaned in frustration. He was wondering what he did with his life to draw this madman's attention to him. Let's go. Let's go. Can I at least eat? I just woke up. And I'm hungry. Victor puts a hand to his chin as if he's thinking about something very important. Haha. Hecate chuckled gently as she covered her mouth. What? Tatsuya looked at the woman. Nothing. It's just funny to see someone generally cold have so much trouble with someone. Tatsuya didn't know how to react to Hecate's words. In the end, he just sighed. Okay. You can eat. But after that, we'll fight. Victor thought hard about his decision. And after very extensive consideration, he let Tatsuya eat. After all, he couldn't fight properly with hunger. And if he couldn't fight properly, Victor wouldn't have fun. Thanks. Tatsuya felt strange hearing Victor give him permission. In a ridiculously large room, Victor, Tatsuya, Victoria, and Hecate were present. Victor was sitting on an ice throne with a small smile on his face. Tatsuya was sitting in a chair some distance away, drinking a red liquid from a wine glass. He was feeling uncomfortable with Victor's gaze. Couldn't he eat in peace? Hecate was beside Victor looking at the symbols on his glove. She had a curious look on her face. Victor didn't mind the witch since, according to Scathach, his glove spell is a pretty simple thing to do. So he wasn't worried. I'm sorry, Lady Victoria. Several vampires were kneeling towards Victoria, who was sitting on a couch. Victoria had an annoyed look on her face. She paid dearly to keep her house safe. And a random vampire managed to break into her home and enter her room without anyone knowing. Bunch of useless. I will lower their wages. She was more irritated with Victor. He just casually walked into her house like he owned the place. Saw her the way she came into the world. And then completely ignored her. Hateful man. Whatever. Just don't repeat it. Victoria would continue to lecture her subordinates. But suddenly she heard Victor's voice. Your subordinates are useless. Huh. The subordinates were surprised by Victor's sudden voice. What are you saying, kid? We are not useless. Ha ha ha. Victor smiled dangerously. His eyes glowed blood red. And then he raised his hand in a silent gesture. Shish. Victoria's subordinates' bodies trembled. And suddenly, they couldn't speak. That is, Victoria immediately understood what Victor had done. But this should be impossible. Just who is this man? She was getting tired mentally. Continuing. Victor looked at Victoria. Your subordinates are useless. I could easily get past your defenses. And I didn't even have to work very hard. That's because you're abnormal. A normal vampire. Hecate tried to defend Victoria's minions. But she stopped talking because she was surprised by Victor's attitude. Hello. Victor ignored Hecate and waved to the ceiling. The vampires on the ceiling broke out in a cold sweat when they saw Victor's gaze. Tatsuya's eyes turned cold. And he quickly rose from his chair. You have a lot of admirers. Victor chuckled playfully. Well, you're beautiful. So I think that's normal. Ha ha ha. Hecate. Victoria ignored Victor and quickly gave the witch the command. Yes. Hecate raises her hands. And soon several magic circles begin to appear around the mansion. Oh. Victor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The shadows that were in the mansion quickly began to flee when they realized they had been compromised by Victor. But some were not so lucky. As the walls of Victoria's mansion began to move as if alive. Tisk. Some fled. Hecate did her best to capture everyone. But she wasn't a fighting witch. Sensing the enemy's speed, Tatsuya understood that he couldn't catch them all alone. So he looked at Victor. Hey. My friend. Tatsuya felt awkward saying the word, friend. Victor looked at Tatsuya with a curious look. Help me deal with these bugs. Tatsuya felt that he would regret his following words. And I will fight you as long as necessary. Hey. Victor's smile grew disproportionately. His image started to get distorted. A frightening pressure started to leave his body. Don't forget what you said. My friend. Tatsuya was already regretting what he said and felt he said some cursed words. But it's alright. Tatsuya was quite annoyed with himself. He couldn't see that his mother was being watched. He didn't win an important game for his mother. And to make his mood even worse, he completely lost against Victor. This weakness irritated him. He had never felt so angry with himself. Let's go. Tatsuya's body was covered by lightning. Just sit still, my friend. And enjoy the show. Huh. The magic circles on Victor's gloves began to glow brightly blood red. And as he sat on his ice throne, he snapped his fingers. Cocoon. He muttered under his breath. Foosh. Cold air began to leave his body and spread throughout the mansion. And with supernatural speed, a cocoon of ice began to be created around the entire mansion of Victoria. This is just bullshit. Victoria couldn't help but comment when she looked out the window and saw only pure ice. Her mansion's land covered over 500 meters. It's a considerable distance. And he covered it all. You've learned. Tatsuya remembers this technique. It was the technique Einer used. It's a pretty simple technique. Victor spoke honestly. The technique was simple. And the only prerequisite you needed to use this technique was to have extremely precise control of your power. Victoria Ryder. Victoria looked at Victor. And seeing the bloodthirsty smile on his face, she felt a shiver down her spine. She felt a bit of fear. Her only current thought was, what will this monster become in the future? But as an experienced trader, she did her best not to show those emotions on her face. What? Live? Or dead? Victor asked a simple question. And Victoria immediately understood what he was talking about. Live. Okay. Victor lightly touches the ice throne with his finger. Victoria expected something to happen. But she felt nothing. Suddenly, she started to hear the noise of rain. She walks towards the window and is faced with a sight that shocks her very much. All the surroundings of her mansion turned into a desert of pure ice. And she immediately understood what was causing it. The rain. Raindrops when they touched something. That something was immediately frozen and turned into ice structures. Victoria looked at Victor with a disbelieving look. Did you do this? Yeah. You wanted them alive, right? The quickest way to do this is to freeze everything. And since they are vampires, they won't die from the cold. She felt stupid for asking that question since it was obvious he was the one who did it. If it wasn't him, who would it be? But the sight in front of her only made her brain stop working for a few seconds. Honestly, this extremely precise control of his power was scary. And to make her fear even worse, he didn't even look tired. Tatsuya was feeling strange now. He didn't even have to do anything. Victor's eyes glowed blood red while he looked towards a wall. Then he said, done. Done. Hecate didn't understand. Yes. They all turned into ice sculptures. Victor flashed an innocent smile that sent shivers down Hecate's spine. Oh, she can only say that. Victor looked at Victoria's subordinates and ordered in a cold tone. Go do your job. The subordinates quickly waved as if they were part of the army. Yes, sir. Victoria had never seen her subordinates so scared in her life. Sigh. She was feeling tired. So she sat down on the couch again and looked at Victor, who had another small smile on his face. He's my niece's husband. Huh. Then, suddenly, she realized something. She just realized they're related. Maybe that's a good thing. After all, having a strong relative is always welcome. And he doesn't seem to be prejudiced against her like the rest of her family. Although that could change in the future if he discovers her secret. But she felt that Victor wouldn't mind. He didn't seem like a man who cared about little things. Sigh. She sighed again. She just wanted to lie down on the bed and not think about anything right now. She had so many things to do. Especially now that she found out her mansion was compromised. But for some reason, she didn't want to do anything today. Mother, are you alright? Tatsuya asked worriedly. Yes. I'm just a little tired. I can understand you. The two looked at Victor, who was sitting on the ice throne. Noticing the look of the two, Victor looked at them. What? Nothing. The two spoke. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 93-93. Tatsuya gained a friend, too. A few hours later, in the garden of Victoria's mansion. After the previous events, Victoria went off somewhere with Hecate and her new prisoners. Apparently, they were going to solve a little problem that Victor didn't bother to hear. Victor had no interest in these men or the subject of Victoria. He only helped the woman because Tatsuya said he would fight him. Kagaya, who practically stayed 24 hours, 7 days a week in Victor's shadow, was watching her master and the man called Tatsuya fighting. Normally, she and Yuki were supposed to be accompanying Victor wherever he went. But Yuki lost this time because she overslept. And Kagaya didn't bother to wake up the lazy maid. As a professional maid, it is the maid's duty to wake up before the master. If Yuki can't even meet this minimum requirement, she's not qualified to be a personal maid. Wrong. Wrong. You are using the power wrong. Victor looked quite frustrated as he approached Tatsuya and pointed his finger at him. Huh. Your way of using power is very direct. You look like a horse that only knows how to run forward. Use it more flexibly. Hua. A vein popped in Tatsuya's head. I'm not a horse. Then fight correctly. Fine. The two walked away again and positioned themselves a little apart from each other. The two look at each other. And in the blink of an eye, they're gone. Bang. The sounds of blade colliding were heard. Although the only one using a blade is Tatsuya. Victor is using his hand as a blade of ice. An intense exchange takes place. And neither of the two seems to be backing down. The pace my master improves is absurd. Kagaya couldn't help but be amazed. With just one look, Victor already had the power of a 500-year-old vampire. This is proved by the previous display of control. But the scariest thing is, he gets better faster when he's having fun. Victor doesn't seem to realize this fact. This man too. Tatsuya was similar to Victor. Although his pace is slower compared to my master, he is also not left behind. With just a few simple changes, Tatsuya was improving a lot too. I think reality hit him hard. Kagaya thought. The reality that he wasn't strong. And the reality of enemies watching his mother and he can't perceive those enemies. Made him furious. And he's using that fury to get better. Boom. 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 Small explosions happen when the two collide. Both were using pure martial arts. Tatsuya used his katana. And Victor used his fists. And on some occasions, he used the greatsword. At some point, while they were fighting, they started fighting in the air using only lightning. Ha. That's it. That's it. Victor looked like he was enjoying himself. Seeing the smile on Victor's face, Tatsuya couldn't help but flash a small smile on his face. He was getting excited too. The shit. Kagaya realized that Victor's personality was transmissible like a virus. The two collide for the last time and fall to the ground at a distance from each other. Victor points his finger at Tatsuya. Rumble. Rumble. The lightning around Victor seemed to have thickened. And with a huge smile on his face, he said, "Don't die, my friend. Or I will descend all 7 hells and pull you back to this world." Tatsuya felt a shiver down his spine when he saw Victor's gaze and quickly realized that something big was coming. He assumed an Iijutsu stance, as his eyes seemed to glow golden for a few seconds. Rumble. Rumble. And just like Victor, the lightning around him seemed to have gotten stronger too. Crack. Crack. The earth around them seemed to be being shattered by their concentration of power. They're overreacting. Kagaya couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, a burst of pure energy left Victor's finger and flew towards Tatsuya. Seeing the tremendous energy coming towards him, Tatsuya wasn't afraid. I'll cut this. It was like he was making a promise to himself. His lightning seemed to be focused on his katana, and the whole katana seemed to be bathed in pure lightning. When Victor's attack was inches from colliding with Tatsuya's body, he made a move. Cut. With an Iijutsu move, Tatsuya cuts Victor's power in half. Boom. Losing its initial strength, the power failed to maintain its form and exploded. But the radius of the explosion was so large that it made a small crater in Victoria's garden. Ha. Victor was laughing his ass off as he watched the explosion with satisfied eyes. Master, please don't take up the hobby of blowing things up. Kagaya couldn't help saying it in a low voice when she saw the expression Victor was making. Hecate and Victoria, who had returned from her business, suddenly appeared in the garden. What was that noise? Tatsuya. She quickly ran beside her son, who was lying on the floor. Are you okay? Why, yes. Hey, let's continue. Oh. Victor appears beside Tatsuya. Tisk. You're tired already. Victor was about to complain, but when he saw the satisfied smile on Tatsuya's face, he said, "Oh, I know that smile." He displayed a small smile as if he understood something. What are you talking about? Tatsuya pretends to be innocent. Ha. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. It's more fun this way. Master, you overreacted again. Kagaya suddenly appeared at Victor's side while looking at him with a stoic look. She seemed to be silently accusing him of a crime. Huh? Victor didn't understand. Look around. Kagaya spoke. Victor looked around. Oh. The old garden that looked like an ice desert was now completely destroyed and had several craters scattered throughout the garden. Well, I think it's okay. After all, Victoria has this witch. Victor pointed to Hecate. I'm not a landscaping expert. Hecate spoke dryly. And fixing this is going to cost me a lot of money. Victoria continued. Can you get up? She asked Tatsuya. Soon. Give me a few seconds. Tatsuya was very worn out. Tisk. You have to work on your stamina. How are you going to satisfy a woman like that? Tatsuya. Victoria. And Hecate stared at Victor with an expressionless look. Master. This is inappropriate. But is it not true? Victor remembers that Skathich always talked about it in his training. Something like endurance being very important. Well, vampire women are thirsty. Kagaya didn't say much. Lady Victoria should have more experience with this. She continued. Hecate. Kagaya. And Victor looked at Victoria. Huh. Victoria was taken aback that the focus of the conversation shifted to her at some point. Well. Victoria remembered that she had nearly dried her husband out several times when he was alive. And, even though he was a vampire, he had nearly died. See? Victor smiled. He didn't need Victoria's confirmation since her own silence was a confirmation. Victoria was wondering if she was that easy to be influenced. Of course. She isn't. Usually. She sets the pace for the conversation. It's all this man's fault. She started freaking out again inside. Can we change the subject? Tatsuya didn't want to hear about these things, especially when his mother was around. Feeling his body was better, he stood up. Oh. Victor's eyes sparkled for a moment, but when he looked closer, he realized that Tatsuya was still tired. Realizing that he couldn't have fun again, he said, Tisk. There's no way. I'm going to visit my other friend. Send my condolences to him. Tatsuya spoke with a happy smile. He was happy that someone would suffer the same thing as him. Although he was grateful to Victor since, if not for Victor, he wouldn't have taken a step to improve. But that's something he will never say out loud. So much for pride and so much not to provoke this crazy man. Imagine what he will do if he knows of improved. I will not have peace in this life. Okay. I will. Come on. Kagaya. Yes. Master. Kagaya entered Victor's shadow. Oh. Victor remembered something as he quickly turned around and looked at Victoria. Go visit your niece. Ungrateful woman. Even though you left your clan for a reason. I don't care. Sasha has nothing to do with it. I will. Victoria, for some reason, didn't mind Victor's rude way of talking to her anymore. She didn't even get angry anymore either. Good. Victor displayed a gentle smile. Very different from the smile he always had. It was a smile he only showed his wives. That smile somehow felt warm in the hearts of Hecate and Victoria. Rumble. Rumble. Victor's body was covered by lightning. Victor exhibited his characteristic smile and said, "I'll see you in the near future. See ya." Boom. Like a rocket soaring into the sky, Victor flew skyward at a speed that would be the envy of any user of Clan Fulgur's lightning power. Boom. When he reached a considerable height, everyone could hear a sonic boom. And soon all they could see was a golden trail flying across the sky. The three were speechless when they saw the lightning being used in this way. Especially Victoria. Not even her sister could do what he did without consequences. And it looks like he could do that at any time. He sure is intense, but somehow, I understand why your niece liked him. Hecate commented, her face a little red. Yes. Unconsciously. Victoria agreed. Mother. Tatsuya stared at his mother like a hawk. I mean, he's young. He's handsome. He's strong. And he has a personality that's attractive to female vampires. So it makes sense that my niece likes him. Tatsuya didn't know how it felt to hear his mother praising his enemy so openly. Getting her son's look wrong. She said, "Don't worry, son. Even though you're almost 100 years old, you're still a baby. One day you will have a wife too." Somehow, Tatsuya received critical damage when he heard his mother's words. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 94 to 94, is Ophis a spoiled girl? Why didn't he go to Clan Horseman's personal mansion in the royal capital? Well, he went to the mansion. But the mansion was empty. So he deduced that his friend had returned to his territory. I think it's here. Victor was on top of a building. It's here, master. Is this place pleasant? What is happening? Victor felt the temperature of the place. The sudden change in temperature made him a little curious. After all, the north, which is the territory of Scathach and the royal capital, was colder than here. The territory of the east, formerly belonging to Clan Fulgur, is a milder territory that always seems to be in autumn. Oh. Is this territory where there are those groups of monkeys that can be tamed? Yes. How do you know about this? Elizabeth told me when we were visiting the capital. Hey. When did you get so close to the princess? I'm not close to her. She just accompanied me on my visit to the capital because Ophis didn't want to leave with her. Oh. Kagaya understood now. Suddenly starting to remember Ophis's expression a day ago. She looked like she didn't want to part with Victor. Flashback. When Victor was declared the winner of the game, he returned to the VIP room. And a small situation was happening. Ophis. We need to get back. Elizabeth spoke. No. Ophis denied it. Ophis. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes on her sister. This was no time to be spoiled. No. Ophis ran towards Victor and climbed on his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Victor laughed gently as he held Ophis with his arm and patted the little girl's head. Father. Ophis displayed a small satisfied smile. Girl. Listen to your big sister. And go home. Violet had a smile on her face. She's obviously happy. And she wasn't even trying to hide it. Yes. It's time for the child to sleep. Sasha surprisingly supported Violet. Girls. Ruby was speechless. What? Will you say that you like to see her close to our husband? Sasha's eyes weren't pretty. Ruby was silent. She knew Sasha was correct. Do something. Elizabeth looked at Victor with accusing eyes. Seeing Violet's gaze, Victor looked around and even looked behind himself to see if he could find someone. Since he wasn't sure if she was talking to him, he then pointed to himself. Me. He had an innocent smile on his face. Who else? Elizabeth was about to freak out. Victor thought for a bit. To be honest, he didn't want to do anything. Considering it's not like he hated Ophis' presence. But probably, as a princess, she must have things to do. Right. Father. He looked at Ophis. And seeing Ophis' cute face, he said, go home. You can always visit me whenever you want. You know where I live. Right. Huh. Violet. Sasha. And Ruby didn't expect to hear those words. Ophis nodded. When you feel like it. Just come visit me. But for now, listen to Big Sister. Okay. Ophis makes a hard face as if she wants to deny it. But when she sees Victor's gentle smile, she relents. Okay. Father. Was it that easy? Why does she just listen to you? He's not even her real father. Elizabeth was freaking out internally. Victor puts Ophis down. And the little girl looks at her sister. Returning. Why? Suddenly a dark power covers Ophis' body. And she disappears. Fuck. She always does that. Hey. That's not a princess's vocabulary. Victor chuckled. Fuck you. This is your fault. Ha 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 ha. Victor just laughed and didn't care. This bitch, when Violet was going to do something. She was held up by Ruby. Don't do anything. She's finally leaving. And if you try to look for trouble now, she'll stay here longer. Oh. This was not something Violet wanted. Humph. Elizabeth turned her face and walked towards the exit of the VIP room. She looked at the royal guards. Come on. Do your job this time. Yes. Princess. Her noble image was completely destroyed. Pepper commented. That happens a lot when someone is dealing with Victor. Eleanor spoke. Own experience. Huh. Lacus exhibited a small smile. Yes. Eleanor did not deny it. Seeing Victor's interested smile through the shadow, she said. You're not going to tame those monkeys. Are you? I wanted to, but I don't have time today. Maybe in the future. Victor spoke. Then he looked towards a ridiculously large mansion and jumped towards it. In midair, Victor's image started to get distorted. And he suddenly turned into a swarm of bats. The swarm of bats flew towards the mansion, past the mansion's defenses. And soon he was standing in the middle of the garden. Unlike the time with Victoria. This time, someone could feel Victor's presence. Intruder. Victor looked at the man. And seeing that he looked like a grown man, he asked, Who are you? Who are you? Intruder. Victor Walker. Who are you? Victor asked again. James. What are you doing here? The man seemed to know Victor's name. Visiting my friend, he spoke with a small smile on his face. The butler nodded. Second floor. When you go up the stairs, he'll be at the 10th door on the left. James turned and walked towards somewhere. And soon the image of him disappeared. Thanks. Victor turned and walked. But before he went to the indicated place, he used his powers. However, for some reason, he couldn't see anything. He stopped walking. What is this? This is the first time this has happened. He felt strange. Considering his visual power never failed him. But he didn't think much about it. After all, he knows that with the existence of magic, a lot can be done. So he just kept on alert. James was walking back to his work. But suddenly he stopped walking and said, Oh. I gave the wrong instructions. That was Lady Jessica's room. When he thought he should go back and warn Victor about it, he got lazy. Whatever. He ignored the whole situation and pretended he didn't know anything. At the door of a very feminine room, Victor was standing looking at the sight in front of him. I wonder why this keeps happening to me. He was really wondering about it. It's not like he was purposely going into the women's rooms. He wasn't a pervert. And he was married. In front of Victor was Jessica. Just like she came into the world. And she looked like she had just woken up. Master is unlucky. And at the same time, lucky. Perhaps. WH. What? Jessica's face was pure red. Oh. Her reaction is different. She froze. Well. She is younger than Lady Victoria. Makes sense. Victor looked Jessica up and down. The girl was short. 168 centimeters tall. Thin. And pale skin like all vampires. B-cup breasts. And long. Slightly curly black hair and dark blue eyes. So. Who are you? Victor asked. Jessica Horseman. Unconsciously. She replied. But soon an anger rose inside her heart. She took a blanket and hid her nudity. And when she went to ask Victor to leave, she heard, Oh. You're Einer's sister. Tell me. Where is he? Isn't this man too insensitive? He saw her nudity and didn't react at all. Was she ugly? Hello. Hello, woman. Are you in this world? Victor walked over to Jessica and waved his hand in front of her face. EA. Jessica was surprised. But for several reasons now that she couldn't describe. Oh. You came back to life. Now tell me. Where is he? I asked your butler. And he said it was here. Jessica's eyes narrowed. Was it James's fault? I will reduce his salary. Master. Why don't you use your power? Isn't it easier? I tried. But something seems to be blocking my view. Enchantments. Perhaps. I don't know. But this is the first time it's happened. And since this is a count's mansion, security should here be tighter. Right. Or they are hiding something. Makes sense. Victor thought it was quite possible. He tried to use his power again. And as expected, he couldn't see anything. He just saw the red world. And in this world, there were several walls as if they wanted to keep him from seeing something. Why are you talking to yourself? Oh. Don't mind. I like to think out loud. Victor smiled. Jessica was silent. Then. Where is Einar? He is in a coma. She spoke in a cold tone without any sympathy. Oh. Victor was interested. After the game. He was in a coma from using his power too much and is recovering. Victor puts a hand to his chin. As he seems to be considering something. That butler. Doesn't he know his master is in a coma? Or is he the elder brother's butler? Lots of questions, although Victor is in doubt. He doesn't care much. After all. He knows that the vampire clan is quite complicated. Looking at Jessica's face. He smiled a little. Well. I believe you. Hey. What is this shocked face? He asked. Nothing. Just. Victor didn't understand. And the woman didn't continue talking either. Just what? Nothing. For some reason. Victor felt like he was talking to Ophis now. Though Ophis was cuter than she was. What now? Master. I will go after the monkeys. You hadn't given up. Yes. But I haven't had my fun. And I still have time. So why not? Victor smiled. Sigh. Monkey. Yeah. Do you know where they are? Are you talking about the big apes that eat black bananas? Yes. That one. Victor's eyes gleamed with interest. Their habitat is further east. In a dense forest. You can find them there. Hey. Thank you for the info. Jessica flashed a small smile when she heard Victor's words, thank you. Well. Nice to meet you. Jessica. I'm going now. Victor turned and walked towards the exit. Seeing Victor's back walking away. She said. Do you know where the exact location is? I do not know. Victor smiled. Jessica was speechless. Is he just very adventurous? How do you go to a place you don't know? But I have someone with me who knows. Indeed. Lady Sasha visited that place in the past with Lady Violet. I know the way. As expected of you. Kagaya's shadow seemed to smile. Jessica understood that someone was accompanying him. Oh. Take care. I think. Thanks. Victor casually walked out of Jessica's room. As the door closed. Jessica suddenly remembered something. He saw me. He saw me. She had completely forgotten about it. She was caught up in his rhythm. Ah. I can't get married anymore. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 95 to 95. The wives are feeling threatened. While Victor was visiting his friends, a little chaos was happening in the room where he sleeps with his wives. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. This one looks like an old woman's dress. Will we be like this too when it's our turn? Sasha asked as she looked at Violet, who was only wearing a black bra and black panties. She was in front of the wardrobe, taking all the clothes out of it and throwing them on the bed. She seemed very indecisive about what she was going to wear. Probably. Ruby replied. Hard to say. Yes. Ruby nodded. Can you help me? Violet suddenly looked at both of them. The two were speechless. But wasn't it you who didn't want our help? Are you getting senile? Sasha snapped. Whatever. Just help me. This girl is very irrational. This is nothing new. Indeed. She's been like that since she was a child. Sasha didn't feel like getting off the couch. It seemed to be swallowing her. She was too lazy. Coming to think. She's changed a lot. Ruby spoke after looking at Violet. You think? Sasha raised an eyebrow at her. Violet looked like the same irrational. Crazy. And stalking woman she'd known since childhood. Yes. Until a few days ago. She would try to kill us for being close to our husband. Oh. That's true. Sasha nodded. We also changed. For example. You wouldn't be as comfortable talking about these things now as before. Right. Ruby exhibited a small smile. Sasha smiled gently. You've changed too. Now you smile more. She remembers that Ruby used to be colder and rarely showed emotions. Oh. Ruby is surprised. But soon she flashes a gentle little smile. Indeed. Sasha felt her heart flutter a little when she saw Ruby's smile. Then she also flashes a smile. I've said it several times already. But you should show that smile more to our husband. He would love it. In the future. Ruby laughed. A moment of silence fell in the room. And the only noise the two of them could hear was Violet pulling several clothes out of the wardrobe. Yet, in some strange way, this noise left the two women with a feeling of peace in their hearts. A lot happened suddenly. And we didn't have time to talk about it. Indeed. Sasha nodded. Do you intend to go home? Ruby asked. In the future. After my date with Darling. Oh. Since when do you call him Darling? Since now. Sasha laughed. And then she spoke with a serious expression. I'm tired of not showing my feelings to my darling. I feel that if I don't get closer to him, your mother will steal my darling from me. Ruby didn't know how to feel when she heard Sasha's words. But, inwardly, she thought the same thing as her. That is impossible, Ruby said. Or at least she wanted to believe so. Wake up to reality. They are very similar. And it attracts them. Even if they don't realize it. Sasha's face darkened a little. And something happened while they were training. Didn't you see that Darling is regularly giving his blood to your mother? Ruby's and Sasha's eyes darkened. Indeed. I realize that. But one thing we can be sure of. Our husband will never cheat on us. But we have to be careful with women. Mainly, my mother. She never thought she would say that in her life. She also never thought that she would have to feel threatened by her own mother. It shouldn't be like that. Don't forget Ophis, Elizabeth, and Eleanor. Sasha ignored Ruby's sisters because she realized that Victor's relationship with them is more like a sibling relationship. And Victor doesn't like Sienna, Ruby's older sister. Ophis too. She is a child. She's a child, now. But what about in the future? Ruby raised an eyebrow. She had completely forgotten about that. But we're missing something. Sasha added with serious eyes. What? Our husband's feelings. Oh. Ruby thought that was true. After all, they were just thinking about themselves. And they never thought about Victor's own feelings. Come to think of it now. They never had a proper conversation with Victor about it. Currently, he only has eyes for us. And Scathach. Ruby looks at Sasha. Because of that, she's the most dangerous. Huh, yes. Sasha wore a face of uncertainty. Although depending on our husband's tastes, these women will never get a chance to be around him. Oh. Ruby raised an eyebrow. You seem to be absolutely sure what you're talking about. Sasha looked at Ruby. Don't you see? Darling just reacts to women like Violet. Scathach. You. And me. What do we have in common? Ruby was thinking deeply. But she couldn't think of anything. What is Violet's most striking feature? Sasha helped a little. She's a yandere. Oh. Ruby responded without thinking. And when she answered, she understood what Sasha was suggesting. Yandere. Sasha didn't understand. It means something close to a stalker. She was too lazy to explain. Our husband only reacts to women like that. He has problems in his head. Wait. Am I like that too? Somehow she just realized it now. Wait. She started to panic. I don't remember being like this. She was a more noble and calm woman. She's not like Violet. At least that's what she believes. I wasn't like that either. Ruby muttered. We were influenced. Ruby looked at Violet with accusing eyes. It's Violet's fault. Right. Sasha spoke. Indeed. It's the ritual's fault too. Thanks to the side effect of the unsuccessful ritual, we can feel each other's emotions. They faithfully believed it. But they didn't realize that this was all an illusion of their own making. They were never normal. How can a child who was raised by a woman who loves to gamble and a woman who is mad about battle be normal? Not to mention that they are vampires. Biologically, this breed feels emotions more intensely. They never had a chance to be normal. Sensing Ruby and Sasha's accusing stares, Violet stopped what she was doing and looked at the two of them. What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? She was so focused on choosing an outfit that she didn't hear the two women talking. Nothing. The two replied at the same time. Suddenly the two heard Yuki's scream. Yuya. I'm late. Oh. She woke up now. Huh. Ruby spoke. Yes. It's a shame our husband has already left. Sasha spoke. Since she's not doing anything, I'm going to ask her to help me. Violet had a great idea. Wait. She's not your maid. But she is from my clan. And she's my darling's maid. And if she's my darling's maid, she's my maid too. After all, everything of my darling's is mine. And everything I have is my darling's. The two were speechless with this twisted logic. Somehow, in a distorted way, that makes sense. Sasha spoke after thinking for a few seconds. Ruby nodded in agreement. Right. I will call her. Violet ran toward the bedroom exit. Wait. Put on some clothes first. Oh. Violet suddenly stopped running. She looked at the bed. And seeing whatever clothes she liked, she took the clothes and put them on. Soon she left the room. She left the door open. Ruby sighed. I'll fix it. Sasha's body is covered with lightning. And as soon as she disappears, in a flash, she closes the door and lays down where she was again. I envy that ability. Ha ha ha, Sasha laughed in amusement. In a dense forest, Victor was standing on top of a gigantic tree. And beside him was Kagaya. I swear, if God exists in this world, he is trying to make a fool of me. In front of Victor was a 4-meter tall monkey. The monkey was bathing in a waterfall. And this monkey was clearly female. Master, you have strange luck. Is this luck? Victor pointed to the monkey that was taking a bath. I think this is bad luck. Considering you had 2 lucky moments a few moments ago. The universe is trying to balance things out. I guess. Which lucky moments are you talking about? Nothing came to mind for Victor when he thought about it. Kagaya looked at Victor in disbelief. Master. Are you serious? Yes. Sigh. She gave a very visible sigh. Then she said. Don't you remember seeing your friend's mother and your friend's sister naked? Oh. Victor thinks for a moment and says. Is that luck? For some men. It is. Kagaya commented. Victor thought Andrew, his childhood friend, would find this situation quite lucky. Whatever. Victor didn't think about it much since he had no interest in it. Kagaya exhibited a small smile when she saw that Victor didn't care for those women. Just a curiosity. What do you consider as luck? She was quite curious. I think I'm already lucky. He answered honestly. Huh. Kagaya didn't understand. After all, that wasn't the question she asked him. Victor elaborated. I mean, I have 3 wives that I love very much. A master who takes care of me in her weird way. And I have you. He smiled kindly. Oh. Kagaya turned her face away quickly. Kagaya. Why don't you go fight? The monkey is in front of you. Victor looked at the monkey. I think that would be disrespectful. Attacking someone while that person is taking a shower. It's kind of right. It's not like Victor is trying to kill the monkey. He just wants to fight. Why yes. Whatever. Why don't you look for another monkey then? I will be waiting here. Okay. Victor nodded. And soon his body was covered in lightning. And he flew into the sky. Realizing that Victor is gone, Kagaya kneels in a fetal position and puts her hand on her face. She doesn't want anyone to see her face right now. This is unfair. Master. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 96 to 96, Strange Place. Victor was in front of an animal that looked more like a gorilla. He was a huge gorilla over 15 meters tall. Muscular. Had black fur and red eyes. And was sitting like he was enjoying the moonlight. Gorilla. Banana. Gorilla. Me. Leader. Banana. Gorilla. The gorilla turns his face and looks at Victor and sees him making strange gestures while pointing to the black bananas on the ground. The gorilla exhibited a strange face. And the only thing he thought was, is he a fool? Somehow the gorilla was enjoying what Victor was doing and started clapping his hands as if to say to continue. Victor was speechless when he saw the gorilla's attitude. This isn't working. Victor gets up off the floor and pats his clothes to dust them off. How do I tame this creature? Victor's eyes sparkled. He wanted to tame this creature. He wanted his own King Kong. What? The gorilla pointed to the piles of black bananas. Oh, take it. I can't eat them anyway. Victor threw a banana in the direction of the gorilla, who caught it quite easily. Victor tried to taste the banana before, but for him, it had the worst taste in the world. The gorilla looked happy. Yeah, whatever. Victor spoke as if he understood him. But the question is, does he understand? Of course not. But just like the other animals he came in contact with in the past, he could understand the creature's intentions. And the gorilla is far more intelligent than other animals, so he can understand it a little. I should have asked someone about taming a gorilla. Victor sat down on the floor and put a hand to his chin in a bored way. He was wondering what to do next. The gorilla looked at Victor, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he got up from the tree he was leaning against and approached Victor, then sat down next to him. Oh. Victor looked at gorilla, who was beside him with only a pile of bananas separating the two. What's up, big guy? Do you want more bananas? I see. Take as much as you want. The gorilla started eating bananas. Victor was watching the gorilla eating the food so exquisitely. Somehow, he was curious. Is this really that good? Too bad he couldn't eat. The gorilla pointed to the pile of bananas when he saw Victor's gaze. He seemed to be offering it to Victor. He was a polite gorilla. Unfortunately, I can't eat, big guy. Look. Victor bared his fangs. When the gorilla saw Victor's fangs, he understood what Victor was saying. And with a sudden movement, the gorilla got up and walked towards the tree he was sitting on. He opens the hull of the tree and grabs something. Then he goes back to Victor and sits down on the ground. Suddenly, he throws a large amount of items on the ground. Oh. Victor looked at the items in curiosity. The items looked like a completely red type of fruit. What is that? He inspected the fruit. I can get it. The gorilla nodded, then went back to eating the banana Victor had brought. Victor takes the fruit. Oh. It's quite soft. It looks like jelly. Victor looked at the gorilla and saw the gorilla pointing to its mouth. Oh. Do you want me to eat? Well. Why not? Victor took the fruit and put it in his mouth. Suddenly the fruit seemed to burst, and a red liquid came down in Victor's mouth. It tasted delicious, like he had drunk apple juice when he was human. Unconsciously, he started to pick more fruit and put it in his mouth. The gorilla started clapping. The fruit was not as tasty as his wife's blood, but it was quite nice. Wait. If he can eat these fruits, then, is this blood? Victor looked at the fruit, and then he looked at the tree. He focused his attention more on the tree, and he could see the tree was moving. What the fuck? It is alive. He quickly gets up from the ground. The gorilla started to laugh at him. Shut up. I didn't know this kind of creature existed. Okay. He started to clap his hands. The language barrier is tough. Victor thought this was how a foreigner felt when he went to a country that didn't know the local language. But what is this? Victor examined the tree, and, just out of curiosity, he touched the tree's hull. When Victor touched the tree's hull, something happened. Slowly, the tree began to send her branches onto his hand and began to wrap around his arms. He was scared at first, but he didn't feel threatened. In fact, he feels welcome. Victor looks at the tree hull that the gorilla opened, and out of curiosity, he looks inside. And inside the tree hull, he sees several skeletons. He focused his attention on the skeletons' fangs. What he saw was clearly a vampire skeleton, and he could also see some human skeletons mixed together. This place, he pulls back a little and looks around. This place evolved to devour beings. Victor clearly saw the result of the beings that approached this place. But why don't I feel threatened? He was feeling a strange feeling in his heart. Master. Why are you, Master? What are you doing? Suddenly the atmosphere of the gorilla and the tree changed from peaceful to hostile. Ruer. The gorilla roared towards Kagaya. Kagaya quickly covers her body with darkness and prepares to fight. The gorilla began to approach Kagaya with hostile intentions. He didn't even look like the peaceful gorilla that Victor was with and completely changed his attitude when Kagaya appeared. Seeing that Kagaya is in danger, Victor takes a step towards her. And soon he disappears and then reappears in front of Kagaya. Kagaya. Step back. But, Master. Do as I say. Victor's eyes sparkled. Oh okay. Kagaya was a little startled by Victor's gaze. But she quickly ran in the opposite direction. Realizing that Kagaya was safe, Victor's body relaxed a little. Victor cracks his neck and looks at the gorilla. As his smile grows. Hey. Big guy. Let's have some fun. He didn't even try to talk to pacify the gorilla. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R-R-R-R. The gorilla roared and thumped its chest in a sign of defiance. That's the spirit. A frightening pressure left Victor's body. Victor jumps towards the gorilla and attacks him. The gorilla does the same and swings his big arms as he attacks Victor. The gorilla expected Victor to fly away when he attacked him. After all, he was tiny compared to his size. Right. But the reality he expected didn't happen. The two fists collide in the air. Boom. And for a moment, the sound of a crash of air was heard. And an unexpected result happened. The gorilla pulled away and fell to the ground sitting up. Uru. The gorilla looked at Victor in disbelief. He didn't expect this result. Tisk. Victor clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw his broken arm. If it were Scathach, that gorilla would have flown far. I'm still weak. In less than 7 seconds, his arm was completely regenerated. And he looked at the gorilla. Then he positioned himself again. Let's continue. Seeing Victor's smile, the gorilla displayed a small smile that showed all of his fangs. Hey. I like that smile. The gorilla gets up from the ground. He had completely forgotten about Kagaya. And all that was in his head now was Victor. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R-R-R. B-A-A-A-M. B-A-A-A-M. He roared at Victor as he hit his chest several times. This time, he was serious. Victor's smile grew disproportionately. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a maniac. That's the spirit. Big guy. The magic circles on Victor's glove began to glow blood red. Let's fight. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R. The gorilla roared as if saying the same thing as Victor. And, with speed disproportionate to his size, he appeared in front of Victor and punched him in the face. Wah. Victor didn't expect this speed coming from someone so big. Boom. A sonic boom was heard. And soon Victor's body flew skyward. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Despite having some broken body parts, he laughed. He felt it. This pain. It's the same as when he was training. And it's also the sign that he was facing a strong opponent. Victor's body regenerated in midair. And soon he created an ice shelf behind him and, using the ice shelf as support, he flew towards the gorilla. In midair, Victor's hands began to get covered by an ice glove. And like a rocket, it hits the gorilla's face. O-R-A-A. Boom. A bang was heard as Victor punched the gorilla in the face. And this time as he got momentum, the gorilla was thrown back by his strength. Then just as the gorilla's body was going to fall to the ground. It's not over yet. Big guy. Victor appears under the gorilla and holds it. Uru. The gorilla didn't believe what he was witnessing. He was heavy. You know. With a show of strength. Ah. Victor threw the gorilla in the air. Victor points both his palms at the gorilla. Fush. Fire and ice began to be created in front of him. Ha! Soon this power flew towards the gorilla. Realizing the danger, the gorilla did something that only increased Victor's smile. The gorilla's body appeared to be covered in some kind of black material. Boom. The two powers collide against the gorilla's armor. And a tremendous amount of smoke is created. Roo. The gorilla roared in midair and blasted away all the smoke created by the attack. And Victor can clearly see a gorilla wearing full-length black armor. Ha. Victor began to applaud in genuine happiness. You're the best. Big guy. Master. You are an incorrigible man. Kagaya, who was watching everything from a tree at a considerable distance, couldn't help but say that when she saw Victor smile. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 97 to 97, 2 new weird friends. And to think that he would enter the forbidden forest and approach a demonic beast without knowing it. Kagaya commented as she watched Victor exchange punches with the gorilla. Aura. Come on. Big guy. Show me all your strength. Victor was attacking his armor several times. Ruar. The gorilla roared and walked away from Victor. And then, after grabbing a tree, he removed the branches from it and used the tree as a spear. Slowly the tree he held began to be covered with the same black material he was using as armor. Oh. Are we going to switch to sword fighting? In that case. Victor created an ice greatsword and then raised the greatsword in front of him. Let's go. Victor jumped towards the gorilla and started attacking him again. Didn't he notice that the monkey looked different and much stronger than the one he had seen before? My god. My master is incorrigible. Kagaya sighed. Bang. The sound of metal on metal was heard. The noise was too loud. And Kagaya put her hands to her ears in pain. And suddenly, boom. An explosion happened on the spot. Rocks and trees started flying around. This was just the result of the clash between the two. KKKKKKK. Ha. A demonic gorilla and a vampire started laughing like crazy as they fought. At first, the fight was at a normal pace. But, slowly, their speed began to increase. And little by little, they became images that untrained eyes could not see. Holy fuck. Is this really a fight between a gorilla and a vampire? Kagaya, for the first time in a long time, spoke a bad word. She was just in total disbelief. When a normal vampire and a demonic creature fight, that kind of thing doesn't happen. And especially this gorilla. Why is he so fast? It doesn't make sense for him to have this speed at this size. Boom. 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 Several explosions happened every time Victor and the gorilla collided with each other. And this fight attracted the attention of other predators. Some demonic animals that were in the vicinity began to approach, seeking the opportunity to kill them both. This is getting dangerous. I better hide. Kagaya disappeared into the shadows. A fox-like creature with horns approached Victor and tried to attack him. Roar. Fuck off. Don't get in my way. But Victor just punched the fox in the face. The punch was so hard that the fox flew far away. A similar situation happened with the gorilla when a wolf tried to bite his neck. Roar. But the gorilla just punched the wolf towards the fox. Ow. Ki. The wolf and the fox wept in pain. Victor created a gigantic fireball and threw it at them both. Boom. An explosion of fire happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the gorilla stepped on the ground and created a thorn with the same black material and threw it at the two beasts. Pierce. Soon the sounds of fox and wolf disappeared completely. The thorn with the black material made by the gorilla has pierced the fox and the wolf. A demonic beast skewer was created. Did they plan this? Kagaya, who was watching from the shadows, asked in disbelief. Ha. KKKKKKK. Soon the two jumped into battle again. I do not think so. A few hours later, Victor was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. He looked quite tired, had some parts of his clothes cut off, and even had a wound that wasn't healing. Despite being in this state, he had a big smile of satisfaction on his face as he looked at the moon. Ah, tonight is a beautiful night. Next to him was a giant gorilla with several pieces of broken armor, also breathing heavily just like Victor. I haven't been so tired in a while. Victor was honest. The only times he got tired was when fighting Scathach. And, just like in the fight with Scathach, he only needed to rest a few minutes until all his wounds regenerated, as well as his vigor. I'm thirsty. And just like in Scathach's fight, he always got thirsty when he was completely exhausted. Victor looked at his body and saw that his body was completely healed. But he didn't feel like getting up. The gorilla got up and sat down. Victor looked at the gorilla and saw the gestures he was making. Uru. Uru. He pointed to himself and to the large tree that was surprisingly undamaged by their struggle. Yeah, I know. I'll tell her. Victor had an idea what he was talking about. From what he could understand was something like, "Don't let that girl come near the tree." Uru. The gorilla got up and walked towards the tree. And every step he took made the earth around him shake. So he sat on the ground leaning against the tree trunk. He looks at the moon. Then closes his eyes. He's tired. Huh. Victor stands up. Well, I won't judge him. I'm also a little tired. Victor soon started walking in the opposite direction from the gorilla. Oh, I forgot something. Hey, big guy. The gorilla looked at Victor. I will be back. Victor flashed a smile. Grr. The gorilla snorted and turned away. Victor didn't understand the gorilla's reaction. But soon, the gorilla gives a thumbs up with his hand. PFFT, is he shy? This is unexpected coming from you. Big guy. ROAAAAAAAR. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'll be back later to visit you too. Victor spoke. Victor exhibited a small smile when he saw the tree swaying its branches as if it was saying goodbye to him. Walking out of the forest where he was, Victor met Kagaya. Master. Before Kagaya could say anything. Are you okay? Victor spoke as he started looking at every corner of Kagaya's body. Master. I'm fine. Kagaya wasn't used to this sudden attention. Sigh. Victor sighed in relief. Master. Victor placed his hand on Kagaya's head. Kagaya thought he was going to headpat her. She was looking forward to it. But the headpat didn't come. Crack. Victor squeezed Kagaya's head tightly. My head. Kagaya screamed in pain. Kagaya. Victor spoke in an extremely serious voice. You wanted to stay, right? Did you forget about the contract? He was talking about the previous situation. Kagaya was silent. But she was going to say something. But Victor stopped her. No. But remember. Don't mind me. Your safety is more important to me. I hope that doesn't happen again. Kagaya was silent. But she nodded. Good. Victor displayed a gentle smile as he started walking in front of Kagaya. Seeing Victor's back, Kagaya thought wistfully. It's hard not to care about your safety. Master. Kagaya. Suddenly, Kagaya heard Victor's voice again. And soon she woke up from her thoughts. If you want to protect me, get stronger. Kagaya opened her eyes a little. Victor looked at Kagaya. But even if you get stronger, and you can protect me, I ask that you always prioritize your safety. This is a contradiction, Master. Ha ha ha, Victor laughed gently. Indeed. But that's the way I am. He started walking again in front of Kagaya. I ask. Huh. She realized he hadn't ordered her. He'd just made a request. So it's up to her whether she'll follow that request or not. Rumble. Rumble. Huh. It's raining. Pepper looked out the window. And as usual, the skies over the capital were cloudy. But it didn't seem to be raining. Impossible. The capital does not have rain. Lacus replied. But what about these lightning noises? Pepper asked. Must be your imagination. Lacus replied. It's not my imagination. Rumble. The lightning noise got louder. See. Pepper smiled with a victorious smile. Why are you showing that smile? Don't be a child. He. Pepper laughed. Rumble. Suddenly everyone heard the noise of lightning hitting the ground. That was near here. Pepper. Do you have chicken brains? Lacus asked her younger sister a genuine question. Phew. Pepper didn't understand. Lacus elaborated. Think with me. It's impossible to reign in the capital. And who is the person who has lightning powers outside the mansion now? Oh. Pepper opened her mouth. Soon everyone hears Victor's voice. Girls. I'm back. It's Victor. Pepper exclaimed. Yes. Lacus smiled. He likes an extravagant entrance. Huh. Can't he arrive normally? Eleanor appeared at Sienna's side. Oh. I thought you were gone. Lacus asked. I had some matters to settle with Sienna. And I need to talk to that man. Suddenly Eleanor heard Victor's voice behind her. I have a name. You know. Eleanor jumped back. her heart beating too fast. Don't do that. It scared me. Oh. Victor exhibited a small smile. He didn't expect this reaction from her. Victor. You reek of wild animal. Pepper put a hand to her nose. Yeah. I was fighting a gorilla in Eastern Territory. Oh. Those 4-meter monkeys? Eleanor asked. Wrong. The biggest ones. Eleanor. What? Lacus. Phew. Pepper. Huh. Sienna. The 4 women thought they heard something wrong. Kagaya suddenly stepped out of Victor's shadow. The 4 women looking to the maid for answers. Yes. He fought a demonic gorilla. The one who protects that strange tree in the forbidden forest. Hua. You're crazy. Lacus said. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the compliment. Victor scratched his head. A little embarrassed. That wasn't a compliment. What was on your mind? Fighting that beast. Well. It was fun. Why not? Victor displayed a sincere smile. Why you? Sigh. You're incorrigible. Lacus gave up. And? How was the fight? Pepper looked more animated than usual. I want to hear too. That gorilla is a very famous beast. Few vampires were able to fight him and survive. And those who survived had quite severe mental trauma. Sienna spoke with curiosity. She even remembers that in the past, her mother fought the gorilla. But Scathach refused to give any information to her daughters. She was very curious about this matter. Victor looked at Sienna with a strange look. What? Did you eat something bad? Woman. He didn't understand why she was acting so docile with him. Wasn't she the woman who kept saying he was just cattle? A vein popped in Sienna's head. You know what? Never mind. Humph. She turned her face away and walked towards a spot. What was that Tsunere reaction? Did she eat something bad? Even Pepper doubted her older sister. Coming out of her initial stupor. You came at a good time. I need to talk to you. Eleanor suddenly spoke. And her voice caught everyone's attention. Even Sienna. Who was leaving? Victor looked at the woman who was almost the same height as him with curious eyes. Eleanor puts her hand on her chest and makes a noble gesture. Victor Walker. I, Countess Eleanor Adrastia, invite you to come to my territory as a special guest. Oh, okay. I will. Eleanor and Sienna were surprised at how easily Victor accepted it. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 98-98, an invitation from a countess. Wait. Victor. Do you understand what it means to visit her territory? Sienna squealed and quickly approached Victor. I will pay a visit. Victor tilted his head as if he didn't understand the problem. Idiot. You don't understand anything. Come here. Sienna takes Victor's hand and suddenly pulls him aside. Lacus. Pepper. Kagaya. And even Eleanor looked at this situation strangely. She definitely ate something bad. Pepper nodded. Maybe she's interested in Victor now after seeing him fight those 2 heirs. The 3 women looked at Pepper. And when they saw Pepper displaying a smug face like she discovered a grand scheme, they just rolled their eyes. Outside the mansion, Sienna let go of Victor's hand and pulled away. Then she started talking to Victor. First. Do you understand who Eleanor is? Is she a countess? Yes. And if she's a countess, she has territory. And what's wrong? The problem is that her territory is not normal. Oh. Explain to me. Victor was interested. Sienna felt a little uncomfortable when she saw his smile. Do you remember the gorilla you fought? Big guy. Yes. What about him? Big guy. Huh. Sienna didn't understand. But she didn't think too much. She was slowly getting used to Victor's oddities. He's a demonic beast. And Eleanor's territory is infested with these beasts. And by inviting you as a special guest, she's basically asking you to fight with her against these beasts. Hey. Victor's smile grew. That's good news. Isn't it? Fuck. I forgot about your personality. Sienna does a facepalm. Victor looked at Sienna for a few seconds. It was like he was thinking deeply about something. His eyes sparkled a little with interest. And he said, are you hiding something? Sigh. She sighed. I can't say anything. You remember. Right. I'm silenced by the magical contract. So only my mother can tell you that. Victor started to think again. I remember she spoke vaguely about it when I was playing with Eleanor's sword. Oh. But your wife Violet may know something. And she's not bound by the contract. She remembers hearing this from Violet in the past. I will ask my wife then. Victor turned and started walking towards the mansion. Will you go anyway? Sienna asked. Of course. An environment full of demonic beasts. Exotic animals that I've never seen in my life. That is very welcome for me. Victor had a big smile on his face as if he had found a new toy to play with. Of course you would. She felt like she asked a pointless question. But I won't go now. His expression suddenly changed to neutral. Oh. Sienna looked at Victor. Victor turned his face and looked at Sienna as he displayed a gentle smile. I'll go spend time with my wives first. Oh. Sienna somehow thought Ruby was very lucky to have a husband who cares for her. Which is something very hard to find in the vampire community. I also want to visit my mom, dad, and my friends. I'm missing them. It's been 6 long months. I want to see my cat. For some reason. Sienna thought that the real reason Victor wanted to come back was because of the cat. Then, suddenly, she realized something. You will rest. Sienna looked at Victor strangely. Is he really Victor? Where is that man who loves to fight? Is he an imposter? Of course not. I'll still fight and train. But I'll just spend time with my family. A lot has happened in a short time. And I haven't had time to appreciate these simple moments. I want to take the next step in my relationship with my wives too. Oh. She flashed a small smile. That's a good reason. Indeed. Victor laughed. Victor went back to the mansion again along with Sienna and looked at Eleanor. Before making any decision. Is this invitation just for me? Or is it for my wives too? It's for your wives too. Eleanor spoke after thinking for a moment. I see. In this case. It's okay with me. I will also ask my wives to see if they want to go with me. Eleanor exhibited a small smile. Okay. The invitation period is 3 months. I expect good news from you. Finishing what she had to do. She walked towards the exit. When she left Scathach's mansion, Walter and Chloe were already waiting for her. He accepted. Walter asked. Yes. But he's not going now. He will also ask his wives if they will want to go along with him. Lady Eleanor invited the wives too. Walter made a strange face. This was not what they agreed on earlier. After seeing Victor's performance in the arena, she decided that it would be advantageous to bring Victor to her territory to help her with a small problem. Eleanor initially wanted her master's help. But Scathach refused. She said it wasn't her problem. Yet, because of that, Eleanor decided to ask Victor for help. Especially after seeing his fight against those heirs and see how easily he dominated his opponents. She thought he would be a good help in her territory. I thought if I didn't extend the invitation to his wives, he wouldn't accept it. But it looks like I was wrong. It's too late now. I can't go back on my word. I hope they're not dead weight. It's hard to know. The 3 women are daughters of vampire counts. And they have great potential. Especially Ruby, who is my master's blood daughter. Despite looking innocent and inexperienced, Ruby hides great potential. And that was her true thoughts about Ruby. How much time did you give them to make a decision? 3 months. I think in 3 months, they will be stronger. Walter said. Like an old man. He understands what influences can do in a person's life. And he thinks that when girls see Victor much stronger than before, they will want to get stronger too, and in a way, he was correct. Yes. Eleanor nodded. And soon she climbed on top of Chloe. Irie. Rillanchin. Chloe didn't look happy. Eleanor looked at Chloe with a shocked look. Feeling her master's gaze, Chloe just turns her face to a random place. She didn't want to be ungrateful to her master. But she was very honest with her feelings. She didn't like it when Eleanor climbed on top of her. But as an ancient friend, Chloe will allow her to ride her. She doesn't seem to like you riding her. Walter commented. A vein popped in Eleanor's head. She flashed a dangerous smile. That bastard. He stole my horse. He'll pay for it. I'll look forward to the day he comes to visit my territory. When Eleanor left the mansion, a conversation was taking place with Victor and the women. Speaking of my wives, where are they? They are still in the room. Lacus replied. They are being very lazy. Pepper commented in a cute voice. Sienna. Lacus. Kagaias. And Victor looked at Pepper with a dry look. Phew. She really didn't realize what she said. Huh. Indeed. Lacus nodded in agreement with her older sister. What's it? Spit it out. Stop talking in codes. We are shocked that you are commenting that my wives are being lazy when you are lazier than they are. Victor was honest. Eh? Pepper looked at the group again and saw them nodding in agreement with Victor's words. Ufgig. She made strange sounds while her cheeks puffed like a squirrel. And then she said, I'm not lazy. Initially, she was going to scream. But slowly her voice wore off. And in the end, she just mumbled under her breath since she herself had realized she was lazy. It's okay. You can be lazy. Victor chuckled a little as he patted Pepper's head. Pepper felt her body tremble when she felt Victor's caresses. She felt good. She looked at him and said, Victor. She looked like she was looking at a great ally. But don't overdo it. Or your mother will kidnap you and take you to train. Pepper's body shook for a different reason now. I won't. I promise. Her eyes seemed to be glowing with motivation. She didn't want to go back to training. Her mother's training is just inhumane. Not that she was human. But even for a vampire. That training was difficult. Fear can often be a good tool. Where's Yuki? Kagaya asked in a neutral voice. Oh. She woke up a few hours ago. And when she woke up, Violet suddenly showed up and kidnapped her. So now she's helping the girls with something. Sienna replied. So she's not being completely useless. Good. Kagaya nodded in satisfaction. Well. The conversation was good, girls. But I must go take a shower. Victor spoke. That's a good idea. You stink. Pepper put a hand to her nose. You're right. But, Victor sniffed the air a little. You stink too. Eh? Pepper made a shocked face. Lacus and Sienna were speechless when they heard Victor's words. Master, Kagaya did a facepalm. This is not something to say to a girl. Pepper sniffed her body and realized that Victor was right. I will take a shower. Pepper suddenly turned around. Yumu. I'll go too. Victor followed Pepper. Let's go. Pepper raised her hands up, screaming. It was like they were going on a big adventure. When Victor and Pepper disappeared from view by Kagaya, Lacus, and Sienna, the girls suddenly realized something. Did they just go together now? Lacus commented in disbelief. This is inappropriate. He is a married man. I must stop them. Sienna was freaking out. So she quickly ran towards the bathroom to stop them. They must have a little decency. Wait. I will go too. Lacus' eyes sparkled in amusement. When the two left, and Kagaya was alone, the maid said, It surprises me that my master casually went into the bathroom with Pepper. And he didn't even notice it. And being the airhead that Pepper is, she didn't notice either. Sigh. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 99 to 99, The 4 Clans of Vampire Counts. Yes. Indeed. They're called many names. Vampire Counts. The pillars of vampire society. The king's trusted families. Super vampires. They have many names that the masses give them. But they are better known as the 4 clans of vampire counts. Being only 1 rank below the king. They are an essential part of vampire society. And, being an essential part of vampire society, they have important duties that are divided into 4 main subjects. Military defense, war, economic affairs, and domestic affairs. The Adrastia clan, located in the west, is responsible for military defense. They are the king's shield. They are a strong warrior clan specializing in the art of warfare. Despite holding an important position like this, their clan is located in a very remote area. And they are very far from the royal capital. Few know why this clan is so far removed from civilization. But as part of the 4 counts, they are highly respected by the entire vampire community. The Scarlet clan is located in the north, a region with a cooler climate and an abundance of trees. Just like the clan Adrastia, Clan Scarlet lives in a very isolated area from society. And the Countess does not have a capital that she takes care of. The reason for this is Countess Scathach Scarlet herself, possessor of the title of being the strongest female vampire. She single-handedly supports an entire vampire count clan. She doesn't need many subordinates. She doesn't need a city to manage. She just needs herself. Clan Scarlet is responsible for matters of war. If Clan Adrastea is the king's shield, Clan Scarlet is the king's spear. In cases of emergency, such as a possible enemy invasion, it is Scathach Scarlet who must assume the role of general and lead a counterattack. East of Nightingale, a milder place, and in what always seems to be autumn, there is a city that is managed by the Horseman clan. This is where products like blood crystals are created and sold to all vampires. Previously, this territory belonged to Clan Fulgur. But due to Clan Fulgur's recent defeat by Clan Horseman, all authority in this city has been passed to the Horseman clan, responsible for the domestic affairs of the vampire world. The Clan Horseman is behind all the food in this world. In the south, a more tropical place with slightly warmer climates and plenty of beaches is where the Snow clan resides. Clan Snow is responsible for the economic affairs of the entire vampire world. It is they who trade, control the entire economy of the vampire world. And it is they who support small noble families to grow. Without Clan Snow's permission, you can't do business in the vampire world. And you don't want to stand against this family. Possessing the rare power of fire control, they can burn any disobedient vampire to ashes. And they are also the only vampire clan that can walk peacefully in the sunlight. And because of that very special characteristic, they are also involved in international politics. They are the ones who trade and come into contact with other races and the vampire community who live in the world of humans when the situation is needed. After all, for vampires who live in the human world, Nightingale is heaven on earth for them. Despite having so many powers in the vampire world, vampire count clans cannot make major decisions without the direct approval of the king. Like it or not, they are servants of the king. And few dare openly challenge the king's sovereignty. The only being wrong. The only woman mad enough to do this is Scathach Scarlet. And despite openly challenging his sovereignty several times, the king does nothing. Why? Scathach Scarlet is just that important. Her knowledge, her experience, and especially her power can greatly help vampire society as a whole. And this woman was having a very interesting meeting now. In a mansion located slightly in the center of Nightingale's territory. A meeting was taking place. "Where is my son-in-law?" A woman wearing a rather noble white dress spoke. She had pale skin like all vampires, long blonde hair, and blue eyes. She looked very much like her sister Victoria Ryder. This woman's name was Anastasia Fulgur, the birth mother of Sasha Fulgur and former holder of the title of Vampire Count. "Bitch. What are you doing here? Why don't you go back to your husbands? Your hole must be feeling lonely right now," said a woman wearing spandex pants, a black shirt with an animal coat, and small black glasses on her face. She has long white hair and golden eyes. She is Agnes Snow, the birth mother of Violet Snow. "Oh." The woman flashed a small smile. "But if I'm going back to my husband's, I'm going to bring your husband along with me too. The poor bastard must be bored with just having you as a wife." "Bitch." Agnes' golden eyes seemed to be glowing brightly. The room around her started to get warmer. He, so easy. Anastasia thought. She knew how to deal with Agnes. After all, this woman had a sick obsession with her husband. And if she just mentions her husband's name a few times, she'll be pissed off. The room suddenly got colder. And Agnes flashed a small smile. "Airport chest. Huh." A vein popped in Anastasia's head. "Isn't it? With your attractiveness, you could never conquer a man. And, because of that, you have to kidnap them. After all, you don't have confidence in your own appearance." Agnes wrapped her arm around her chest like she was showing off how big she was. "Ha. At least I'm not a dairy cow who has insecurities with her relationship. Because you are afraid, right? You're afraid your precious, darling, will be stolen by other women." "Hooah." A vein popped in Agnes' head. "Ha ha ha," hearing a familiar chuckle. The two women looked at the woman who was sitting on an ice throne elegantly. "You guys never change, huh?" Scathach wore a mocking little smile. "Humph." The two snorted and turned away. How long do you think it will take them to fight again? William. A white-haired, violet-eyed man wearing a white suit asked the man beside him. The two of them were sitting on a sofa a little way from the three women. Hard to say, considering Natasha and Agnes are like cat and dog. The man replied. He had short blonde hair and green eyes and was wearing a medieval nobleman's garb. This man's name is William Salvatore Florence. He is Anastasia's first husband. And he is also Sasha Fulger's biological father. And Natasha was what he called his wife since her name was too long. Indeed. Adonis. Violet's father. Agreed. William looked at Adonis out of the corner of his eye. Has he become more beautiful? Adonis ignored William's gaze and looked at Scathach. She's still beautiful as ever. He flashed a gentle little smile. He felt very grateful for Scathach because it was this woman who saved him from a very precarious situation in the past. Darling. Agnes suddenly looks at Adonis with a dangerous look. What is it, honey? He continued to smile with the same gentle smile. Like a war veteran. He knew very well how to treat a woman, especially the crazy ones like Agnes. Agnes continued looking at Adonis for some time. Seeing that his smile was going to her. She felt satisfied but was still suspicious. Nothing. Agnes' instincts were on high alert. She knows that Adonis feels something for Scathach. Considering. The suspension bridge effect must have been activated when he was saved by this crazy woman in the past. And because of that, she didn't let her guard down. Tisk. I didn't want to bring my darling to this place. Agnes grumbled. Where is my son-in-law? Anastasia asked again. Scathach looked at Anastasia with a neutral gaze. Natasha. Do you intend to take back your title of vampire count? Hua. Natasha didn't understand Scathach's question. She just wanted to know about her son-in-law. Answer my question. Natasha continued looking at Scathach for a few seconds. Then she replied. I'll take it back in the future. She made a confirming sound. She seemed to be thinking of something. Satisfied. Now. Where is my son-in-law? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She saw Victor's performance in the arena. And the way he used her clan's lightning power. The way he dominated his opponent. Made her very curious. Not to mention that man has the powers of the three clans. Why did my beloved daughter hide him from me? Natasha asked herself. She totally forgot about Tatsuya. Her sister's son. That's something I want to know too. Who would have thought that boy would become that? Agnes' eyes were similar to Natasha's. And they were sparkling with curiosity. Initially. She had no interest in Violet's new toy. But seeing this man in action, totally stunned her. A vampire who can use all three powers. And perfectly. Her curiosity was running wild. She wanted to know more about him. Scathach rests her head in her hand and looks at the two women with a bored face. I'm feeling this is going to end badly. Adonis muttered. William, who heard the words of Adonis internally, began to prepare himself to flee at any time from this place as quickly as possible. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire of these crazy women. Even though one of these crazy women was his wife. He didn't want to get in the middle of a possible fight between these women. Although he is sure that in the end, Scathach would win the fight. It's not that he doesn't trust his wife, it's just that he can't imagine Scathach losing a fight. That woman is just on another level. Scathach held up a finger. First. He is not your son-in-law. He is mine. Only mine. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 100 to 100. The four clans of vampire counts. 2. Scathach held up a finger. First. He is not your son-in-law. He is mine. Only mine. What nonsense is this woman talking about? Has she become senile? If that man is married to our daughters, he's our son-in-law too. Adonis and William will open their mouths in shock. Did this woman just get jealous? In the eyes of the two men, Scathach's act of declaring her son-in-law as her own was clearly an act of jealousy. He's a lucky man. William's eyes sparkled for a few seconds when he realized that someone had managed to win Scathach's affections. And it wasn't just anyone. It was a man. Adonis didn't say anything. But inwardly, he agreed with William's words. Second. He's at my house now. That should be obvious. She spoke with a face of disdain. Natasha nodded and seemed to think for a few seconds. I want permission to visit your territory. You want? Skathich raised her eyebrow when she heard Natasha's tone of command. She didn't like it at all. And her eyes began to slowly change to blood red. Fuck. When Natasha realized what she said, it was too late. Bloody pressure left Skathich's body. Natasha's whole body felt heavy. She felt difficulty breathing. A feeling of fear covered her body. Has she gotten stronger? She clearly remembers that she wasn't so strong back then. The same was happening with Agnes, who got caught in the crossfire. She couldn't move. You two seem to misunderstand something. Skathich's voice sent shivers down both women's spines. Crack. Crack. Her pressure was so intense that the walls, furniture, and everything around it started to break. I don't give a damn if my disciple is your son-in-law. To me, you don't mean anything. I just came here because, even though I don't care about it, my disciple is married to your daughters. And mine. Suddenly the pressure coming from her body disappeared. An uncomfortable silence descended over the place. Skathich's eyes returned to normal. And another shock hit the room. Why your eyes? Adonis stammered as he pointed at Skathich. When everyone heard Adonis' voice, they also looked into Skathich's eyes. And only now did they notice that her eyes were no longer blood red like she was bloodthirsty. Skathich turns her face and looks at Adonis. Oh. You are here. I didn't notice. Adonis was speechless. But it wasn't because Skathich didn't realize his existence. That was normal for him. Instead, he was speechless because she managed to solve her bloodlust problem. And if she managed to solve her problem, that means she found someone to replace the husband she killed. He knows that Skathich's male standards were very high. And her standards are so unattainable that he doubts there is a man that one day could completely satisfy the requirements to be with the strongest female vampire. How did you solve your problem? He was quite curious now. Just who is this man she married? That is none of your business. Skathich said. He was speechless again. Wasn't she colder than usual? Why is her mood so bad today? Darling. Agnes raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious? He looked at Agnes and totally ignored his wife's gaze. I am. But. Agnes nodded. Then added. It's none of our business. Ha ha ha. Glad you understand. Skathich flashed a cold smile. The group won't lie and say they weren't curious. But they don't want to provoke Skathich's ire for something small, like this. As much as they are curious, dying of curiosity. Agnes and Natasha were a little shocked internally by something else too. Without them noticing, Skathich got stronger again. It's been some time since the two women met with Skathich. And they clearly remember she wasn't as strong as she is now. If their memory serves, the last time they spoke to Skathich was when Ruby was kidnapped in the past. And, at the time, Ruby was 3 years old. And currently Ruby is 21. Which means, this monster just got stronger in just 18 years. This is impossible. The strength of an older vampire doesn't grow that fast. Something must have happened. Stopping to think, Violet also had a sudden increase in strength. Agnes' eyes sparkled a little. Maybe it's my son-in-law's fault. She unknowingly spoke aloud. Skathich's smile broke. And she looked coldly at Agnes. Agnes felt uncomfortable when she saw Skathich's face. And she quickly changed the subject. Skathich. I ask your permission to visit your house. I want to see my daughter's new husband. Skathich's eyes became more neutral. And then she said, okay. I give permission. Was it that easy? And what was that whole show a few minutes ago? Agnes was speechless. Agnes thinks for a moment. And then she understands. Oh. It's been a few years. And I've already forgotten how to treat this woman. Skathich's temper was very different from what she remembered. She is calmer. Normally. She was very intense. And because of that, she forgot the basics of how to treat Skathich. This is something all vampires should know when encountering Skathich. Be humble. Or you'll get your ass kicked by her. Agnes had completely forgotten about that. The same happened with Natasha. Skathich. Can I visit my daughter and her new husband? Skathich looked at Natasha. Yeah. Of course. You can. A smile threatened to break out of Natasha's neutral face. But she held back. But before that, Luna. Skathich's voice echoed through the mansion. Yesh. Suddenly, a white-haired Russian maid appeared. Were you sleeping? I was not. Wipe your mouth first. You're drooling. Skathich rolled her eyes. Luna quickly wipes her mouth and looks to Skathich for any order from her. Deliver the contracts to these guests. She pointed to Agnes and Natasha. Yes. Luna disappeared. And a few seconds later, she returned with several golden contracts in hand. And us? The men asked. Skathich just waves a hand for Luna to hand over the contract to them too. Right after that, Skathich totally ignored the two men since, in her view, the two men weren't worth her time. The white-haired man was only good for being handsome. And the other man had the same purpose as the first man. But unlike the first man who tries to be useful, the other is just a waste of air. And to make her mood even worse. Which is bad since she knows that today is Victor's date with Violet. The two men reek of talentlessness. She spent so much time with Victor that she completely forgot that other men aren't like him. What is it? Coming out of her thoughts. Skathich looks at Agnes. Are you blind? Or are you illiterate? Okay. Her mood isn't good today. Just what happened to her mood? It's so dark. Agnes thought. Why this contract? I just want to see my daughter's husband. Natasha spoke. Tisk. Skathich clicked her tongue with visible annoyance. Listen. The contract is simple. You must sign and keep all the information you learn from my disciple to yourself. And if this contract is broken, I will know. Her eyes glittered dangerously. And I will pay you a visit. Agnes' eyes flashed in annoyance. Skathich. Are you threatening me? Yes. You're strong. But you can't fight alone. She was going to keep saying that Skathich couldn't fight alone with an entire clan of vampire counts. But she couldn't continue her words. Agnes. Skathich's voice came out in a demonic tone that left Agnes completely paralyzed. Don't make my mood worse. Or I promise you, the next words you say will be your death sentence. Everyone felt a chill rising in their spines. Their bodies froze. They couldn't move. They swallowed their saliva. In front of her, they just looked like scared children. Was she that angry? They could see that she was being very serious this time. And they knew that if they teased her any further, she would do what she promised. Master. Luna felt her master go back to what she was before she met Victor. Slowly, the pressure coming off of Skathich's body began to fade. And as she spoke, she clearly wasn't in the mood for more bullshit today. The contract is simple. Shut the fuck up about my disciple. I don't want to hear any leaked information about him. By doing that, you can see my son-in-law. It's simple, right? She is very overprotective. That's what everyone thought. It is common knowledge that it is quite difficult to find information about the clan of Skathich. And why? It's just that the woman herself is very overprotective with her daughters. She hides any kind of information about her daughters from the public. And the Ruby incident made her very paranoid. And everyone in this room knows she only gives her daughters that kind of treatment. After all, they signed a similar contract when their clan heirs began to bond with Ruby. They also understand that Skathich would not allow her daughter to marry someone useless or talentless. And when they remembered Victor's fight, they understood that he screamed potential. The curiosity of the vampires present was once again piqued. Just who is this man who managed to cause such a strong reaction in this crazy woman? They needed to know. They needed to meet this man. After a moment of silence, the group signed the contract since they were just too curious to step back now. Good. Skathich flashed a small, cold smile when she saw the group signing the contract. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 101 to 101, The Perfect Mate is hiding Master's dirty secrets. Unaware that his in-laws and mothers-in-law are quite interested in him, Victor was sitting in a bathtub enjoying his shower. The way he came into the world, and was enjoying the hot bath while singing a song. HMMM, of course. He didn't dare sing the song out loud since he wasn't confident that his singing voice was pleasant. He might be a lot of things. A battle nut. A man who has a taste for women with pretty dubious personalities. a little clueless about things around him. But he wasn't a singer. But for the curious who are wondering what song he is singing, the song is called Imagine by John Lennon. Victor's tastes in music were quite eclectic. If he listens to the beat and thinks it's good, he'll like it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand the music. He's a simple man. But, despite having eclectic tastes in music, the music he listened to most when he went to school was rock. Master. He heard Kagaya's voice. Yumu. He looked at the maid who was in the bathroom with him. And, despite being in the bathroom, the maid was still dressed in a maid's uniform. What is Kagaya? Master. You lack common sense. Kagaya got right to the point. She knows that in order to talk to Victor, she shouldn't waste time beating around the bush. She must be honest. What were you thinking about going to the bathroom with Pepper? She knows he had no perverted intentions, which is something she likes a lot. But it's still inappropriate. Luckily, Sienna managed to prevent a tragedy from happening. And Pepper is also very clueless. She didn't realize Victor was with her. Oh, what about it? Kagaya was speechless when she saw him treating it so casually. What if his wives find out? Imagine the chaos that will ensue. Ha 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 ha. Don't look at me like that. Victor laughed amusedly. Master. Kagaya started to speak. But Victor interrupted. To be honest, he started creating small ice structures in the bathtub. Something he did when he was bored during Scathach training. And it also served as a way to train ice control. I wasn't thinking about anything. Of course. He wasn't thinking about anything. Kagaya felt like sighing again. I just do what I want. And at that point, I didn't think too deeply. I admit I was wrong. Considering it could cause a problem with my wives. Which is something I don't want. Kagaya nodded several times in agreement. She felt she was teaching her master common sense. I think I'm very used to Scathach. Kagaya looked at Victor. Scathach again. Just how much has this woman influenced you? What does the master mean? She decided to look deeper. Basically, I lived 6 months with Scathach. And in those months, we lived without worrying about anything. Kagaya didn't understand. Realizing he didn't explain very well, he elaborated. What I mean is that we lived with only 2 thoughts in mind. Training. And fighting. We didn't care about little things like, what will the other person think? Or, is this the right thing to do? Oh. Kagaya understood now. Basically, he lived simply for 6 months and ended up getting used to that reality. Probably. My master just trained until he was tired. Then he rested. And went back to training. He didn't think of little things that could get in the way of his training. And I think Scathach did it on purpose. Could this be the secret of his sudden increase in strength? That's what she thought. After all, Kagaya remembers that she never trained as intensely as Victor. She did a little combat training. But her main training was how to be a perfect maid. And for you, it may have been 6 months. But for me, I feel like it was a lot longer than that. Seeing her master's strange expression, she thought. Maybe because he was so focused on training. He felt like he spent too much time. Kagaya was curious. She wanted to know more about what happened during the 6 months. How did he get so strong? She clearly remembered that 6 months ago, he was much weaker than her. How was your training? My training? Yes. Well, I was basically beaten to death several times. I was tortured. And whenever I did something wrong, Scathach pointed it out to me. And when she judged by her standards that I learned something, she taught me something else. Kagaya was speechless. Wasn't this basically a form of torture? And how did you get stronger? That alone didn't explain the sudden increase in strength. I do not know. I just did it. Oh. I got plenty of rest too. And when I was hungry, I drank Scathach's blood. An uncomfortable silence descended over the ridiculously huge bathroom. Sigh. Kagaya swore to herself that she would keep it a secret. After all, it's the duty to maids hide her master's dirty secrets. What she didn't know was that Victor didn't care if she was going to tell someone or not. Considering it wasn't a secret or something. Wait. Blood. Suddenly Kagaya noticed something. Can it be? After all, she knows that Victor's blood is special. She even witnessed her former master Violet increasing her strength little by little when she drank his blood. Just out of curiosity, how many times have you taken Scathach's blood? And how many times has Scathach taken your blood? Victor crossed his arms and began to think deeply. Somehow Kagaya was waiting to hear about this. She couldn't contain her curiosity. After a few minutes of thinking, he said, I don't know. She wanted to scream now. Is he serious? What was that suspense? Despite wanting to scream, she avoided it since this was inappropriate behavior for a perfect maid. But I remember this happened many times after I learned about my own power. Oh. So Master sucked Scathach's blood over and over again? Yes. She also sucked your blood over and over again? Yes. And while you sucked each other's blood, you hugged each other the way you came into the world. You licked each other's necks. You got turned on. And you indulged in each other's lusts. Yes. Wait. Kagaya just looked at her master with a dry look. If a look could kill, Victor would already be dead from the look of Kagaya. Realizing he had fallen into Kagaya's trap, Victor exhibited a helpless little smile. I never thought I had such a perverted maid. Kagaya's face got a little embarrassed. But don't worry, my maid. I will keep this secret to myself. Kagaya somehow became more embarrassed. Especially when she heard Victor say, my maid. She quickly turned her face away and ignored her hateful master. Ha ha ha, Victor laughed amusedly and said, just to fix something. The part of, you gave yourselves to each other's lusts didn't happen. Still embarrassed, she looked at her master. But the other parts happened. Right. Well, I needed to help my mother-in-law. Or I would suffer more than necessary. Victor remembers that when Scathach cured her bloodlust, he didn't suffer as much in training as he did in the beginning. And he just had the members of his body cut off. Just that. Hey. At least his guts were still in his body. Sometimes. Kagaya continued to stare at her master. Coming out of the bath with only a towel covering his intimacy. Victor looked at Kagaya with a small smile on his face and lifted his arms. Do your magic. Kagaya displayed a small satisfied smile on her face. Slowly, her body begins to be covered by darkness. And soon she passes through Victor's body. And in less than a few seconds, Victor was dressed in a black suit. Whistle. As expected of you. He displayed a satisfied smile. And he also noticed something very different from the other times. Now he could clearly see what Kagaya had done. I think this is proof that I've gotten stronger. He thought jokingly. At your service, my master. She bowed in a gesture of respect as she had a smile on her face. Come on. I have a date today. I don't think it's a good idea. Kagaya said. Lady Violet won't like anyone else on her date. I should stay home. Oh. That's true. Victor nodded. Master. What happened to your wine red suit? Oh. I have a lot of suits now. Most are black or red. Or wine red. Did you buy these suits? I didn't buy it. But when I went back to my room, I saw these suits in the closet with a letter that said, it's a gift. Stupid disciple. Scathach. Kagaya felt like sighing now. Yes. Victor chuckled a little when he saw Kagaya's expression that showed she wanted to sigh at any moment. He was understanding his maid better now as time went on. He looks at the small table and sees a pair of white gloves with a magic circle stamped on them. And takes the gloves and puts them on. After putting on the gloves, he clenches his fists. And when he does, the red magic circle seems to glow blood red. Good. He nodded in satisfaction. Kagaya was silent at this demonstration. She was a little curious about these gloves. She knows it's a magic tool. But she doesn't know what the purpose is. Victor turned and walked out of the bathroom. Tell my wife I'm waiting for her in front of the mansion. My maid. Yes. Master. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 102 to 102, Ruby introduces a new world. Some time ago, before Victor came home, in Victor's and his wife's bedroom. In the end, you decided to wear this outfit. Ruby spoke. Yes. This is the outfit I met my darling in person for the first time in a long time. Violet touched the outfit fondly. It's very important to me. She displayed a loving smile. Hearing what Violet said, Yuki sighed inwardly. Sigh. Why did I go to all that trouble to choose the clothes and help her change her clothes? She didn't know what to think. She felt like she made a futile effort. But she wasn't going to complain. After all, she's a maid. And meeting the master's selfish demands is a maid's job. Although Violet isn't her master. Her master is Victor. But her master abandoned her. Yuki felt like crying. Why didn't he wake me up? She thought. And the moment she thought about it, she shook her head several times. A maid's job is to wake up before the master. She knows that. She knows she's wrong. Sniff. Yuki. Yuki quickly turns away and ignores Ruby. After a short time, a long time, a really long time, Violet finally chose her outfit. And the outfit she chose was the same outfit she wore when she met Victor for the first time in a while. Long white hair tied into a ponytail that reached the floor. A black dress with a small tie in the torso area. Big black boots that reached to her knees. Violet's outfit looked like goth cosplay. Sasha looked at the king-size bed where they were sleeping with their husband and saw the massive amount of clothes piles lying on the bed. Why does she have so many clothes? That was Sasha's thought. Even for her who had a considerable amount of clothes. The amount that Violet had was ridiculous. So that's why I was called back. My master is going on a date. This is a joyous occasion. Ruby. Sasha. And Yuki looked at the woman who was wearing a French-made dress. Have you gained weight? Natalia. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Natalia's eyebrows twitched a little. She looked at Ruby. I didn't get fat. Unlike you guys. I'm a human. I get old. And it's been 6 months. I think she wasn't talking about that. Sasha focused her eyes on Natalia's belly. Which was a little full. Yes. You got fat. I think you relaxed a lot during your vacation. I didn't get fat. Natalia's gentle smile threatened to break at any moment. Yuki was speechless. She didn't have much contact with the heiresses of Clan Fulgur or Clan Scarlet. But she's sure the two weren't that direct with words like that. My master and Lady Violet are influencing them. Yuki thought. Question. What did you do on your vacation? Sasha held up a hand. Is this really necessary? Yes. This time Ruby and Violet responded along with Sasha. Violet was also curious to know what her maid did on vacation. Sigh. Because it's Violet's request. She had no choice but to say. I slept. I ate. And I traveled to some places in the human world. And I repeated the process. Oh. Sasha exclaimed as if understanding something. So you relaxed and ended up getting fat. I didn't gain weight. I'm just a little full because I ate a few things. That's all. That's the excuse that someone who got fat would say. Ruby exhibited a small smile. A vein popped in Natalia's head. She comes back from vacation. And that's how they treat her. But as an experienced maid, she wouldn't complain about this treatment since it would be an embarrassment to her. She just kept the gentle smile on her face. Rumble. Suddenly lightning sounds could be heard by everyone. Oh. Darling is back. Sasha was the first to speak. Violet and Ruby looked at Sasha with a neutral gaze. What? Wasn't that my line? Violet spoke. She felt that Sasha was stealing her role. Really? Sasha didn't understand. Yes. Ruby confirmed in Violet's place. I expected this kind of reaction to come from Violet. Not you. All the women in the room nodded in agreement with Ruby. Well. He came back using the power of lightning. And because of that, I felt it faster. Sasha turned her face a little embarrassed. PFFT. Being a Tsunere is difficult. Ruby spoke in a low voice. But since everyone had keen ears, everyone could hear her. Ruby. I don't know what this is. But I don't like it. Sasha spoke with a serious expression. Sigh. Come here. I'll show you what it is. Ruby got up and walked towards a spot in the bedroom where she was going to educate Sasha about culture. Oh. Sasha looked at Ruby curiously. Then she too got up and walked towards Ruby. What are you doing? Nothing. Just go to your date. Enjoy the time with darling because we are next. Ruby spoke neutrally to Violet. Okay. Did they look closer than before? What happened? Natalia didn't understand. I think 6 months can change a lot. And like it's fate or something. Everyone hears a knock on the door followed by Kagaya's voice. Lady Violet. My master is waiting for you in front. Darling. Before Kagaya could even finish, Violet opened the door and ran towards somewhere. She never waits for me to finish. Kagaya felt like sighing as she looked towards the room. What is this mess? Piles of clothes were tossed on the bed. Some clothes were thrown on the floor. And she could see that deeper down, Ruby was pulling out a collection of her manga for Sasha to see. This was the manga collection that Luna bought for Ruby before the match between Clan Horseman and Clan Rider happened. As a maid who knows her master's habits, she also bought some old mangas. Considering she knows that when Ruby goes back to the human world, she will procrastinate a lot. Do you understand now? That's a Tsunere. She heard Ruby's voice. I'm not this annoying pink-haired girl. A vein popped in Sasha's head. I know. You're more like this one. It showed a woman with black hair in a twin tail style standing next to a man with white hair. Reading the character description, she said, I'm not. Although you have a sadistic personality to your enemies. And you're dirter to our husband. So you're a bit like this one too. It showed a character who had long blue hair and was wearing a military uniform. She repeated the process and read the character description again. I'm not a sadist like this woman. Oh. Who was it that condemned Maria to a miserable future? Ruby raised an eyebrow. She deserved it. Sasha spoke in a cold tone. I know. But it's still a sadistic attitude. But don't worry. Our husband loves that side of you. I would suggest you show this side of yourself more. I'm sure he'll love it. Just like you said before. Right. He only reacts to crazy women. Sasha didn't know what to say when she heard what Ruby said. Didn't she just indirectly call me a crazy woman? Do you have any more of these drawings? How rude. The name is manga. Whatever. Ruby looked at Sasha with a neutral eye. What? Sasha didn't understand Ruby's gaze. Pepper. Come here. Suddenly Ruby screamed. She called an ally. She's going to teach Sasha a new world. Okay. Soon. Everyone hears Pepper's voice. Well. I'll go back to my services. Kagaya slowly left the room. She didn't want to stay in the room. She knew these lazy princesses wouldn't organize the messy room. And in the end, the responsibility would fall to some of the maids present in this mansion. She only serves Victor. And nobody else. That was the determination of a perfect maid. Seeing Kagaya leaving, Yuki did the same thing. She didn't want to stay in this place. Well, I have to serve my master. So, Natalia creates a portal at the entrance to the room and then goes through it. Huh. Ruby looked around and realized she was alone with Sasha. And then she looked at Violet's mess. Who will organize this? She definitely won't. Ruby started to think. Suddenly an idea popped into her head. Sasha. Call your maid. She looked at Sasha. Sasha. She approaches Sasha and sees her reading a shoujo manga. Oh. Ruby's eyes sparkled. Suddenly Sasha yelled. What's with this woman? Why is she so indecisive? If you can't decide on one man, just take them both. She seemed quite interested in the story. Ruby was speechless. She knows that reverse harem is a common practice in the vampire world. After all, even Sasha's mother has 3 husbands. But she doesn't need to scream like that. What if someone hears? Ruby's face turned a little red. Stop. You're talking too loud. Oh. Sasha's face also turned a little red. I arrived. Suddenly the door opens. And Pepper enters. Phew. What is this mess? Looks like a tornado went through here. Pepper looked around. Pepper. You came at a good time. Oh. Pepper looks at Ruby. And when she sees her with several manga, Pepper's eyes seem to glow red for a few seconds. And then she flashes a smile. Interesting. Ruby and Sasha were speechless. Just for a moment. She looked just like Scathach's mother. The two thought at the same time. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 103 to 103, Date. Victor was waiting in front of the mansion, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed while he had a smile on his face. He seemed to be singing a song to himself. Darling. Yumu. Hearing his wife's voice, he looks at Violet with his mouth slightly open in shock. seeing that she is wearing the same outfit from when they first met. Victor's expression slowly started to change to a loving one. How am I? She displayed a gentle smile. Perfect. He. Violet's whole mood seemed to lighten up. And it even seemed like there were little roses coming from her smile. Shall we? He extended his arm. Yes. Violet wastes no time and grabs Victor's arm possessively. Natalia. Yes. Yes. I haven't forgotten my duty. No need to scream. Lady Violet. A portal appears at the entrance to Scathach's mansion. And soon Natalia exits the portal. Oh. You're back. Natalia. Victor displayed his usual little smile. Very different from the one he used to show his wives. How long has it been since we have seen each other? Lord. A. Natalia was speechless as she looked at Victor. Is he really Victor? Huh. Were 6 months enough for him to change so much? Natalia couldn't express her feelings clearly. She was just surprised by Victor's sudden change. His whole atmosphere changed. He was exhibiting a very different natural confidence than before. Every time she looked at the small smile on his face, she felt an air of danger and unpredictability. And more importantly, she felt like she was in front of a natural predator. That was a feeling she only had with a few vampires. Has his growth in power changed him in any way? She felt it was possible. After all, it's quite common for vampires to be influenced by the power it awakens. Natalia. Stop staring at my husband. Violet spoke dryly. Her eyes no longer pretty. Oh. Natalia woke up from her stupor. Where do you want to go? She smiled again with the same gentle smile. We don't know. The two spoke at the same time. She was speechless. Ha ha ha. Don't look at us like that. Violet and I aren't planners. We just do whatever we want. Right, honey. Violet didn't say anything. She just displayed a loving smile that confirmed Victor's words. Seeing the love in the air, Natalia felt like she had eaten dog food now. Do you have any suggestions? Victor asked. Well, if we're talking about romantic dates, the obvious choice is Paris. Right. At least she, as a woman, would like a man to take her to Paris on a romantic date. In that case, we're going to Paris. Victor didn't think much since he didn't have much experience in dating. Considering he never went on a date in his life. And for him, wherever he was with his wife was enough. Yes. Violet thought the same as Victor. As long as she was with Victor, it was enough. It doesn't matter the place, the time or the time of year. Natalia nods and snaps her finger. Done. When she said this, a portal appeared behind her. Come on, darling. Before that, take this. Natalia threw 2 bracelets. The two raise their hands and take the bracelet she threw. What is that? Victor asked curiously. A magic tool that automatically translates what you say into the local language since you can't speak French. Right. Oh. The two spoke at the same time. They totally forgot about it. It's quite cute how similar they look. Natalia flashed a motherly smile. The two put the bracelet on their wrists. And, right after doing this, the bracelet seems to glow green and soon fits perfectly on their wrists. This is interesting. Violet spoke. Honey. Have you never used this? Yes. After all, I didn't travel much to other countries. We have to change this in the future. Right. He displayed a gentle smile. Violet takes Victor's arm and says with a big beaming smile. Of course. Soon the two walk towards the portal. Have fun. Natalia dismissed the two with a gentle smile. As soon as they go through the portal is undone. An uncomfortable silence fell in the room. I must look for a husband. She decided that when she saw the atmosphere of happiness and love in the couple. But looking for a suitable man while being part of Clan Aliath is very difficult. Right. Natalia was taken by surprise. She never expected that anyone could catch her off guard. She quickly jumps back and looks towards the voice. Seeing a woman with long black hair and golden eyes, she immediately recognized the woman. June. Your hair has grown. Foo. It's quite rare to take you by surprise. June showed a smug face. And yes, my hair has grown. It's been 6 months. You know. I hope you have good news for Lady Sasha. Natalia returned to her gentle smile. Yes, I do. She spoke with a serious face. But before that, her body broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at the place and said, "Can you ask them to stop looking at me with that look? I'm almost shitting myself." Natalia looked up and saw Lacus and Sienna standing on top of the mansion as she looked at the two of them with their eyes glowing blood red. They looked like they were about to attack at any moment. Natalia's eyes sparkled for a few seconds. June didn't like that look in Natalia's eyes at all. She had a bad feeling. "I do not know her." Natalia spoke and quickly turned and entered the mansion. Wait. June was going to say something. But suddenly, she felt two hands touching her shoulder. "Why don't we talk a little? I have a basement made for people like you." Sienna flashed a slight smile that showed her teeth. "Don't worry. It's a very welcoming place." Lacus continued. "We even have a very comfortable electric chair." Sienna. "Some coffins with nice thorns that pierce your skin." Lacus. "We have lovely tools that can easily remove every part of your body." Sienna. "It's a very welcoming place." The two spoke at the same time with a small smile on their face. June's expression changed several times, and tears threatened to fall from her face. Just from the hair of the two women, she knew who they were. And she heard a rumor that Scathach's daughters were crazy like their mother. Fearing for the future, she did the most obvious thing. And no. June quickly covers her body with magic and runs. She ran away. "Oh. I like to chase my prey." Sienna licks her lips. Then runs after her. "You can't run away from me." Lacus' body turned to mist. And soon she chased June as well. Looking back, she saw the two women chasing her with rather frightening looks. After that, she started to pick up the pace. Cursed that sadistic maid. Hearing June's screams, Natalia flashed a cold smile. Despite being a professional maid from a renowned clan, she was very petty at times. Paris. A couple was walking hand in hand through the streets of Paris. The man was wearing a very elegant all-black suit. And he was also wearing black glasses over his eyes. Next to him was a woman who was wearing an outfit that looked like a gothic cosplay. And because of her stunning looks and their outfits that were complete opposites, the couple drew a lot of attention from the locals. Wherever the couple went, they drew attention while people talked about the two of them. Are they shooting a movie? Both are so beautiful. Are they models? That man is hot. That woman looks like a doll. She is so beautiful. After his evolution, Victor acquired a unique charm that caught everyone's attention. A vampiric charm that enchanted all lost lambs. And, after training Scathach, he acquired a feeling of a predator. A contradiction of beautiful but dangerous. A duality that made him irresistible. Violet was a stunning beauty in her own right. She gave the feeling of a delicate violet flower. But this flower concealed thorns that could tear the flesh of anyone who was bold enough to touch it. As expected, I feel uncomfortable in the sun, despite not burning to ash when bathed in sunlight. Victor couldn't like the sunlight. And he felt very uncomfortable. The night is better. But, he looked at Violet, who was walking beside him with a big smile on her face. She looked very radiant. She looked very happy. "Darling. Look at that. What is that? They are weird. Darling. Let's go to that place. Sounds like fun." Violet would point to any place that caught her interest and take him with her. And all the way through, she had a smile so dazzling it made Victor's heart twist in love. For some reason, Violet looked absolutely stunning to Victor today. Victor's eyes sparkled with emotions of love and affection. And soon he displayed a gentle smile. "I couldn't see this vision at night. Darling." She looked at Victor with a cute face. "It's nothing. Shall we continue? Honey." Victor smiled and started to lead the way this time. Yes. Did they have a plan in mind? Of course not. Did they know about Paris? Of course not. But did that matter to the two lovebirds? Of course not. Victor is not a man who likes to plan things. He likes to live. Especially when he's going on a date with his wife, who he loves a lot. Despite having no knowledge of how a proper date worked, he wasn't shaken by it. After all, for him, it didn't matter much. And he's just going to be himself as he always has been. It's better to be true to yourself than to be a fake. Accept who you are. And live life. Stop wasting time thinking about bullshit. It's bad for your health. Violet was in the same boat as Victor. She didn't think about things much. And for her, just being close to Victor was enough. But feeling Victor's hand entwined with hers, his gentle, loving gaze that she could feel even though he was wearing those glasses, his smile when she suggested they do something together. Her heart was beating like a bullet train that was running at the highest possible speed. Darling, darling, darling. She clung to him, covering his face with kisses, not caring that the pedestrians on the street were watching. She felt so sweet. She felt so loved. She felt happy. No. I want more. And slowly, she felt her possessive feelings build. Being near him wasn't enough. She wanted more. She wanted him to be hers. She wanted to become one with him. She jumps on his body and hugs him. And while ignoring the shocked faces of the people around her, she kisses his lips. She feels warm. While Victor isn't the least bit shy about kissing her back. Because of their movements, Victor's glasses ended up falling on the floor. And his clothes got a little messy. Victor displayed a gentle smile as he felt Violet's burst of feeling coming from the connection they had. And like his dear wife, he stopped holding back. A wave of feelings invaded Violet's body like a tsunami. Feelings of possession. Feelings of happiness. Feelings of love. Feelings of desire for Violet. For the first time, Victor displayed everything he felt for his wife. For the first time, he showed that side of himself that he slowly developed when he was away from his wives. This is, Violet stopped kissing Victor when she felt the explosion of feeling coming from him. Darling. Shish. He put his fingers to her mouth. His red eyes were opaque. And they carried a glow of love that left Violet feeling very overwhelmed. His love was heavy. And she loved it. Let's enjoy our time together. Honey. Violet felt goosebumps all over her body. A feeling of anticipation began to grow inside her. Yes. Darling. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 104 to 104, An Unforgettable Day. In the late afternoon, somewhere on the outskirts of Paris, a couple was walking through the streets of Paris while holding each other's hands. Although a few hours had passed, the radiant aura of a happy couple still hadn't diminished and, in fact, it seemed to be increasing. And it did a lot of harm to single women and men all over Paris. Wherever the couple went, unconsciously, someone took critical damage from seeing them be so close. Some Asian men visiting Paris coughed up blood when they saw the couple. And these same men praised the couple as an unsurpassed jade beauty. One even took some pictures with the thought of showing his family. He never thought there were such beautiful people in the world. Darling. 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 Violet called Victor again. He doesn't know how many times she spoke those words today. What's up, honey? But it's not like it mattered since Violet's voice was like a gentle song that soothed him. He liked it a lot. Look at that. She pointed to the Eiffel Tower. One of the most famous sights in Paris. You want to go there? Yes. Well, the princess's wish is in order. He bowed and responded with a smile as if he were a professional butler. PFFT. Darling. You're not a butler. Violet displayed a gentle smile. Why? Victor made a face like he couldn't believe what he heard. Your smile is terrifying. She laughed. Well. But I'm sure my master doesn't mind. Right. He pulled Violet up and held her waist. Of course not. The two walked to a back alley. Hold on tight, honey. Victor raised Violet like a princess. Yes. Darling. Violet holds Victor's neck. Victor looks up at the tower. His eyes, which were open for all to see, glowed a blood red. And soon he takes a step. The moment he took a step, he appeared in the sky. Oh, that was silent. Ha ha ha, Violet seemed to be enjoying herself. Be careful not to bite your tongue, honey. Victor warned. When he was in the sky, he created a small boulder of ice. And using that boulder as a boost, he flew towards the tower. He repeated this process a few times. It was like he was walking on air. And in less than a few seconds, he was at the peak of the Eiffel Tower. That was fun. I wonder if I can learn it. Ha ha ha. You can try to do something similar with your powers. I will try in the future. Will you help me? Darling. Victor's smile grew. Of course. Victor sits in an area of the tower and places Violet in his lap. Violet looks at Paris that is starting to darken. Opens her eyes a little. And wears a gentle smile with such beauty. The view is amazing. Victor looked at Violet. Seeing the smile on her face. And seeing how stunning she looked with the scenery behind her. He couldn't help commenting with a small gentle smile on his face. Yes. It's an amazing view indeed. Right. She turned to Victor. I wonder what the girls would think of this view. She looked like she was going to say something. But Victor just put his finger to her lips in a silent gesture. Shish. Darling. Violet didn't understand why he did it. They would probably love this sight. But don't think about it right now. Oh. Violet's smile grew. Her eyes darkened as she looked at Victor possessively. You're right. Darling. She rested her head against Victor's chest. Good. Victor laughed. He didn't want distractions now since he had promised he would give his wives a suitable date and wanted to keep his promise. Although he doesn't know if it's working or not. He's just following his instincts and doing what he wants like he always does. Soon. He started stroking Violet's head. Violet's body trembled a little. But soon she snuggled even closer and enjoyed Victor's caresses. Ah. I never get tired of it, I feel so safe. She thought with a gentle smile on her face. A moment of silence fell in the surroundings. And the only thing that could be heard was the sound of Victor and Violet breathing. And that somehow made the two lovebirds quite relaxed. They spent a few hours in silence enjoying each other's presence. And in that time, Victor began to remember everything that had happened since he met Violet. The vampire transformation that changed everything for him. The little revenge he had with Luann. The hunters. Ruby and Sasha. His dear wives. He later met his mother-in-law. A very intense but fun woman. He was soon taken to train with her. And after 6 months of training, he fought in the arena against Tatsuya and Einar. And they became great friends. Many things happened in such a short time that he didn't even have time to reflect on everything that happened. His life was turned upside down by this beautiful white-haired vampire. Thinking back, he can't help but smile lovingly. Ah. I'm really lucky to have you in my life. Violet. He was completely honest. And that honesty took Violet by surprise. Darling. Her face was a little red. But she had a big happy smile on her face. Sometimes, he caressed Violet's face affectionately. Sometimes I wonder what my life would be like if I had met you long before. Violet was silent. Would my life be like today? Victor seemed to reflect for a few seconds. And then he shook his head. Probably not. He understands that himself. If his life hadn't gone the way it turned out, he probably would have met Ruby and Sasha differently. They probably wouldn't even be his wives. Violet bit her lip. She seemed to make a difficult face. Would you be happy if you had met me sooner? Of course. He didn't even waste time before answering. Violet opened her eyes. A little surprised. Ha ha ha. He chuckled playfully and caressed Violet's face. My dear wife. You have a special place in my heart. But, despite having said that, he felt an immense pain in his chest as he thought more deeply about this subject. He felt his heart was stabbed by a dagger and felt incomplete. Just imagining him away from Ruby and Sasha made him very sad. He could no longer imagine being away from his wives. Ruby was a cold woman who didn't seem to care about anyone but who hid a sweet side that wanted to help everyone close to her. He still chuckles in amusement when he remembers the little outburst of rage she had. She was quite cute. Sasha was a noble and reckless woman who, because of the environment she grew up in, suffered a lot. A strong, noble, gentle, sadistic woman who, at the same time, was a very fragile woman who hides several insecurities in her heart. His chest tightened. And he felt an immense pain when he remembered how she cried in his arms for the loss of the woman who was a mother to her. I'm happy. Violet's smile grew. But then a frown appeared on her face. As she felt a strange feeling in her heart. But I'm also angry for some reason. Yes. It would be great if she had Victor all to herself. It would be a dream gift. But she feels that she would miss something very important in the process. She couldn't figure out what this important something she was going to miss. Victor displayed a gentle smile. And he leaned his head against Violet's forehead. Don't think nonsense. In the end, that's just a what if? A useless subject. Violet laughed. She seemed to relax a little more. Indeed. Victor agreed. He looked at Violet's neck. And he felt his throat go dry. I forgot to feed. After the fight with Big Guy, Victor didn't feed. And the effects are starting to show up now. Sensing her husband's wishes, Violet displayed a seductive smile. And slowly, she began to unbutton her clothes. Gulp. Victor gulped in anticipation. Unbuttoning her outfit completely, Violet shows off her neck. Come, darling. Wasting no time. Victor's fangs seemed to grow. And soon he bit her neck. Ah, Violet moaned a little and squeezed Victor's neck tighter. Violet's eyes slowly began to glow blood red. Her body began to get hot. Soon, the teeth in her mouth change. And small fangs appear. And wasting no time, she bites Victor's neck. Darling. The couple continued to suck each other's blood for a few minutes. Having finished drinking Violet's blood, Victor starts licking her neck so as not to waste a drop. Violet stops drinking Victor's blood, licks Victor's neck a little. Then she looks into Victor's eyes. Darling. I can't wait any longer. Hearing Violet's voice that sounded like a succubus that was trying to seduce him, Victor's eyes flashed red. And he spoke in a heavy voice that made Violet a little wet. Me either. Suddenly, he hugs Violet and lifts her up like a princess. Darling. Be careful not to bite your tongue. He jumped somewhere. Violet didn't understand this sudden move. But all she did was hug Victor tighter. And just like before, Victor creates a small piece of ice in the air and uses it as a boost. After some jumps, he landed on a balcony of a building. What? Who are you? A man and a woman who appeared to be a couple were shocked by Victor's sudden appearance. Victor's eyes met the man's and the woman's. Then he made a silent gesture. Shish. Huh. Their eyes went dead. It's okay. Everything's okay. Right. Yes. Good. Victor smiled. Satisfied. And soon he gave the orders. Enjoy the Paris night together and sleep in another hotel. You can be back here in 48 hours. Yes. Master. The two spoke at the same time. And soon they left the room. When Victor and Violet heard the sound of the door closing, their eyes seemed to glow brighter. Violet steps out of Victor's arms, grabs Victor's clothes, and pulls. Darling. Not caring about his clothes that were torn, Victor pulled Violet and started kissing her. While the two began to fight a different fight in the room. And without realizing it, boom, they hit the wall. Darling. Darling. Violet started tearing at Victor's clothes. Victor's smile grows. But he doesn't do the same as Violet. He removes her clothes more carefully. He knows that Violet loves the clothes she is wearing a lot. After all, if she didn't love these clothes, she wouldn't go for their date in the same outfit they met. Right. When the two were as they came into the world, Victor lifted Violet like a princess and placed her carefully on the bed. Will you become mine, Violet? He lightly stroked her face. Violet displayed the prettiest smile Victor had ever seen in his life. My darling, my lovely husband. I am already yours. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 105 to 105, Unexpected Visits. While Victor and Violet were enjoying their time together, some unexpected visitors showed up at Scathach's mansion. Mother, Sasha, who was wearing a white sweatshirt and white pants, spoke. Hello. My daughter, Natasha, Sasha's mother, exhibited a small smile. We came to visit you. The voice of a man beside Natasha was heard. Even my father. Sasha was speechless at what she was witnessing. Where is my daughter? Agnes looked around curiously, her eyes darting around the mansion, looking for Violet. Adonis looked around curiously, while his violet eyes were glowing with curiosity. So this is that woman's mansion, it's quite common. He expected something more scary. Why are you standing at the door? Are you porters? Just go in. Scathach kicked the group in the back. The group moaned. Wasn't this woman too rude? They are counts, ex-counts. Do you know? Why did you do that? Agnes asked. Because I wanted to. Scathach did not understand Agnes' question. Ah, irrational woman. Adonis was silent. But inside he was laughing at that irony. Can a woman who is a hedonist, who does whatever she wants to, say something about it? But as an experienced man, he didn't dare say it out loud since he didn't want to wake up looking like the living dead the next day. Mother. Ruby sighed while doing a facepalm when she saw her mother's attitude. She was wearing an outfit similar to Sasha, with the only difference being that the coloring of her clothes was more red and black. Considering she was at home, she liked to be as comfortable as possible. What? Scathach looked at her daughter as if she didn't understand what she'd done wrong. Nothing. Ruby knew it was useless to try to say anything. Hearing the commotion in front of the mansion, Maria, Kagaya, Yuki, Natalia, Sienna, Lacus, and June, who managed to escape possible torture, appeared. Mother. You're back. Pepper smiled happily. Mother. Welcome back. Sienna spoke as she looked at the group and thought. This is the first time I have seen the three counts together other than in a meeting with the king himself. Mother. Lacus gave a little wave as she had a small smile on her face. I'm back. Scathach exhibited a gentle little smile. Countess Agnes. Yuki opened her mouth in shock. Oh. Yuki. You arrived at a good time since, because of a certain someone, my maid cannot enter the mansion. Agnes looked at Scathach for a few seconds. Do you think I like having so many people in my mansion? Look around. With a brief count, there are more than 10 people in this mansion. And if I gave permission, you would bring half of your employees to this mansion. After all, you are very lazy. Well. Agnes turned her face away and said nothing because she knew Scathach was correct. Anyway, since I'm without a maid, you'll serve as my maid for a while. Yes. Countess Agnes. Yuki wasn't against it, considering she is a maid of Clan Snow, and Agnes is the leader of her clan. Speaking of people, Scathach looked at June as if sizing her up and seeing the plethora of magical items. She understood what this woman was. Who are you? Which? Well. June gulped. She just ran away from being tortured by that monster's daughters. And now the monster itself is going to torture her. The world is cruel. She's just a greedy witch. She never hurt anyone. She was already thinking of bad things that would happen to her if Scathach got her hands on her. She would suffer this and that. And this demonic woman would probably even bathe in her blood. I do not want. June froze in. Despite wanting to run away, she couldn't move as she stared into Scathach's red eyes. Why did she freeze? Scathach didn't understand. She just asked a question. Well, that's what happens when you stare at people with your red eyes. Natasha spoke. Huh. Scathach touched her face, then walked to the mirror and saw her eyes were red. Suddenly she felt her throat go dry. Why didn't I feel symptoms right away? Did I ignore them while I was angry? Those eyes can be quite intimidating for someone younger. William, Sasha's father, continued. Indeed, Adonis nodded in agreement. Even he felt scared sometimes. She is my daughter's hired witch. Don't worry. She's trustworthy, Agnes said. Agnes. Scathach looked at Agnes and wanted to sigh at such idiocy. What? Witches are never to be trusted. Scathach spoke dryly. I know. But she can be. After all, she's too scared to do something. Agnes' golden eyes sparkled a little as she looked at June. Right. She smiled with a gentle smile. Yes. Yes. I am a trustworthy witch. I almost shit myself a few seconds ago. But it's okay. June's eyes were rolling. And she didn't even understand what she had just said. Everyone was speechless when they heard what June said. So much chaos. Kagaya spoke in a low voice. Well, you get used to it. Luna appeared beside Kagaya. Her eyes were dead tired. And she seemed to have been through a lot. Where were you? Maria asked. Working. Something you should do. I'm not your maid. I'm Lady Sasha's. Oh. Natasha's eyes sparkled when they heard Maria's words. Fuck. Maria understood that she had just dug her own grave. New maid. Huh. What happened to Julia? Natasha looked at her daughter. A lot has happened, Mother. But you probably wouldn't mind. Hearing her daughter's venomous tone, She said. You're right. But I'm curious. What happened to Julia? She died. Oh. That's a shame. But it's a good thing you got yourself another maid. Soon she lost interest and started looking around. Where is your husband? She avoided saying the phrase, my son-in-law, since she knows that somehow that phrase made Scathach angry. Sasha clenched her hands tightly while her green eyes slowly changed to blood red. She was angry. She knew her mother was like that. She knew. But even knowing that, it doesn't make her any less hateful. Ruby walks up beside Sasha and holds her hand. Sasha looks at Ruby. Calm down. You don't need to lose control of your emotions because of it. She spoke in a gentle tone. Yes. Lady Sasha. You need to calm down. Kagaya walked beside Sasha. Slowly. Sasha's eyes began to return to normal. And she displayed a gentle smile. Thank you. And you need to be calm too. Kagaya. I'm calm. Your eyes don't say that. Kagaya lowers her head a little and hides her face as she bites her lip in frustration. She doesn't like Natasha's tone at all. Just ignore what they say. It's better for both of you. Ruby advised. The two nodded in agreement. Agnes, who was watching this scene out of the corner of her eye, looked at Natasha. It surprises me how you can have such a terrible relationship with your daughter. Huh. Our relationship is good. I love my daughter. Natasha didn't understand. Agnes rolled her eyes. This woman is blind. She thought inwardly. She looks at her husband, who is staring at Maria, while his eyes glow a little violet. Darling. He approaches Agnes and speaks in her ear. Keep an eye on that maid. Oh. Agnes looked at Maria for a few seconds. She didn't notice anything wrong. But she trusted her husband's words. Okay. I will. Adonis nodded. Satisfied. Then he looked at the group and asked. Where is my daughter? Lady Violet is on a date with Lord Victor. Kagaya, as Victor's personal maid, responded. Oh. It's good they're getting along. Adonis smiled. Satisfied. He really looks happy. Natalia thought in disbelief, considering she thought Adonis would be pissed off like all parents are. Are they coming back today? Natasha asked. I do not know. Kagaya didn't give much information. So my daughter will become a woman. This is a strange feeling. Agnes didn't know how to feel. Adonis, Sasha, and Ruby exclaimed together. They clearly didn't understand. You are surprisingly very innocent. She looked at her husband in disbelief. As an older man, you should know it's pretty obvious that after the date, they're going to have sex. Hua. Didn't they just go on a date? Sasha and Ruby thought at the same time. My daughter. Somehow Adonis was shaken and leaned against the wall while touching his heart. My daughter. My little violet flower. He seemed to have entered a catatonic state. Crack. Suddenly everyone in the group hears the loud sound of something breaking. They look to the side. And soon they see the sight of Scathach, accidentally, breaking the pillar of her mansion. Hey, her smile was not pretty. And a dangerous killing intent began to cover her body. I must pay a visit to the builder of this mansion. It is very fragile. Boom. She punched the wall. Look how fragile it is. He did a sloppy job. Ha 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 ha. Boom. 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 She punched the wall several times. I really need to visit the man who built this mansion. He did a horrible job, not wanting to be in the room with all these guests. Scathach disappeared and went somewhere else. An uncomfortable silence fell around. What was that reaction? She is scary. What is that distorted smile at the end? That's what the women's group thought. Mother, Ruby was thinking of something else as she looked at Sasha and nodded. I know. This is turning into something dangerous. Sasha spoke. Yes. Ruby agreed with Sasha. The two men in the group were thinking of something else. That boy is very lucky. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 106 to 106, Memories from the Past. I open my eyes and find myself in a dense forest with big trees. Where am I? I remember being with my wife. That was my first thought. Sniff. Sniff. Somebody help me. Mommy. Daddy. I hear the sound of a child crying. I try to move my body in search of that child. But I can't move. My field of vision drops a little. And I see something that surprises me. Why is my hand so small like a child? Wait. Let's take it easy. I'm sure I wasn't kidnapped. After our time together, I remember sleeping next to Violet. That I can be sure of. This feeling. I remember going through something similar in the past. Oh. My wife's memories. That's the same feeling I had when I went into my wife's memories. Am I in Violet's memory? But why can't I move like before? Sniff. Sniff. Help me, Daddy. The child looked around. And, for the first time, I could see that she was in a dense forest. Under a hidden tree. And I could feel her feelings of fear. Despite wanting so much to cry, she was holding back since she didn't want to show weakness. Suddenly, I hear the noise of branches being broken. The child's small body trembled. And she felt like crying. D-dog. She couldn't speak proper words. But she was terrified of this word. The sound of branches breaking started to increase. And it looked like someone was approaching her. The girl hid behind the big tree. Her eyes were glowing blood red. And she was muttering as she put her little hands together. Fire. Fire. She was trying to use her power. But it didn't seem to be working. The sound of footsteps seemed to be closer than ever. And, realizing that there was no way to face the threat, the girl hid in a very dark part of the tree and put her hand over her mouth. Tisk. I got lost again. This is getting old. Should I ask my dad to buy me a map? At least I wouldn't get lost so easily. The dog she was waiting for did not come. But a child. That's me. A boy with blue eyes and black hair. Wearing clothes that looked like a kid's suit. And he had an annoyed expression on his face. Oh. A big tree. I think this will serve as a place to spend the night. Knowing my mother. She must be causing a stir right now at the party because I disappeared. The boy approaches the tree very confidently and sits in the part where the moonlight is most visible. He leans against the tree lazily and looks at the moon. And smiles. Ah. It's a beautiful night. A beautiful night indeed. Suddenly the boy's expression turns to an annoyed one. And he looks at his arm. Tisk. I hurt myself. I think it must have happened when I was walking through the woods. Is that me? Huh. Did I have this attitude as a child? I do not remember. What a good smell. Suddenly the little girl started getting thirsty. And I could feel an insatiable thirst in my throat. Crack. Crack. Unconsciously. The little girl put so much force on the tree trunk that the trunk cracked a little. And that sound seemed to alert my younger self. Who's there? The boy quickly gets up from the tree and looks around for the noise of the sound. The little girl feels her heart beating very fast. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? She started to panic. Mommy and Daddy told me not to talk to strangers. The girl hid again. But that delicious smell. Oh. Who are you? Suddenly the little girl hears a voice beside her. She jumped back in fear. Oh. It's just a child. The boy seemed to smile in relief when the moonlight bathed the little girl and allowed him to see her appearance. My younger self looked at the child with his mouth open in surprise. Then he exhibited a gentle smile. Correction. It's a beautiful little girl. The little girl got slightly red in the face. You look like you were crying. Is everything all right? Well. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Her heart was panicking. And her mind was spinning so much. She couldn't form a train of thought. Do you have problems communicating? The little girl's face turned even redder. Aren't you scared? Scared? For what? The boy looked quite confused. Eye glowing, fangs, she pointed to herself. The boy put his hand on his chin. Stared at her face as if he was thinking about something deeply. And looked at the eyes of the little girl and her fangs. Eyes shining, fangs. Fangs. The girl swallowed a little saliva when she saw the boy's gaze. And her heart began to beat faster because of the fear of being rejected again by the humans. I'm not. Actually. You look even more beautiful with those eyes and fangs. Suddenly the boy spoke. Ha 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 ha. Your expression of surprise is quite cute. See cute. No need to think too much. Just smile. Smile. He touched his face and made a gesture of smiling. Smile. Yes. A crying face doesn't suit you. I think you'll look prettier if you smile more. Oh, she didn't know what to say. Ha 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 ha. My mother said that regardless of the situation I find myself in, I always have a smile on my face. She didn't seem to understand why he'd suddenly mentioned his mother. Like now, I'm scared to death. But if I have a smile on my face, everything will be fine, right? I do not know. Ha ha ha. Don't think too much. Come. Let's go together. My younger self suddenly approaches the girl and takes her hand. And soon he starts pulling her and taking her somewhere. The girl didn't understand. And she just looked at the back of my younger self. Confused. Where are you taking me? Suddenly the boy turns and smiles gently. It's easier to get through this situation together. Right? And I would feel bad afterwards if only I was rescued. Come on. Let's stay in that tree until dawn. Knowing my mom, she must be looking for me now. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Somehow the girl started to be influenced by the boy's words and exhibited a small smile on her face as she held the boy's hand a little tighter. Crack. Suddenly the world shattered like a mirror. And soon I woke up in the room where I slept with my wife. Violet. Well, that was a weird memory. I look up at the bedroom ceiling with deep thoughts. And to think that I was like that when I was younger. I don't remember much about my childhood. After all, I was a kid. Few people remember things that happened in childhood. And I was definitely not one of them. But I close my eyes and try to recall something from my childhood. And as always, nothing appears. No info. No clue. No memory. Nothing. Sigh. But is that what Violet meant in the past when she said that she had been watching me for a long time? This encounter must have activated the personality of my wife that I love so much. But I think this brief encounter may not have been enough to activate my wife's personality. Something else must have happened. Hearing a noise. I opened my eyes and looked at my wife, who was lying on top of me the way she came into the world while hugging me. I felt a warm sensation entering my chest. And soon I displayed a gentle smile while I started stroking her head. He. Darling, she displayed a happy smile and hugged me tighter and seemed to be talking in her sleep. She is probably having a good dream. A sweet feeling and a possessive feeling started to grow inside me when I saw the smiling figure of my wife. I really love my wife. I love her very much. Feeling my caresses, Violet's eyes slowly start to open. Darling. Good morning. My wife. He. Seeing her goofy smile, my heart seems to have received an intense charge of sweetness. She is so cute. Unconsciously, I move my face closer to hers and kiss her mouth. She looked surprised for a moment. But then she returned my kiss. But the kiss doesn't last for long, as Violet suddenly gets up and sits on my waist. And then, with her cheeks a little red and breathing a little wild, she said, Darling, let's continue. I want more. My brain froze for a few seconds when I saw this vision. The sight of my wife sitting on my waist the way she came into the world and speaking those words took a critical blow to my heart. Hey. It already seems to be ready. Violet's sneaky hand touched my hardness. She gets up a little and sits on top of my hardness as she starts teasing me. Tell me, darling, do you want me? Do you wanna eat me? My smile grew. My wife is definitely a perverted woman. You don't like it. She displayed a seductive little smile. You're wrong. I move suddenly and toss Violet on the bed. Hey. I caressed Violet's face. I love it when my wife is a pervert. Darling. Violet jumps on top of me again. And I fall back onto the bed. We're going to have another kind of battle. But this time, I'm on top. Her eyes were glowing blood red. Never. I'm on top. So this is a war. Violet's smile grew. Her teeth sharpened. And a dangerous aura began to leave her body. Oh. Victor's smile grew like Violet's. This war, I will not lose. Let's see if that's true. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 107 to 107, Victor meets the in-laws. This is a mess. It even looks like a tornado passed through here. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with emotionless eyes and looked like she had given up on something upon seeing the scene in front of her. The room was a complete mess. With broken walls, broken beds, suspicious liquids all over the room. And she could even see that there were liquids on the ceiling of the room. What in the name of the seven hells happened here? Well, she knows what happened. She's not a saint. But even if she does, it's still nonsense. This can no longer be called sex but war. I'll have to clean this. She looked into the room with a lifeless expression. Hell no. I do not want. Looking around, she made the wisest decision. Let's ignore this. Ah, hearing Violet moaning in the bathroom, Natalia's face turned a little red. They still are going on. I'm here, you know. Have some decency. Darling. Wait. Living is a pain. Talk. Suddenly Natalia heard someone knocking on the door. She walked to the door elegantly. And opened it. Yes. Are we staying here? Seeing the man and woman who seemed to be a couple, Natalia exhibited a small smile. You came at a good time. I have a service for you. Something that pays very well. Somehow, the couple was feeling a bad feeling about this. A few minutes later, when Victor and Violet came out of the bathroom, Natalia, thanks for the new clothes. Oh. Victor looked at the couple curiously. Seeing that they were cleaning up the mess he and their wife had created. He felt awkward seeing someone else doing this. But he didn't really care. Who are they? Violet asked. They were staying here when we arrived. Victor spoke. Oh. I don't remember. Violet didn't care too much. Ha ha ha. Victor laughed amusedly. Natalia had no reaction. But she expected it. After all, Violet only cares about Victor. And she doesn't even bother to memorize the faces of the others. She's a lot like Agnes in that way too. Anyway, are we going back home? Violet showed a gentle smile. Feeling the aura of a mature woman coming from Violet, Natalia felt very strange. She couldn't get used to a Violet who didn't look like a spoiled child. It's just an illusion. She wouldn't mature just because she had sex. That's not how things work. Natalia thought. Yes. Natalia snaps her fingers. And soon a portal is created in the bathroom door. What? Oh. I forgot about them. Natalia facepalmed. She got caught up in the couple's rhythm and completely forgot about the extras. Lord Victor. Please. Natalia looked at Victor as if suggesting he do something. Of course. Victor approaches the two. His eyes glowing a little blood red. As they had been charmed by Victor before. The process of charming the poor lambs was now relatively quick. Forget everything that happened. You just had a wild night together. And the result of this night is the current state of the room. Natalia was speechless. Isn't that too mean? Asking a normal man to do that. It's impossible. Did you understand? Yes. The two spoke at the same time in an emotionless robotic voice. Good. Victor smiled in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Darling is so bad. Violet laughed lovingly. Victor didn't understand why his wife reacted like that. PFFT. Ha ha ha. It's funnier that he doesn't even understand what he did wrong. Victor turned his head, not understanding anything. Well, it's not like Victor cares. And he's just happy to see his wife laughing. Let's go back. Victor spoke. Yes. Violet holds Victor's arms. And soon the couple passes through the portal. When the couple left, Natalia looked at the couple who were still paralyzed. Well, as fellow humans, I can't leave you like this. She approaches the bed and takes a considerable amount of money out of her pocket. With that amount, they could pay for the repair of this room and still enjoy the night in Paris. Soon Natalia turns and enters the portal. The moment the portal was closed, the two couples woke up. Soon the two looked at each other with passionate eyes. You were wild yesterday, Julian. Not as much as you, Renata. Let's continue. Hell yes. Soon the moans started to leave the room. But they weren't as destructive as before. When Victor and Violet exited the portal, they were faced with a sight that took them by surprise. Mother. Violet looked strangely at the white-haired woman who was sitting on the couch. Hello. My daughter. I see you have become a woman. Agnes had a sly smile on her face. Violet's face turned a little red. But she didn't care too much and just puffed out her chest with pride. Father. Violet practically screamed when she saw her dad in a catatonic state, mumbling incomprehensible things. What happened to him? Violet approached her father. Well, Agnes looked at Adonis. He's like this because of you. How jealous. She muttered at the end. Huh. Because of me. I did nothing. Victor looked at the woman who was very similar to Violet. Watching the way she looked at the man, his smile grew. He understood that the mother was very similar to the daughter. Are you going to ignore me? Natasha suddenly asked. Victor looked at the blonde-haired woman and the blonde-haired man. Seeing the woman who looked a lot like Victoria, he nodded and spoke aloud. Surely the genes are unfair. Natasha looked at Victor with curious eyes. Feeling Victor's gaze on her and seeing the smile on his face. Unconsciously, she closed her legs. Ah, I understand now. She seemed to have understood something when he saw Victor. What do you mean by that? She asked. Nothing. I was just comparing you to your daughter. Hey, a vein popped in Natasha's head. I wonder what you were comparing. Everything. Victor looked at a certain area of Natasha's body. Aren't you very rude? Veins were popping all over Natasha's face. Really? I really don't think so. Of course. Victor was being petty. But he didn't have a good impression of Sasha's mom and her dad. Especially when he heard Sasha's story. He didn't like both of them one bit. His fists itched to teach them both a lesson. But he knew that, although they weren't as strong as Scathach, they were both still older vampires and were much stronger than he was. Although if you're going to say something he learned from Scathach, it was, strength is not what decides the outcome of a battle. You can even be stronger. But if your mental condition is not good, if you fall into a trap and the opponent attacks your weakness, you can lose. A life and death battle is not an arena game. But of course, strength influences a lot. Considering you can't make plans if you don't have enough strength to execute the plan. PFFT. Even he thinks you're an airport runway. Agnes laughed. Shut the fuck up. William looked at Victor with curious eyes. So this is the boy. He's tall. And handsome. He didn't have much of an opinion about Victor. He was just curious to know what was so special about this boy that made Scathach interested in him. Was it his powers? I feel like that's part of the reason. Victor felt a shiver in his body and looked suspiciously at William. The man with blonde hair and green eyes. Father. Wake up. Father. Violet was rocking her dad back and forth. But he didn't seem to wake up. It's useless. He won't wake up for a while. Just let him rest. Agnes spoke. Father. But Violet didn't seem to mind and slapped Adonis on the cheek. He woke up. Agnes was speechless. You finally woke up. Violet sighed in relief. Yes. I felt like I was going back to visit Persephone. Persephone. The queen of the underworld? Victor asked. Yes. That same one. He smiled. Oh. Victor couldn't say what to say. From the way he talks confidently. I even thought he was talking about a real person as if she existed. Ha ha ha. That will never happen. Not while I'm here. Agnes' eyes weren't pretty. Adonis just smiled and scratched his cheek since he didn't know how to respond. Darling, suddenly, Ruby and Sasha appear beside Victor. Oh. I'm back. Honey. He spoke to both of them. Welcome back, the two spoke with a gentle smile. And then they started looking at Victor and Violet at the same time. Seeing the obvious change in Violet, their eyes darkened. Victor's smile grew disproportionately. We're next. Right. Yes. Of course. Victor couldn't take it anymore and hugged them both. The two didn't know how to react to seeing Victor like this. And they were even more speechless when they felt a feeling overflowing from their connection. His love was heavy. I don't think it's a good idea to hug other women now that you've just taken my daughter's virginity. Victor raised an eyebrow and looked at Agnes. Looking like an elder who wanted to give advice. She said. Now that you've taken my daughter's virginity, you belong to Clan Snow. So it would be inappropriate to hug other women. Right. Natasha had several points she wanted to complain about. But she was silent since she wanted to see Victor's reaction. Victor lets go of his wives. So he raises his finger. First. I don't belong to anyone. I only belong to my wives. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha all flashed a loving little smile. Second, that's not your problem. Huh? Agnes' eyes weren't pretty. If you're with my daughter. Of course. That's my problem. Third, I will say the same thing I told Scathach. Your opinion on this matter does not matter. What matters is only the feelings of my wives. As if the sound of the world itself had been cut off by a supernatural entity. A hush of disbelief fell in the room. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 108 to 108, Victor meets the in-laws. 2. What did this boy just say? Scathach. Huh. Are they that close? Those were the thoughts of men. They know that when someone calls the name Scathach inappropriately, that person's chances of dying are over 99%. And if this man is saying her name so casually, it must have been allowed. After all, this is her mansion. So she must surely be listening in on the conversation from somewhere. Natasha and Agnes were more shocked by something else. He just said he did the same thing to Scathach. How is he still alive? Unlike the 2 men, Natasha and Agnes were the ones who knew Scathach best. And both women knew how irrational this woman could be. She is more irrational than them put together. And for those who know Scathach and her irrationality, to hear that someone spoke those same rude words to Scathach and survived. It was just too unbelievable. The woman they knew wouldn't allow herself to be offended. She was too proud. Hey, bitch. Don't stick your nose in subjects where you're not asked. Violet told her mother. Violet. Respect your mother. Agnes didn't like what Violet said. When you are a mother who respects me, I will respect you. Violet spoke in a dry tone. This girl is so irrational. I wonder who she got that from. The people who knew Agnes well enough were silent. If it wasn't you who she got it from, who would it be? That's what they wanted to say. But they were silent. Violet was the copy of Agnes when she was younger. With the only difference being that Violet is calmer than her mother. Darling. Please don't tease our parents. Sasha spoke in a low voice. Yes. Even though they are like that, they are still counts, ex-counts. Ruby continued in the same low voice. I'll try. But I don't promise anything. Victor said. He knew a lot about his personality. And he knew he couldn't promise anything related to certain matters. Mainly matters involving conflicts. He is the kind of man who pays for everything in the same coin. If someone treats Victor kindly, Victor will be kind to that person. But if that person treats Victor with a hostile attitude, it's a hostile attitude that they will receive from Victor. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. And blood for blood. That's how his father raised him. And even after he turned into a vampire, that mindset didn't change. Well, I think that's enough. Sasha didn't know how to feel hearing Victor's words. Yes. As long as you don't cause any problems, everything should be fine. Despite having said that, Ruby, Violet, and Sasha knew he would do something irrational. After all, they knew a lot about Victor's personality. Suddenly, footsteps started to be heard. And soon a group of people arrived. Yuki, Kagaya, Natalia, Maria, and Luna, the 5 maids. Yuki and Kagaya are Victor's personal maids. Natalia is Violet's maid. Maria is Sasha's maid. And Luna is the maid of Ruby and of the entire Scarlet clan. Master. Yuki looked quite happy for a moment. But she quickly controlled her expression. Hi. My maid. Victor smiled. Yuki couldn't help but flash a happy little smile. She wasn't forgotten. Master. You're back. Kagaya spoke. Yes. My maid. Victor continued with the same smile on his face. Kagaya nodded with a slight smile on her face. Lord Victor. Maria spoke. Hi. Maria. How are you feeling? Horrible. She was honest. That's a good thing. Victor was also honest. Maria's stoic face almost broke when she heard Victor's response. Are you feeding? Yes. The maids are kind enough to bring me food. Although it's not fresh. As a ghoul, her diet was based on human flesh and not blood. Honestly, she didn't even know how to feel anymore. To eat human flesh and find it tasty. This experience left her very upset. But she had no choice since she didn't want to become a decaying and rotten creature like a zombie. At the end of the day, she's still a woman. And she cares what she looks like. She had a lot of time to research her current race. And she found that if she eats human flesh, she could avoid a bit of the ghoul's decay process. And that's what she did. At the end of the day, she didn't want to become an irrational beast. I see, Victor said. But he didn't sympathize with Maria's situation. Try to eat well. It's good for your health. He learned of Maria's condition through his wives. And he found the situation amusing. The woman turning into something more horrible than she previously hunted. Where are the remaining girls? Victor asked. Lacus is sleeping. Pepper is watching cartoons. Sienna is doing some unfinished work. But Countess Scathach, I don't know where she is. And June is in one of the rooms hiding in fear of being devoured by the monsters of this mansion. The person who answered was Yuki. It's not cartoons, Ruby muttered. Why doesn't anyone understand this? She thought. It's okay. It's okay. I understand you. Sasha patted Ruby's head. I don't want your pity. Ruby spoke in a cold voice. It's all right. Sasha spoke again with a sympathetic look. I think it was a mistake to introduce you to the anime world. Kagaya looked at Yuki with a dry look. As if silently judging her. What? Nothing. She didn't want to look petty since she knew that Yuki was also Victor's maid. June. Victor puts a hand to his chin as if thinking. Oh. That greedy witch. He finally remembered her. Coming to think about it. I still have the card she gave me. Victor thought. Why is she here? He asked. I asked her to investigate something for Lady Sasha. And she came back with information. Natalia replied. Oh. That's a good thing. Let me know if you need anything. Victor didn't care too much because he knew that his wives would ask for his help if he was needed for anything. Of course. Natalia smiled. Natasha, William, Agnes, and Adonis were looking at Victor all the time as if sizing him up. And seeing how he spoke. Seeing his gestures that looked like a natural leader. They couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Scathach taught him well. They think. What they didn't know was that Victor was naturally like that. And he wasn't even trying to do anything. In a place far from the royal capital. In a forest of many giant trees that could easily surpass the height of many buildings in the human world. Annoying. Annoying. What's this annoying feeling? Scathach was standing in the middle of the forest. And around her were several destroyed trees. The ground was broken. And in some places, a large amount of ice could be seen. It was pretty obvious that she was taking out all her frustration and anger on the surrounding landscape. After finding out that her disciple was climbing the stairs to adulthood, the uncomfortable feeling she had been feeling since she learned that today was Victor and Violet's meeting grew like a volcano erupting. And she was irritated. And to make matters worse, she didn't even know why she was so angry. She just felt like breaking something or someone. Because of that, to avoid doing something she regrets in the future, she decided to isolate herself a little. Maybe that would help her improve her mood. Destroying some trees and mountains. Maybe hunting some wild beasts. She had a lot of ways to calm down. And it's been 2 days since she's been isolated in this forest. She tried everything to control her emotions. She even tried to meditate. But this is not working. Scathach's red eyes were glowing dangerously. I'm just getting angrier. You guys should know that it's pretty obvious that after the date, they're going to have sex. She remembered Agnes' words again. Fuck. Boom. She stomped on the ground so hard that the ground broke into a cobweb shape. Why am I so angry? She punched the tree. Boom. Unconsciously. She put in too much force. And the poor tree was evaporated from existence. And the damage didn't stop there. All the trees in a straight line suffered very serious damage. What is happening? She had never felt this way in her life. In 2,000 years of existence, she had never felt this irritating feeling in her chest. Despite living a long time, Scathach was never a woman to get involved in relationships. Instead, she preferred to train and get stronger. She had a mindset that she had acquired since she was a little girl. The strong are always right. Have you lost your farm to bandits? The culprit is you. Who are weak? They invaded your village, raped your wife, killed your daughter, and killed you. The culprit is you. Who are weak? Used you as a disposable pawn in a war. The culprit is you, who are weak. Weakness disgusts me. That was what the young Scathach thought. She didn't want to be like those weak people. And, because of that, she trained, and trained. She evolved her power that in the past could only create a small ice cube into what it is today. But as I spent 2,000 years running the planet, and meeting new people, and experiencing new experiences, that mindset slowly began to change and form the personality that she has today. She is much calmer than in the past. She is more understanding than in the past. She is much more experienced than in the past. Of course, this change only applies to those close to her. But one thing that hasn't changed even after living so long is, the strong are always right. In fact, that mindset only strengthened when she saw kings and emperors who built their country from scratch fall into ruins in a few years because they weren't strong enough. That mindset has been strengthened even more in all the wars she has fought in the past. If you don't have power, you will be trampled like an insect. She didn't want to be on the side of the people who lost. Because of that, she never slackened her training. Because of that mindset, she's strong now. Although since she was a little girl, she always liked to fight and train, which also helped her in her long journey. That smell, she sniffed the air a little. Victor, slowly. Her expression began to change. Badump. Badump. Her heart began to pound harder. And the thirst she was feeling began to become unbearable. My idiot disciple is back. She spoke with a big smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. I'll make him pay for making me feel like this. Her red eyes glowed even brighter. And soon she disappeared, leaving behind a destroyed forest. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 109 to 109, Victor meets the in-laws. 3. Victor was currently sitting on a large black sofa. And behind him were the 5 maids who were waiting for any possible orders from their respective masters. On his right side, Violet was sitting with a small smile on her face as she held Victor's arm possessively. But unlike before, when she looked like a teenager in love, now, she looked like a real wife and looked much more mature than before. On his left side was Sasha, who was next to Victor. And on Sasha's side was Ruby, who had a cold look on her face. Victor was somehow feeling a déjà vu with this situation and feels like he has done this in the past. Oh. It was the first time I met my master. He felt it happened a long time ago. Even though it was only 6 months. Noticing the silence in the room as if everyone was waiting for him to say something, he said, "Let's introduce ourselves first. As it's the first time I've met my in-laws." Victor displayed a small smile. Adonis smiled. He liked a little how Victor wasn't affected by their looks. "It's okay with me." He displayed a small smile. And for the first time, everyone could really see why in the past he was called a young man of great beauty. I had forgotten how handsome he was. Agnes is lucky. If only I could have kidnapped him before. Natasha thought. The only ones who weren't affected by Adonis' beauty were Victor, Violet, Ruby, Sasha, Kagaya, Yuki, who was already used to Adonis' beauty, Natalia for the same reason as Yuki, and Luna, who didn't care much for the existence of the most beautiful man. Also, Maria, who only saw Adonis as a walking piece of meat. Even salivating a little, she feels that if she eats him, it's going to taste really good, in the literal sense. Of course. Agnes huffed with pride when she saw her husband. As her face said, "That's my husband." Victor saw this attitude out of the corner of his eye and smiled a little inwardly. She really does look like Violet. My name is Adonis Snow. And this beautiful woman is my wife, Agnes Snow. Nice to meet you. My name is Victor Walker. Victor introduced himself. But, suddenly, his face showed a strange expression. Adonis. You mean that Adonis who was loved by 2 goddesses? Despite not knowing much about mythology, Victor knew about the myth of Adonis and remembers seeing it from a movie in the past. The saying, "He's handsome like an Adonis." He didn't know what that saying was at the time. But when he searched the internet, he found it was about a Greek myth of a man who was loved by 2 goddesses. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and Aphrodite, The goddess of beauty and love. Yes. So it was real. Victor had suspected this before. But he didn't think it was possible. If Adonis is in front of me, then do these two women exist too? Are they goddesses? Or something different? He was a little curious now. Victor looked Adonis up and down. And he understood. He really was handsome. Divinely handsome. But he saw something in Adonis' tired smile. You suffered. Huh. Well. I was born handsome but without strength. He continued with the same smile. A curse. Huh. Yes. So. Victor looked at Agnes. Was it her? Sometimes. Yes. But she is better than the other two. I see. But you seem to like it. Well. Life has its ups and downs. And if you think too much about the past, you will go crazy. Wise words coming from you. Victor flashed a small smile. Although I look like I am. I'm old. You know. He laughed. An old man. Indeed. Agnes and Violet were speechless. Why are they talking in codes? Why are they talking like they're old friends? What is happening? What are you talking about? William asked. Natasha was curious too. Oh. It's nothing. The two spoke at the same time. William and Natasha were looking at the two of them strangely. Anyway. My name is Anastasia Fulger. I'm Sasha's mother. Victor looked at the woman and spoke neutrally. Yes. I know. Oh. You seem to have a very negative opinion of me. Knowing that my wife was tortured just for your fun is not a very pleasant thing. Right. Victor didn't like hitting the bush and got right to the point. Suddenly. The whole atmosphere of the place became more tense. Darling. Sasha grabbed Victor's arm and started pulling in an attempt to get him to stop talking. Hey. Aren't you very overprotective? How can you judge me when you don't know anything? You're right. Victor nodded in agreement with Natasha's words and closed his eyes as he began to think about it. Right. I may have a reason for doing this. And that's not unusual either. You know. Right. Countess Scathach did the same thing to Ruby. So why aren't you pissed at her too? You're right. Victor continued nodding. Agreeing with Natasha's words. Suddenly. Victor opens his eyes. But I don't care if you're right or not. Victor's eyes began to glow blood red. You hurt my wife. Look. He pointed to Sasha, who was shaking as she held Victor's arm. Natasha and William looked at their daughter in silence. You traumatized her. Victor clenched his teeth angrily. You traumatized your own daughter. And that's reason enough for me to be annoyed with you. Unlike Ruby, who Scathach trained, tortured to be strong and independent. Natasha trained her daughter just for her own fun. She didn't even care about Sasha. The process was the same. But the goal was different. Victor's anger was so great that it was starting to affect Violet and Ruby, who were feeling his emotions through the connection. I need to stay calm. Don't let yourself be influenced. Ruby thought as she squeezed her hands. She needed to be the one with a calm mind. But then she looked at Violet and saw something that surprised her. Is she calm? Ruby looked at Violet's hands and saw her squeezing her hands tightly. Wrong. She's not. But she's holding back. She exhibited a small satisfied smile. She has matured. Adonis saw it too. And he smiled pleased at his daughter's coming of age. But he didn't know how it felt to know that his precious daughter was contaminated. However, he knew that day would eventually come. And he also respected his daughter's decision, he just felt complicated as a father. So what? Natasha spoke after thinking a bit. Victor continued to stare at Natasha. She is my daughter. And she belongs to me. I can do what I want with her. Natasha smiled and spoke. I had her. I raised her. She belongs to my clan. As long as I'm the leader of my clan, she'll do what I want. Right. Natasha looked at her daughter. Sasha's body visibly trembled as she heard her mother's words. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere in the house was silent again. And the atmosphere around was heavier. People who knew Victor quickly looked to him to see what his reaction was. And surprisingly, his face was neutral. And he didn't look angry. Victor looked at William. And you? What is your opinion about this? Me? I don't care. William replied after thinking for a while. He really didn't feel anything since he only cared about Natasha and the power clan Fulger has to offer his family. And Sasha is just a tool for him to have that safe power. Not to mention that he is too submissive to Natasha for him to try to oppose her. But in the end, he doesn't care so much. After all, living life with a countess has its benefits. I see. Victor lowered his face a little. And his expression was hidden by his hair. The killing intent coming out of his body was causing visible discomfort in the people next to him. Father, Sasha's body shook even harder. And she looked like she was about to cry at any moment. I know they thought that of me. I always knew, but why am I sad? I should be used to it by now. Ruby quickly hugs her friend to support her. And this time she didn't hide her anger. Master. Yuki was worried about Victor. Kagaya, on the other hand, just joined Victor's shadows. Suddenly Victor's killing intent disappeared. As he lifted his head and smiled with a kind face. His smile was so peaceful. It was so warm. That he didn't even seem to be angry a few seconds ago. William and Natasha opened their eyes in shock. They didn't expect this reaction. Looks like you made your decision. My son-in-law. Adonis' smile grew a little in approval. Even women who knew Victor well didn't expect this reaction from him. I'm sorry. My beloved wife. Victor patted Sasha's head, listening to Victor's thoughts. Sasha, Violet, and Ruby looked at Victor. Don't, before Sasha could say anything. Darling, before Ruby and Violet could stop Victor. Victor spoke in a gentle voice that sent shivers down Natasha and William's spine. Then you two don't need to exist. The two didn't have time to react. Boom. Victor shot towards the two and grabbed them both by the face with his hands. Then, using their bodies, he broke through the mansion wall easily. When he arrived outside the mansion, his body was covered in lightning. And, using the lightning, he flew into the skies and took them both away from the royal capital. Darling. No. Sasha yelled. Rumble. Rumble. Everyone can only hear the lightning sounds in the distance. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 110 to 110, The Anger of a Husband. He really did that. Adonis doesn't know how to feel. Is he proud of his courage? Or is he stunned by his stupidity? There's no way a newborn vampire can beat an older vampire. But regardless of his feelings, Adonis smiled. As a man, he approved of Victor's attitude and wished he could do something like that in the past. But unfortunately, he wasn't that crazy or had enough powers to perform such a feat in the past. My master is crazy. He's going to die. Yuki completely lost her composure. Lord Victor. Maria felt an irritation in her chest when she thought about Victor's possible death. Ruby. Luna looked at Ruby worriedly. We have to go after him now. He's going to die. Sasha was freaking out. Her face a tearful mess. She wasn't worried about her parents because, at this point, she didn't care about her parents anymore. She just didn't want to lose another loved one again. Ruby hugged Sasha tighter. Calm down. Okay. But. Sasha was going to say something else. But when she saw Ruby's cold, lifeless face, she froze in shock. She was too scary. Okay. Yes. Father. Mother. Violet got up and looked at her parents. Don't let my husband die. Please. She bit her lip in frustration. She didn't like feeling weak like this. But opponents are older vampires. Only time can bridge that gap. If my husband dies, Violet's eyes grew lifeless. And she was thinking about the worst possible outcome. Violet. Ruby surprisingly raised her voice to Violet. Violet was surprised by Ruby's sudden voice and looked at her friend. Don't think about nonsense. Okay. Adonis and Agnes looked at this demonstration with interest. Then they looked at each other for a while and seemed to be thinking of a decision. Come on. We have to prevent a tragedy from happening. Adonis made a decision. Yes. If Adonis made a decision, Agnes would join him. A tragedy? What are you talking about? Then, suddenly, everyone hears a woman's voice. Everyone looks at Scathach. Scathach looked around and saw signs of struggle. What happened? She asked this time in an orderly tone. Darling attacked Sasha's parents. He didn't like how indifferent Sasha's parents were to her. Violet explained. My disciple attacked two former counts. Scathach opened her mouth in shock. She couldn't even believe what she was saying. A colossal pressure suddenly fell on everyone in the mansion. As Scathach's smile grew. And she laughed. What? Agnes did not understand this sudden burst of laughter. Mother. Ruby saw that her mother looked quite happy. To think that my disciple was bold enough to attack 2 former counts just because his wife was harmed. This was an attitude she very much approved of, because not being afraid to face a stronger opponent is an essential trait if you want to get stronger. She looked at Sasha. And suddenly her face twisted in anger. What are you doing? Her voice was so loud that the glass around her shattered. Hey. Your husband is out there fighting for you. Stop crying like a child. Sasha opened her mouth. Get up. Wash your face. And stand up like a proud woman. Stand up like a proud wife who trusts her husband. That expression of yours now is just shameful. Mother. Ruby wanted to say something. But. Don't interrupt me. Scathach's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ruby. Ruby gulped. Then she looked at Sasha again. And seeing Sasha's face slowly changing, she smiled in satisfaction. You're right. This is no time to be crying. Sasha wiped her face and got up from the couch. I won't lose someone else important to me again. She clenched her fists with determination. Good. Scathach's smile grew when she saw Sasha's determined expression. I'll go first, she said. Are you planning to intervene? Adonis asked. Of course not. This is a fight my disciple chose for himself. And he wouldn't want me to step in and fight in his place. Oh. I just won't let him get killed if he loses. After all, he's mine. Only I can kill him, Scathach spoke with a seductive smile at the end. Now. I understand why she likes that boy so much. Adonis smiled a little when he saw Scathach's expression. They're basically flour from the same bag. Darling. Agnes raised an eyebrow and looked at Adonis like a hawk. Ha, he just laughed innocently. And ignored his wife's gaze. Ending the conversation, Scathach kicked at the ground, which cracked into a web from her strength, and disappeared somewhere. He's just mine. Ruby's eyes weren't pretty now. And she just thought that she should talk to her mom about Victor and her feelings about Victor in the future. It's a waste of time to postpone the inevitable. She has decided that she is going to face her mother head on. We should go. Agnes spoke this time while her eyes were shining with curiosity. Although she was a little scared, her curiosity was stronger. She never saw that kind of reaction from Scathach. Yes. Adonis spoke. Violet walked towards Sasha. Come on, Sasha. We have to go after our husband. Yes. We do. And then we have to teach him a lesson for making us worry so much. Yes. Violet smiled kindly. Ruby flashed a small smile when she saw Violet and Sasha's interaction. No longer as friends, but as sisters. Looks like I got 2 more sisters. She laughed a little in amusement. What just happened? Sienna appeared along with Lacus and Pepper. Who was hiding behind Sienna? My husband happened. Come on. We need to go after them. Ruby's mood suddenly became more serious. It's always him, isn't it? Okay. I will. Sienna spoke. Me too. Lacus said. I don't want to be home alone. So I'm going too. We will too. Yuki. Luna. And Maria said. Natalia. Can you make the portal? Violet asked. It's impossible. I don't know where they are. And if I don't have the exact location in mind, the portal will become random. Natalia spoke. So we have to go running. Yes. As I'm only a human, I can't keep up with you. So I'll stay at the mansion. Okay. Let's go. Violet disappeared. And soon all the vampires in the mansion followed Violet. Well. That got interesting. Didn't it? Then. Hearing someone's voice. Natalia looked at June. Who was also at the mansion. Yes. I wonder what the consequences of all this will be. Me too. How about watching them then? Natalia puts her hand in her pocket. Her hand seems to disappear for a few seconds. And then she pulls out a crystal ball. Seeing the device in Natalia's hand, June said with a smile on her face. That's a good idea. Victor knew a fact. Yes. He knew he was weaker than both of them. And despite knowing that, he attacked them. The reason? There are many. But the main one was. They hurt my wife. No matter the reason. No matter what they thought at the time when doing what they did. He didn't care. What matters is, my wife cried. And I never want to see that face again. Killing Sasha's parents can't be the perfect solution to this problem. He knows that. He also doubts his ability to achieve this feat. But he knows something. They need to be beaten up. And from the moment he decided what to do, and started planning his next steps, he knew he couldn't fight them head on. So the best way was a surprise attack. Let down the enemy's guard. An attack. And most importantly, don't hold back. The opponent is an older vampire. So go all out from the start. ORAAAA. Victor throws the two vampires onto a mountain. Boom. They crashed into the mountain and got stuck in the rock. Ouch. This kid is really strong. William commented with a carefree expression as he looked up at the sky. But, despite having said that, he didn't seem to have been damaged. The way he uses my clan's power is very interesting. And he doesn't seem to take damage like me. Natasha commented. Victor pointed both of his hands at them. And soon a sphere of fire began to be created. What is the vampire's most obvious weakness? Fire. And that he has to spare. Burn. A gigantic sphere of fire flew towards them. Fuck. Despite being older vampires, they know they shouldn't underestimate Clan Snow's fire. William tried to get up. But he noticed something. He was being frozen. He snorted. Does he think this can stop me? But the moment he touched the ice, his hand was burned. Well, he looked at his hand. This way of using fire is interesting too. William's body turns to smoke. And he gets out of his restraints. Yes. Natasha's body starts to be covered by the lightning. And she breaks the ice. Just as she was about to use her lightning bolt to escape the fire's area of effect, a wall of ice appeared in front of her. The fireball hit the ice wall and exploded. Boom. William and Natasha walk away. Why did he do that? William didn't understand either. Despite being older vampires, they were not warriors. One was a lazy submissive. And the other was a woman who only knew how to gamble. They rarely participated in fights. And in most fights, they overcame the opponent with pure power or with their influence. But living for so long gives them life experience. After all, they've seen a lot of fighters fighting in the past. Soon a dense fog began to be created around. He blocked our view. Natasha. Clever. William. Will you take care of him for me? I'm lazy. William spoke. I'll take care of him. They were carefree since, in their minds, there was no way a vampire who had just outgrown his diapers would harm them in any way. Yes. Fire is dangerous. But there are several ways to avoid fire. Master. You can't face them head on. I know. Victor spoke in a low voice. Use my shadows. The two of us together can do some damage to them. We never fought together. My maid. It doesn't matter. Just trust me. Do you trust me? Victor flashed a small smile. Always. Kagaya displayed a gentle smile within Victor's shadow. It was a shame Victor couldn't see it. Kagaya. Remember. They're both older vampires. A head-on fight like you like should be avoided at all costs. And, though they're older vampires, they still have vampire weaknesses. But do not forget. To live for so long, they acquire some resistance to these weaknesses. So they will not be so easy to kill with them. Kagaya began to give instructions to Victor. Victor listened in silence. He already knew that. From the beginning. He knew. But he wanted to be in tune with Kagaya. So, because of that, he listened in silence. They will underestimate you. They won't take you seriously. And you should take every chance you get. And most importantly, don't hold back. Okay. Now attack William head on. Victor flashed a predatory smile. Victor looks at William with his red eyes glowing and creates an ice shelf behind him. And using the platform as a boost, he flies towards William. William could feel something flying towards them. And he quickly braced himself. His hand stiffening. And soon a claw was created. Come. I will rip your heart out. The moment Victor would get close to him, Victor disappeared. He didn't understand. And he couldn't even feel him anymore. Suddenly, Victor appears beside William and attacks him. William quickly defends himself with his arm. But that was a bad idea. Ah. My arm. Using an ice greatsword that was covered with fire, Victor cut off William's entire arm. Good. Kagaya's shadow exhibited a scary smile. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 111 to 111, The Anger of a Husband. 2. Motherfucker. I'll kill him. William growled angrily. And all his noble appearance was thrown away. Run now. Hearing what Kagaya said, Victor wasted no time and ran. Rumble. You won't escape. Natasha appears in front of Victor. She couldn't see him because of the fog. But she knew he was there. You can't run away from me. I already ran away. Suddenly Victor's body began to dissolve into the shadows. Tisk. Did he have that ability too? It's getting more interesting by the minute. She felt she should get Victor for herself since it would be a shame to leave someone so interesting with those women. She suddenly felt that something was going to pierce her head. Quickly. She uses her lightning and protects her head. She almost couldn't feel it. She looks back and sees a dagger made of shadows. That is. Tisk. She looks back and sees Victor. Wrong. For her to see a woman. But soon. The woman also disappears into the shadows. The skills of Clan Blank. She thinks for a moment and remembers a maid with oriental features who was next to Victor. Is it that maid? Natasha looks at her husband. William. Stop whining like a whore. That boy has someone from Clan Blank with him. If we let him continue, it will get annoying. Let's get it over with. But remember. Don't kill him. I want him for myself. Now. Clear that fog. She ordered. Okay. William's expression turned serious. A few seconds passed. And quickly his hand was completely restored. I'll get rid of this fog first. William's hands stiffen. And he punches the ground. Boom. A big explosion happened. And all the fog was blown away by the created wind. Taking advantage of the chaos of the fog, a shadow approaches Natasha. And Victor comes out of the shadows and attacks Natasha. Ah. Hearing his wife scream, William sees Victor attacking his wife from behind. He put his hands in her guts. Then pulled them out. It's still not enough. He put one hand back inside her and grabbed her spine. But when he was going to rip it from her body, Natasha made a move. Bastard. Let me go. Natasha turned around with Victor's hand still inside her. And in doing so, his hand broke. She clenches her fists and attacks Victor's head. She is aiming straight at the weak spot. She will kill him. How dare he hurt her? Victor just flashed a big, distorted smile. Burn. Suddenly his whole body started to catch fire. Ah. Natasha screamed in pain. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Yell like a pig being slaughtered. Natasha's screams of pain filled Victor with sadistic pleasure. Master. I know. Victor looked at William. Bastard. William uses his speed and approaches Victor. When he was going to attack Victor's head, they heard Natasha's voice. Enough. Rumble. Rumble. A huge golden bolt of lightning fell on Natasha. Victor's hands were vaporized. But he didn't care. Instead, he takes advantage of William's carelessness and attacks his head, using his ice-covered feet. Despite being caught off guard, William still managed to react. But when he was going to attack Victor, something happened that he did not expect. A maid came out of Victor's shadow and cut William's neck with her daggers. Tisk. It was too shallow. Kagaya muttered. And then she quickly went back into Victor's shadow. Bitch. I will. You are not going to do anything. Victor opens his mouth, bites William's neck, and rips off a huge chunk of meat. My. He tried to say something, but his voice wouldn't come out since his vocal cords were destroyed. You are mine. But then, when Victor was about to kill William, he felt someone holding his shoulder. Stop. Sigh. Looks like I didn't do it fast enough. Victor looked back and saw Natasha, who was completely changed in appearance. Tisk. The older vampire's regeneration is annoying. All the damage he caused her was fully recovered. And the only damage was her clothes, which were slightly burned. Pierce. Natasha shoves her hand into Victor's heart and pulls it out. Ha 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 ha. Victor laughed madly as blood came out of his mouth. Master. Do you laugh when your heart is taken out? Why not? It's fun. Right. I'll get you out of there now. Slowly Victor's appearance began to dissolve into shadows. Natasha ignores Victor, looks at his heart, and then lifts it over her head. Splash. Natasha bursts Victor's heart and drinks his blood. Her eyes glowed blood red. Her cheeks blushed as she began to breathe heavily as if she were out of breath. Delicious, she started to lick her lips as if she didn't want to waste anything. My daughter has something so delicious around. And she didn't tell me. Her expression turned annoyed, looking like a spoiled child. It's unfair. It's unfair. It will be mine. I'm going to make him my fourth husband. William was speechless when he heard Natasha's words. He was right here. You know. But he was used to it. She was this irrational type of woman. William, stand up. You lost an arm to a younger vampire. Do you not have shame? Woman. Who was the woman who was burning a few seconds ago? That's what he wanted to say. But in the end, he didn't have the courage. When William's throat regenerated, he said, "Where's that bastard?" He hid again. Natasha looked around with her eyes glowing blood red. He's like a slippery rat. It's annoying. William grunted. At a considerable distance, Victor was leaning against a tree with Kagaya looking worriedly at the hole in Victor's chest. Who are you calling a rat? You motherfucker. Shish. Kagaya covered Victor's mouth. Don't be angry now, master. Focus on recovering. A wound like that will be healed in less than a few seconds. And as Victor said, in less than a few seconds, all the damage done to him was restored. And now? Kagaya asked. I don't know. But I'll think of something. Victor remembered Skathich's words. Stupid disciple. If you are fighting a stronger enemy, use everything to your advantage to try to kill him. No matter what. Even the environment is your ally. Victor looked at the two of them with his eyes gleaming dangerously. Luckily, they're still underestimating me. That's good. Now, I just need to separate them, if I get a chance. I can kill the man, but the woman, it's hard. Master, why are you smiling? Victor touches his face. Sigh. You're incorrigible. Well, at least you didn't freeze in fear. She exhibited a small smile. Fear? Ha ha ha. Victor laughed in amusement. I'm excited. He clenches his fists tightly. Then he gets up off the ground and looks up at the mountain. Come on. Kagaya. Yes. Master. Soon Kagaya enters Victor's shadow. Rumble. Rumble. A loud lightning noise was heard. Oh. Natasha looked at the mountain. Is he there? William asked. Yes. Natasha's body began to be covered by lightning. Good to know. I will kill him. William. Natasha's eyes weren't pretty. William's body visibly trembled. I mean, I will capture him. Good. Be a good boy. And I'll give you a reward later. William didn't say anything and just disappeared towards the mountain. And soon, Natasha joined him. When Victor set foot on the mountain, the entire mountain was frozen. So he created an ice greatsword and placed it on his shoulder. Kagaya. Can you cover this whole mountain with your shadow? Yes. It's possible. Don't tell me. Ha ha ha. I like that you are starting to think like me. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Kagaya was honest. I'm counting on you. My maid. Yes. Master. Slowly Victor's shadow began to grow. And in less than a few seconds, the entire mountain was covered by Kagaya's power. Done. Nice job. Victor raises his sword to the sky. Rumble. Rumble. The sword began to be covered with thunder. And shortly thereafter, the sword was covered with fire. They arrived. Ah. My dear son-in-law. Don't run away from me. Natasha displayed a seductive smile. I will treat you well. Sorry. But I don't like thoughts. Thought. Natasha's smile trembled a little. And I'm married. Ah. Victor swung the sword vertically toward the ground. Quake. Quake. The mountain began to shake violently. And then the mountain was split in half. Oh. Good job. You're strong. Natasha clapped her hands like she was praising a child. What are you doing? Have you gone crazy with fear? William asked. Victor didn't respond and just jumped into the opening in the mountain he created. As he was falling, he heard, Master. This is obviously a trap. They won't fall for it. Oh. They will. After all, I'm just a baby. Right. They don't need to fear me because, in front of them, I'm just an insect. Kagaya was silent when she heard Victor's hateful tone. Victor suddenly glides through the air and looks up. And then his smile grows. See? Don't run away. It just makes me want you more and more. Natasha is smiling a lot. Arrogance. Yes. But they're right to be arrogant. I'm weaker after all. But Victor remembered Skathich's words again. When a predator goes hunting, it uses all its strength. No matter if the enemy is weaker or stronger. That's their pride as a creature at the top of the food chain. They're not predators like my master. They're just kids pretending to be strong. Victor raises his sword. And as if possessed by a mad spirit, he starts swinging his sword everywhere. Cut, 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 cut. Victor using his superhuman strength. He cut across the mountain over and over again. Crack, crack, crack. And quickly, the entire ice mountain began to crumble. Kagaya now. Natasha and William stop chasing Victor and look around. That tactic again. William spoke in annoyance while ignoring the boulders of ice that were falling on him. But with his resistance, these boulders didn't even tickle. These stones. Natasha looked at the ice boulders that were covered in shadows. Do not tell me. Pierce. A sword of ice covered with fire pierced William's brain. William. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 112 to 112, An Insane Man. William. Rumble. Rumble. In less than a second, Natasha approached William, whose body was slowly freezing. She slits his neck, breaks Victor's ice sword, and quickly grabs her husband's head. Tisk. She heard Victor's annoyed voice. And Victor quickly disappeared into the shadows. William. She looked at her husband's head. I'm fine. The head began to speak. He didn't completely destroy my head. And you saved me before my head caught fire. Give me a few seconds. And I'll be whole again. But it'll take time for my body to fully regenerate. Okay. Natasha sighed in relief. Then she looked at the debris that were falling near her. This boy, he's starting to piss me off. Natasha's eyes were gleaming dangerously. Suddenly, several shadows came out of the wreckage. The shadows had the appearance of Victor holding ice swords. And they were closing in on Natasha. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha's eyes glowed gold for a few seconds. She covered her hand with lightning. And then it disappeared. And in less than a second, she cut through all of Victor's shadows. And she was back where she'd been before. Cough. Victor spat blood. And the guts of his stomach began to fall out of his body. Master. Kagaya quickly pulls Victor into her shadows. The game is over. From now on, I will face you as a full-grown vampire. First, I will get rid of this distraction. Natasha holds William's head, and with superhuman speed, she vanishes. All Kagaya and Victor saw were trails of golden lightning all over the mountain. And suddenly, the mountain vanished from existence. For the first time, Kagaya saw a fraction of a 2,000-year-old's vampire power. An irrational existence that defies logic and common sense. She's too fast. We have to get away now. Using her shadows, Kagaya moved away from the mountain area. And soon she was in the forest again. Tisk. That maid is annoying. I will kill her. Natasha disappeared, leaving behind only golden trails. Let me out. Victor suddenly spoke in a serious voice. Master. Do what I said quickly. He yelled. Yes. Victor was cast out of Kagaya's shadows. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha appears in front of him and attacks him. Victor tries to defend himself with the ice sword. But the ice sword is easily broken. Soon his body is pierced by Natasha's hands. Ha. She is definitely an ex-countess. You protected the maid. Huh. Natasha's eyes flickered in annoyance. I can't let my lovely maid fall into the hands of a whore like you. He flashed a big bloody grin. Kagaya was silent and just clenched her fists tightly inside her shadow. I wonder how you knew I was going to go after the maid. Natasha grabs Victor by the neck and lifts him into the air. Who knows? I don't know either. Once in the past, Kagaya talked about her weakness. Master. I am a shadow. And 2 shadows cannot exist at the same time. If you are in my world, and someone attacks your shadow, I will suffer the damage. Throughout the fight, Victor fought with Kagaya's safety in mind. He couldn't let his lovely maid get hurt because of his recklessness. Well, it doesn't matter. I have you in my hands now. You slippery eel. She flashed a sadistic smile. I won't let you get away anymore. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it unfair to use all your strength for a baby vampire like me? Look how fragile I am. Baby. Natasha's smile grew unnaturally. You're not a baby. But you already have the strength of an adult vampire. And when an adult vampire attacks older vampires, the consequences are pretty serious. She squeezed Victor's neck tighter. But even though he was choking, the smile on Victor's face never left. Master. Kagaya was worried. I see, I'm honored that you're treating me like a vampire adult. Victor spoke with obvious disdain as soon as his body started to catch fire. Useless resistance. Despite suffering severe damage to her hand, she didn't care. Pierce. Natasha pierces Victor's heart with her hand. Master. Cough. Victor coughed blood. And the fire in his body disappeared. Natasha cuts off Victor's legs and steps on them. She pierced Victor's stomach and pulled his guts out. This is my revenge. She removes Victor's eyeballs. It hurt. You know. It's been a while since I felt my guts being pulled out. And it's been a while since someone nearly killed my husband. Thank you. I think. Ha 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 ha. Despite being bloodied and broken all over, Victor never stopped smiling. Do you still have the energy to smile? In that case, I will torture you more. Natasha licked her lips in amusement. She threw William's head to the ground. And soon William's body began to regenerate. Rumble. Golden thunder crashed down on top of Victor. And all of his skin was burned. Ah. This is like an eccentric massage. As expected from a high-quality bitch. You have great techniques. But it's a shame. I still prefer my wives. Bitch. Oh. Victor's smile grew. Haven't people ever told you that? Something like a dumb blonde. Female dog. Didn't they ever say you had a flatland? He looked at Natasha's almost non-existent breasts. Natasha's eyes shined brighter. And she shoved her hand inside Victor's body and began to turn his organs. Hey, a vein popped in Natasha's head. I'll have fun torturing you. A brutal scene started to happen. Natasha took Victor's organs out of his body. Cut off his legs. Cut off his arms. Took his eyes from him. And shattered every corner of Victor's body. And then, after leaving him almost dead, waited for his regeneration to work and repeated the process. She was angry. And she was getting revenge. She wanted to see his face in pain. Wanted to see him beg for life. But, that never happened. Every time she ripped a part of Victor's body as if he was possessed by some evil spirit. Victor started laughing as if he thought something was funny. Stop laughing. She rips out his throat. But for some reason, even though his throat was destroyed, ha 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 ha, she could still hear his laugh. She's pretty sure he wasn't making any sound. But for some reason, she could still hear that annoying laugh. She couldn't understand. Things normally wouldn't happen like this. If it was an ordinary younger vampire, they would already be begging for mercy. A few minutes passed. And Natasha was still torturing a smiling Victor. This boy is insane. William spoke after a long time. He had no words to describe the sight in front of him. If it were me, I would have already given up. Suddenly, Natasha stopped torturing Victor and looked at the man in front of her. His whole body was covered in blood. He only had one eye in his face. He no longer had his legs. His guts were falling to the ground. His arms were removed from his body for a long time. And even though he was covered with all these wounds, he never stopped smiling. Hey. He made a disappointed face. Are you done? As expected. Hookers are never satisfactory. The best women are wives. Enough. Natasha gave up torturing Victor. Your mouth is more dangerous than your powers. It's time to shut up. Her hand was covered by lightning. Natasha attacks Victor's head in an attempt to kill him. But her hand stops inches from Victor's face. This feeling, she suddenly felt the world around her grow heavier. She felt death coming. She is coming. William swallowed hard. She came. Huh. Victor laughed even harder. Tisk. Now that she's here, I'm more relaxed. Victor displayed a gentle smile. With my master here, I can finally let go. And in the small chance I lose control of my actions, my beloved maid won't be harmed. Huh. Do you think you will survive? Just because that woman came to help you? Victor ignored Natasha and said, Hey. Has anyone ever asked you this question in your life? What question? Natasha looked at Victor with a strange look. What is this feeling? What is this weird feeling? Victor's remaining eye began to glow blood red. Despite having started the fight recklessly, Victor would never leave the fight to someone else to solve. That's his pride. Despite being petty and stupid, he didn't care. His enemy is only his to kill. It's nobody else's. No matter the consequences. No matter what damage he takes in the future. The enemy is his. This was his pride. And he would never let anyone step on that pride. Victor takes a deep breath and says, A noble and brave warrior once asked me, Are you an honorable fighter or a monster cursed by God? A little way away from Victor, his arms that Natasha cut off were on the ground. And, right then, the magic circle of Victor's gloves began to glow intensely blood red. And, as if it were a magic trick, Victor's arms were entirely restored along with his gloves. For some reason, the question Victor asked caused a feeling of urgency in Natasha. Kill him. Fast. William screamed. He felt that if they didn't kill him now, something terrible is going to happen. I know. She punches Victor in the face. But the result she was hoping for didn't come. And a small barrier of blood shielded Victor's face. What? The blood in the barrier acts like it's alive and fights back Natasha's attack. Is the blood alive? Natasha lost her hand. Wrong. Her hand was devoured by blood. Sensing danger from the blood, she quickly backs away from Victor. Victor fell to the ground. But, slowly, the blood around him began to float as if it were gaining consciousness. And that same blood began to cover him as if it were protecting him. He raised his head and looked at Natasha. Natasha and William felt chills all over their bodies when they saw Victor's face. The skin on his face was completely covered in dark red blood. It was like he was turning to blood. And the only thing visible on this monster was his glowing red eyes and his mouth that had a big smile that showed his sharp teeth. Hearing the noble warrior's question, Do you know what I said? Suddenly his whole body began to lose its shape and began to turn into something dark. Something evil. Victor's legs regenerated at high speed. And soon he was on his feet. And for the first time, William and Natasha could see Victor's full appearance. Just like the creature's face. Its entire body became a kind of black and red substance. As if Victor was a heap of blood in human form. This thing wore a big smile that showed all of its sharp teeth. William. Yes. Just what is this monster? Do I look like someone who knows? Soon Victor answered their question. I am a monster created by God. Boom. A red pillar of pure blood came out of Victor's body. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 113 to 113, A monster created by God. Side of Violet, Sasha, and Ruby. Suddenly the group stopped running. This feeling, Sasha's chest filled with worry as she felt something coming from their connection. Is it darling? She asked. This is weird. I've never felt this before. It's like he's overflowing with pride. Ruby felt strange. Her husband was a proud man. But his pride was not so great that he could convey it to them through the connection. This is my darling. Violet spoke with a big smile on her face. But then she wore an uncertain expression. I'm sure this is my husband. But something is weird. This feeling. He's never conveyed something like this before. She couldn't explain what she was feeling. Agnes looked at this situation with curious eyes and was wondering what they were talking about. Master. Yuki was worried. And somehow, she felt jealous of Kagaya now. After all, with her power, she could always be with her master. Something delicious is in that place. Unconsciously, Maria's mouth started to drool. Her stomach was hurting and begging for food. Maria quickly wipes her mouth and thinks, what was that? Why did I feel so hungry just now? Darling. Agnes looked at Adonis, whose violet eyes were shining a little. He seemed to be in a trance for a few seconds. But then he said, "Yes." He replied with an innocent face. "That happened?" She asked with a serious expression. "Yes." He sighed. He couldn't hide anything from her. "Huh. When we got home, we will talk about it." Agnes spoke in a tone of voice that would not allow for refusal. "That's a good idea." Adonis agreed. Scathach looks up, and, seeing the red pillar of power, her eyes fill with worry and annoyance. That idiot. She increased her pace even more. Once 6 months ago, Scathach discovered something while training with Victor. Victor, her stupid disciple, had his own vampire count form. Although this form is incomplete, it gives the host great power. If Victor, who now had the power of a 500-year-old adult vampire, uses this form, he will be able to fight 1500-year-old adult vampires. It's an absurd increase in power. As with all vampire count transformations, the user gains a significant boost to the powers common to vampires and also improves the amount of elemental power they can use. Victor's transformation was essentially the same, but different. Unlike the first time he changed into Clan Snow's vampire count form, his own vampire count transformation was something more chaotic. Ice and water, fire and lightning, and Victor's own power, that is blood. Victor's vampire count form was the joining of all his powers. And it's because of that his form was so strong. Normally it was not supposed to cause such a sudden power boost. And the vampire count form of an ordinary noble vampire provides a simple power boost. If the vampire is 500 years old and uses the vampire count form, he will be able to fight a 1000-year-old vampire. The increase was only 2x. Of course, this applies at the first levels of transformation. In total, the vampire count transformation has 3 levels. Level 1, an incomplete form of transformation. The user is covered by the source of their power. Their ears get sharper, and they grow a little in height. This stage gives a significant boost in base elemental power that you can use without getting tired. Power boost is 2x. Level 2, a semi-complete form of count transformation. The wearer's appearance becomes more monstrous. They gain an increase in the vampire's racial powers. They become tougher and stronger physically. And they gain better control of the power from the previous form. Level 3, the full form of transformation. It is said that only older vampires who have trained a lot in controlling their power can achieve this form. This form significantly enhances the base powers and the vampire's control of their own power. This transformation is basically a fusion of the 2 previous forms. Few in the history of noble vampires have had a chance to glimpse this transformation. It is said that the complete transformation of the vampire count is the true nature of the ancient vampires that has been lost over the millennia. But no one knows whether this is true or not. Even the very existence of this transformation is uncertain. And like she was laughing at the whole vampire story, her stupid disciple broke that rule. The first level of Victor's transformation gives a 3x power boost. But I think this is logical. After all, he inherited the powers of 3 houses of vampire counts. His very existence is an irregularity. Scathach thought. But not everything is perfect. Since her stupid disciple didn't completely master all of his basic powers, Scathach forbade him to use this transformation and even gave him gloves that restrained and helped control his powers. Until he was able to completely control his powers and the transformations of the 3 clans of vampire counts without the gloves, Scathach forbade him to use that power. The reason? The recoil was just too big. You don't get that much power for free. And a cost must be paid. By using so much power recklessly, the user only harms himself. The last time this happened, Victor was comatose for a month. And he was a vampire with a powerful regeneration. As Scathach had experience dealing with something like this in the past, she immediately understood something when she saw the condition of her disciple that day. The recoil from using a power he is not prepared to use is so strong that it has also damaged his soul. The soul is the anchor of life in the physical body. If the soul is destroyed, immortal or not, you will die. And that applies to everyone. Even for spirits like Abe no Seimei. although as spirits summoned by magic. They acted by another set of rules completely different from those who had a physical body. Victor was an atomic bomb of walking power. He was like a faucet that never stopped pouring water. With the water, in this case, being power. This might be a good thing at first glance. But without control, power is just as harmful to its users themselves as it is to everyone around them. Scathach arrived at the scene, and her eyes immediately sought out Victor and soon found him. His clothes were destroyed. He got taller. His whole body took on a shade of gray. His eyeballs were completely red. All his teeth were sharp like a predator's fangs. His hair was floating up like he was defying gravity. And his hands were sharp as claws. And behind him, he had a big bat wing. And around him, pure blood was floating as if it had been protecting him. It's different. The first time it happened, that wing was just bones. And he couldn't control that blood. And he didn't lose control this time. Scathach displayed a satisfied smile. Is that the vampire count form? Does he know how to use this too? Natasha spoke. Sigh. He made me worry about nothing. This form is still incomplete. Suddenly, William's vision began to spin. Huh, fool. You let your guard down. Weaker than you are not. On the battlefield, you never let your guard down. Especially when you're faced with something unknown. Scathach sneered in contempt. William's body fell to the ground. And the moment the body fell to the ground, his body started to catch fire and disappeared from existence. Victor appears holding William's head and shows it to Natasha. Brat. Let go of me. William yelled angrily. Don't you dare. Natasha growled when she saw Victor's sadistic smile on Victor's face. Victor's smile grew even wider. And slowly, he began to squeeze William's head. Crack. Crack. What? Realizing what Victor was going to do, William's face started to panic. Stop. Don't do this. Cracking sounds could be heard all around. And no. Stop it. Natasha's voice was almost breaking. Kid. Are you really going to kill your wife's father? William tried to negotiate. Remember, I'm her father. What will your wife think of you? Let me go. Okay. I promise we won't do anything against you anymore. Victor didn't say anything and just squeezed William's head tighter. Seeing that Victor wasn't kidding, Natasha's voice began to contain despair. Please. Please don't do this. Please. Victor's sadistic smile changed to an evil grin. No mercy. And, as if he was breaking a watermelon, Victor squeezed William's head tighter. Crack. Splash. Blood splattered Victor's face. No. Ha. And soon William's head caught fire and vanished from existence. He killed him. William. One is gone, now. Victor uses his speed and appears behind Natasha. Taking advantage of Natasha's emotional imbalance, he tries to kill the woman by also destroying her head. But the woman defends herself with her hands. Bastard. Natasha attacks Victor. But he quickly defends himself with the blood barrier and backs away. Crack. Victor's face took on an expression of annoyance for a few seconds when he realized that his barrier was almost broken. But the expression on his face disappeared quickly. And as if it were magic, a smiling expression appeared. Ah. He died so easily. Like ants being stepped on. It's a shame. It's really a shame. Victor looked at the ashes of William's body and stepped on them. He's a strong opponent. It's a shame he's not a warrior. He's just a parasite. And parasites must be eradicated. Right. He looked at Natasha. Do you understand what you did? You killed your wife's father. She will never forgive you. Natasha screamed with tears in her eyes. Victor raises his finger. And then the blood around him turns to blood swords. And he throws those swords towards Natasha. Child's play. Natasha's body is covered in lightning. And she dodges all of Victor's attacks. And soon she appears behind Victor and tries to kill him. Annoying speed. He quickly turns back. Controls the blood he's thrown. And the swords come back towards him. Quickly transforming into a blood barrier and defending Natasha's attack. Crack. Crack. This time the blood barrier broke. Tisk. Victor backed away. My speed has increased. But I'm still not an opponent for her, but my strength is causing damage to her body. I can't stay in this transformation for long. Or I'll start suffering damage to my soul. I need to increase my time using this transformation a little. I need blood. Victor flashed a sneer. Cheap sentimentalism. Don't pretend to be a saint. Woman. You don't care about your daughter. You never did. Natasha looked coldly at Victor. But, well, you may be correct. Maybe my beloved wife will never forgive me. Of course. She will never forgive you. He was her father. She growled. But Victor didn't mind and continued. I love my wife very much. And I don't want her to be sad because of my actions. He started to float slowly. Then he pointed his hand towards Natasha. But even if I love her, I'll never forgive anyone who hurts her. Even if that person is her own family. Hypocritical. Natasha spoke in a hateful tone. I know. Victor laughed. Now. Give me your blood. Huh. Suddenly. Tears of blood started to come out of Natasha's face. Cough. Cough. Natasha coughed up a lot of blood on the floor. This is. As if the blood had gained consciousness. Natasha's blood began to fly towards Victor. Victor's mouth grew distortedly. And he swallowed all the blood. You have delicious blood. Victor displayed a big smile. I want more. You will pay for this. No one takes my blood without my permission. Natasha's face wasn't pretty. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha's body was covered by lightning again. And she swiftly appeared in front of Victor. Die. Kagaya. Victor jumped back and narrowly avoided Natasha's attack. Yes. Master. Despite being surprised at Victor's transformation, she was still a hard-working maid. And she did her job. Victor's shadow spread across the ground. And soon a black territory was created. Suddenly. Victor's image slowly faded into the darkness. Fool. This won't work again. Natasha steps on the ground. And immediately a small lightning blast happens. The lightning travels across the ground. And it seems to have swallowed up all of Kagaya's shadow. What? Kagaya's territory of darkness was completely undone. And Victor was prevented from entering Kagaya's shadows. Huh. Victor didn't expect this. Natasha grabs Victor by the neck. And using her hand, she attacks Victor's head. Victor's head exploded like a fragile jelly. But something happened that she didn't expect. Victor's body fell to the ground and dissolved into blood. Suddenly the blood gathers behind Natasha. And at superhuman speed, that blood transforms into Victor. And he quickly embraces her. You are mine now. Huh. Let me go. She struggled. Victor suffered major damage to his body. But he didn't care. Didn't you want me? I'm here. His mouth grows disproportionately. And he bites her. Ah. Skathich's eyebrows quivered a little as she looked at this scene. Victor's eyes began to glow brighter. And slowly his body began to be covered in lightning. I'm being drained. Just relax. Soon it will all be over. He spoke in a calm, gentle voice. Stop. And no. Natasha was feeling a pleasure she had never felt before in her life. But she knew that if she continued like this, things would go wrong. Let go of me. Her eyes glowed gold. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Lightning crashed down on her. Victor's body suffered severe damage from Natasha's attack. But he didn't care. In this transformation, if there was something that improved the most, it was his regeneration. In less than a few seconds, all the damage he suffered was restored. Let go of me. You piece of shit. Rumble. Rumble. A shower of lightning began to fall upon her. And just like before, Victor's body was damaged. And less than a few seconds later, his body regenerated. Victor didn't let go of her and just squeezed her tighter and sucked her blood. Natasha moaned in pleasure. And her breathing was getting erratic as she was feeling her life slowly fading away. Grr. Natasha was annoyed like never before. I said. Natasha's eyes started to glow brighter in gold. And then, with her body covered by the lightning, she said, let go of me. Rumble. Rumble. Feeling a bad feeling, Victor quickly lets go of Natasha and backs away. Immediately after, a bolt of gigantic and much stronger lightning fell on Natasha. Boom. A massive explosion happened at the scene. And the booming sound of lightning falling to the ground was heard. Bloody hell. Victor looked at a gigantic crater that had been created. Everything disappeared from existence. The only thing that remained was Natasha, who was floating with her dress completely destroyed. This power. Victor looked up with an expression of shock. It's her true power. If you hadn't retreated, you and I would have vanished from existence. Kagaya explained. Natasha looked at Victor with her eyes gleaming gold. Victor felt a shiver down his spine that made his smile grow. She's coming. Get ready. Victor braced himself. With the blood he'd absorbed earlier, he could go on a little longer. Master. Remember. She hasn't used her vampire count form yet. Kagaya warned him. Damn monster. Victor's smile grew. And he didn't seem to be saddened by this news. Natasha took a deep breath. And then she opened her mouth. Boy. No. Victor. What do you think will happen when my daughter finds out what happened here? My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 114 to 114. Another crazy mother-in-law. Boy. No. Victor. What do you think will happen when my daughter finds out what happened here? Natasha slowly began to float towards Victor. Huh. Victor doesn't understand why she's bringing up this subject again. What do you think she'll think when she hears her husband hugged her mother and sucked her blood without her permission? She displayed a seductive smile. In our society, that is basically rape. You know. Hey. So you decided to play this game. Bitch. I wonder how far you're going to take this. Skathich's eyes weren't pretty now. Victor exhibited a serious face and totally ignored the bullshit Natasha said. He wouldn't fall into her rhythm. Think. Natasha. Think. He pulled away from Natasha. Think about what? Natasha exhibited a confused face. I know you're not stupid. Don't you see? Every time your daughter talks to you, she shows contempt. Victor gritted his teeth angrily. Just remembering Sasha's trembling expression. And remembering when she'd cried over Julia's death. The anger in his heart began to grow. Good. This is my disciple. Skathich praised him. Natasha was silent. Every time she hears her parents' name, her body shakes. And she feels like crying. When she just wanted a little sentimental comfort from her own parents, who never gave her anything. What did you do? What did you give her? Natasha didn't know what to say. Nothing. Yes. You didn't care. You were more interested in me than your own daughter. You were more interested in a stranger because you wanted to satisfy your curiosity and get rid of your boredom. Natasha stopped floating and put her feet on the ground. Think. How many times in your miserable life have you cared for your daughter or someone close to you? I bet you're just pissed at me right now. Just because I killed something that belongs to you. Right. You don't love your husband. You just used him as a tool. He was just someone expendable. Don't talk like you know me. You don't know anything about me. Natasha stomped on the floor in annoyance. You're right. I don't know. Victor showed a sneer. And I don't care either. Even though you are my wife's parents. I know deep down that my wife doesn't care about you. Huh. What do you mean her daughter doesn't care about her? I created her. She is blood of my blood. The only and true family of my wife. Sasha Fulger was a simple maid named Julia. The maid. Natasha couldn't believe what she was hearing. A maid? How absurd. I am her mother. Ironic. Isn't it? A maid replacing the role of a mother. But Julia. That maid who died protecting the place where Sasha lived until the end. She's the only one who has my respect. She's a real mother. You two, Victor put on a disgusted face. You two were just the sperm donor and the incubator for my wife to be born. Nothing more and nothing less than that. Your existence was only to serve for the birth of my future wife. So rejoice. You did a good job. Master. Don't tease her so much. I know you want to create an opening to try to kill her. But if you tease her too much, it can become a very bad thing. Victor didn't seem to listen to Kagaya's advice. Incubator. Natasha was feeling deaf all of a sudden. He just denied her existence. How proud is he? That piece of shit. Stop laughing. Do you think this is funny? Isn't it funny? Actually, this is just a bad joke. But do you know? It's easy to make me laugh. Victor suddenly shows William's head to Natasha. And using his fingers, he forces a smile on William's dead face. Huh? Isn't he dead? What's up? Natasha. Why are you so angry? Just smile. And smile. Everything will be fine as long as you smile. Why you? Natasha was so angry that she didn't even know where to start expressing her anger. She just wanted to kill the man in front of her. Ha 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 ha. Take it. Victor suddenly throws William's head to Natasha. William. Natasha opens her hands and tries to grab William's head. And she manages to catch her husband's head. Rumble. Rumble. But suddenly, she felt something beside her. And as if to prove the point Victor made earlier, Natasha used William's head to defend against Victor's attack. Victor's claws that were on fire suddenly go through William's head. And it dissolves into blood as his claws go towards Natasha's face. But the woman managed to dodge. And he only caused a small wound on her cheek. See? Victor smiled. But inside, he clicked his tongue. Tisk. That didn't work. I missed a chance to kill her. And things are going to get complicated now. Natasha looks at Victor with a shocked expression and licks the blood that was falling from her cheek. Well, as if by magic, Natasha's shocked and sad expression disappeared. And a neutral expression came over her face. I still have 2 more husbands. Eh? Victor looked at Natasha's face in shock. And suddenly, like he'd heard a bad joke. Victor started to laugh as he clapped his hands. I'm considered crazy by the people around me. But you're crazier than me. And to make matters worse, you're a sociopath. Ha 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 ha. He was laughing like he thought something was hilarious. But inside, he was very calm. This is bad. My time is running out. I need to kill her fast somehow. I'm not a match for her in a straight fight. I need one more distraction. Victor knew. He knows he only got this far because he knew how to use the opportunities presented to him correctly. The enemy didn't know his full potential. And, using that opening, he could kill a stronger enemy. The enemy got careless because their mate died. And the enemy's mental state was shaken. He could also use that opening. But at the last moment, this crazy woman showed her true personality. How rude. Calling me a sociopath. Natasha shook her hair elegantly. I am the sanest person you will ever meet in this world. My son-in-law. Victor's eyes narrowed. Even though she had abandoned her mask. This change is too ridiculous. And she even looks like someone else. What is happening? Your whole temper has changed. Even your way of speaking has changed. Natasha looked at her clothes. My clothes are all destroyed. And I like that dress. It brought out my breasts. Even though they were small. She patted her body to remove the dust from herself. Finishing cleaning off the remains of her clothes. She looks at Victor and flashes a seductive smile. Tell me, my son-in-law, do you like my figure? She lifted her breasts as if trying to seduce him. A vein popped in Skathich's head. But then she looked at Victor and saw him impassive as if nothing interested him. Good, not even she knows why she was happy when he didn't react to that woman. I'm sorry. But I'm married. TCH. So what if you're married? You can jump the fence. You know. As they say. The grass next door is always prettier. And I'm an older woman. So I can teach you a lot of things that young girls can't. I refuse. Oh, are you the type who likes a woman just for yourself? How greedy. She showed a playful smile. But it's okay. I can kill all my husbands. And we can have threesomes. Her smile was quite distorted. And her eyes were lifeless. Threesomes. Victor didn't understand. Of course. I'm talking about me. She pointed to herself. You. She pointed to Victor. And my daughter. Victor's face distorted. This crazy bitch. Ah, what a scary expression, but I like it. She displayed a small smile that showed her sharp teeth. Crack. Crack. Sounds of trees breaking can be heard by Victor and Natasha. Natasha. Do you want to die? A demonic voice was heard. Oya. Oya. Were you there? Skathich. The woman's eyes glowed a little blood red. What happened to the other one? Skathich ignored the woman and asked in a neutral tone. Dead. Probably. I don't know. I just took the chance to go out. It's been 21 years since I went out to see this beautiful world. She made exaggerated gestures while looking at the moon. I was very bored with the other me. She is a very useless woman. She didn't take good care of my dear and beloved daughter. And she even lost the title that my family fought so hard to get in the past. But with me here, it's okay. I will fix everything. She struck a victory pose as if she were a hero who had come to save the day. This pose would be kind of cool if she wasn't naked. Now, she just looked like a crazy exhibitionist. You should have stayed asleep. Scathach put a hand to her head. Hey, don't be mean. Scathach. I want to go out and have some fun. You know. Not to mention that I now have a very interesting son-in-law. You have? Scathach's eyes gleamed dangerously. Yes, I have. Natasha looked at Scathach with the same look as if she were defying the woman. Hey, Scathach grew a small smile. Then took a step towards Natasha to fight. Wait. Don't attack me now. She looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. I just woke up. That's rude. You know. The other me procrastinated too much. And I'm still weak. But I will fight you in the future. Like old times. Tisk. Scathach turned away in annoyance. Sigh. Natasha sighed in relief. She was glad her friend backed off. Natasha. Why is my master talking like she's talking to someone else? Kagaya. Victor spoke in a low voice. I don't know what's going on either. Natasha looked at Victor and flashed a seductive smile. Nice to meet you. My beloved son-in-law. My name is Natasha. And I apologize for the problems my other self caused. The only thing that crossed Victor's mind right now. What the fuck is going on? My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 115 to 115. Another crazy mother-in-law. 2. What the fuck is going on? Ha 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 ha. The expression everyone makes is always funny. Victor stared at Anastasia. Natasha. Or Natasha or whatever this woman's name was, like he was sizing her up. And, as he looked the woman up and down, he understood something. She completely changed. Her whole atmosphere changed. It was like she was someone else. And he also noticed that her body was very similar to her sister Victoria. Master. Explain what's going on. Victor looked to Scathach for answers. Scathach looked at her disciple. It's no big deal. This woman just has 2 personalities. She explained it as if it were a very normal thing. Victor thought he was suddenly deaf. Scathach elaborated. This woman in front of you now is the true personality of the woman known as Anastasia Fulgur. The other personality, it's just a mistake caused by an incident in the past. They seem to have a history together. Victor thought as he looked at Natasha. Yay. Natasha made the V symbol with both hands while exhibiting a playful smile. Victor put his hand on his head like he had a headache. But before explaining anything else. Stupid disciple. Undo your transformation. It's okay. He was going to say he's okay. But Scathach cut him off. Don't lie to me. You're barely standing on your feet. Right. Victor made a difficult face. Ha ha ha. No need to worry. I won't attack you. And I don't even feel like doing it. Natasha suddenly approached Victor with a speed that Victor couldn't even react. And suddenly the woman hugged him. WWH. The woman holds Victor's face and looks at him with lifeless eyes. I like you a lot. You know. It's been a while since someone has harmed me so much. And even though the other me is weaker than me, it's still a great feat. She pulls Victor's face close to hers and displays a big distorted smile. The way you sucked my blood. The taste of your blood. Your determination to fight a much stronger enemy without fear, all because of your wife. You're perfect. The darkness in eyes Natasha's seemed to be sucking in Victor's body. What's more important? Despite suffering intense torture, you never stopped smiling. Despite being at a disadvantage, you never stopped smiling. Splendid. Perfect. With your determination, strength, and intelligence, you even managed to kill my husband. I really want you for myself. Her face was inches away from Victor's face. She caressed Victor's face and spoke with a seductive expression. Tell me, won't you become my husband? Victor felt his whole body shudder when he heard the woman's question if it was a normal occasion. And with one of his wives, he would even be excited and smile. But all he felt at that moment was disgust and confusion. His brain still couldn't process what was going on in front of him. The woman he was trying so hard to kill was now trying to seduce him, and to make matters worse, it looks like she's undergone a major personality change. Do not touch him. Skathich appears beside Natasha and kicks her in the face. Natasha flies a considerable distance and falls to the ground comically. Ouch. She suddenly gets up. That hurt. You know. That was the goal. Skathich flashed a dangerous smile. Irrational as always. No need to be so jealous. We can share. Natasha. Skathich's eyes glowed blood red. Yes. I didn't say anything. Don't worry. She turned her face away and began to whistle. Though every now and then, she would look at Victor with emotionless eyes and wear a seductive smile. He will become mine. No matter if I have to share him with Skathich, my daughter, and even the other wives. He will become mine. I want him for me. Skathich looked at the woman with an annoyed look. Put something on. Woman. You just look like a crazy exhibitionist. Have some respect. Oh. Natasha looks down and sees that she is still naked. She snaps her finger. And soon a rather noble white dress is created. I haven't lost my tact even after so long. Skathich looked at the area of Natasha's breasts that was a little bigger than normal with a dry look. Stop using body control for something like that. Don't you feel ashamed? Body control. By training the basic skill all vampires have of turning into a bat. The skill will eventually evolve. And you can change your appearance to whatever you like. An ability only attained by vampires who have trained the race's racial powers and completely mastered all racial powers. A vein pops in Natasha's head. Shut up. I'm not a dairy cow like you. I'm not ashamed of my body. But he seems to like women like you better. Huh. Skathich didn't understand. Yeah. I hate it when you pretend to be a saint. Natasha was freaking out. What are you talking about? Woman. Have you finally lost your mind for good? Natasha ruffled her hair in frustration. Sometimes you're denser than a black hole. Skathich just fell silent as she stared at the woman as if she were looking at a madwoman. Don't look at me like that. I feel weird being stared at by a woman who's crazier than me, said the woman who has two personalities. Several veins started popping in Natasha's head again. This woman. Oh. Do you want to fight? A frightening pressure began to leave Skathich's body. Natasha reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. In the future. Now. I'm tired. You know. I just woke up. Why do I feel like I'm repeating myself? She made a strange face at the end. Tisk. Petty. Natasha looked at her with a shocked face. You're kinder than usual, as expected. It's because of him. She muttered as she made a small smile at the end. Hua. What did you say? Skathich's eyes gleamed dangerously. And nothing. Victor looked at all of this with a lifeless look. Then he began to mutter. I can handle a lot of things in this life. A vampire transformation. Normal. I've seen a lot of movies. And thank God I don't glow like a fairy when I'm exposed to sunlight. Victor's voice caught Natasha and Skathich's attention. 3 beautiful vampire wives. It was weird at first. But I grew to love them over time. A mother-in-law, master with torture tendencies. Nothing out of the ordinary. She also has her cute side. What are you talking about? Skathich asked with a serious look. Though her ears were a little red. Oya. Natasha suddenly appears beside Skathich. With a silly little smile on her face. Before Natasha could say anything, Skathich grabbed her head and squeezed. Yuya. My head. Now a mother-in-law with 2 personalities. That's too much. Victor looked like a soldier who had given up hope of living. He slowly undoes his transformation and begins to fall towards the ground in slow motion. Master. Kagaya came out of Victor's shadows and caught him. Master. Are you okay? Master. 3 days later. Victor opens his eyes. Welcome back to the world of the living. Master. Victor looked to the side and saw Kagaya. I died. No. Master was in a state where a person has a compromised consciousness and shows little or no reaction to stimuli. Not being able to open their eyes. Pronounce words or obey simple commands. She spoke in a monotone like a robot. It's called a coma. You know. Seriously. I didn't know. Kagaya displayed an emotionless smile. Victor sighed. It seems he pissed off his favorite maid. How many days did I sleep? Victor asked. 3 days. 3 days, well. That was better than expected. Victor thought. You look angry. As always. He cut to the chase. Well. Knowing that my master could die at any time is not good for my physical or mental health. And my possible future salary. Kagaya commented in a neutral tone. Victor was silent. I wonder how a vampire who has one of the strongest regenerative abilities in the supernatural world can go into a coma. That's a mystery that even I, as a perfect maid, can't unravel. Victor exhibited a small smile and then began to speak. According to my master, I have inherited the powers of the 3 clans of vampire counts. Kagaya was silent and just listened to Victor's explanation. Normally, that would be impossible. But because of my blood and the ritual involved the day I was reborn as a vampire, something strange happened. Somehow, my blood absorbed the characteristics and powers of my wife's clans like a greedy beast. And in doing so, I was reborn as a noble vampire. I already know that. Kagaya was about to say something. But Victor laughed. Ha ha ha. You want to know what that transformation is in my blood power? Right. My maid. Kagaya nodded. That's my own power, you remember. Right. I was supposed to be reborn as a plebeian vampire. Oh. That's your trait as a plebeian vampire. Yes. Blood control and my eye powers are my hallmarks as a plebeian vampire. And that thing. What you call the vampire count transformation. That is the result of a strange mutation that happened to my power when it came into contact with the 3 powers of the vampire count clans. I accidentally awakened that form while training with my master. I see. Kagaya wore a strange expression when she saw Victor's face. Does he look scared? Impossible. My master is not afraid of anything. I think the correct phrase is, he doesn't know what to do. Kagaya had a pretty high rating from Victor. That transformation is very powerful. And it is constrained by the gloves I always wear. By using the transformation without fully mastering all the powers I received from my wives, I harm myself and my soul. He looked at his white-gloved hands. Kagaya opens her eyes wide. Master. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. This time, I was lucky. Thanks to absorbing that woman's blood. I only spent 3 days in a coma. Last time this happened, I stayed out for a month. Kagaya calms her heart, takes a deep breath, and asks, so the reason for your sudden power surge? Yes. I think it's related to that transformation. Victor didn't deny it. Scathach's training helped him a lot. But his transformation and the constant nights he spent sucking Scathach's blood helped him a lot more. Mother. Stop it. Suddenly, Victor heard Sasha's voice. Sasha. His whole peaceful atmosphere changed to a dangerous one. And he got out of bed. His glove's magic circle starting to glow angrily. Wait. Master. Rumble. Rumble. His body is covered by the lightning. And soon he disappears. Leaving behind only a golden trail. Kagaya put on an annoyed expression. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 116 to 116, 2 mothers. When Victor arrived at the place where he heard Sasha's voice, the scene he came across left him very shocked. He saw his wife Sasha Fulgur the way she came into the world. Being hugged by her mother, who was also naked. Ah. My beloved daughter is so beautiful. Look at those golden hairs that look like a wheat field created by the goddess Demeter herself. Look at those green eyes that look like 2 beautiful emeralds. She is so beautiful. She is so like me. Natasha hugged Sasha tighter. Stop it. Sasha tried to run away. But she couldn't break free from her mother's clutches. You're just like me. She smiled gently as she stroked Sasha's face. Sasha wasn't used to her mother's show of affection. In fact, she just wanted to scream from the bottom of her heart. Who are you? What did you do to my mom? She knows what happened through Scathach and her own mother. But who's the idiot who would believe that? 2 personalities. Seriously. This looks like the plot of a bad movie. The director who created something like this must be burned at the stake. Because that's not funny. Everyone was quite surprised when they arrived at the fight scene and saw Victor lying on the ground unconscious. An Anastasia Fulger's new personality. She looked like a completely different woman. Even Agnes and Adonis didn't know about this personality. Apparently. Only Skathich and a few members of Clan Fulger knew this. Suddenly Natasha's eyes take on an annoyed expression. Except for this part. She grabbed Sasha's breasts. Stop it. Don't grab me. What are these nasty breasts? Are you sure you're my daughter? And what with those thick thighs? Coo. Hateful. I do not know. I was born this way. Now let go of me. Natasha released her daughter and started to think of something. I'm free. Sasha's eyes sparkled with joy. And she was going to run away but froze when she saw Victor at the door. Darling. Victor looked at his wife and flashed a small smile. Oh. Continue what you were doing. Pretend I'm not here. I'm just a wall. Ah. As expected. This is because of your father's genes. Natasha screamed as if she had discovered a universal law. Why is everything silent? Then she looked to the side and saw Victor. Oh yeah. She exhibited a seductive smile. And suddenly she hugged Sasha again and placed her face side by side with her daughter's. Sasha's brain rebooted. How about it? My son-in-law. Do you want to practice a trio with a mother and daughter? Seeing this vision, Victor, for the first time, realized that the two women were quite alike. Just in the face. Of course. Mother. Stop it. Sasha yelled again while her face was completely red. I would accept it if it was just my wife. But with you along. No. Thank you. Darling. Sasha was happy. But she didn't know how to feel about this current situation. Tisk. Are you still angry about what happened? Natasha let go of her daughter. Stood up. And looked at Victor with an annoyed look. Yes. Victor was honest. Suddenly the whole atmosphere of the place was silent and a little tense. Darling. Sasha was afraid Victor would start another fight. Natasha didn't expect an honest answer. Look. It's not my fault. Okay. That was my other personality. I wasn't in control. That does not matter. Victor spoke in a dry tone. Don't shirk your responsibility. Even though it was your other personality. At the end of the day. That woman is still you. Right. Well. Natasha couldn't deny Victor's words. She started to think a bit and realized he was correct. So she said, Tisk. What do you want me to do then? Isn't it obvious? Dumb woman. Become a good mother. A hush descended in the room. And the two women looked at Victor in shock. Become a good mother. Do what you haven't done for 21 years of Sasha's life. Take care of her like a real mother should. Protect your daughter. Train your daughter. This time in the right way. Become a woman your daughter will be proud of in the future. Become a mother your daughter will be proud of in the future. Become a good clan leader that your daughter would model in the future. Recover your clan title that was stupidly lost. That's a lot. Natasha closed her eyes and showed a small smile on her face. Victor walks towards Natasha. And then stopping in front of her. He lifts her face with his hand. Natasha opens her eyes and looks into Victor's red eyes. Wrong. This is the least that should be expected of a woman who calls herself an ex-countess. This is the least that should be expected of a woman who is my wife's mother. Hearing Victor's serious tone, Natasha's whole body visibly trembled as she displayed a seductive smile and said, my daughter is really very lucky. This is a lot of work. She touched Victor's face and gently caressed his face. But, you're right. Soon. She separates from Victor and walks towards the bedroom's entrance. And as she walks towards the door, an elegant white dress begins to be created. Victor looked at this scene. Marveling at this technique. Natasha stopped on the way out of the room. Looked back. And displayed an elegant smile. I have a job to do. And my daughter. Yes. Sasha looked at her mother. I'm sorry I wasn't a good mother. I know you won't forgive me so easily. I know what I've done doesn't deserve forgiveness. But I hope you don't stop talking to me. She exhibited a rather fragile face at the end. She gave her a hard look and then turned to Victor for answers. Victor displayed a gentle smile and spoke through their connection. That is your decision, my wife. Think. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Huh. Sasha started to think. Despite having suffered a lot with her parents, despite having gone through all that in the past, at the end of the day, she was still a child who wanted her parents' affection. Wrong. She was still a child who wanted affection from her mother. But Julia. She didn't want to forget Julia. The maid who was like a mother to her. She didn't want to forget her. Victor knelt down and gently stroked Sasha's head as he waited patiently for her response. Sasha grabbed Victor's shirt as if seeking support. She suddenly remembered a childhood memory. Coming back from her usual training. A small, golden-haired child was crying as she hugged a maid. Sniff. Sniff. I hate my mom. She started to cry louder. Ah. My dear Sasha. Don't cry. Don't cry. The woman spoke in a gentle voice as she stroked the child's head. But, Julia. My mother. The child looked up. Her face tearful. Ha ha. Look at your face. She chuckled gently as she wiped the tears from Sasha's eyes and soon started pulling at the child's plump cheeks. Stop. My cheeks. Era. I'm sorry. It's just that your cheeks are so chubby it makes me want to pull them. Moo. I'm serious. My mother. Wrong. She is not my mother. My mother is you. Wait. If my mom is you, who is she? Huh. Julia wore a gentle smile when she saw that she had succeeded in getting the child to stop crying. And her gentle smile turned into a motherly smile when she saw Sasha all lost in what to say. Oya. I don't remember having such a beautiful daughter like you. She patted Sasha's head again. I wish you were my mom. The child pouted. Then her eyes started to water again. But I'm already your mother. The woman spoke. Huh. The child put on a confused face. But didn't she just deny it? Saying she wasn't my mother. Haha. Don't think too much. Sasha. Sasha looked at Julia. Julia lifts Sasha and puts her on her lap. Think. You have two mothers. I'm the good mother. And Lady Natasha is your evil mother. Evil mother. Yeah. After all, she does things for you that not even a good mother would. Right. Yes. And I'm a good mom because I always take care of you. Right. Yes. Sasha thought that logic made sense. So you have two mothers. Oh. The child's face lit up. But she didn't know how to feel. Knowing she had an evil mother. If I ever leave for another job, you'll be alone with your evil mother. Sasha's face started to tear up again. She didn't want to be alone with that woman. But I'm sure that in the future, she will become a good mother. My mom becoming a good mom? Never. She made an X symbol with both hands. Ha 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 ha. You will understand in the future. Now, let's go back to the bedroom. You have to go to sleep. I don't want to. She knows that if she goes to sleep, she'll wake up tomorrow. And training will start again. Well, what if I tell you a story from the human world? Oh. Sasha looked like a fish that took the bait as her eyes lit up. Let's go to the bedroom. She jumped off Julia's lap and ran towards the bedroom. What are you waiting for? Mother. Let's go. Yes. My daughter. Julia displayed a gentle smile. Sasha wakes up from her memories when she feels Victor caressing her face. Darling. Don't cry. I'm here. You know. He smiled gently. Crying. She touched her face and felt tears coming out. Seeing her daughter's face, Natasha's chest tightened as if someone was squeezing her heart. But unlike physical pain, the pain she was feeling now couldn't be compared to the pain of someone squeezing her heart. I see. I hurt her so much. Sasha wipes her tears with her hand and thinks. Two mothers. She looked at Natasha. Natasha gulped when she saw her daughter's gaze. And unconsciously, she squeezed the door entrance she was holding tighter. She was very nervous. I won't stop talking to you. But she decided to give her mother a second chance. Natasha felt like a weight had lifted from her heart. But when she heard her daughter's final words, her heart began to beat faster in nervousness. I won't forget Julia either. She's my mother too. And that's something that will never change. Natasha exhibited a gentle smile. That's enough. Thank you. My daughter. She said as she quickly turned around. She didn't want her daughter to see her face before she left. Sasha exhibited a gentle little smile when she heard her mother's tone of voice. In the end, I'm a weak woman who can't hate her own mother. Huh. Although, I really don't want to hate my mother since she is my only living mother. After all, I hope we can get along well in the future. She thought with self-contempt. But, despite having suffered everything that happened in the past, she still wanted to be close to her mother. In her heart of hearts, she knew she couldn't hate her mother completely. But she also knew that there would be no other chance. If her mother didn't change, she would do her best to disentangle herself from her mother. A mother is a mother. The blood between the two is thick. And this bond cannot be easily undone. But, a choice can be made to avoid further disappointment. And Sasha hopes she won't be forced to make that choice in the future. Victor said, Natasha, this time, don't let that damn personality out. He had no idea how personality swapping worked. But he had to say it just to be sure. Don't worry. My son-in-law. I will not go. She spoke without turning around. Then walked down the halls. As she walked down the halls, she wiped her face, which had small tears coming out. I will not waste this second chance. Her eyes gleamed with determination. I will fix this mess. Oh. Tell me how you plan to fix everything. She heard Agnes' voice. She looks ahead and sees Agnes standing at the corner of the hallway. Natasha exhibited a gentle smile. First I will kill my husbands. Then I will kill some annoying bugs that are in my clan. Then I will go after clan horsemen. Why are all her goals about killing someone? Agnes thought. Why are you going to kill your husbands? She asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Natasha looked at Agnes like she was dumb. Huh. I will do this to be with my new husband. Natasha displayed a seductive smile. And her eyes darkened completely. Agnes' head turned a little to the side. And a question mark appeared above her head. Your new husband? Yes. If I become a good woman, he will accept me. Right. He said it himself. Agnes was silent. When did he say that? She was listening to the whole conversation and didn't remember it. All I have to do is destroy some bugs. Retrieve what belongs to me. And become a good woman, mother. And by doing this, he will accept me. And consequently, I will get closer to my daughter too. As the saying goes, 2 rabbits with a rock. Rabbit. Huh. I think it was something with the rabbit fucking the rock. Whatever. She gave up thinking. Good luck. I think. I support you. She could only say that. Thanks. Agnes. Natasha exhibited a gentle smile and then walked towards the exit of the mansion. When Natasha's back was no longer seen, Agnes spoke. Did I just encourage a woman to run after my daughter's husband? She thought for a moment. Well, whatever. It's not my problem. Fight Violet. I trust you. My daughter. She completely ignored the subject. Where's my darling? In the end, all that was on her mind was her husband. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 117 to 117, The Consequences of Actions. After Natasha left the room, Sasha enjoyed her husband's silent hug. She liked it a lot when they just stayed like that, not caring about anything. On that note, I remember something like this happened in the past. She displayed a gentle smile when she remembered the first time she met Victor. Feeling a gentle breeze pass against her private parts, she looked down and realized she was still naked. Her face taking on a slight shade of red. I need to wear some clothes. She wasn't a crazy exhibitionist like her mother. As soon as she was out of Victor's arms, she got up off the floor and walked towards the wardrobe. She grabs a pair of black panties, a pair of black spandex pants, and a plain white long shirt that had a picture of a rabbit emblazoned on its front. Pleased with the clothes she'd chosen, she began putting on her outfit. Victor just appraised his wife in silence. Unlike 6 months ago when Sasha's hair was short, now her hair was long enough to reach her waist. Victor wondered how hair can grow so fast. But when he remembered that 6 months had passed, he nodded. Makes sense. Although, my mother's hair takes a long time to grow. When he was younger, he remembered that his mother would always complain that her hair was slow to grow. He also remembered that she said it was very difficult to take care of her hair. I miss her. Victor thought that he should go visit her soon. He missed his family. He looked at his wife's hair and thought, looks like vampires don't need to take care of their hair. Vampire food was different from humans. They drank blood. And if the blood was of high quality like Victor's, the effects that blood had on the vampires' bodies were visible. Despite not being groomed daily, Sasha's golden hair was glowing with vitality. I guess that's why my blood is called the blood of gold. Huh. He made a joke to himself. Sasha's ears turned a little red when she felt Victor's gaze. But she didn't care. She even liked that her body attracted him. Although she was still embarrassed. But she did her best not to care too much about it. Knowing that Violet had already advanced to the next step made her feel a little competitive. And she had already decided not to back down anymore. Victor stopped staring at his wife and thinking bullshit. He then got up and walked towards the bed. Then climbed onto it, sitting down while leaning his back against the wall. He then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, before saying, "We need to talk." His voice was calm and neutral, but it held a very noticeable seriousness. Okay. Just give me a few seconds. I'm almost done. Victor nodded and kept his eyes closed. Sigh. This is the consequences of my choices. I must face it head on. He sighed inwardly. To be honest, he was a little scared of his wife's reaction. But he wasn't a coward. Deep down, he believed that the truth is better regardless of whatever situation he's in. His mother always said, "You only lie to strangers. But to your loved ones, always be honest. That's why I'm always honest with you, my son." My younger self said, "Isn't that because you don't have a filter and say everything that goes through your head? And because of that, you don't know how to lie." I remember her smile that day almost broke with my answer. So she continued, "My son, if I didn't know how to lie, I wouldn't be a lawyer." Oh, so are you a liar? Ha ha ha. Lying is a choice. And it's up to you whether you choose to or not. Sometimes people choose to lie because they're afraid to tell the truth. But I believe from the bottom of my heart that the truth is always better. No matter if the truth is a cruel truth. I see. Victor chuckled a little when he remembered that memory. He just realized that his mom had a lot of influence on what he's become today. Finished with wearing her clothes, Sasha looked at Victor and said, "I'm done, darling." Victor opened his eyes and looked at his wife while displaying a gentle smile. "Come here." He patted the bed mattress. Sasha nodded and walked slowly towards the bed. Reaching the front of the bed, she climbed onto it, and like a kitten, crawled towards Victor. She stopped crawling when she got close to Victor. And soon she sat down in front of him. Victor sat comfortably and made room for Sasha to come closer. Sasha's eyes seemed to glow for a few moments as she inched closer to Victor. Like a scared cat. Suddenly Victor grabbed Sasha and pulled her along. "I got you. It's not like I was trying to get away." She pouted. Ha ha ha. He chuckled gently and started stroking Sasha's head. Sasha leaned her head on Victor's chest and enjoyed his caress. "What do you want to talk about?" she asked. Victor exhibited a sad smile. "I killed William, your father." Sasha's body visibly trembled. In a separate room, Violet, Ruby, Kagaya, Yuki, Luna, and Maria were present. Violet and Ruby appeared to be playing the cursed game that can end friendships. Uno. They were playing with the three maids at a table. "Violet, are you sure about this?" Ruby placed a card on the table. About what?" Violet placed a card on the table. "I mean, leaving our husband alone with Sasha." "Oh, that. Yes. I'm sure. Sasha doesn't know her father was killed by Victor. We've hidden it on purpose. Knowing my master's personality, the chance of him bringing up this subject when he's alone with Lady Sasha is pretty high." Kagaya also placed a card on the table. "The odds aren't just high. I'm 100% sure he'll tell her. After all, he's an honest man who believes the truth is always better." Violet corrected her. "Anna's influences." Ruby spoke. "Yes. Violet." When Maria's turn came, the blonde maid put a card on the table. And to think he would beat an older vampire. Normally, it would need a commander-level hunter. A general. and various traps for this feat. If it became possible. Yes. The master is always surprising. Yuki commented. But she seemed to be in a bad mood as she placed a card on the table too. Not wanting to belittle Lady Ruby's husband's conquest. But Luna put a card on the table. And she only had 2 cards left in her hand. What he did was not that surprising. Oh. Keigaya's eyes seemed to glow blood red for a few seconds. Explain. William Salvatore Florence. A vampire over 1800 years old. Considered an old man by vampire standards. He is the first son and heir of the Salvatore family. But despite being an heir, he never worked for his clan. Plus 2 inches Ruby placed 1 card on the table. Plus 2 inches Violet does the same. Plus 4 inches Keigaya. Plus 2 inches Maria. Plus 4 inches Yuki. Fuck it. Luna took 14 cards. She was annoyed now. Especially when she saw Keigaya's disdainful smile. Then she continued to explain. Main characteristic of his family. A resistance above the norm. It's nothing surprising. She organized the cards she'd taken. Then flashed a sly smile. Plus 4 inches she plays a card. Plus 2 inches Ruby. Plus 2 inches Violet. Keigaya's eyebrow twitched as she picked up 8 cards. Why are you sharing this man's information? Keigaya spoke. Then she placed a card on the table. You will understand. Luna spoke. Then she continued. At some point in his life, he was kidnapped by Countess Anastasia Fulger. After being kidnapped by the Countess, he became her first husband and ended up living a life of luxury like a parasite. A lazy man. Maria played a card. He doesn't seem like someone willing to train. Yuki played a card. That's my point. He never trained. Luna put in another card and explained. Although he is an older vampire, he never trained. He just procrastinated. And from what I heard of Clan Fulger, he was just Countess Anastasia's toy. The one who holds the true strength worthy of holding the title of Vampire Count is only Sasha's mother. That man was just something close to a doll that Sasha's mother used when she was bored. What a horrible thing to say. Yuki commented. Put in some nice words. Something like, he was just a sperm tap. An uncomfortable silence descended in the room. Are you alright, Yuki? Violet asked. Yuki looked at Violet and smiled gently. Yes. I'm fine. I'm fine. Look at my smile. I'm great. Again. A silence descended in the room. Anyway. Lord Victor only killed him because he has powers of the Clan Snow, which is the weakness of vampires. And because that man underestimated him. And because Keigaya helped him too. That would never happen normally. But, despite being a lazy man, he still was an older vampire. And the advantage of how long you live cannot easily be overcome. I'm sorry. But I don't agree with you. Keigaya said. Explain. Luna commented. Lord Victor fought 2 vampire counts and survived. That in itself is quite an achievement. If the older vampires were underestimating my master, that's their fault. Luna started to think. In a fight, power levels matter. But that's not all. Ruby went on to explain. Physical conditioning. The mentality of facing the opponent. Battle experience. These are all important. My husband knew how to take advantage of all the opportunities given to him. And it is because of that. This kind of result was possible. And there's also that transformation. Violet was silent. She saw Victor's transformation through the recording Natalia took. And the feeling she felt when she saw it was different from anything she felt before, but if she put her feelings into words about all this, they were. She didn't like it. She had a bad feeling about this transformation. Maria, on the other hand, felt her stomach begging for food when she remembered that form of Victor's. He looked so delicious. Maria woke up from her stupor and shook her head several times to get that thought out of her head. Oh. I understand now. Thinking about it this way. This is really quite an achievement. Yumu. Violet nodded her head several times. And stopped thinking about bullshit. Then she said. My darling is amazing. The women wore a gentle smile when they heard what Violet said. Come to think about it. I want the recording of that fight. I only saw it once. But I want to see it again. Ruby said as she looked around. Where's Natalia? Oh. She said she went to a gym in the human world. Maria spoke. Why? She's upset that we keep saying she's fat. Luna spoke. But she's not fat. She just has a flabby stomach. Ruby commented. Shish. Don't comment too much. Ruby. Being a human woman is hard. You know. Violet commented. At least that's what I've heard. But it's not something I care about. Well, as an ex-human, I can say that human women suffer to keep in good shape. Maria spoke. The world is not fair. Ruby spoke. The world was never fair. Violet continued. Indeed. Maria nodded. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 118 to 118, The Consequences of Actions. 2. Victor exhibited a sad smile. I killed William. Your father. Sasha's body visibly trembled. I see. That's why the girls, and even my mom, were silent about it. They were waiting for you to tell me about it. She spoke in a monotone. Natasha too. Well, it's really nice of her to do that. Wait. In just a few days. She knows me pretty well. Victor thought. Victor just continued stroking Sasha's head in silence. He avoided thinking about nonsense as much as possible and just waited for Sasha's reaction. Sigh. Sasha visibly sighed and snuggled closer to Victor. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this peaceful moment of hers. I missed it. Despite trying to stay calm and not think about bullshit, Victor couldn't. Outwardly, he appeared to be neutral. And he had only a gentle smile on his face. But internally, he was in chaos. And Sasha could feel those feelings of his through their connection. Just proving the point that he was very concerned about his wife's reaction. Sasha exhibited a gentle smile and felt happy to have someone who cares so much about her. She liked that. She felt warm inside. She felt loved. Darling. She spoke in a soft voice. Yes. What would you do if Adonis hurt Violet? I would kill him. Victor's response was instantaneous. Sasha lifted her head slightly and looked into Victor's eyes that were dark as if they were lifeless. Darling. Killing isn't always the answer. Violet would be sad. You know. Victor made an annoyed face. He remembered that when he and Violet got back from his date, Violet seemed worried about her father. He started to think of an alternative other than killing the individual. I'd cut off his legs and arms. And I'd lock him up in an ice prison somewhere hidden. By doing that, he wouldn't die. And my wife could still see him if she wanted. Sasha looked at Victor as if she didn't believe what he said. But after thinking for a moment, she said, actually, that is a good idea. Right. Victor wore an innocent smile. It didn't even look like he was talking about a scary topic. Ha ha ha. I don't know how it feels to know that I have such a scary and yet so kind husband. She laughed. No need to think too much. Honey. He said as he raised Sasha's chin. Sasha looked into Victor's red eyes. Just be happy. He displayed a gentle smile that seemed to light up the entire room. Oh. Sasha was surprised for a moment. But then she flashed a small smile. Just be happy. Huh. Yes. Victor chuckled as he released her chin and pressed his forehead against Sasha's. While he had his face inches away from Sasha's, he spoke in all his honesty. I'm sorry. Sasha flashed a sneaky little smile. Sorry about what? I'm sorry I had to kill him. Do you regret it? Never. Why? Because he hurt one of the most important women in this world to me. Hey. I wonder who this woman is. Actually. I wonder who these women are. Violet. Ruby. Sasha. Scathach. And my mother. Your mother too. So are you going to practice incest? Ha ha ha. Don't be silly. You know. Right. I'm a mama's boy. I can't live without my piece of walking honesty that speaks all its mind. A woman of great character. Indeed. Sasha slowly brought the rest of herself closer to Victor. And when their lips touched, they kissed. It was a gentle kiss. A kiss that conveyed all her love. I love you. You know. She spoke as she kissed him. I know. He replied between kisses. No. You do not understand. She stopped kissing him, looked at Victor. And slowly her eyes began to darken. I really love you. Really. 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 My love is so big that sometimes I feel like I'm being smothered by it. Victor's body shuddered. Then, his smile slowly began to grow. And his eyes darkened completely. Sometimes, I have strange thoughts. Oh. Tell me your thoughts. Sasha caressed Victor's face. I think. I want him just for me. I should kill the other women. I should kidnap him. Sometimes I feel such hatred when other women look at you. Especially that princess. Ophis. Yes. I don't like her. I don't like feeling this way about a child. Sometimes I don't know what to do. Tell me. Darling. What should I do? You mustn't do anything. Just be yourself. I like it when you're jealous. I like it when you love me your way. And I like it when you protect me. Sasha was silent. And slowly, a feeling that had been growing since she'd first met Victor began to release. Darling. It's unfair. You know. If it goes on like this, I feel like I can never let you go. Her cheeks were a little red. Ha. I wasn't planning on leaving. That's good. I feel if you disappeared, I would chase you through the 7 hells if I had to. You wouldn't be the only one to do that. Indeed. Violet. Ruby. And Scathach would go along too. My master too. Yeah. Sasha looked at Victor's reaction. I think she would go along too. After all, she didn't finish my training. Sasha was silent. But inside she thought, my husband is strange. For some things he is extremely perceptive. But for others, he is as dense as a diamond, although this applies to Scathach too. Somehow she couldn't help but laugh amusedly. Ha. What? It's nothing. I just think you're pretty cute at times. See, cute. Victor felt that he was suddenly deaf. Yeah. Sasha laughed even harder when she saw Victor's reaction. She rested her head against Victor's chest. Cute. Me. When? Where? How? Has my wife finally gotten crazier? Victor's mind was in chaos. Darling. You know. Victor snapped out of his thoughts. I really don't care about my dad. Victor was silent. Sasha closed her eyes and talked about the past. The only memories I have of my father are the times he used to sleep in his room. Or when he trained me with my mother. He always had that lazy face. He always had that bored face. He looked more like a sloth than a vampire. He wasn't very memorable in my life. In a way, my mother was more present in my life than that man who was always sleeping. After all, despite appearing only to train me, she occasionally took me to a few places just the two of us together. Victor felt that man was very useless. If he had a daughter as cute as Sasha, he would always stick around her like a hawk. If you asked me, who was your father in your life? I'd answer, he was just a man I saw occasionally. Something like an acquaintance I saw from time to time. Sasha was completely honest. She didn't have a lot of feelings for her father. That man named William was very cold to her and just treated his daughter like a tool. He didn't care about her existence. And because of that, he never tried to get close to her since she was born. Well, Victor was going to say, I'm glad I killed him then, but he was silent. That would just be disrespectful to Sasha. Even if that man meant nothing to Sasha. He was still the sperm donor that made it possible for a woman as amazing as Sasha to be born. He deserves at least a little bit of respect. William. You have my respect. I respect you just as I respect my elementary school teachers. After all, you taught me something useful today. Victor looked at the bedroom ceiling. If one day I have a daughter, I'll do my best to be close to her and not be like you. Yumu. Rejoice. You were useful for something. What was that about Victor's teachers from elementary school? It was basically something along the lines of, they taught me the A, B, C, D. They have my respect. But the question is, did Victor remember them? Of course not. If the respect he had for Scathach was something like 100. The respect he had for his teachers in elementary school was 1. It's something like, thank you. You taught me something useful. Anyway. Soon Victor got on with his life and forgot about the man. So, darling. Sasha opened her eyes and looked at Victor with a gentle, loving look. She gently caressed Victor's face. No need to blame yourself. Or feel responsible. Thank you so much for getting mad for me. I love you. Sasha smiled. Her smile was so bright that it was like he was standing in front of a gentle goddess who forgave all his sins. Victor displayed an expression of shock. And somehow he felt more relieved. It was as if a huge weight had been removed from his chest. Unconsciously, small tears began to fall from his face. No need to cry, darling. My God. What do I do with you? You're so cute sometimes. Keep this up. And I might fall even deeper in love with you. She laughed and kissed Victor's lips. While kissing Sasha, he touched his face and saw that he really was crying. Sasha stopped kissing Victor and looked at his shocked expression. What is it? What's with this look of someone who has just discovered the truth of the world? And nothing. It's just been a long time. Long time since what? Long time since I last cried. Oh. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But. He clenched his hand tightly. I'm glad I made that expression just for the one I love. You're weird sometimes. Darling. Ha ha ha. Get used to it. I will. This time. Victor took the initiative and kissed Sasha. A war of tongues happened. And it lasted for a few minutes until. Victor. Come here. Now. Scathach's voice was heard by everyone in the mansion. Crack. Crack. Her voice was so loud that some of the glass in the room Victor and Sasha were in cracked. She sounds angry. Victor spoke. Yes. Sasha made an annoyed face. She was having a good time now. Ha ha ha. Don't make that face. Honey, or I'll fall in love with you more. He kissed her cheek. Ugh. She pouted. Victor pats her thigh. Stand up. We need to go. If my master called me like that, it's because something happened. Oh. That might be true. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 119 to 119, The King of All Vampires. The King of All Vampires. The progenitor. The strongest creature on earth. The being that has walked the earth for over 5,000 years. The king of immortal creatures. The true immortal. He has many titles that beings have given him. He has many forms. And few people have seen his true form. As the progenitor, all vampires came from him. He is the beginning of everything. The strongest vampire in existence. The creature that even hunters don't dare fight if they do not have all the generals together. And even if it brought together all the generals and pope to fight this monster, the chances of killing it was almost nil. In fact, people wonder if it's possible to kill this man. Wrong. This monster. In his lifetime, he had many names that he gave himself over the millennia. As a creature that outlives all other beings, he saw no need to have only one name in his long existence. But that all changed the day he met a certain man. And while interacting with that man for a while, the strongest creature alive finally decided to choose a name for himself. Vlad Tepes. King of the Vampires. And that's how he's been known till this day. And this man, this king, was calling. Wrong. He ordered a certain man to come to his castle today. In a ridiculously large castle that looks like it was made millennia ago. A man and a woman were walking towards the king's throne room. Victor. Don't attack the princes. And especially don't look at the princesses. Scathach ordered him. Yes. I know. And I would never look at princesses. I'm married. Victor smiled and replied to his master. No. You don't know. She sighed when she saw his smile. Did she know he wouldn't look at the princesses but attack the princes? That's another matter entirely. She regrets a little now that she influenced him a lot. Just a little. She looked straight ahead and assumed an annoyed expression. She clearly wasn't enjoying being in this place. Though the reason she wasn't enjoying it was, I need to keep the princesses away from him. Hum. Victor had a big smile on his face as he walked calmly behind Scathach. He was so excited. How could he not be? He gets to see the strongest creature alive on earth. His eyes glowed blood red. He wanted to see it. He wanted to see a glimpse of the top. He wanted to see in person the man that even Scathach respects. Scathach looked at her disciple again and flashed an approving smile. She knew immediately what he was thinking. How did she know? Because she felt the same way when she visited this castle 2,000 years ago. She was very excited. She wanted to see the top. She wanted to see the being that everyone, even in her time, respected as the strongest. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing. If my disciple sees that man, maybe he'll be more excited about training. And if he gets stronger, maybe. She thought of something at the end. But she shook her head, denying her thoughts. She looked straight ahead again with a serious face. I'm hurrying. It's still too early for him. No matter what kind of monstrous genius he is, the time barrier cannot be overcome. Biologically, every 500 years, a vampire would experience a boost in power and potential. And this was something that could not be easily overcome by younger vampires. They needed to get older. They needed to train and improve their skills. And just like that, they got stronger. Vlad Tepes has 7 children he sired with several different women. He has 4 sons and 3 daughters, all of which were present today in response to their father's call. It's rare for father to call upon all of us to gather together like this, Lucas Tepes. The second prince spoke. Saul Tepes, the third prince, looked at his father, who was sitting on his throne. Why did he call us? He only does this when he wants to show us something. Silence. Lucas. Theo Tepes, the first prince, ordered. He was the eldest of the king's sons. Tisk. Don't boss me around. Lucas clicked his tongue and glared at his brother, with his eyes glowing blood red. Are you planning to fight? In the presence of our father? Adam Tepes, the fourth prince, asked. Despite being the youngest son, he was the wisest of the 4 princes. Lucas was silent and quickly calmed down. All princes were over 1,000 years old except for the 4th prince. Who was the youngest? The first prince, Theo Tepes, is 3,000 years old and one of the eldest vampires. Next, we have the second prince, Lucas Tepes, who is 2,000 years old. Then there is the third prince, Saul Tepes, who is 1,000 years old. And the 4th prince, Adam Tepes, who is the youngest of the brothers and has just reached adulthood. He is 500 years old. Princes, please maintain the appearance expected of royalty. Suddenly, they heard the voice of a man standing beside the king. The man had bright golden hair and was wearing an immaculate white suit. Interestingly, this man kept his eyes closed as he looked towards the princes. This man's name was Alexios Aliath, the right hand of Vlad Tepes and also the father of Natalia Aliath. Interestingly, the trusted right hand of the king of all vampires was a human. Yes, Alex. The 3 princes, except the first prince, spoke at the same time. Well, that's not a good sign. Elizabeth, the second princess who was beside her brothers, said. She was very nervous. This was the first time she had seen her brothers all together. Ophis, the third princess, ignored everything and looked at her father, who was sitting on his throne. Father. She wanted to go towards him but was too scared to do so. After all, her father never paid attention to her. Sniff. Unconsciously, small tears threatened to fall from her face. But she was a strong girl. She wouldn't cry about it. She was used to it. Quickly, she wiped her eyes and looked away and decided to ignore everything. Boring. I thought something interesting was going to happen. But nothing happened. Maybe I'll go back to sleep, muttered a woman with long black hair like pure darkness that flowed to the ground. She had violet eyes and a sinful body that looked like she was the offspring of a succubus. She was Elizabeth's older sister, and as perceived by the woman's appearance, seeing as she was nearly identical to Elizabeth herself, it was obvious that they shared the same mother as well. This woman's name was Lilith Tepes. Countess Scathach Scarlet and her disciple Victor Walker have arrived. They heard an announcement. WWH, Elizabeth didn't know what to think. He's coming here. That crazy man. Ophis looked at the door with her eyes glowing blood red. Father. Oh. Seeing her sister's reaction, Lilith was a little interested. Scathach, the third and fourth prince stuttered at the same time. That monster. Is she coming? The second prince spoke as his body seemed to be shaking a little. Disciple. A new one. The first prince spoke in a low voice. Soon, everyone could hear footsteps. And a woman with long red hair accompanied by a tall man was seen. The man had a big smile on his face that showed all of his sharp teeth. His eyes were blood red. And he was just staring at one specific place. He was ignoring everything and everyone. The princes looked at Victor with curiosity, evaluating the new disciple of Scathach. After all, they know that woman does not accept teaching people who lack talent. Wait. Isn't he that man who fought in the arena? The princes immediately recognized Victor. That vampire who has the 3 powers of the counts. Lilith's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Scathach stopped at a place far from the king along with Victor and spoke without bowing or showing respect. Hey, old man. I brought him. She looked at the man who was sitting on the black throne with red accents. He seemed to have his eyes closed, and a shadow was hiding his face. Everyone was used to Scathach's lack of respect, and they didn't dare question the woman. They didn't want to go through hell again. The king opened his eyes and looked at Victor with his blood-red eyes. Victor's whole body visibly shook. He could feel it. The king did nothing. He just looked at him. But with just that one look, he knew. That man. Wrong. That monster was powerful. Extremely powerful. Ah. I knew it. I knew it. Victor ignored everyone and walked towards the king. The man still did nothing. He just continued to look at him. But still, with just that look, he knew. That man, that monster is really powerful. The king raised his eyebrow in amusement. Somehow this scene reminded him of something that happened in the past. The hall was silent. All that could be heard was the sound of Victor's footsteps approaching the king. No one could utter a word. The only thing that crossed the minds of the princes and princesses was, is this man crazy? Does he have a death wish? Insolence. What do you think you are doing? Return to your position at once. To dare show such disrespect before His Majesty. 2 royal guards suddenly appeared and tried to stop Victor. But Victor just walked past the bodies of the guards as if the 2 guards didn't exist. The 2 guards quickly turned around to try to stop Victor again. However, when they touched his body, the guard's hand phased through Victor's body, like he didn't even exist. Hey, Scathach immediately understood what Victor was doing. He matched the lightning speed with my technique. To everyone, the guard seems to be going through his body. But actually, Victor was just too fast. In a fraction of milliseconds, Victor took 3 steps backwards and returned to his original position. When he did, everyone thought he was intangible. But it was just a simple speed trick. Tisk. Natasha's blood had unexpected effects. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Victor arrived in the distance where the king's first son stood. Suddenly, the king's eyes seemed to glow a little brighter. And soon, the world around Victor grew heavier. Crack. Crack. The ground around Victor began to crack. This is. Father, the 2nd and 3rd princes gulped. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 120 to 120, The King of All Vampires. 2. Still with a smile on his face, Victor ignored the king's pressure. In fact, it only made him more excited. He stepped forward and started walking again. He needed to see the king's might. He needed to get a glimpse of the top. Stop. The guards tried to catch Victor again. As the guards were about to touch Victor, Alexios Aliath raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Yes. Not questioning the decision of the king's right hand. The 2 guards disappeared. Why did he do it? It's simple. I haven't seen this expression in a while. Alexios thought as he looked at the small, almost invisible smile on the king's face. Looks like the king wants to show us something. Let's see what happens. As a faithful servant, it was his duty to understand his master's intentions. Again, Victor started walking. Come on. Come on. Come on. Show me. Show me. I want to see it. His eyes glowed blood red. The smile, the expression, and the whole atmosphere around Victor indicated that he was just another suicidal madman. That was what the princes and princesses present thought. Except for 3 people. Scathach, the first prince, Theo, and the king himself. They understood Victor's feelings now. Walking is not enough. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly Victor disappeared, leaving behind a golden beam. The king lightly touched the throne with his finger. And as if the scene repeated itself, an overwhelming pressure fell upon Victor. Crack. Crack. Victor stopped running. He was only a few feet away from the king. Cough. He coughed up blood on the floor. That smell. Lilith's eyes glowed blood red. And this scene seemed to be repeated by all the princes and princesses. Seeing the blood on the ground, the king spoke for the first time. I see. His voice made the atmosphere even more tense. As he ignored Victor and looked towards Scathach. Are you crazy? His question seemed to contain several hidden meanings. Scathach looked at the king and displayed a big, distorted smile that showed all her sharp teeth. PFFT. Ha. Her laugh echoed throughout the castle. Her laugh sent shivers through everyone who had ever fallen victim to this madwoman's clutches. And I still bothered to ask. He closed his eyes slowly. A silence fell in the area. He seemed to be thinking about something. Very well. Let's see if he's worthy. Worthy. Worthy of what? That's what all the princes thought. Making a decision. The king rose from his throne. And for the first time, Victor saw the man's entire body, unhidden by the shadow of his throne. He was tall. Roughly 210 cm tall. With pale skin. Black hair slicked back. Appearing as a 30-year-old man in general. He looked like an ordinary salary man you could see anywhere. Seeing Victor's shocked face, the king spoke in a voice that made everyone shiver. Shape and looks don't make any sense to me. I can be whatever I want. Whenever I want. To prove what he said, his body began to be covered in blood. And soon a man wearing medieval black armor appeared in front of Victor. I can be a medieval king who fought thousands of wars. His voice was deep like an experienced warrior. Then his appearance changed again. This time, a blond man with green eyes appeared. I can be a holy warrior who fought for God. And was betrayed by him. Soon his body was covered in blood again. And this time, the king has turned into someone he knows very well. Father. Boy. I'm not your father. Didn't you hear what I said? The king's form changed again. And this time it was for his friend Andrew. I see. You know my family. Huh. I'm glad you understand fast. He spoke in a voice similar to Victor's friend. Scathach's expression wasn't pretty now. She looked up into the shadows. I made sure I blocked all information, those annoying bugs. The vampires who were hiding in the shadows broke out in a cold sweat when they saw Scathach's gaze. Hearing that from my friend makes me pretty uncomfortable. You know. Despite his neutral face that indicated he didn't care. The air around Victor was anything but gentle. Scathach decided to ignore it for the time being and instead looked at what was going on in front of her. The king's form changed again. And this time, he returned to the appearance of the salary man. Come. He gestured for Victor to come towards him. Victor's killing intent exploded and engulfed the entire king's castle. Victor's smile grew while the gloves on his hand began to glow madly. Just for a few seconds. All the princes gulped as they sensed Victor's killing intent. The one who was suffering the most from feeling Victor's killing intent was the fourth prince, who was only 500 years old. Unconsciously, Victor prevented his killing intent from reaching Ophis. And as Elizabeth and Lilith were close to Ophis, they too also felt nothing. Victor rose up from the ground. And again, he ran towards the king. He was now 5 meters away from the king. The king snapped his finger. And soon an even greater pressure descended on Victor. Boom. Crack. Crack. Sounds of broken bones could be heard as Victor fell to the ground again. Ha. Despite being broken all over, Victor laughed. Despite his whole body being broken, he still started to get up. Crack. Crack. Every effort he made caused more damage to his body. But he didn't care. This man. He's crazy. The fourth prince muttered. The third and the second prince could not help but agree with their brother's words. Victor. Although he was a hateful guy, Elizabeth didn't want to see him get killed. She looked at his master and saw her with an indifferent face. Why isn't she doing anything? Father. Ophis suddenly yelled. Her voice rendered the entire hall into a deep and tense silence. Father. Lilith didn't understand. The king raised an eyebrow and looked at his daughter. He thought she was talking to him. Soon something occurred that left everyone stumped. Ophis teleports to Victor's side. Not wanting to hurt his daughter, The king released the pressure, feeling a small hand tugging at his clothes. Victor turned his face. Oh. Ophis. What is it? My daughter. Huh. Everyone who didn't know about Ophis' relationship with Victor could only say that. He just called the king's daughter, my daughter. Father. Hurts. Ophis had never seen Victor so hurt. And this was very different from the fight he had with Tatsuya and Einar. Oh. This. Victor's wounds began to regenerate at high speed. This is nothing. See. I'm brand new. Victor kneels down and strokes Ophis' hair. Don't worry. Okay. Just go back to your sister's side. But. Please. I promise I'll play with you later. Seeing Victor's gentle gaze, Ophis bit her lip and said, Yes. Father. She just took orders. What the fuck is going on here? The princes could not believe what they were seeing. And neither could the king himself. I received a report about this before. But I never thought they were this close. Good girl. Victor laughed gently and patted her head. He. Seeing Ophis smile, Lilith can't help but open her mouth in shock. Is my little sister who always seemed to be lifeless. Smiling. Her interest in Victor started to grow again. The princes were more surprised that Victor touched Ophis. And he didn't suffer anything. Everyone in the king's family knew about Ophis' special status. When Ophis returned to Elizabeth's side, Victor stood up. He cracked his neck a little and looked at the king. He flashed a small smile. I'm sorry. My daughter interrupted our business. Again. Another uncomfortable silence descended around. This man is crazy. He just provoked the king. He will die. Hey. Scathach liked Victor's response. You daughter. The king's voice sent shivers through the princes and his subordinates who were present. It's decided. He's dead. That's what everyone thought. Yes. Kid. The king was going to say something. But he stopped when he felt the whole atmosphere of Victor change. Hey. Vlad. He smiled at the king as if he were talking to a childhood friend who hadn't spoken to each other for a long time. What is this feeling? What is this unsettling feeling? That's what all the princes thought. Victor. My stupid disciple. I didn't bring you here for you to kill yourself. Scathach ignored what Victor suffered a few minutes ago. Why? She went through the same thing in the past when she was a naive and arrogant young woman. So when she caught a glimpse of the top, she finally had a clear path to follow and get stronger. She hoped that would happen to her disciple too. I will not let you die. The only one who can kill you is me. Scathach's lifeless eyes stare at Victor's back. Have you ever been asked this question before in your long life? Victor's glove's magic circles began to glow brightly. A noble and brave warrior once asked me. Are you an honorable fighter or a monster cursed by God? The king's eyes narrowed a little. Hearing the noble warrior's question. Do you know what I answered? Victor's body began to lose shape. And he turned into something dark. He turned into an entity that the only thing that could be seen was his big smile and blood-red eyes. Yes. I know. The king spoke. And for the first time, he displayed a small smile on his face. All the king's sons were in shock when they saw their father's smile. The king's answer took the smile off Victor's face. He felt something was wrong. But he couldn't stop the enchantment now that it had started. I am a monster created by God. You are a monster created by God. The two spoke at the same time. Boom. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 121 to 121. A proposal from the king. A big win today. Thanks to the support of all the patrons, I was able to make the original art of Scathach. Go to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing it. Don't worry, it's free. And don't forget that voting for the next art is already underway. You passed. Vlad spoke in a neutral tone as he held the greatsword's bloody blade with one finger. Victor laughed a lot. He looked very happy. Why was he happy? The answer was simple. The moment he attacked the king, he had a glimpse of what he wanted. A vision of the top. He finally had a clear goal. A deadly silence fell in the king's hall. And all that could be heard was Victor's demonic laughter. They couldn't process what had happened in front of them. Everything was too fast. This man. Wrong. Victor morphed into something that appeared to be close to a vampire count form. He then created a full-blooded greatsword and suddenly appeared in front of the king. And all they heard after was the sound of an explosion. Good. He seems to have seen it. Scathach nodded in satisfaction. The king lifted his finger slightly. And suddenly Victor flew towards where he was before. His whole body was cut and broken. But he didn't care. He just continued. Ha, laughing. Vlad sat on his throne again, leaning back comfortably while resting his head on his hand. And soon his whole appearance was covered by darkness again. Scathach lifted her stupid disciple up. Oh. Thanks, Master. But soon. He was going to say he was going to be fine. But his vision started to blur. Then his transformation was undone. Fool. Do you think doing repetitive damage to your soul is a good thing? You're lucky you haven't slipped into a coma yet. Scathach bites her wrist and shows her wrist to Victor. Suck. Victor doesn't deny it, opening his mouth to bite Scathach's wrist. Good. She displayed a small, gentle smile. People who knew Scathach just looked at this scene in disbelief. Was this the same monster they knew? Was she ever this kind and gentle before? Did they smoke something illegal that is making them hallucinate? Oh. Vlad raised his eyebrow. I see. So that little girl finally found someone. And to think he was going to be someone who has that blood. He chuckled inwardly as he thought of the irony of fate. Sensing the silence of the place, Scathach looked around and spoke with an annoyed face. What? And nothing. All the princes and princesses spoke at the same time. Except for Ophis, who was looking at Victor with concern. Suddenly Ophis looked toward her father and muttered. Evil father. Oh Ophis. Lilith and Elizabeth stuttered a little. Although she spoke in a low voice, everyone present heard her words. A small invisible sweat fell from the king's face. He didn't expect this kind of reaction from his youngest daughter. He glanced at Victor thinking. It's that kid's fault. Finished sucking his master's blood. Victor started to feel a little better. His wounds were regenerated. And soon he got up. Did you see? Scathach asked. Yes. I finally have a path to pursue, but it's still too far away. Far away. Victor finally understood something. For vampires, the barrier of time is absolute. That's what he understood. Why? The king, despite having stopped training and despite never trying harder to get stronger, was still the strongest. The reason? He is the oldest vampire alive. And his status as the progenitor of an entire race granted him many benefits as well. A monster of flesh and blood sat on that throne. Sigh. Victor sighed. And then he spoke in a disappointed voice. It's too bad. Victor's voice caught everyone's attention. What is such a shame? Scathach asked. If I had been born 3,000 years ago, I feel like I could put up a decent fight against him. Sigh, it's really a shame. Despite that being said, Victor couldn't imagine living away from his wives. And if he had been born 3,000 years ago, he wouldn't have found his wives. He wouldn't have found Scathach. Although he likes fighting, he likes his wives better. Scathach exhibited a small satisfied smile when she heard what Victor said. It was because of this personality that I started to love you. Her face distorted into a strange expression. What did I just think? She couldn't finish her reasoning because she suddenly heard someone laugh. Someone she hoped she would never hear laugh. Vlad Tepes. The king of vampires. The vampire who is respected by everyone. Was laughing a lot now. Seeing their father laughing, Vlad's children's brains came to a halt. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. This must be a dream. They thought at the same time. Master. Alexios Aliath didn't know how to feel either when he saw his king lose his composure. Vlad ignored everyone and said, "This is the second time anyone has said this in my entire existence. Isn't that right, little girl? Tisk. Don't call me that, old man. And I was young at the time. You're still young to me. That's because you're a walking bag of bones." Scathach held up her middle finger. Oh. Master said that in the past too. Yes. She was a lively girl. Victor started to think. I can imagine. She always has this aura of blood around her. But she's surprisingly. Victor was going to say she was kind. But Scathach just punched him in the stomach. Cough. Victor had his breath escape his lungs for a few seconds. You're talking too much. Stupid disciple. Scathach's eyes glittered dangerously. Well, you guys seem to have a good relationship. Why yes. When he caught his breath, he said, I love Scathach so much. He displayed a gentle smile. WWH. Scathach was taken by surprise. Ha. The king laughed even louder when he saw Scathach's confused face. A vein popped in Scathach's head. Stop laughing. I'll kill you. I invite you to try. Many have tried in the past. None have succeeded. Ha. Just what is this chaos? Am I dreaming? Maybe the sun is rising in the west. Or perhaps even hell has frozen over. The princes and princesses were still trying to process what was going on in front of them. Despite being born with the best genes, their information processing ability was currently worse than an ant. This motherfucker. Scathach wasn't happy at all. Is this that bloodthirsty woman who destroyed an entire country? Huh. Oya. Oya. Victor flashed a sly smile. Master is making that face. Scathach quickly grabbed her disciple's head. Continue. And I promise you. Tomorrow you'll wake up at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. But I can breathe underwater. Tisk. Crack. Crack. Victor's head started to crack. Victor broke out in a cold sweat. She's going to kill me before she throws me into the Bermuda Triangle. Not wanting to provoke his master any further, Victor said, Yes. Yes. I'll stop. Okay. He really didn't want to wake up somewhere unfamiliar tomorrow. And, knowing his master, she was really going to do as she said. Scathach let go of Victor's face. Sigh. I really thought I was going to die. He was honest. You are going through some difficult situations. Victor. Again. The king's sons and even the king's servant were shocked. Our father only calls someone he recognizes by name. That's what they thought. Even some of his kids. He doesn't even call by name. And upon realizing this, feelings of envy and hatred began to brew in some of the king's sons. And why is this boy not treating the king with respect? Have some respect. He's the king. You know. The second and third princes thought. On the other hand, the king's eldest daughter thought differently. Interesting. Interesting. I need to know more about him. Elizabeth looked at her sister with an uncomfortable look. She didn't like seeing her sister like that because she knows that when her sister is like that, normally things never end well. Not really. Victor replied. Oh. I'm used to it. She's always like that. I see. The king's eyes stared at Scathach. You found someone interesting. Little girl. Scathach raises an eyebrow since she felt that phrase had several meanings. Thanks. For someone so old. You are really as dense as a black hole when it comes to your own feelings. Huh. Forget it. Anyway. The king's voice was suddenly serious. Originally, I wanted to bring you here to see what kind of man married the heiresses of Clan Fulgur. Snow. And Scarlet. That was the reaction of the princes. Then all the princes except the first and the second one looked at Victor with unveiled hatred. Oh. Victor's smile grew. He wasn't someone who ran from conflict. The king was someone he had no chance of winning against. That much was obvious. But what about his children? One thing Victor was sure of was that he could easily win against the third and fourth princes. They reeked of weakness. But did Victor care? Of course not. He just wanted someone to play with. And these two seemed to have some feelings for his wives. And that was a big no for Victor. Seeing Victor direct his crazy smile in their direction while also remembering the earlier feeling of oppression, the third and fourth princes broke out in cold sweat. Forget it. It's not worth it. There are a lot of fish in the sea. Let's forget about it. The two thought at the same time. Tisk. Cowards. Victor was disappointed and soon lost interest. Did you call us just for that? Scathach asked. Yes. He displayed a small smile. Scathach wanted to punch that old man in the face. Well, the king wasn't honest. Initially, He had thought the three clans were uniting and planning a revolt or something along those lines. However, from what he found out through his subordinates and seeing Scathach and Victor in person, he understood that this wasn't the case. Originally, that was my plan. But I changed my mind. The king looked at Victor. Victor. Yes. Victor looked at the king. Don't you want to be a noble vampire? My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 122 to 122, my mother-in-law is obsessed with me. Victor. Yes. Don't you want to be a noble vampire? But am I not one? Victor didn't understand the question and remembered that his wife had said that when they first met. It's not that. I'm talking about being a full-fledged nobleman. You'll have your own clan. You'll be able to create subordinates. And you'll be able to build your own influence. Oh. Cool. What do you think? Do you want to be a nobleman? Hell no. I prefer to train. He refused. Everyone wanted to scream now. No one. Absolutely no one. Refuses an offer from the king. Only Scathach can do that. But that's because she's crazy. Wait. Victor is her disciple. And he is the madman who attacked the king. He's crazy too. But you will have time to train. The king was taken by surprise. Don't lie to me. I've seen Sienna's work. That woman spends more time working than training. If I'm going to live like this, I prefer to train with my master. Scathach exhibited a small smile when she heard what Victor said. He'd rather train with that crazy woman than work. As expected, Scathach melted the poor bastard's mind. Somehow, the princes began to look at Victor with pity. Victor did not understand why he began to be looked upon with pity. Somehow, the king was getting a sense of déjà vu now. He felt he had received a similar response in the past. He thought for a moment and then remembered a memory. Hey, little girl. Do you want to be a nobleman? Hell no. I prefer to train. A younger Scathach spoke. Oh. They are very much alike. Somehow, the king managed to convince Scathach to become a noble. He said that if she became a noble, she would fight many strong opponents. And the younger Scathach easily fell for that bait. The situation is the same. But different at the same time. The king thought while looking at Victor. It would be a shame for someone with this potential to be on the loose. Suddenly the king had a brilliant idea. In that case, don't you want to become a vampire count? A hush fell in the king's room. Darling. Violet screamed. He's taking so long. Stop screaming. Violet. Sasha yelled. I know he's taking longer than expected. But he must be fine. I hope so. Violet screamed. You two shut up. You are talking too loud. Violet and Sasha looked at Ruby. The one who is talking loud here is you. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby were very worried. Since they arrived in the world of vampires, Victor hadn't stopped getting into trouble. When he comes back, we're getting the fuck out of here. Violet spoke in a serious tone. Agreed. Ruby and Sasha spoke at the same time. Sometimes, I think Victor was destined to cause trouble. Pepper muttered. He seems like the protagonist of a manga. Ruby looked at her sister, who was lying on the couch very sloppily, as she was reading a manga. Pepper. Yes. Pepper looked at her sister. Your breasts are showing. Oh. Pepper quickly fixed her outfit. And soon she sighed as she looked at her outfit. Sigh. My breasts are getting bigger again. I have to buy a new bra. I understand you. Ruby said. Phew. Since I started sucking my husband's blood, I feel like my breasts and ass are a little bigger and more defined than before. Oh. That's true. It's the same for me too. Even my hair grew too fast. And it has gotten shinier than before. And my legs are thicker. Sasha commented. This is unfair. I want this beauty treatment too. Pepper pouted. Sorry. This is exclusive to us. Ruby and Sasha denied it. No. I want it too. Don't be petty. For you to receive this treatment, you have to be my husband's wife. Sasha commented. Forget it. That will never happen. Pepper laid down on the couch again. Humph. Me. Victor's wife. Never. He's more like a big brother to me. And he doesn't like me that way either. After all, he only likes yanderes. Crazy psychos who would destroy the world to be by his side. One little drop of sweat broke out on Pepper's face. She looked at her sister out of the corner of her eyes. Don't tell me my sister is like that too. Violet's face was not pretty now. Maybe I should kill these dairy cows. Even Violet is changing. Ruby spoke. Huh. Violet was taken by surprise. Haven't you noticed? What? Ruby looked at Violet blankly. Don't you wear a bra? Huh. I do not. Ruby was amazed. Soon. She walked towards her wardrobe, picking out an old bra that was G-cup in size. With the recent changes she went through, she had to change to an H-cup bra just like her mother. Try to put on. Hua. A vein pops in Violet's head. Are you looking for a fight? That won't fit me. I'm not a dairy cow. Just try. Ruby insisted. Despite displaying an angry face, Violet took the bra. She removed her clothes on the spot, not ashamed in the slightest. After all, the only people in this room were Ruby, Sasha, and Pepper. Sasha and Ruby, even Pepper, who was curious about everything that was going on, started watching Violet undress. Gulp. The three gulped. Somehow, the way Violet took her clothes off was quite sensual. What? Violet looked back when she felt the girls' gazes. Is that the so-called adult charm? Yes. Maybe that's it. What envy. The two spoke at the same time. She. Smoke was coming out of Pepper's head, and she was clearly imagining things she shouldn't. Violet didn't understand, so she just ignored them both. She thought they had finally lost their minds. When Violet took off her clothes and put on her bra, surprisingly, the bra fit her perfectly. Huh. What was your bra size before? I never used it, but I think it was an E-cup. Violet replied. Amazing. How did you grow so much? I know your mom is like that, but the genes aren't always the same. Just look at Sasha's mom. Ruby spoke when she thought of Natasha's body. That woman, despite being over 2,000 years old, didn't develop much compared to her daughter. She was thin, around 175 cm tall, and her breasts were a modest B-cup in size. Very different from her daughter, who was a sizable F-cup and had a more curvaceous body. Wait. She must be bigger now. Ruby thought. What did you do after the night with our darling? I sucked his blood like I always do every night. Maybe it is that, Sasha asked. Come to think of it, I was feeling the clothes I always wore were a little tighter than usual. Somehow Violet was getting excited. Let's take our measurements. That's a good idea. Ruby and Sasha spoke. Pepper, who was watching all this, muttered. As expected. Is he a hentai protagonist? But if he were a hentai protagonist, he would have already attacked all the women he came across. And my mother would have definitely eliminated him. After all, she doesn't like degenerate men. Hard to say. Well, whatever. I'll go back to reading. Pepper lay down again. While the meeting of the king and Victor was taking place, a certain incident was taking place at Clan Fulgur's mansion. Natasha Fulgur. Or rather, Natasha Fulgur went home and started cleaning up her clan. Wife. What are you doing? Why are you? Cut. Natasha slit the man's throat, preventing him from speaking. Shish. Only one person can talk to me like that right now. You're not allowed to. So just die silently. Okay. She displayed a gentle smile. This view would have been beautiful if her face weren't covered in blood along with her white dress. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha's hands are covered in lightning, and she gently touches her ex-husband's face. Goodbye. What was your name again? Whatever. Boom. A small flash of lightning happened, and the man's head disappeared from existence. She killed him. She killed her own husband. She touched her chin and started to think. My other husband is running away. And I'm feeling some bugs running away too. I'm too lazy to chase after them slowly. I have a lot of work to do after all. My husband wouldn't want me to keep him waiting so long. She displayed a distorted smile that was bathed in blood. Natasha's eyes glowed a golden light for a moment. Let's finish this in a flash. Rumble. Rumble. Her body was spontaneously covered in lightning. And soon she disappeared, leaving behind only golden trails. And in less than a few seconds, She had cleaned all the bugs from her house. The only one left was her last husband. Wife. Why are you doing this? The man screamed as he pissed himself in fear of Natasha's current appearance. Despite previously wearing a white dress that signified purity, Natasha's entire dress was now dyed red, while only small patches of the previous white were still visible, accompanying her lifeless eyes. He had never seen this woman like this before. It is not obvious. I'm eliminating all the bugs that bothered my dear daughter, Sasha. But I didn't do anything to her. I barely spoke to her. That's true. She touched her chin and began to think. My beloved husband told me to be a good mother, a good woman, a good clan leader, and a good wife. And if I were all that, he would give me a son that would be the fruit of our love. But, wait. If I have a child with my daughter's husband, will I be a grandmother? Or will I be a mother? Whatever. She gave up thinking. She completely distorted what Victor said. Are you still alive? This woman was very irrational. The man wanted to cry now. Anyway. Send greetings to King Yama, Lucifer, Hades, or any king of hell you know. See ya. She pointed her palm towards the man. And soon a beam of lightning shot out of her hand. And no, she obliterated the man's torso from existence. Strange. I don't feel my power harming my body. Is it because of my husband's blood? I feel like I can use my power for a long time now. As expected. My husband is the best. She jumped up happily like an excited child. If anyone saw the sight of a woman wearing a white dress covered in blood bouncing happily while her eyes were lifeless, they would definitely run in fear. Soon the woman stopped jumping and assumed a serious expression. Well, I destroyed all of Clan Fulgur's bugs. The ones that are left were just the most loyal servants who've been with me for a long time. But organizing my entire clan will take a long time. And I don't want to be away too long from my daughter and my husband. She started to think again. And suddenly a light bulb flashed in her head. Didn't I have a sister who was useless and was exiled because she didn't have the power of lightning? I remember she is very rich now. She can help me. Yes. That's a good idea. I will make her go back to Clan Fulgur. If I'm not mistaken, she has a child now too. Tetsu. Tuya. Suyu. Yutsu. What was his name again? Her head didn't seem to register anything that wasn't involved with her daughter and Victor. Whatever. She gave up thinking again. Sensing her subordinates approaching, she says, I will visit my sister. Take care of this mess. When I get back, I want the mansion spotless. Is that clear? Yes. Lady Natasha. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha suddenly rose to the skies and flew towards her sister's house. This was a technique she learned from watching Victor. For her, who had mastered the power of her clan, it was quite an easy feat to replicate it. When Natasha left, a subordinate of hers said in a happy tone. Finally. She woke up. It was about time. I was tired of taking orders from these pieces of garbage. The man spat on the corpse of Natasha's ex-husband. Ha ha ha. I understand you, friend. I really understand you. But hasn't her personality changed too much? Another man asks. Really? She looks like the same crazy strong woman I know. The man who kicked the corpse responded. Ha ha ha. Don't think too much. With Lady Natasha awake, our clan will be able to regain the count title quickly. OOHHH. They started to get excited. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 123 to 123, The King's Plan. In that case, don't you want to be a count? Skathich narrowed her eyes when she heard what Vlad said. A count? Similar in status to my master? Yes. Victor's eyes sparkled with interest. Seeing this, the king's smile grew a little. Wait. Father. First Prince Theo awoke from his stupor and spoke. Did I give you permission to speak? He looked at his son. And no. Theo flinched under his father's gaze, quickly returning to his seat. Question. Victor raised his hand. He completely ignored the king's children. Except for one little girl. Ophis. Who was beside him before he knew it. The king looked at Victor. Seeing the difference in treatment, the first prince's heart was flooded with jealousy. What does a count's job entail exactly? Again. Everyone was silent. The king looked at Scathach with a look that said, "Woman. Did you educate your disciple?" Scathach looked at her disciple. "Victor. Didn't you go to school?" "I've studied. And I know the vampire counts are responsible for a large part of the territory of this world. And they control several small noble clans as well." This was also one of the reasons that Victor did not accept being a nobleman, since he would never accept being a subordinate of someone weaker than himself and that he does not respect. His pride would not allow it. Victor put his hand to his chin. He was gathering the information he'd learned. The territories of the vampire count clans are divided into north, south, east, and west. The southern territory belongs to Clan Snow, my wife Violet's clan. It is responsible for the negotiation, control of the economy of this world. The northern territory belongs to Clan Scarlet. My master is responsible for matters relating to war. The territory of the west belongs to the Clan Adrastia. They are responsible for military defense and consist of a clan of strong warriors specialized in defensive warfare. The eastern territory is responsible for all domestic affairs of this world. They belong to Clan Fulgur. Now that Victor has stopped to think better. Is this some kind of war strategy? Is this old man planning a war? Separating the important work for each group was a common process that happened in wars. Boy. You're wrong. The eastern territory belongs to the Horseman clan. Alexios Aliath spoke. For now. That is. Victor displayed a big smile. Oh. You seem to be 100% sure of what you're talking about. Well. My mother-in-law, Natasha Fulgur, said she would regain everything she lost. And the way she turned out, she seems to be quite motivated. I think you'll get a request for a rematch from Clan Fulgur against Clan Horseman. First Prince Theo reacted a little to Victor's words. But he quickly regained his composure. But that small detail didn't escape Alexios' eyes. Although he had his eyes closed. Natasha. Vlad raised an eyebrow. Then looked up for a few seconds. And soon the vampires that were hiding disappeared. And he returned his gaze to Victor a few seconds later. A man in completely dark clothing fell to the king's side. And soon he spoke in a low voice into the king's ear. Strangely. Despite everyone present being vampires. No one could hear the man's words. Is he wearing any enchanted equipment? Victor thought it was very likely his speculation was correct. Interesting. The king displayed a big smile. You are correct, Victor. Oh. Former Countess Anastasia Fulgur just eliminated some insects from her clan. And she's on her way to the royal capital now. At this point, the princes and princesses were feeling like those actors who were just hired as background characters and extras, except for Ophis. Of course. Who, at some point in the conversation, claimed Victor's shoulders as her throne. Well, that was fast. As expected of her. I think. After all. She mastered the power of lightning. Victor thought. Feeling a weight on his shoulders. Victor looked up. Only to find Ophis sitting there. Looking down at him. When did she get here? Father. Victor displayed a gentle smile. Hey. Ophis. Are you comfortable up there? I am. Father. The king's eyes twitched a little each time Ophis called Victor, father. I think she's going to visit her sister. Scathach suddenly spoke. Why do you think that? Scathach. She's eliminated the bugs. Now she's going to want someone she can trust to clean up all the mess and get the clan back on track. Despite not having said anything, the king thought that it was very possible that this would happen. Returning to my previous question. What does the work of a count entail? Victor asked seriously. Does this man have dementia? Didn't he just answer his own question? The princes thought. The king looked into Victor's eyes. He exhibited a small smile of approval. Has he noticed? No, I think he just deduced something. But he's not sure. The king looked at his children. Leave. The king's order was absolute. Children are not. And, as if they were used to it, all the children left without much complaining. Though the expressions of some of the princes were not pretty. They felt that the king was treating Victor in a special way. And they didn't like that. What was the difference between Victor and them? They were his sons. That's what they thought. Disappointing. They didn't learn anything from this demonstration. I even prepared everything for them. The king thought when he saw the faces of his sons. The princesses didn't think much about all this. They were merely interested in Victor. Lilith especially so. Elizabeth just kept thinking. That man. He got stronger again, no. What he showed before wasn't his true power, this is the real Victor. Her spine quivered as she recalled Victor's demonic appearance. Come on. Ophis. Elizabeth called her little sister. Yes. Even though Ophis didn't disobey her father's order. She looked at Victor with a sad face. Ha ha ha. No need to make such a sad face. You can visit me anytime you want. Ophis's face cleared as if being lit up by the sun. Then she smiled gently. The king's eyes were trembling a lot now. Ophis teleported towards the ground and soon walked beside Elizabeth. When all the king's children left, the man said, "Before I start explaining, I first need to know. Do you intend to become a count or not?" Can't I decide later? He was curious to know what this secret was. But he didn't want to accept something without knowing what he's getting into. In fact, Victor was a little confused now. Why is this man being so generous to me? There is no free lunch in the world. Victor understood that. Because of that, he was cautious. You cannot. Give it up. Old man. He's very cautious. Learned it from you. Actually. It was with his mother. I see. The king puts his hand on his chin and starts to think about something. Then suddenly an idea comes into his head. Victor. Yes. Victor somehow felt awkward when he saw that smile on the king's face. If you accept the role of a vampire count, one of the privileges I will give, exclusively, to you is. Why is he doing so much drama? Does this old man like drama? He smiled. I will remove the rule that a vampire countess cannot marry another vampire count. This is an exception made exclusively for you. Victor didn't understand this strange privilege. In fact, he had several doubts in his mind. Was there such a rule before? I do not remember. But after he thought about it carefully, he thought it was obvious that this kind of rule should exist. After all, if two counts decided to get married, the power the couple would have in vampire society would be too great. Vlad. I'm already. He was going to say he was married. Yes. He accepts. Scathach suddenly yelled, looking a lot more excited than usual. Victor looked at his master. PFTT. The king almost laughed again. Can she be any more obvious? The king thought humorously, feeling the gazes of the men in the room. Cough. She coughed, pretending nothing happened. I mean, this is a good deal. Victor. You must accept. She looked at her disciple with her eyes glowing blood red. How is this a good deal? Think. Victor. Think. Why is she imitating me? In the future, your wives will become countesses. And how can you, an unstated vampire, be able to marry them? Victor thought that was a good point. And if you become a vampire count, you'll be able to fight stronger people. After all, you can expect a lot of people challenging you to steal your title. And you'll be able to travel around this world more freely. Considering you'll have a lot of money. Again, Victor thought she was correct. Think about it. As a vampire count, you are recognized by everyone as a strong being. And consequently, various supernatural beings will come after you to fight. Scathach didn't know why, but she felt this was a great opportunity. Victor must accept. For their sakes. What do you mean? Various supernatural beings? Not only are there vampires, wolves, and witches in this world. Victor. Think. You've seen one of these beings in the past in your fight with that general of hunters. He started to think. And soon he remembered the appearance of an old man. Are you talking about that old man? Yes. They are heroic spirits summoned through magic. They are strong. Scathach Scarlet, can guarantee that. Interesting. Victor remembered that old man. Despite having done almost nothing, he seemed to be very strong. And if you become a vampire count, you can turn whoever you'd like into a servant. As long as the target is a virgin. Of course. I'm not interested in subordinates. For me, Kagaya and Yuki are enough. Ah. Scathach started to think of something. And soon something popped into her head. With the authority of a count, you can find easier ways to give immortality to your parents. Victor's eyes turned serious. Initially, Victor thought about turning his parents into vampires. But because he was still getting used to everything in the beginning, he forgot the basic rule. Only virgins can become vampires. And his parents were definitely not virgins. I accept. Scathach's smile widened. And she made a silent victory gesture. Not even knowing why she was so happy. Victor was convinced. He definitely didn't accept the proposal because his master was too cute now. It definitely wasn't because of that. He could even swear to God. Who does he want to fool? That's why he accepted. His parents and his wife's motive was also a trigger. But seeing Scathach's reaction now, he finally understood something. She likes me. It's not as if he was oblivious to these feelings. But he never considered it deeply. After all, she was his wife's mother. And also his teacher. And his mother-in-law. But the affair with Natasha changed his mind. Unconsciously, he began to consider this when he heard what Natasha said. Do you want to practice a trio with a mother and daughter? He also understood another truth. She doesn't seem to understand these feelings. Ah. Why do I have such a cute master? Who is also so troubled? Victor already had a headache as he thought about future problems. Victor looked at Vlad's smile. A vein popped in his head. That old man. Suddenly, he heard Vlad's voice in his brain. Don't think too much, Victor. The proposal is not bad. I'm not trying to deceive you or anything like that. I wouldn't need to negotiate for you if I wanted to do that. Victor thought it made sense. After all, if the king really wants something, who can oppose him? And you have to take care of this little girl. Even though she is a monster with unimaginable strength, she is a child inside when it comes to relationship matters. Victor felt that Vlad was right again. Stop being a pussy. You are to blame for making her feel like this. You have a beautiful woman in front of you who is basically a perfect wife. Marry her. Have some kids. And take responsibility. Ha. Hearing Vlad's laugh, several veins began to pop on Victor's head. This bastard just wants to have fun. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 124 to 124, The King's Plan. 2. Victor put his hand on his head as if he had a headache. Hearing an old man laugh in his head was not something pleasant. What was it? Victor. It's nothing. Victor looked at Scathach and suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Was she always this beautiful? Long hair as red as blood itself. Blood-red eyes. Pale skin like all vampires. Defined face that held a gentle little smile. She was the perfect image of a blood beauty. A duality of beauty and danger. Scathach now appeared absolutely stunning to Victor. Victor. Victor woke up from his stupor and quickly shook his head over and over. Fuck. Now that I think about the possibility of a possible future relationship, the thought doesn't leave my head. Victor looked toward the king. I accepted. Now what? He decided to finish all this soon. Scathach didn't understand Victor's reaction. But she didn't mind so much. She was used to his oddness. Ha ha ha. No need to hurry. The king could no longer stand it and laughed. Veins started to pop on Victor's head. Fuck you. This is your fault. You don't know the size of the problem you put on my shoulders. One small mistake in a catastrophe the size of a nuclear bomb could happen. You know. Victor understood very well the personalities of his wives. And especially Scathach. And even though he loves these personalities very much, he knows these personalities are quite explosive. He doesn't want to make a mistake that can cause unimaginable damage. He wasn't worried about the damage around him. Instead, he was worried about the damage it could cause to his and his wife's relationship. He knew the current peace in his relationships was due to Violet, Sasha, and Ruby's status as childhood friends. And only because of that did they understand each other. Victor completely ignored the day Violet tried to kill Sasha, as expected. His brain works in convenient ways. Hearing what Victor said, Alexio's eyebrows quivered a lot. Kid. Ha 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 ha. Alexios was going to ask Victor to show respect toward the king. But he didn't expect the king to ignore what Victor said. You'll be fine. Victor. Victor narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that like you're 100% sure? Well, in the past, I was like you. At least you don't have to deal with a woman who wants to destroy the world. So it's okay. It's okay. You can handle it. I'll even give you my blessings in this long relationship. After all, this little girl is like a daughter to me. Scathach and Alexios looked at the two men with strange eyes. When did the two men become so close? And why are they talking in codes? Why did the conversation escalate from 0 to 100 so fast? Destroy the world. Huh. You're imagining things. Don't worry. Vlad smiled. And inside, he thought, with that, he has two crazy women to deal with. Now he won't have time to interact with my beloved daughters. Good. The king received some very interesting information from his subordinates. Natasha, Victor's mother-in-law, was killing all the insects in her house while saying something about husband this, husband that, my daughter's husband, etc. It doesn't take a genius to find out who she's talking about. Upon receiving this information, Vlad thought of a plan. The plan was very simple. Throw all the problems at his new friend. And he also wanted to help this little girl grow up too. At the end of the day, he was the king. And the king's job is to make his servants happy. But that was just an excuse he gave himself. And the real reason was, the king was a very overprotective man with his daughters. And seeing Ophis interacting with Victor made him very jealous and scared. What if my daughter grows up and wants to be with him? Hell no. I do not approve. Despite being king of an entire race, he was still a doting father. Sigh. Victor had never felt tired of dealing with someone before. Well, back to business. Look, Vlad looked at Alexios. Yes, master. Understanding his master's intentions, Alexios snapped his finger. And like magic, a vast map appeared. Victor looked at the map with a curious look. He saw that the map appeared to illustrate the areas of this world. He could even see that forest where he met the strange gorilla and tree. Thinking about it, I promised I would visit them. Huh. The Nightingale map. Yes. The area that is in red is my territory. Victor looked at the red area on the map. This is so small. He muttered. He thought the king's territory would be bigger. He saw that on the map. The territories were marked according to the name of each respective clan of the vampire counts. He also noticed that Clan Adrastia was very far from the capital. Seeing how small his friend's territory was, he understood something. They're acting as the first line of defense for this country. Huh, now I understand why she invited me to go to her territory. She probably wanted to show me these monsters. She can't talk about them. But she can show it. I guess. Victor tried to deduce Eleanor's motives. Yes. The king made a slightly annoyed expression. A few millennia ago, when I found this world and decided to create a country here, I thought that conquering this world would be smooth. But I ran into unexpected problems. Oh. Problems that even the vampire king couldn't handle. This is interesting. Victor's curiosity was piqued. The image changed. And soon several monster-looking creatures appeared. This world was being inhabited by these kinds of creatures. Creatures of the night who were the original inhabitants of this world. Scathach was silent throughout the whole conversation. She didn't have much to add. She already knew all this. And she just couldn't tell her disciple this before because of a special magical contract she signed. Hey. Even you can't handle these monsters. Victor looked at the monsters with curiosity. He saw that the monsters had many different shapes. The king looked at Victor. It's easy for me. Huh. Victor didn't understand. The weak are easy to deal with. I can kill thousands easily. The problem lies with the leaders of these monsters. The image changed. And soon Victor could see the appearance of a gigantic creature. It had a rather disturbing shape, with several heads and tails that look like the monster's arms. Victor couldn't describe what kind of creature he was seeing. Elder gods. That's what they call themselves. The number of leaders. Unknown. The number of subordinates of these leaders. Unknown. Do these monsters have intelligence? Unknown. The king began listing several things he didn't know about the enemy. Victor's smile only grew and grew every time he heard what the king said. He also understood something. This old man is useless. In all these years, he doesn't know anything about the enemy. Impossible. He doesn't seem that incompetent. So he's definitely hiding something. Seeing Victor's smile, the king thought. As I thought. He's like her. It looks like I made the right decision. He displayed a small, imperceptible smile. I fought one of their leaders once. It was an uphill battle. But I was able to win relatively easily. The image changed to the king on top of a gigantic monster. He seemed to have won the fight. The problem starts to get more complicated now. Look. The king snapped his finger. And then the image changed. The monster the king defeated began to regenerate and come back to life. An enemy who is truly immortal. Victor's eyes gleamed with interest. He felt it would be nice to have these monsters as a punching bag. I knew he was hiding something. Well, at least he was honest and spoke. Yes. But, I do not believe these monsters have true immortality. Oh. Explain. My theory is that there is some device or someone who is resurrecting these leaders when they die. After all, I'm sure that during my fight, I completely destroyed the monster's soul. And as you know, the soul is the anchor of life in the physical body. If your soul is destroyed, immortal or not, you will die. Well, that was what was supposed to happen. Victor was thoughtful. Vlad looks at Alexios, his subordinate. Understanding the master's intentions, he said, "Yes, master." Soon he started walking towards somewhere. That explains why the vampire counts have powers split as if you were preparing for war. You noticed. Actually. It was pretty obvious. If anyone with even the slightest knowledge of war strategy knew about the counts, and the way you divided the powers, they would deduce it. Victor elaborated. Snow is responsible for internal policy and is responsible for securing possible allies. Fulgur takes care of food and household matters, while Adrastia and Scarlet take care of defense and offense. But Victor looked at his master since he was sure she didn't have any subordinates. Yes. I originally intended this little girl to raise an army, but... The king looked at Scathach. An army. I, alone, am enough. I don't want anyone to delay me. Scathach snorted and turned away. It's not like she didn't try to have subordinates in the past. It's just that Scathach had had bad experiences with subordinates in the past. Sigh. The two sighed at the same time. Victor and Vlad could understand Scathach's feelings. But in a war, and especially in a large-scale war, that luxury was not possible. Having subordinates is useful in situations like this. A question. Victor spoke. Which is, why are you offering this to me? I don't understand. I just got here. And I'm a vampire who, from your perspective, is still a baby. Victor was quite skeptical about the king's motive. The king thought he was suddenly deaf. So he looked at Scathach, who was clearly to blame for all of this. You didn't explain anything to him. Well, I didn't want him to grow arrogant. So because of that, I hid it. Makes sense. The king thought that was a good reason. Victor's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Victor. You know about your blood. Right. Yes. Rh null blood. A rare blood type in the human world. And in the vampire world, they are considered a delicacy. Called the golden blood. Yes. You are correct. Vlad nodded in satisfaction. But you don't know everything. Using his fingernail, Vlad made a small cut on his hand. And a scene that shocked Victor took place. Vlad's blood began to move as if it were alive. In the past, thousands of years ago, the oldest vampires called this blood another name. Vlad created a small blood dagger and held it in his hand. Sanguis Noctis Regis, or rather, the blood of the Night King. And just like you, I also have this blood running through my veins. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 125 to 125, Sanguis Noctis Regis. Sanguis Noctis Regis, or rather, the blood of the Night King. And just like you, I also have this blood running through my veins. Victor was shocked that the king shared the same blood type as him. That explains why Ophis calls me father. Realizing that the king seemed to know a lot about his blood, he asked, "And what are the benefits of this blood?" "Enhanced learning speed. Superior adaptation capabilities. The ability to grow stronger more efficiently. You are also immune to any mind-related damage, while also being able to control special individuals with your vampiric charm. That explains why I could control those hunters and even the vampires, immune to any mind-related damage." Huh. Does the power of Ophis fit into this category? Victor began to understand several strange things that happened in the past. These are just the initial benefits. The true power of this blood lies elsewhere. What do you mean? Vlad continued. Our blood is special. Depending on which creature of the night you are born as, the potential contained within the blood will put you at the top of the hierarchy. Huh. He did not understand. One example. If you were turned into a wolf instead of a vampire, you wouldn't become a beta who was subordinate to someone. You would go straight to alpha status. And not just any alpha. You would be a true alpha with the potential to become the king of the wolves. Vlad looked at Victor. Are you going to tell me you never thought it was weird? That irregular transformation that no other vampire had. How quickly you evolved and became stronger. The weird sense of pride you have that won't let you bow your head to anyone. That is. These are all tied to the qualities of your blood. How could someone who is destined to be at the top of the hierarchy lower their heads to anyone? It doesn't make sense. Right. That's why this blood is called the blood of the Night King. Whoever possesses this blood has the potential to become the king of an entire race. And as a main feature, our blood is very tasty to the creatures of the night. If the creatures of the night were to drink our blood, they would slowly get stronger. Isn't that right, little girl? Vlad displayed a small smile on his face. Scathach turned her face away and ignored the king. As an added bonus, any vampire who drinks our blood will be satiated more easily. It is because of these traits that you were able to help this little girl with her little problem. Scathach looked at the king, her eyes glowing blood red. Keep talking. And I swear I'll kill you. Ha 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 ha. Vlad ignored what Scathach said. Then he continued to explain. Of course. The same goes for you. When you drank this little girl's blood, you felt it, right? Controlling your power just got easier. And you got stronger. That's true. He remembered that the same thing happened with Natasha. When he drank his mother-in-law's blood, his lightning control improved a little. This also explains my wife's increased power, and Scathach's. Understanding how special his blood was, he looked at his master with a face that said, "Why didn't you tell me? Knowing you have the blood of the Night King running through your veins, you would definitely be more proud than you already are. And I don't want an arrogant disciple. Pride is good, but don't let it get to your head." Scathach spoke stiffly as if she were a teacher. You are right. He didn't deny his master's words. But he also didn't fully agree with her words. He knew he was only proud when it came to his enemies. Ah. Now he understood why she hadn't told him everything. Although your case is even stranger than mine. Vlad put a hand on his chin and looked at Victor as if he was sizing him up. Scathach looked at Vlad. What do you mean? Victor didn't understand. I was born with this blood. I was born a vampire. But you were an ordinary human who was turned into a vampire through a ritual. And, somehow, the ritual influenced your blood in a strange way. And you acquired the powers of those three heiresses who were at the scene the moment you turned into a vampire. Your case is quite interesting. This I already know. It was a mistake or a coincidence. Right. Ha ha ha. Kid. When witches are involved, nothing is ever a mistake or a coincidence. How do you know that? Scathach narrowed her eyes. Little girl. You are very naive to think you can hide something from me. You can kill as many shadows as you like. But they aren't all my underlings. Tisk. She turned her face away in annoyance. Vlad gazed with his red eyes at Victor's body. His gaze seemed to be analyzing Victor's entire existence. Oh, I see, he seems to have understood something. Boy. 2 pieces of advice from an old man. The king leaned back against his throne. Your wives are your treasures. Never leave them. Because in the future, You're going to need this unbreakable bond. Scathach heard what the king said in silence. This old man never says something useless. I better remember that. Huh. I would never do that. They are everything to me. Good. The king displayed a smile. Second advice. Don't use the transformation too much. At least until you've completely mastered all 5 of your powers. Yes. I know. It damages my soul. Right. Yes. But that's not all. You may not realize it. But this transformation is slowly changing your entire being. Victor was silent. He seemed to be thinking of something. By 5 powers. Is he speaking of my power of ice, water, lightning, fire, and blood? Do I have to completely master them all? How many years will this take? What do you mean? Scathach didn't like Vlad's tone one bit. You didn't notice it from his eyes. From the information I got. His eyes were sapphire blue. Right. What color are his eyes now? Scathach looked into Victor's eyes. Red. Indeed. Although he's not bloodthirsty like you. His eyes are blood red. It's like he's a creature that came out of the deepest corners of hell. Doesn't that apply to you too? She looked into Vlad's eyes. Yes. That's why I told him that. I don't want him to become a monster like me. Vlad flashed a smile that showed all of his sharp teeth. 2 monsters cannot coexist in the same habitat. Soon he was silent as if he didn't want to talk about anything else. An unsettling silence fell into place. Scathach, who was facing the king of the vampires as if trying to understand his actions. Victor, who was in deep thought. As if trying to understand his own existence. And Vlad Tepes. The king of the vampires, who just had his eyes closed like he was waiting for something. Soon the 3 vampires could hear the footsteps of someone approaching. You took your time. Vlad opened his eyes. I'm sorry. Master, the ladies were asking for you. And as this is an important meeting, I couldn't let them interrupt. They can be very irrational at times. And since you spoil them so much, they do whatever they want. Vlad's eyes twitched a little when he heard what Alexios said. PFFT. Victor almost smiled. But in the end, he couldn't help himself. HAHAHAHAHA. What are you laughing about? Boy. PFFT. Cough. I mean. Victor was trying to contain his laughter. The king of vampires. The strongest being in existence. Can't handle his wives. HAHAHAHAHA. He couldn't take it anymore. Vlad's eyes flared blood red. He flashed a sneer. Don't laugh too much. Boy. After all, the same will happen to you soon. Vlad's words made Victor stop laughing. Unlike your wives. Mine are kind as a mother who is at home welcoming her child back after a long journey. They are just a little spoiled. But, I ask you, my dear friend, how would you describe your wives? Remembering the personalities of Violet, Ruby, Sasha, and possible future problems. Well, I don't see any problems. Victor had never had any problems with his wives so far. Have you already forgotten the 2 monsters in your hands now? Vlad's smile grew. He looked out of the corner of his eye at Scathach, who was looking at the item that was in Alexios's hand and remembered Natasha's words. Fuck. HAHAHAHAHA. The king laughed as if he had earned his revenge. Veins started popping on Victor's head. But soon he got an idea. Oh. But at least my wives are loyal. They're just a little explosive. But that's also their charm. The king's laughter died. And an overwhelming feeling began to leave his body. What are you implying? A beautiful MILF. All alone in an ancient castle. And she is so lonely. Her husband is never home. And she is a loving housewife. The castle is always patrolled by the royal guards. Victor sniffs the air and puts his hand to his nose as if he smells a horrible stench. I smell the stink of an unfaithful woman. The king's eyes began to shine brighter. Don't look at me like that. It's advice from a friend, and a future vampire count. Victor's eyes were frighteningly serious now. Vlad. Are you absolutely sure you weren't presented with a green hat? Looking into Victor's eyes, Vlad realized the boy was speaking for his own good. I'm sure. Now that he said that. My first wife is always unavailable when I look for her. And she's always with my son. The vampire king's first wife was the mother of the first prince. Theo. It can't be, no. It's not possible. She's the woman who has spent the most time with me. And she knows my personality. She wouldn't do that. Looks like you have your doubts. Huh. Victor gave a sympathetic look. But inside he was laughing a lot. Ha. Nobody talks bad about my wives. Absolutely nobody. Victor couldn't defeat Vlad with force. But words are a weapon too. And it's not like these stories weren't common. He heard a lot of similar stories from his friend Andrew, who was a playboy. Seeing that Vlad didn't seem to trust his wives, Victor thought, even though we're alike because of our blood, I don't want to ever be like him. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 126 to 126, The Birth of a New Pillar. Master. Alexios spoke. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Master. Don't let this man's words affect you. He doesn't know what he's saying. I know, Alexios. I know. But, despite having said that, he was still thinking about Victor's words. Without Victor knowing or intending to do so, he ended up planting a seed of doubt in the king's heart. Victor. Why did you say that? Scathach asked curiously. I just wanted to tease him a little. It's no big deal now. Whether he has any doubts or not. That's not my problem. Victor completely ignored the subject. After all, it wasn't his problem. Anyway, back to business. Vlad looked at Alexios. Yes. Master. Alexios opened the box he brought and took out a black parchment. That's. Scathach immediately recognized what it was. Yes. This is a magical witch contract. The same thing you signed in the past. Scathach. If I'm not mistaken, this black contract can only be broken by the Queen of Witches. Right. Victor spoke. Yes. Are you her ally? Victor asked curiously. Of course not. This is just business. I see. The contract is simple. I will give you the title of Vampire Count. And all the power and influence that comes with such a title. He exhibited a small smile. Of course. I haven't forgotten the special privilege you will receive. The king's words made a small smile appear on Scathach's face. In return, you must never speak what you've learned here to anyone without my direct permission. Pretty simple. He looked at Scathach as if asking her opinion. Scathach quickly returned to her neutral expression and replied. Don't worry. It happened the same way to me. I see. In that case, let's move on. Where do I have to sign? He looked at Alexios, who was holding a kind of knife. Wait. Vlad spoke. What happened? Victor looked at Vlad. Before signing the contract, you must decide what the name of your clan is. What do you mean, the name of my clan? Can't it be the same name I have now? You can't. Walker is your last name as a human. Of course. You can use it if you don't have commitments that relate to a vampire count. But when you're going to introduce yourself as a count to another supernatural being, you have to have another last name. This is the tradition I created myself. Oh. So all the counts had different last names before? Victor looked at Scathach. Yes. I also had a name. And a different last name before. Scathach had a rather nostalgic look on her face. Victor had been a little curious about Scathach's first and last name in the past. But this wasn't the time to ask about it. So, what clan name are you going to choose? Vlad asked again. Victor touched his chin and started to think. Suddenly he had an idea. Vlad. What is your full name? Why do you want to know? Vlad narrowed his eyes a little. Just answer. Vlad was a little curious about what Victor was planning. My full name is Vlad Dracula Tepes. Although the last name, Dracula, is not used very much by my children and me. Victor exhibited a small smile. Vlad's eyes widened a little. Don't tell me. You said that my blood is like yours. And that it was called the blood of the Night King. Right. Yes. Vlad displayed a small smile on his face. He had already deduced which direction Victor was heading. Although I am someone of the same blood type as you, I want to be your opposite. Of course. Victor was talking about the king's distrust of his own wives. He didn't want to be someone who would distrust his wives. After all, If you can't trust your wife, why did you get into a relationship in the first place? If you're afraid of being betrayed, you shouldn't bond. If Victor were in the kind of situation the king found himself in, he would directly ask his wife. And as a couple who had lived thousands of years together, they would know if the person was lying or not. In that kind of situation, it would be better to be honest and straight. What if he found out he was being cheated on? Well, there's always the friendly torture room. Although Victor doubted very much that this will happen with the kind of personality his wives have. As expected, crazy women are the best. But that's not how Scathach, Alexios, and Vlad interpreted Victor's statement. I choose Alucard as my last name. An uncomfortable silence fell over the place. Alexios and Scathach just stared at Victor in shock. Does this boy understand what he just said? Choosing the same surname of the king, just written backwards, meant it was a statement. A statement that said, I am not inferior to you. I am equal to you. It was basically a way to challenge the king's authority. They completely freaked out. Vlad's and Victor's smile grew as if they were in sync. And suddenly, H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H. The two started laughing in sync. Their laughter echoed throughout the king's castle and sent shivers to everyone who heard the two men's laughter. Very well. Very well. Vlad clapped his hands. As expected of someone with the blood of the Night King. You didn't disappoint me. The king suddenly rose from his throne. He took a deep breath. And suddenly he spoke in a voice that echoed throughout Nightingale. With my authority as king of all vampires, I, Vlad Tepes, hereby declare. That voice, the first prince, Theo. Father. The first princess, Lilith. He seems to be making an announcement. Elizabeth said. How long has it been since he's last done this? Thousands of years. Lilith replied. The birth of a new vampire count. Huh. That was the reaction of all princes and princesses. As of today, the fifth pillar of vampire society responsible for exploring and discovering new lands is assigned to Clan Alucard. Clan Alucard? Who was the idiot who wrote our names backwards and created a clan? The second prince, Lucas, complained. But importantly, a new count has just been born. That hasn't happened for thousands of years, Lilith said. The leader of Clan Alucard is the new disciple of Scathach Scarlet, who recently won an arena game. Victor Walker. That man again. Lucas, Saul, and Adam yelled angrily. And they felt that man was born to provoke them. Elizabeth just dropped to her knees on the ground and looked up at the sky as if life had no meaning. Isn't that too ridiculous? A 21-year-old vampire becoming a count. He's only 21 years old. Why is he so strong? Saul and Adam shouted in unison. Has my dad finally gone crazy? Is he smoking something illegal? She couldn't accept the reality in front of her. The youngest vampire ever to receive the title of Vampire Count, Lilith muttered. And slowly her smile began to grow. As per tradition said, Victor, the new count, has abandoned the Walker name and assumed the name Alucard. Wait. He's become a vampire count. That means he can be challenged. And if he loses that title? Theo's eyes were gleaming with a shrewd look as a plan began to form in his head. My citizens, hail the new Count Vampire. The new pillar of vampire society. Victor Alucard. That last name doesn't match. What's on this man's mind? Saul spoke, irritated. If you think about it, our names don't match either, Elizabeth muttered. Suddenly the king's voice died down. Father, Ophis had her eyes glowing blood red. Realizing that the announcement had ended, the first prince, Theo, was about to turn and leave. My children, I call you. Suddenly all the children heard the king's voice in their heads. Yes, Father. They all spoke. Except for the first prince. Theo. Yes, Father. Then he spoke when he realized he couldn't leave now. With the appearance of a new clan with the title of Count, the political power game will change. I need to move fast. After Victor signed the black parchment, he looked at Vlad. You're bad at speeches. Shut up. I haven't done this for millennia. It doesn't change the fact that you're bad at it. But responsible for exploring and discovering new lands. That is a job that suits you perfectly. Does it not? You're not wrong. Victor displayed a big smile. Congratulations on becoming a count. Victor. Scathach spoke with a small smile. Victor looked at Scathach and flashed a small smile. Am I in the same social status as you now? Master. Yes. So you don't need to call me master anymore. She didn't look sad to be speaking those words. Oh. Victor took Scathach's hand. He held her hand like a couple would hold each other's hand. Scathach looked at her hand. And for some reason, felt quite warm inside. What should I call you now? Scathach. Just Scathach. Her voice was surprisingly very low. Okay. Scathach. Scathach felt that the way Victor called her name now was quite different from how he called her in the past. She couldn't help but smile happily and squeeze Victor's hand a little tighter. The king looked at this scene and thought, isn't that boy very proficient at this? Wasn't he the boy who was confused a few moments ago? He looks like a natural playboy now. Who taught him? We finished. I need to go home. That place must be in chaos now. Victor said. And he wasn't wrong. And his wives were freaking out now. Yes. We are done. Even though you've risen and become a count, you still have no territory. And since there is no available territory, I'm supposed to explore and make my own territory. Huh. Victor laughed. Well, that is your job as a vampire count. Victor remembered that the king's territory was very far from the mainland and that his friend's clan was the most distant territory from the royal capital. I must visit Eleanor's territory in the future. Luckily, I already have an invite from her. But first, I'm going home. And this time, nobody will stop me. Victor felt strange, since every time he decided to return home, something always occurred. Return home. And enjoy your free time. Soon. I will have my subordinate deliver all the necessary things that make you a vampire count. Yes. I will. I'll see you soon. Vlad. Come on. Scathach. Yes. For some reason, Scathach's voice was lower than normal. Soon the two disappear. Vlad. Huh. It has been a long time since someone called me as if I were a friend. He looked quite melancholy for a few seconds. Master. Is nothing. Soon Vlad's expression turned grim. Suddenly, he heard his children's footsteps. Seeing all his children except his youngest daughter, his face trembled a little. Alexios. Go get Ophis. Yes. Master. Alexios snaps his finger. And soon a small portal appeared in front of him. And he entered. Looking at his children, especially his sons, he said, disappointing. Their father's voice sent a shiver down their spine. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 127 to 127, The Love of a Goddess. A few hours before Victor's announcement as the new vampire count, Agnes Snow and Adonis Snow had returned to their mansion. How many visions have you had? And what did you see? Agnes. Who was sitting in a chair beside Adonis' bed who was breathing heavily. He was thin as bones. And all his beauty seemed to have disappeared. He had become a decrepit adult man who looked like he could die at any moment. Has his condition worsened so much with just one vision? Agnes thought worriedly. She was already used to seeing her husband's physical condition. But even if she was used to it, that didn't mean she liked it. What kind of wife would be happy to see her husband so weakened? Adonis spoke between breaths. I had 2 visions. I saw that boy's ascension. He looked so dazzling. And beside him, there were 6 individuals who seemed to be his trusted individuals. Cough. He coughed up blood onto the mattress. Darling, Agnes bit her lip when she saw her husband's condition. He seems to be much worse than before. In the second vision, I saw our daughter burning the royal capital with her powers. She had an expression of pure hatred on her face. Agnes bit her fingernails and began to think about Adonis' words. Adonis Snow had a secret that was known only to a few people. One of them being Vlad Tepes, the king of vampires. He had a clairvoyant power. A power that was acquired when Agnes Snow turned him into a vampire. Not even Agnes knew how he acquired such a power. Normally, it wasn't meant to be that way. A commoner vampire doesn't get such an extraordinary power without a reason. Agnes thought Adonis had gained this power due to the act of copulation he had with the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. and the goddess of the underworld. Persephone. Those bitches. Agnes bit her lip until blood came out. Feeling very frustrated. It was not like it was anything new. This kind of weird stuff tended to happen when mortals interacted with gods. After all, gods are stranger beings than vampires. Adonis' power was so strong that he had never missed a prediction before. Vlad, the king of vampires, said that Adonis had the power of a god. Coming from someone as old and experienced as Vlad, his words carried a great deal of weight. The power of a god. That would be something to be happy about if the consequences of using such a power weren't too unfair. Every time he used this power, some of his soul was harmed. Not just his soul. His body was also harmed a lot. As Adonis' body was no longer strong due to the consequences of his parents' incestuous relationships, his body suffered more than usual. Normally, his body was supposed to get stronger when he became a vampire. But that didn't seem to be what was happening. And to make the whole situation even worse, Adonis didn't seem to have control over this power. When facing an event, his power could activate at random. Because of this, Agnes forbade Adonis from leaving the mansion. She didn't want to lose her husband because of this randomness. Tisk. Agnes didn't hide her annoyed state. She knew it could upset her husband. But she didn't care. This situation made her very angry. Even after several centuries had passed, Agnes still couldn't unravel the mystery behind Adonis' current condition. Was he a vampire? Yes. But at the same time, he had the power of a god. And the two natures just weren't compatible with each other. And this contradiction seemed to be slowly killing Adonis from the inside. Though if he doesn't use his power, he'll be fine. As expected, slowly Agnes' eyes began to darken. I'll have to trap him in this mansion. I won't let you out anymore. Never. 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 We have to bring Violet back home. I don't want to see my daughter like that. Adonis spoke in a serious tone. Agnes woke up from her state and ignored what Adonis said. Then asked, "Can't you see the future of that boy?" She needed more information before making a decision. I can. And at the same time, I can't. I only see his ascension alongside 6 individuals. But I don't see anything else. Just that. Huh. Agnes spoke. She started to think for a few seconds. And then she said, "I think your second prediction is probably wrong." "What do you mean?" "Violet is just like me. And she wouldn't move without reason." "You are right. Probably. Someone must have harmed her husband. And that someone was in the capital. As she doesn't have the patience to look, she decided to burn everything. At least, that's what I would have done if you had been harmed." Adonis didn't know how to feel to see Agnes talking so confidently about her daughter. Is he happy or sad? Sigh. Why did his daughter have to be born like this woman? Suddenly, the two heard a voice. "With my authority as king of all vampires, I, Vlad Tepes, hereby declare." Adonis and Agnes listened in silence to their king's declaration. Then, when the king finished speaking, an uncomfortable silence fell in Agnes and Adonis's room. Isn't that ridiculous? A 21-year-old vampire count? Has the king gone mad? Agnes didn't know how to feel knowing that a boy who had barely stopped wearing diapers, at least from her perspective, had become a count. Although, that fight, Agnes remembered Victor's fight with Natasha that she saw from the recording Natalia had made. That is not the power of a young vampire. Lady Agnes. Lady Agnes. Hilda seemed to be very shaken. She totally lost her composure and completely ignored the intimate moment of the 2 counts and invaded the room. "You heard?" "Of course not. I was deaf all of a sudden. And I didn't hear anything." Agnes spoke in a sarcastic tone. "This is bad. I must call a doctor." Hilda suddenly ran out of the room. Agnes looked at this with an expression that she didn't know how to react. Has her brain melted? PFFF. HAHAHAHAHA. Suddenly Adonis started to laugh. And, even though there was blood coming out of his mouth, he didn't care. "Dee darling. Don't laugh. You'll get worse. It's okay. It's okay," he said, laughing. And then continued. "And you may be correct. For the first time, I may have an incorrect prediction. Right. Our daughter will not go crazy for no reason. Agnes moved away from the bed. I have some work to do. And I need to visit my son-in-law. Sigh. Agnes felt lazy. She didn't want to go back all the way to the royal capital. Take care of yourself. Adonis spoke with a smile on his face. Thank you, darling. And absolutely. Do not get out of bed. Her eyes weren't pretty. Okay. Yes, he had no choice. Good. She displayed a happy smile. Suddenly Agnes turned around. Hilda. I'm leaving. Take care of the house. Yes, master. Soon the woman disappeared from Adonis' room. When his wife left, Adonis wore a sad smile. I'm sorry, honey. But I lied. It wasn't just 2 visions. He remembered the last vision he had. The shadow of a woman was hugging him as she spoke. My husband. I will get you back. No matter how much time passes. No matter how much that bitch tries to avoid it. One day, the queen of the underworld will have her beloved back. You can't run away from me. He looked up at the ceiling and thought. Looks like Persephone can't wait any longer. The last sight Adonis saw was his own death. But that was something he would never tell anyone. After all, he didn't want to hurt his beloved daughter. Or Agnes. Before Victor's declaration as a new count. In a mansion that seemed to be slowly being rebuilt. Hey there. That piece of furniture is a little to the right. Hey you there. Stop being soft. I want this new mansion built like never before in less than 1 month. Victoria was ordering everyone around. She had a rather annoyed expression on her face. Because of a certain someone who visited her. Almost all her mansion was destroyed. Hateful man. She seems more irritated than usual. Hecate told Tatsuya while he was swinging his sword. He looked like he was training. Well, I can't blame her. I would feel that way too if my room was broken into and destroyed. Suddenly a vein popped in Tatsuya's head as he remembered something. Stopping to think now. My room was destroyed too. Tatsuya looked at the sky. For a moment, he could feel something approaching. And Tatsuya knew only one person who could fly through the skies at high speed. Suddenly Tatsuya's expression darkened. Don't tell me that man is coming back. His whole body shook. He didn't want to play with his new friend. Rumble. Rumble. Hearing the lightning sound in the distance. Hecate. Tatsuya. And Victoria's faces darkened. He is coming. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly. Lightning struck the garden. Boom. A small explosion happened. Victoria looked at this scene with an expressionless expression, my garden, and then a vein popped in her head. Victor. When she was about to scream Victor's name, she suddenly heard a woman's voice. Ouch. Despite knowing how to use this technique, I still don't know how to land properly. Suddenly Victoria's whole face seemed to freeze. She knew that voice too well. Mother. Tatsuya walked beside his mother and saw her paralyzed face. Mother. Am I in the right place? I can't see anything with this smoke. The woman seemed to make a movement with her hand. And soon a gust of wind took place. Tatsuya and Hecate looked towards the woman and saw a vision that left them paralyzed. A woman who looked very much like Victoria was standing in front of them. She was wearing a very noble white dress. And that dress was painted with several bloodstains. Oh, sister. I found you. Natasha smiled at the 3 of them with a bloody smile. This sight only made them more terrified. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 128 to 128, Natasha is working hard for her happiness. Oya. Why are you frozen and looking at me like you'd seen a ghost? See Countess Anastasia Fulger, Hecate stammered heavily. Wrong. I'm an ex-countess, for now. At least, she flashed a dangerous little smile at the end. That smile made Tatsuya alert. He looked seriously at the woman. Then measured the woman's strength. And saw that he had no chance of beating her. But would that leave him shaken? Of course not. Rumble. Rumble. Tatsuya's body was covered by lightning. Oh. You have great power there. Nephew. She stared at Tatsuya's lightning bolts as if assessing his power. But, it's not the same quality as my husband. Why is that? She began thinking aloud. And she touched her cheek with her finger. If my husband's lightning is like first quality lightning, Yours is something like third quality, why is that? I also feel something mixed with your power. She looked like a crazy woman who was trying to use her head to think. Well, whatever, she gave up thinking as it wasn't like she cared either. She was just curious that Tatsuya's power was like that. It's my husband we're talking about. Of course. I should expect something like this from him. She nodded her head several times. Why is this woman talking to herself? And even worse, why is she answering the things she asks herself? Is she mad? Natasha looked around when her gaze landed on a woman who looked just like her. Suddenly Natasha appeared in front of her sister. Stop. Tatsuya was going to defend his mother. He knew that this woman was his mother's #1 enemy. He grew up hearing from his mother how hateful this woman was. He was going to defend her. But, I missed you so much. Natasha grabbed her sister and rubbed her face against her sister's cheek. You're still short as always. My dear sister. Are you eating right? You must focus on eating more than working. Look how thin you are. She's a vampire. You know. She can't get fat. That's what Victoria's underlings wanted to say. But they didn't have the heart to say it. Let go of me. Victoria turned her face away from Natasha. She suddenly assumed a shocked expression. That tone of voice, is that you? Natasha. Pipe on. You're right. Now a gift. She hugged her sister tighter. She gave up fighting. Hey. My sister is so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. What's going on here? Wasn't she my mother's enemy? Yes. She is. But she's not that woman. Currently. She's the other woman. Hecate explained. Tatsuya didn't understand anything Hecate said. Sigh. Hecate sighed. As a witch who has worked for Victoria for a long time, she knew about Natasha's secret. Victoria herself told her. In short, this woman has two personalities. Her first personality is a bitch who likes to gamble and do whatever she wants for her own interest. She's the personality that was your mother's enemy. And then there's this woman you're seeing now. The two looked at Natasha, who was hugging Victoria. She's the real personality of Anastasia Fulger, the true sister of Victoria Ryder. Why is the world so complicated? Actually, why is my family so complicated? Tatsuya really wanted to sigh right now. Ha. You haven't seen anything yet, this woman. She's crazier than the other personality. Hecate spoke with a face darkened with fear. She listened to the stories Victoria told her about her sister. And from what she could tell, those stories weren't cool at all. Seeing the goofy smile on Natasha's face, unconsciously, Victoria flashed a small smile. What happened to the other one? I don't know yet. But I will kill her. Is that all right? Why not? Well, she is you. Victoria didn't know how to feel knowing her sister was going to kill a part of herself. Yes. It's okay. My husband hates that woman. So I will kill her. Looking into her sister's lifeless eyes, Victoria gulped. She has become crazier than before. Wait. Husband. Did she remarry? Who is the poor soul? Who is your new husband? She asked curiously. What dumb question is that? Of course. It's Victor. Tatsuya. Victoria. And Hecate felt that they were suddenly deaf. Let go of me for a few minutes. Victoria tried to pull away from her sister. Okay. When Victoria separated from her sister, she touched her head. For some reason, her head was spinning a lot now. Will the world finally end tomorrow? I seem to be hearing things. Can you repeat it again? What is your husband's name? Have you gone deaf? Sister. Have you been away from home for a long time and caught some strange illness? Just answer the damn question. Victoria stomped the ground in frustration as she looked at her subordinates who had stopped working and yelled. And you guys get back to work. Yes. Soon her subordinates started working again. And Victoria looked at her sister, who was looking at her subordinates. And what? Natasha looked at Victoria blankly. Victoria rubbed her brow on her face in an attempt to calm down. My dear and beloved sister, I am asking, who is your new husband? She spoke as calmly as possible. But haven't I already answered? She turned her head without understanding. I'm asking what his name is. She stomped on the ground again in frustration. This personality always made her angry. It's Victor. She smiled happily. Ugh. Victoria didn't know how to feel to hear that her sister went after her own daughter's husband. Victor. Are you talking about Victor Walker? Your daughter's husband? Hecate asked. Yes. That's the one. That's my husband. My beloved husband. She began to whisper the word, husband, over and over again. Suddenly her face turned red. And she started breathing heavily as if out of breath. She seemed to have entered her own world as she began to mutter at high speed. We'll do this and that. He'll grab me from behind. And throw all his seeds inside me. I'll get pregnant. I'll make a trio with my daughter. I'll get along with my daughter. Hey. Gulp. Hecate gulped when she saw the crazy look on Natasha's face. This woman is dangerous. She is mad. Completely crazy. How can that man like a woman like that? What Hecate didn't know was that Victor didn't say anything. She completely distorted what Victor said. Tatsuya looked to the sky and thought, my friend. I'm so happy, I'm really glad you're going to suffer a little. Tatsuya's thought was simple. Who would be happy to have a crazy wife like her? He believed that no normal man would like that. What he didn't know was, Victor was no normal man. He was still naive. He was still so young. Oh. I just remembered my goal. Suddenly Natasha woke up from her world and looked at Victoria with a serious look. She didn't even look like the woman who was in her own world a few seconds ago. Are you absolutely sure you're okay? Don't you have any more personalities being created right now? What are you talking about? Sister. She suddenly approaches Victoria and takes her sister's hand. Of course I'm fine. In fact, I've never felt so good in my entire life. I finally found what I was looking for. Victoria felt herself being sucked into the darkness of Natasha's eyes. Oh okay. Victoria quickly put her hand on Natasha's face and pushed her sister away. That scared me. For a moment. I felt like I was going to be swallowed by that darkness. I'm glad you're okay now. What did you come here for? Oh. Natasha started to talk about why she came here. But suddenly they heard their king's voice. With my authority as king of all vampires. I, Vlad Tepes, hereby declare. Tatsuya, Victoria, Hecate, and Natasha all listened in silence. When the announcement ended, everyone just opened their mouths in sheer shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Except for one person. Of course. A vampire count at the age of 21. Victoria said. This is ridiculous, Hecate said. Tatsuya didn't know how to feel knowing that Victor had become a count. But somehow, he couldn't help but think. As expected of him, I think. Suddenly the group woke up from their stupor when they heard Natasha's crazy laugh. This is a good time to get out of here, Hecate spoke in a low voice. Victoria and Tatsuya nodded. To be honest, the current state of Natasha was scaring the hell out of them. As expected from my husband. He became a count. I can't be left behind. I have to work faster. And get back what belongs to me. And when I do, he'll fill my insides with his liquids. I can barely wait. The faces of the three turned pure red. Can this woman not have the least bit of decency? Suddenly, Victoria and Tatsuya felt their shoulders being touched by someone. They slowly turned their faces and looked at Natasha. Where are you going? Her smile was terrifying. Well, I have work to do. Victoria muttered. Rumble. Rumble. Natasha's body was spontaneously covered by lightning. Don't worry. You will work hard. For my happiness. And my husband's happiness. And in the blink of an eye, Natasha ascended to the skies while carrying Tatsuya and Victoria. I knew getting involved with that man is not a good idea. Tatsuya, for the first time in his long life, screamed in frustration. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 129 to 129, The King is disappointed. Fuck. Boom. Prince Theo threw his table on the floor. Fuck. 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 He started breaking his office furniture in a fit of rage. How dare he treat me like a child? To Theo, his father's attitude was inconceivable. It's because of that attitude that he treats you like a child. Theo suddenly heard his brother's voice. He looked back to see Prince Lucas standing in the doorway with his arms crossed. Lucas. You should be used to our father's attitude. Theo was silent. Why were you so affected by our father's words? That's not like you. You're usually calmer. Theo didn't know how to respond. He just remembered the conversation his parents had after Victor left with Scathach. Disappointing. Their father's voice caused them to feel a shiver run down their spines. Father. Lucas didn't understand. He didn't understand why his father was disappointed in them. They didn't do anything wrong. Silence. The king's eyes glittered dangerously. A silence fell in the place. Vlad looked at his children. Leaving aside Elizabeth and Ophis, who are babies and have not reached the age of maturity. He looked at the children who were over 500 years old. Namely Theo, Lucas, Saul, Adam, and Lilith. Did you learn nothing from this demonstration? The children didn't understand. Demonstration? What is he talking about? Wasn't this just a meeting? Sigh. He placed a hand on his brow. He didn't even try to hide how disappointed he was. Why do I have such useless children? This way. It will take a few more millennia for me to retire. A cold sweat was falling from the foreheads of Vlad's children. What is he talking about? Was this a demonstration? Theo and Lucas, as the eldest children, started using their heads faster and tried to figure out their father's intentions. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and Alexios exited the portal while holding Ophis in the air with some unknown power. Let go of me. Ophis' eyes were glowing blood red. I'm sorry, princess. But it's the king's orders. Evil father. Vlad's eyes twitched a little when he heard what Ophis said. Well, Alexios didn't know what to say. Does he agree? Or does he deny it? Like a good servant, he just looked at the king and said, I brought her. Where was she? On the way to Countess Scathach's residence. Vlad's eyes twitched a lot now. It was quite obvious that Ophis ignored his order and headed towards the place where Victor was. Ophis turned her face and tried to whistle. But nothing came out. Has she entered her rebellious phase? The king thought when he saw what Ophis was doing. Vlad looks back at his children. First. Do you think I would gather you all here if it was for a useless reason? He started to explain. All the children thought it made sense. What happened to that man was a demonstration. Saul already had doubts about that. But he hadn't thought it through. Demonstration of what? Vlad clicked his tongue internally. They still don't understand. When you saw Victor Alucard's attitude of attacking me, what did you think? He's crazy. All responded simultaneously. Vlad was a little surprised for a few seconds. Then he replied, yes, he is. He smiled. Vlad's children felt strange when they saw their father smile. Now I ask you, my children, would you have that courage? The answer that crossed everyone's mind was, of course not. They are not suicidal lunatics. Suddenly all their eyes widened. And they seemed to have understood something. Yes. That's what I wanted to show you. The courage to challenge a stronger force. The courage to always want to test your limits. The courage to stand before me like an enemy. With every word Vlad spoke, the pressure he released from his body increased. That's what you don't have. Cowards. His voice resonated throughout the castle. The princes and princesses just lowered their heads and didn't dare say anything. Vlad was disappointed. All his sons didn't have the makings of a good king. They were weak mentally. They were weak against powerful enemies. They would readily submit to a greater force. And thus he couldn't entrust everything he built to his sons. If the king of wolves saw my children now, he would probably laugh in my face. At the end of the day, Vlad thought the methods of the king of the wolves were correct. Despite using brutal methods, he had strong children. Children who would inherit the empire he created. Even though those kids were as stupid as their father. Theo. The king looked at his son. Why yes. You are a smart man. That. I readily acknowledge you for. Father. But you only have this. Your one redeemable trait. Everything else of the person you are is an utter failure. Less than garbage. Theo clenched his fists tightly. Even though you're 3,000 years old, you haven't progressed. You haven't gotten stronger. Scathach. Despite being younger than you, can easily defeat you. And she wouldn't even need to use her transformation. You are weak. He wanted to complain and say that Scathach was a training maniac. And he wasn't like that. He was strong. But he knew that would only make his father angry. Instead of training and getting stronger, you prefer schemes. Acting like a poisonous snake. Vlad's eyes glowed with ridicule. The only thing that crossed Theo's mind when he heard his father's words now was, does he know? But I hid it perfectly. Do you think schemes will help against enemies who can wipe you out of existence with just one breath? He was silent. You saw my fight against that being. Do you think schemes would be enough to stop him? He was talking about the elder gods. Answer me. His voice was neutral. But it still sent shivers down Theo's spine. And no. As my eldest son, you should be the strongest. You should be an example to follow. You should inherit everything I've built. But you're just that. He didn't even have the words to describe how disappointed he was. Vlad Tepes had 2 grandchildren too, who were the children of Theo and Lucas. But their grandchildren were even greater disappointments. As the king's grandson, they believed themselves the center of the world and were always causing trouble. Because of that, Vlad didn't even consider those flaws as grandchildren. Theo just fell silent as his body shook a lot like a child being scolded by his father. Lucas. He looked at his second son. You are strong. Much stronger than my first child. Unlike Theo, you never faltered in your training. And you are not a complete coward. But, despite having praised his son, Vlad knew it was still not enough. He still didn't have the makings to become a good king. Lucas was silent and just waited for his father's reprimand. You just have to use your head more and stop depending on your big brother. Grow up. You are already an older vampire. Yes, father. Surprisingly, he didn't get many complaints. Saul. Why yes. You are perceptive at times. But you're too dumb. Dumb. You look like a horse that just walks forward. And you easily forget things. Do you have a chicken's brain? Huh. Example. A few years ago, a maid tried to murder you. And, despite noticing her intentions, you neglected to do anything. Why? Well, I was too lazy. And the consequences of that were your little sister being hurt. Vlad looked at Elizabeth, who unconsciously touched her arms. Saul was silent. But he understood his problem. Adam. Yes. You are good. Huh. Just never stop training. You have the best trainers available. Don't go soft. Of all his sons, Adam had the potential to be king, for now. After all, only time will tell if he would change in the future. Why yes. Father. Adam was somehow feeling very happy that his father recognized him. Lilith. Yes. Father. Lilith responded so gracefully. She was sure there was no flaw her father would notice. Stop being lazy. Eh? You think I don't know? You're constantly running away from your duties because you're bored. Well, how did he know? Is it those damn shadows? And most importantly, don't go after the new count. What? She looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. I won't. Vlad just stared at his daughter with a dry look. I swear I won't. It's better that you don't. I don't want to have to bury my daughter's body. Vlad knew very well the personalities of Victor's wives. He didn't need to be a genius to figure out that all women are equal or worse than Scathach. Although Vlad only said this to cause fear in Lilith, he would never let his daughters be harmed. Gulp. She swallowed in fear. Going after that man is my death sentence. Somehow, she became even more interested in the new vampire count. It was a strange feeling. She was more attracted to the danger. The charm of a bad boy. Elizabeth. Yes. Father. Just don't follow your big brother's example. And you'll be fine. Despite being very spoiled, you've got your head in the right place. You're smart. But don't forget about your training. Yes. Father. As one of the youngest daughters, she was very happy to hear her father's words. Ophis. Ophis turned her face and ignored Vlad. Vlad's eyes twitched a lot. Vlad looked at his youngest daughter, who, despite being very young, had an unearthly beauty that none of his daughters had. She certainly inherited the characteristics of that woman. And my blood too. Although not completely. Of all Vlad's children, Ophis was the only one who inherited their father's special blood, albeit incompletely. If Vlad and Victor had 100% of the blood of the Night King, Ophis had only 50%. She's the one with the most potential just because she has my blood and her mother's blood in her body. But she's too young. Vlad felt it, an irony of fate. The son he'd been hoping for to inherit his blood turned out to be a daughter, and the youngest of them all. Ophis, I forbid you to see Victor. He didn't even finish speaking. And Ophis already reacted badly to his words. Sniff. Small tears threatened to fall from Ophis' face. A small drop of sweat fell from Vlad's face. He just wanted to test his daughter's feelings towards Victor. That boy. I promise myself that if he lays a finger on one of my daughters, count or not, he will die. Vlad's eyes twitched a lot and held a small killing intent. Then he flashed a small smile. I'm kidding. You can go see him anytime you want. But don't overdo it. He's very busy after all. At the end of the day, the king was a doting father. Especially to his youngest daughter. Ophis wiped her eyes. And nodded. Looking very happy. Thanks. Evil father. Vlad put his hand on his face. He raised his hand and made a gesture like he was kicking his kids out. Dismissed. Get back to work. Or whatever it was you were doing. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 130 to 130, The Consequences of Being on Top. Fuck. Theo only got angrier when he remembered what happened. He humiliated me. In front of all my brothers and servants. I wouldn't look at it that way. Lucas spoke. Theo looked at his brother. What do you mean? Our father is an over 5,000-year-old monster. He doesn't say useless things. Lucas looked at his brother. Think about it. How many times has our father reprimanded us? Twice. He spoke after thinking for a moment. Yes. The first one was when you and I went hunting wolves in the past. And it ended up provoking them into a war. Yes. Theo remembered they were very arrogant in the past and almost died at the hands of the wolves. And today was the second. Lucas continued. Throughout our entire existence, he has only reprimanded us twice. And when he did, he seemed to know all our faults and what we were doing wrong. Although he always seems indifferent and doesn't care about us, he knows everything about us, quite honestly. It's terrifying. Lucas's body shook a little. He would never get used to his father. The man was just too scary. Although that's why he respected him too. Theo nodded in agreement with his brother's words. Although, Lucas made a neutral face. He is the king. Of course. He has eyes everywhere. Though I doubt he has eyes outside his territory. He displayed a small smile on his face. Theo sighed inwardly. He was very relieved now that he heard his younger brother's words. Although he didn't show it on his face. He didn't want his father to find out about his plans yet. He started to think of something. Where is your son? Why do you want to know? Lucas raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I will call my son back. And I want your son to keep my son company. He spoke vaguely and didn't give much information. And that seemed to irritate his brother. Lucas's eyes glowed a little blood red. Don't treat me like a fool. Tell me what you're planning. I will use our children to cause trouble with the new count. Theo didn't even finish speaking. And his brother interrupted him. Stop. Did your brain melt or stop working? Theo didn't understand what his brother was implying. Oh, I know. Lucas seemed to understand something. You're still angry. Stop whining like a child and get over it. Theo gritted his teeth. I'm not whining. He just didn't like something. He didn't like the special treatment that man was getting from the king. 21 years old and already a count. Is his existence a joke? Theo didn't like feeling that way at all. He didn't like to feel inferior. He's the eldest son of the vampire king. He is important. Lucas ignored what Theo said. You want to send my son to the man who dared attack the king of all vampires in his own castle. Theo was silent. I don't know that man. But seeing that smile, seeing the way he talked to the king, and seeing his transformation, there's one thing we all agree on. He's crazy. Completely crazy. On a scale of 0 to 100. He easily exceeded the maximum meter and hit 1000. Who in their right mind would attack the vampire king in his own castle? This is just suicide. I wouldn't doubt that he would kill our children and deliver their heads to the king himself. He's that kind of man. Theo thought it made sense. A man who dared to attack the king and challenge the king's authority by creating a clan that contained the king's name just written backwards. That kind of man would do it without even hesitating. But they are the king's grandchildren. You know our father. He is very doting. Theo would go on to say that the king would never allow anyone to harm his family. This only applies to his children. To his grandchildren. He pretends they don't even exist. Lucas was quite strict. He was the one who admired his father the most. And because of that, he can say with absolute certainty that their father doesn't care about his grandchildren. Calm your mind. And think clearly before making a decision. Lucas gave some advice. Sigh. Theo sighed. And then he took a deep breath. You're right. For now, I'll just focus on that creature. He's my trump card. Lucas looked at his brother as if he was mad. Are you dumb? Huh? Didn't you hear what that man said about Clan Fulgur? Ah, he totally forgot about that. That crazy woman is going to challenge the Horseman clan again. You should be worried about that. You are right. Theo looked at his brother through narrowed eyes. Have you gotten smarter? No. I'm just trying to put into practice what our dad told us. Lucas turned and walked out of the office. Theo stared at Lucas's back. He was the one who always sought our father's approval. I think hearing our father's words today must have motivated him. When Lucas's back disappeared from Theo's view, the first prince looked into his room. What a mess. Theo. Listening to the gentle voice, Theo turned and looked back. And soon he saw a woman who made him very happy. Mother. The woman smiled. Come, my son. She reached out to her son. We need to talk about what happened today. Yes, we do. Theo reached out and took the woman's hand. Master. Is everything all right? Alexios, who was beside the king, asked. About what? About today. You made a lot of decisions. Did I make a wrong decision? Vlad raised an eyebrow. Alexios put his hand on his chin and started thinking. No. You made a lot of good decisions today. First, you gained a powerful ally. That man. He's a lot like Countess Scathach Scarlet. If you don't touch his family, or harm his wives, he won't do anything. He's a pretty easygoing individual. And from the things my daughter said about the man, he's pretty easy to get along with too. Vlad listened to Alexios' words in silence since this was something he was used to. Whenever he made a decision, he listened to the opinion of his most faithful servant and advisor. Although the king looked at Alexios, their appearance never changes. For a moment, the king saw a man who looked very much like his friend who died thousands of years ago. 2,500 years. Huh. It's a long time, old friend. Even for me. Although most of the time, I spent sleeping and waiting. Second, by declaring that a new count has been born, the vampire community will finally come out of the monotony. They will feel that new times are coming. Third, you've gained a friend. A strange friend. Huh. He raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Victor Walker. No. Victor Alucard. He's the same as you. Master. One destined to be king. And only kings can understand other kings. Alexios spoke, thinking. Although he is not yet qualified to be called a king, as he is too young for that. But the potential is there, after all. No one is ever born knowing something. You learn over time, or someone teaches you. Master has seen it, right? Although Master is much stronger than he is not afraid to interact with you as an equal. And this is something that few have dared to do. Master needed someone like that. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Vlad didn't understand his servant's advice. Master. You got used to the monotony. And you got used to being on top. How long has it been since you last had a proper conversation with your children? Or even your wives? Alexios spoke the last words carefully. As a vampire who was the king of a race, he'd gotten used to being treated as superior to everyone. And while that wasn't bad, the problem is, it's gone to his head. Vlad thought for a moment and replied. 2,000 years. I think. He completely forgot about his family. I wouldn't be surprised if your wives decide to cheat on you with another man. Master. That's what Alexios wanted to say. But he was silent. 2,000 years is a long time. Even for vampires who live a long life. The only woman I had recently interacted with was Opha's mother. Vlad's face distorted. Do you think this is possible? He was talking about a possible betrayal by his wives. Alexios made a difficult face. He didn't want to answer that question. Answer honestly. Yes. It's possible. Crack. Vlad shattered a piece of his throne with the grip of his hand. Victor was correct. Master. How many years has it been since you have given your blood to your wives? Too long. Vlad didn't want to talk about it anymore. Alexios didn't continue to speak. He knew that his master understood what he was implying. Just like Victor. The king fed his wives with his blood. But, it had been years since he last fed his wives. And when they would call out to him like they did a few moments ago, he was always busy. Seeing the deadly serious face of his king, he said, just don't do something you'll regret in the future. Master. Vlad didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and leaned back against his throne. Victor. Without realizing it or having intentions to do so, caused a small wave that would forever change the royal family in the future. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 131 to 131, an existence that defies common sense. A few moments before Victor was announced as a new vampire count. The entire group that stayed behind was in a room at Scathach's mansion waiting for Victor. The group consisted of Natalia, Yuki, Kagaya, Maria, June, Violet, Ruby, and Sasha. Darling is really taking a long time. If something happens to him, Violet's eyes glittered dangerously. She was pacing around the room impatiently. Victor was really taking his time. It's been over an hour since he left. And Violet couldn't calm down. Stop thinking nonsense. He's fine. A problem would only occur if Victor were to try something crazy. Like challenging the king or something. Ruby, who was reading manga, calmly said. She wasn't too worried. After all, her mother Scathach Scarlet was with her husband during the meeting with the king. And Ruby was 100% sure her mother wouldn't let anything happen to Victor. Violet and Sasha looked at Ruby. Feeling the stares of her childhood friends, Ruby thought about what she said. And soon her eyes widened. Oh fuck. She facepalmed. She realized it was quite possible for that to happen. Her husband seemed to lose brain cells whenever he met a strong opponent. He wouldn't really do that. Would he? I mean, that's crazy. June said. She didn't believe Victor would be so crazy as to attack the king of the vampires. Come on. He's the king. You know. The king of all vampires. The progenitor. The big boss. He is strong. And he would not tolerate such disrespect in his own castle. All the women looked at June with pity. What? She didn't understand the women's eyes. She's so young. Kagaya commented. So innocent, Maria continued. And a little dumb too. Luna spoke with a sadistic smile on her face. Grr. I'm not dumb. June didn't like being called dumb. Well. Dumb people don't know they're dumb, Sienna said. That surprisingly makes sense. Lacus said. Pepper, who was reading manga lying next to Ruby, suddenly stood up. And with her supernatural speed, she appeared in front of June. June was startled by Pepper's red gaze. Think. June. Think. She made the same exaggerated gestures that Victor did and even copied his crazy expression. What happened to this girl? June was freaking out internally. My brother-in-law was the man who dared attack a woman who in the past had the title of countess. Do you think he wouldn't have the balls to attack the king? Well, June thought this was quite possible. Right. Somehow Pepper's crazy look was scaring June more than before. What happened to that innocent girl? Remember. Madness is like gravity. You just need a little push. And in the end, you will become just like him. She displayed a distorted smile that displayed all her sharp teeth. And suddenly she started laughing like crazy. An uncomfortable silence fell around them. They were just too shocked. But it wasn't due to June's question but Pepper's performance. Was she always this good? In fact, was this really an act? Her laugh was horrifying. Pepper. Phew. Pepper looked at Ruby with an innocent look. Why are you imitating my husband? Ruby's eyes twitched many times. I thought it would be cool. She pouted. Kagaya. Ruby. Lacus. And Sienna facepalmed. Pepper. Don't do that. Don't imitate my husband. Ruby spoke in a serious tone. Sienna and Lacus nodded fiercely. What will they do if innocent little Pepper becomes just like Victor? Hell no. They don't even want to think about it. The Killing Joke. Were you reading this? Sasha got up and picked up the comic Pepper was reading. Ah. Do not be rude. Pepper used her speed and tried to take the comic from Sasha's hand. But who is Sasha? The woman who was born with the power of lightning. She's fast. Naive. Sasha's body was suddenly covered in lightning. And she easily dodged Pepper's hands. Ah. Hey. Pepper looked like a squirrel that had been tricked. Let's see. Sasha opened the comic and began to read. I'm interested too. Ruby spoke. Me too. Violet didn't want to be left out. When the three of them read just a few pages of the magazine, they looked dryly at Pepper. Pepper turned her face away and started whistling. I forbid you to read this. Ruby spoke. Normally, Ruby wouldn't care what her sister did. But this comic is too heavy. Is Pepper easily influenced? What if she reads these comics a lot and ends up being someone worse than Victor? Hell no. Not innocent Pepper. Pepper didn't believe what she heard. Pepper. Don't go to the dark side. Ruby spoke. But they give you cookies. Pepper pouted. This is a lie. That's the same thing as saying that Santa Claus exists. He does not exist. Ruby broke the innocent girl's reality. And no. Pepper didn't believe her life was a lie. All the girls just looked at her with a small smile on their faces. It was good to see the mood lightened. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the king of vampires. With my authority as king of all vampires, I, Vlad Tepes, hereby declare. That's the king. Sienna had met the king several times. And she recognized the man's voice. June's whole body shook with fear. She couldn't even move. She was like that just by listening to the king's voice. Lacus didn't say anything. But her eyes were bright with curiosity. What will he declare? Natalia was a little curious. I have a bad feeling about this, Violet said. Kagaya. Maria. Ruby. And Sasha couldn't help but agree with Violet since they felt the same way. The birth of a new vampire count. An uncomfortable silence fell in the mansion of Scathach. A new vampire count. How long has it been since this happened? Who is the new vampire count? And why did the king make such a sudden decision? Several thoughts were going through the women's heads. But they just kept silent and listened in silence. As of today, the fifth pillar of vampire society, responsible for exploring and discovering new lands, is assigned to Clan Alucard. Alucard. Natalia stuttered a lot. She completely lost her composure that she spent years training. She gulped. Who was the fool who created a clan with the king's name just written backwards? This was a clear demonstration of challenge. Don't tell me, a ridiculous thought crossed Natalia's mind. But soon she shook her head several times in denial. I'm thinking too much. This is impossible. He's only been a vampire for 6 months. But the next words completely destroyed Natalia's reality. The leader of Clan Alucard is the new disciple of Scathach Scarlet, who recently won an arena game. Victor Walker. As if it were a supernatural phenomenon. The brains of all the women in the room completely stopped working. Their minds blank. Complete emptiness. They couldn't even form a coherent thought. And with that uncomfortable silence, the women listened to all the king's words in silence. As per tradition, Victor, the new count, has abandoned the Walker name and assumed the name Alucard. My citizens, hail the new vampire count. The new pillar of vampire society. Victor Alucard. Suddenly the king's voice died down. And even after 20 minutes had passed, the silence still persisted in the mansion. Yuya a. Suddenly Pepper screamed, as she seemed to have freaked out. Wah wah wah. She started running around. Account. Account. My brother-in-law has become a count. UGHYAAAAA. Pepper's scream seemed to reset the women's brains. Master has become a count. Kagaya's expression was pure shock. Even though she heard it, she still couldn't believe it. Master is a new count. EHH. Yuki stuttered a lot while her eyes were rolling. And she couldn't seem to form coherent thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Sienna looked at the ceiling of the mansion with completely lifeless eyes. He's completely nonsense. What is this? What is this reality? Are we living in a dream? As a vampire who knew the rules and social status of the vampire world well, this announcement totally broke Sienna's worldview. That's not how it works. Okay. A vampire cannot become a new vampire count that easily. First, they have to master the entire vampire count transformation for them to even think about the possibility of being a count. In some ways, challenging a vampire count clan and taking the title from them is easier than becoming a new count completely from scratch. Lacus exhibited a small smile. As expected of him, I think. In some strange way, she thought this was a natural result. Alucard. Count Alucard. Maria, as an ex-hunter, knew what kind of existence vampire counts were. They were beings that required several generals, many hunters, and traps to hunt. They were special existences. She never thought she would live long enough to see another count's birth. Unconsciously, a smile began to grow on Maria's face. My master is a completely incomprehensible existence. Huh. She suddenly woke up from stupor and shook her head several times in an attempt to get the thought out of her head. Why am I thinking of him as my master? What's going on with my head? She seemed to have her own issues too. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha just stood there in shock. They didn't even know how to react to this news. Violet. Ruby spoke in a dead voice. Yes. Violet replied in the same dead voice. He became a count. I know. Violet. Sasha spoke in a voice like the two women. Yes. I am Violet. Our husband has become a count. I know. Violet. Ruby said. Yes. Yes. What do we do now? Sasha and Ruby spoke in unison. Do I have the face of someone who knows? With Victor becoming a vampire count, an existence said to be capable of destroying a country easily, several supernatural beings will appear looking for the new count. And what does that mean? It means more problems. Rumble. 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 Violet. Ruby. And Sasha quickly looked up at the sky. He is coming back. The three displayed a loving smile. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 132 to 132, an existence